Chapter 1. It was a clean cutback. On the crest of the breaking white wave, Mori sprang to her feet and immediately carved the board into a smooth turn, weaving effortlessly across the face of the wave. Her dazzling movements, perfectly in sync with the rhythm of the water, drew cheers from the people watching from the beach. A steady wind blew in from the East Sea, creating ideal surfing conditions. Even to someone like me, who had never stood on a board but had spent years watching and listening, it looked like the perfect day for a leisurely ride. The sky and the sea mirrored each other like folded and unfolded sheets of decalcomania paper, as though blue and white paint had blended together under the lightest touch. White clouds drifted across the blue sky. White waves rolled across the blue sea. Around 10 surfers waited in the lineup for the next set, but Mori was the only one who caught a wave and rode it all the way toward shore with effortless grace. Her balance was so flawless that it was hard to believe she was gliding across moving water on nothing more than a single 6-foot, 7-inch board. There was no wavering, no close call. She looked more comfortable than someone riding a bicycle on dry land, while the wave beneath her seemed less like water and more like a carpet carrying her forward. A magic carpet from an old fairy tale. Wow. I wonder what it feels like to surf like that. Amazing. I'd have no regrets if I could ride like that even once. The students taking a surfing lesson about 10 meters away stopped practicing their paddling and stared in admiration at Mori. Before long, their admiration turned into questions for their instructor. Instructor, when will we be able to surf like that? Ihyun, who had been facing the students with his back to the ocean, glanced over his shoulder to see who they meant and let out a sigh. Even behind his sunglasses, I could see him frowning. The surfer you're admiring has been surfing for 7 years. As for swimming, you could say she's been floating in the ocean ever since she learned to walk. And you guys? They were complete beginners, touching a surfboard for the very first time. Their foam boards lay on the sand while they practiced paddling by waving their arms in the air. Yihan's blunt answer made their shoulders droop. They looked like climbers staring up at the summit before taking their very first step. It was April. The weather was still chilly for swimming, but as soon as it became warm enough to enter the sea in a wetsuit, beginners eager to learn surfing and experienced surfers alike flooded the beach. The surfing boom of the past few years had transformed both the scenery and the tourism of this town. After finishing her ride, Mori walked out of the water with her board tucked beneath one arm. She skillfully unzipped her wetsuit, slipped her arms free, and plopped down beside me. Ugh. Surfing for the first time in a while is no joke. Everything hurts. I took a bottle of water from my bag and handed it to her. It was her first time surfing in the East Sea that year. During our final winter before being discharged from the military, she and Ihyun had taken a surfing trip to a southern island, but that had already been about 3 months ago. Even though she complained, her wet face was glowing with excitement. It was the unmistakable energy of someone doing what they truly loved. Sitting beside her, I could almost feel the cool salt of the sea clinging to her skin. The first time I met Mori on this beach, after arriving on Yihan's bicycle, she had just come out of the ocean. She had shaken my hand with a smile, carrying this very same scent and coolness. Maybe that was why. Her name was Mori, but whenever I thought of her, I thought of the sea. Not the dry, dusty sand of school playgrounds or construction sites, but sand shaped by the tides, forever changing beneath the waves. Whether she was an alpha or not, it didn't matter. That impression came from Lim Mori herself, not from pheromones or any secondary gender. As a beta, it was almost impossible for me to sense an alpha's pheromones anyway. So, how was I? You looked clean, like you'd been surfing yesterday. She grinned. Do you think I surf better than Ihyun? I turned toward Ihyun, who was demonstrating paddling technique on a foam board for his students. Then I answered quietly. You've always been better than Ihyun. Mori glanced toward him as well before smiling at me, careful not to let him notice. I did some special training while you guys were in the military. It feels great to surf again, but the waves are too small. I want a really big one. Lately, she'd been saying that a lot. More than once, she described the thrill of slipping through the hollow tunnel formed by a curling wave and the surreal sensation of being swallowed into another world for a brief moment. It wasn't easy to find waves like that in the East Sea. Ihyun had only seen them in videos. He had never surfed overseas. As skilled as the two of them had become, the waves here could no longer satisfy them. No matter how long they stayed on the water, they were always left wanting more. About 7 years earlier, when this beach still had little more than seafood restaurants and cafes instead of the many surf shops and schools lining it now, Mori had been one of the very first people to paddle out here. She'd first discovered surfing during a family trip to Hawaii. She bought a board immediately and brought it all the way back to Korea. For her, transporting such a large purchase wasn't difficult. Her father owned several large fishing boats and multiple restaurants. He was one of the wealthiest men in the area and spared nothing for Mori, his youngest child, his only daughter, and the precious female alpha among his sons. Because of Mori, Ihyun naturally became interested in surfing and fell in love with it almost instantly. As soon as the sea grew warm enough for wetsuits, the two of them would ride their bicycles 40 minutes to this beach. I would sit here just as I was now, watching them paddle out, catch waves, wipe out, and paddle back again without ever growing tired of the sight. Looking back, it felt as though my entire 3 years of high school had passed that way. Want me to teach you? Want to give it a try? I'd heard that question at least 1,000 times over the past 5 years. My answer had never changed. I rolled the water bottle between my hands and shook my head. Don't you ever get bored? My response stayed the same. Ihyun and Mori asked every so often, but they never pushed me or dragged me into the ocean. This time was no different. Mori simply laughed and lightly punched my shoulder with her damp fist. But beneath that laugh lingered disappointment and concern that I was still exactly the same, even after finishing my military service. She stood to head back into the water. I got up as well and zipped the back of her wetsuit. That was my job whenever either she or Ihyun wasn't around. Lift your waist. Look ahead. Use your triceps. Instructor, I want to stop practicing and go into the water. With arms that weak, you won't even make it 10 meters. Raise your waist. If you can't see properly, you're putting both yourself and the other surfers in danger. Watching Ihyun bark instructions with all the intensity of a drill sergeant while stressing safety and correcting their posture, Mori chuckled. I guess he still hasn't gotten rid of his military habits. I smiled in agreement. She gently patted my cheek with her cool, wet hand. Our Hyun is still so soft. No one would believe you were just discharged from the military. A soldier. Before I enlisted, soldiers had seemed like fully grown adults living in an entirely different world from high school students. Now, after nearly 2 years, I wasn't even sure what the military had actually left me with. Don't go wandering off if a stranger talks to you. Stay here, okay? When I nodded, she smiled brightly, seawater sparkling across her face, tucked her board beneath her arm, and headed back toward the ocean. Fearlessly, she crossed the boundary between sand and sea. She lifted her head proudly against the unpredictable waves, just as Ihyun was telling his students to do, paddled through the breaking surf toward the lineup, and once again stood atop the fragile white foam that looked as though it might disappear at any moment. No matter how many times I watched her, no matter how many years passed, it was always an incredible sight. The fish market buzzed with activity as everyone prepared for the evening boats to arrive. Some of the earlier boats had already docked, and auctions were underway. Perhaps because the weather had grown warmer, there were noticeably more tourists than usual. The shops selling ice and coolers were busy as well. Near the end of the pier by the breakwater, I sat on a low concrete mooring post and gazed out at the sea. One by one, the fishing boats that had headed out before dawn appeared on the horizon, returning after a day's work. A gust of salty wind swept past. As the temperature dropped with the setting sun, I shoved my hands into the pockets of my light jacket and hunched my shoulders. Ihyun had gone out on grandfather's boat with Uncle today. If Ihyun wasn't on the boat, I almost never came to the harbor to wait for the fleet's return. Ever since he was in middle school, long before I came here, grandfather and uncle had been making Ihyun work on the boat. I had been exempted. Ihyun hadn't. He'd been helping with errands aboard the boat since upper elementary school, and by the time I arrived, he was already capable enough to work as a proper fisherman. But to him, it was only temporary. He was helping his hard-working grandfather and father. He had never intended to become a fisherman himself. Yet ever since his military discharge, they had begun pressuring him more than ever. The adults all said the same thing. Now that he'd finished his service, it was time to settle down. Ihyun was only 23. After leaving the military, he'd refused to board the boat at all, afraid that doing so would make everyone assume he'd continue fishing from then on. But today, He had gone. Mori's phone had been turned off all day. Grandfather's boat finally came into view. It was a small second-hand fishing boat bought with borrowed money from every possible source. Just large enough for grandfather, uncle, and Ihyun. The mooring where I sat belonged to our boat. I made eye contact with Ihyun, who stood at the bow preparing to dock. He tossed me the rope. I caught it awkwardly and wrapped it around the concrete post. Ihyun laughed at how clumsy I looked. At least he was laughing. That alone eased the tight knot that had been sitting in my chest all day. The catch was unloaded almost immediately and carried into the fish market. An employee from the fisheries cooperative, wearing a red cap, blew a whistle to gather the buyers. It felt as though less than 10 minutes passed between docking and the entire catch being auctioned off. Everyone involved moved like seasoned professionals. Without needing any instructions from grandfather or uncle, Ihyun loaded the purchased fish onto a cart equipped with an oxygen tank and began delivering them to the sashimi restaurant that had won the bid. As I watched his broad back disappear into the market, I suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere around me. "Old man, I need a word." It was Mori's father. Without so much as a greeting, despite grandfather being old enough to be his father, Mr. Lim frowned and curtly demanded to speak with him before turning and walking away. Grandfather followed. The adults often said that, aside from foreigners, there wasn't a single person in this fish market who hadn't borrowed money from Mr. Lim. Whether that was an exaggeration or not, there was certainly truth in it. Our family owed him money too. Grandfather and uncle walked through the market beneath the sideways glances of people pretending not to watch. They disappeared behind the fisheries cooperative building. Only after they vanished completely did the surrounding chatter gradually return. Uncle was the only one who continued staring after them. Beneath the brim of his old cap, which never lost its fishy smell no matter how many times it was washed, his deeply lined eyes remained fixed on the place where they had disappeared. Then, as though nothing had happened, his hands resumed their work. He prepared the next auction with mechanical precision, thrusting his thick, calloused hands into the pile of fish without a trace of hesitation. Hands that seemed incapable of feeling pain. I looked down at my own soft hands that had never sliced open a fish's belly. For some reason, they suddenly felt like hands stained with another person's blood. Quietly, with a strange sense of guilt, I slipped them into my jacket pockets. Chapter 2. My grandfather threatened to kill Ihyun. He slammed the long pole he always kept propped against the wall into the ground, shouting that he had to beat to death the bastard who didn't know his place and had brought shame upon his parents. "You little bastard. How dare you? How dare you even think you deserve her?" He wasn't really Co. Yihan's grandfather anymore. These days, he seemed more like Lim Mori's grandfather. "You've been sneaking around with Mr. Lim's daughter, haven't you? Were you trying to make this old man crawl on his knees in front of Mr. Lim like a criminal? You son of a bitch." The pole struck the ground again with a sharp crack. Who's sneaking around with who? Which bastard started that rumor? I'll rip his mouth apart. Ihyun Hyung wasn't the type to stay quiet either. Even from my room, I could picture him with the veins standing out on his neck as he shouted back. "Shut your damn mouth. Taking someone's precious daughter to a motel. Your mouth deserves to be ripped apart, you bastard." Mori and my Ihyun had been together since middle school. Around the time they entered high school, Mori's family began putting pressure on them after hearing the rumors. At first, they probably thought the relationship was just teenage romance that would eventually fade away, so they only showed their displeasure now and then. But after Ihyun finished his military service, that pressure gradually turned into real, practical threats. A few days earlier, after surfing together, I had gone home first while the two of them stayed behind. Ihyun didn't return until dawn. Apparently, someone had seen them entering a motel together and reported it to Mori's father. In this tiny fishing village, stories like that were irresistible gossip. People were always talking about who was cheating on whom, or whose spouse had run away after abandoning their family. You took his only daughter to a motel, and people saw you. How do you think Mr. Lim feels, you damned fool? No matter how hard you struggle, he'll never let you marry his daughter. Don't you get it yet? You're like a dog staring at the roof, chasing a chicken you'll never catch. Even without seeing it, I knew they had gone to the motel together. Ihyun hadn't dragged Mori anywhere. The conclusion might have been the same, but the difference between "they went together" and "he took her there" carried completely different meanings. Who asked him to give Mori to me? Is she his property? Just because she's his daughter doesn't mean he gets to hand her over. Stop talking nonsense. You think a family like theirs would ever give their daughter to someone like you? Grandfather believed Mori's parents opposed the relationship because our family had fallen on hard times. The truth was much more complicated. Grandfather, and everyone else in the village, didn't know Mori was an alpha. Aside from her family, only Ihyun and I knew. Alphas made up only about one person in every 1,000 across the country. Most of them lived in wealthy, highly educated cities. Statistically, this port town of 30,000 people should have around 30 alphas, but in reality, there were probably only 2 or 3. Even those were merely biological alphas, barely distinguishable from betas. Most ordinary people could live their entire lives without ever meeting a true alpha, the kind with powerful pheromones, overwhelming dominance, and exceptional reproductive ability like the glamorous protagonists in television dramas and movies. If someone like that were born here, they would almost certainly leave for a bigger city where they could take advantage of those gifts. This aging fishing village, where betas made up the overwhelming majority, wasn't welcoming to alphas or omegas. Female alphas and male omegas, in particular, faced harsh discrimination. To people here, they were simply unnatural mutants. That was why Mori's family had hidden the fact that she was an alpha. I didn't know exactly how strong her alpha traits were, but generally speaking, pregnancy between an alpha and a beta was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Because of that, her family wanted her to marry a male alpha and have children. They opposed Ihyun simply because he was a beta. If she had fallen in love with a female omega instead, someone in her family probably would have threatened suicide. As her family, they wanted her to live what they considered a smooth, respectable life without inviting criticism from others. In a way, I could understand them. The problem was that Mori herself wanted a life with Seo Yihan far more than she wanted a flawless life in other people's eyes. The next problem was that her family believed, with absolute certainty, that she would eventually regret her choice. It amazed me that people could be so confident about someone else's future when none of us could even predict our own. Look at your uncle. He insisted on marrying someone both families opposed, and look where that got him. Why waste your life on something that'll never work? You're not lucky enough to throw your future away. Don't you care about your grandfather breaking his back hauling fishing nets? Or your father? The moment grandfather mentioned father, I covered my ears. It didn't help. He had started digging up old family wounds that had nothing to do with the argument. What the hell does uncle have to do with this? Damn it. Can you even hear yourself? Something crashed to the floor, maybe a bucket or a wash basin, as Ihyun kicked it aside. You idiot. Listen carefully to your grandfather. Grandfather's voice suddenly changed. Until now he'd been shouting loudly enough for the neighbors to hear, but now his voice sounded tight and strained, as though someone were squeezing his throat. Only then did it feel like he had finally reached what he really wanted to say. If you don't listen, you have no idea what Mr. Lim will do to you. For his daughter's sake, he's the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to cripple someone like you. The only reason he's left you alone until now is because he didn't want to make his daughter cry. It's not because he couldn't. Listen to me. End it today. If you can't stay away from her, get on a deep-sea fishing boat for a year. Listen to your grandfather. You stubborn bastard. Mr. Lim. Around here, everyone called Mori's father Mr. Even though he wasn't a teacher or a respected professional. That alone showed how much influence he had. This wasn't just grandfather yelling out of anger anymore. After whatever conversation he'd had with Mr. Lim behind the fisheries cooperative building, he had become genuinely frightened. The argument ended only after Yihan stormed out of the house. But we were no longer children. We all knew this was only the beginning. They wouldn't stop. Mr. Lim would do everything he could to separate Mori and Yihan. Grandfather and uncle would try to force Yihan onto a fishing boat. In their minds, that was the right thing to do. That was what happiness looked like for Lim Mori and Seo Yihan. Or at least, they believed it was the only way to prevent unhappiness. Left behind with grandfather's endless cursing and uncle arguing back, I sat numbly in my room. When I first came to live here, this room had been a disaster. Clothes, comic books, and surfing magazines were scattered everywhere. Textbooks and workbooks that had never been opened leaned in unstable stacks on the low desk. Like another forgotten belonging, I had quietly settled into one corner. A few days later, I opened the window and cleaned everything. I arranged the comics and magazines in order, folded the clothes neatly by season and color, and organized the textbooks alphabetically. Whenever Ihyun messed everything up again, I cleaned it all over. There was only one thing I almost never touched: a photograph pinned to the wall. It showed two tiny figures surfing on a crimson sea beneath palm trees silhouetted against the setting sun. They were so small they looked no bigger than fingernails. Ihyun had torn the picture from a magazine years ago. It had been hanging there since the day I arrived 5 years earlier. He always said that someday he'd live somewhere like that. He never said who he'd go with. He didn't need to. In every future Ihyun imagined, Mori was simply there. The thought was so natural it never needed to be spoken aloud. I fixed my attention on the faded photograph, its corners curled with age. Bali. I quietly repeated the name of the distant place Ihyun had once taught me. Outside my room, grandfather had moved on from cursing Ihyun to cursing father and me for acting as though none of this had anything to do with us. I worried about Mori, but I didn't even dare send her a message. I was afraid my family would use it as another excuse to start a fight. Co Yihyun. Co Yihyun. Wake up. I didn't know when I'd fallen asleep. Still wearing the clothes I'd worn to the harbor, I was curled up on the bare floor. Ihyun was shaking my shoulder. In the darkness, his eyes seemed unusually bright. It was deep into the night. Only the faint glow of the sodium lamp above the gate reached the room. The house had gone completely silent. I could tell it was raining. There was almost no sound. Only the smell had changed. Hurry. Pack only what you need. He spoke quickly, keeping his voice low. Mori's waiting at Jae Hyung's office. From there, we'll take his car to Seoul. Jae Hyung owned a surfing school and was close to both Mori and Ihyun. Before enlisting, Ihyun had worked there as an instructor, and after his discharge, he occasionally taught classes there to earn some extra money. It was a plan we'd been making since high school. If things ever reached the point where there was no hope left, no possibility that anything would improve, we would run away. It felt strange that I was included in what was essentially an elopement, but from the very beginning, they had treated it as the most natural thing in the world. No one had ever forced me onto a fishing boat. No one had demanded that I break up with someone I loved. Yet that very absence was the reason I wanted to leave. I had no particular reason to go, but no reason to stay either. At first, it had only been a joke. Back in high school, we'd lie on the beach laughing as we came up with ridiculous escape plans straight out of a low-budget Hollywood movie. None of us imagined the day would actually come when we'd carry one out. Neither Ihyun nor I hesitated as we packed our backpacks. There was nothing in this house precious enough that we couldn't leave it behind. I stuffed a couple of striped t-shirts and some underwear into mine. After zipping up his backpack with his favorite comic book tucked inside, Ihyun paused in front of the photograph hanging on the wall. He carefully pulled it down, folded it in half, and slipped it into his jacket pocket. Although the row of houses facing the sea had been remodeled a few years earlier, the basic structure was still that of a traditional Korean home. We quietly slid open the wooden door and stepped onto the raised stone and cement veranda. Just as we'd expected, it was drizzling. The sea breeze brushed against the skin exposed beneath my clothes. It felt colder than usual, an unsettling chill that made the back of my neck tighten. We crossed the yard as the fine rain dampened our clothes. Instead of opening the gate, Ihyun motioned for us to climb over the wall. It wasn't very high, and it seemed better than risking the noisy creak of the gate. Just as we started toward the wall beside the entrance, the sliding door of the main house opened. The sound froze us in place. We slowly turned around. It was Father. In the darkness, broken only by the shapeless sound of the waves, Father sat inside the room with one hand still on the door, looking at us. Ihyun and I stood there in the middle of the night, each carrying a backpack in the rain. Anyone could see we weren't just stepping out for a walk. How will Father react? Sweat broke out across my forehead and down my back. My heart pounded so hard it felt ready to burst. At that moment, more than whether our escape would succeed, every ounce of my attention was fixed on Father's lips. It wasn't because we'd been caught. For the past 5 years, Father's silence had crushed every expectation I had, replacing hope with resentment until even that resentment had faded away. The silence was unbearable, and yet, I had become someone completely accustomed to it, soaked through by silence. Father. Hyung-ah, let's go. I didn't know how long we'd stood there in the rain. Ihyun rested a hand on my shoulder. It wasn't meant to hurry me. My Hyung understood exactly what I was thinking and how I felt. We gave up on climbing the wall and opened the gate instead. The iron gate, rusted by years of sea air and long overdue for oiling, groaned loudly as it swung open. Yeon stepped outside first. Then I followed. With a heart more reluctant than Lot's wife leaving Sodom, I looked back one last time. Where are you going? Don't go. In the end, Father never said a word. Chapter 3. The inside of the antique cabinet was packed full. Unless the client specifically requested otherwise, the standard procedure was to arrange everything according to the photos taken before unpacking. But even in the most generous interpretation, the photos of the cabinet's interior could only be described as a complete mess. No matter how valuable the collectibles were, they had been displayed in terrible condition. If the client had been present, we could have simply asked how they wanted everything arranged and followed their instructions. But today, the client was nowhere to be seen. We'd let ourselves into the old house using the door code to begin loading the belongings, and we'd done the same at the new house. Even now, with the move nearly finished, the client still hadn't appeared. Just arrange it however you think looks best. That was essentially the entirety of the client's request. Well, there was one exception. The paintings. Absolutely handle them with extreme care. It was the one instruction the client, who otherwise hadn't seemed particularly demanding during the contract process, had emphasized over and over again. The client, who had moved into an apartment overlooking the Han River with a spectacular view of Yudo's skyline, owned an astonishing number of expensive ornaments in addition to countless paintings. It was only a slight exaggeration to say that every available wall was covered with artwork, and one of the apartment's 4 rooms had been devoted entirely to storing paintings. At first, I'd assumed the client must be a painter, but despite owning so many works, there wasn't a single paintbrush or easel in sight. It was far more likely they were a passionate collector or worked in a related field. It had been a long time since I'd seen so many paintings in one place. These days, the only artwork I ever came across was the baby shark family painted along the steep road leading to my grandfather's house, or those angel wing murals people like to take pictures in front of. I don't know what this world's coming to. Can something like that really happen? While I was deciding where to place an elaborate porcelain doll dressed in 18th century clothing, I heard the foreman's excited voice behind me. He was probably reading the news on his phone. The foreman and the other 4 workers had already finished most of their assigned cleaning and organizing. They were sitting on the protective floor covering we'd laid down before moving the furniture, killing time while waiting for the client to arrive. Normally, the auntie who handled the kitchen and bathrooms was part of our team. But today, both she and the foreman's son and daughter-in-law had something urgent to deal with, and someone had to watch their grandson, who was just over 100 days old. So I was filling in for her. I'd always ranked near the top of my class in school, but I never went to college. I wasn't confident I could adapt well to office life, even at an ordinary company. And given the circumstances that had left me feeling like I was constantly being chased, becoming a full-time employee wasn't an option for now. That was how I ended up taking part-time work at a moving company. The foreman often scolded me, saying my height was wasted because I looked like I'd never done physical labor before. Still, he wasn't the type to be unreasonable or pick on people. I'd originally applied simply because it paid daily wages in cash, but since it was temporary work rather than a permanent position, I could choose my own schedule, and the pay was good. What happened? Something else. When the others asked curiously, the foreman began reading the article aloud, his voice full of indignation. Some alpha bastard got drunk and started causing trouble in a taxi. The driver got fed up and kicked him out in the middle of the trip. Drunk out of his mind, the guy wandered around until he ran into an Omega. And get this, that Omega cycle started earlier than usual that day. Her boss thought he was being considerate and let her leave work early so she could go home and take her medicine. Just hearing that much, I could already guess how the story ended. The other workers seemed to reach the same conclusion, because before the foreman even finished, they all expressed their sympathy. That bastard was kicking the seat and yanking the taxi door open while arguing with the driver. You can't really blame the driver for throwing him out halfway. And if her boss hadn't let her leave early, none of this would have happened. It's unbelievable how fate works. If even one little thing had been different. As the foreman lamented the cruelty of fate, I absent-mindedly straightened the hem of the porcelain doll's 18th century dress. When you think about it, alphas are no different from wild animals. Doesn't matter if they're handsome or smart. Just look at the things they end up doing on the news. If they can't control themselves with reason, can you even call them human? I've gone my whole life without meeting an alpha, and honestly, just knowing people can be controlled by hormones like that makes me uneasy. The second driver, who had worked alongside the foreman for nearly 30 years, spoke even more passionately than the foreman in condemning alphas. If the foreman was compassionate, the second driver was deeply righteous. Judging by the stories they'd told over the years, the two of them had gotten themselves involved in more than a few incidents because of it. It applies to ordinary people too, but especially alphas and omegas. If they don't have money, they lose their dignity and turn into beasts in an instant. Those suppressant drugs and treatments cost a fortune to maintain. Anyway, I just hope the victim's all right. And what are the chances of coincidences lining up like that? The world's full of things like that. The world really was full of unbelievable events. Coincidences piling on top of coincidences until something impossible actually happened. Like a truck crashing into someone who was crossing legally on a green light. Events so absurd and abrupt they wouldn't even seem believable in a movie or television drama. Magne, how's the kitchen? I'm finished, I answered while deliberately placing the porcelain doll holding a parasol slightly off-center. I'd actually finished quite a while ago. I was only pretending to stay busy because I wasn't comfortable joining in with the older Hyungs, all of whom were at least 15 years older than I was. The client's arriving in 10 minutes. Let's wrap things up so we can head home. The foreman stood, brushing the dust from his pants as he gathered up the protective floor, covering one last time. His voice was full of anticipation about finishing work rather than concern for the Omega in the news. The moment we'd packed away the cleaning supplies and sent everything down on the lift truck, the client finally arrived. They were obviously in a hurry. After apologizing for keeping us waiting, they handed the foreman an envelope and said it was for everyone to have dinner together. Dealing with clients was the foreman's responsibility, so I only gave them a quick glance. Dressed casually, but with unmistakable style, they didn't seem demanding at all. The inspection was brief as well. They simply opened doors and looked around, except for the room where the paintings were stored. While we waited for the elevator, everyone was praising today's client. Not just because of the dinner money, but because if every customer were like this, the job wouldn't be nearly so exhausting. Looks like they live here alone. They must be pretty successful. Seriously, even if they're renting instead of owning it, an apartment this size in this building has to be around 1.5 billion won. This place costs that much. The others all widened their eyes at the same time after hearing that from the youngest worker besides me, who was already in his 30s. 1.5 billion won. To me, it might as well have been 10 billion, or 100 billion, or even a trillion. It was simply an unimaginably enormous amount of money. We got a client who even gave us dinner money today. Guess we're lucky. Maybe we should all buy lottery tickets. Hyung, how much did they give us? I'm sick of pork belly and soju. If it's enough, let's eat something better tonight. Urged on by the second driver, the foreman pulled the envelope from his back pocket and was just about to open it. Ding dong. The sound of the apartment door unlocking came from behind us. The foreman hurriedly stuffed the envelope back into his pocket. Just a moment. Naturally, it was today's client calling us back. Who organized the kitchen? Everyone hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Had we made a mistake? Was there something they didn't like? The excitement about our unexpected dinner had vanished from everyone's faces. I calmly retraced everything I'd done. At the very least, nothing had been broken or misplaced. It couldn't be the worst-case scenario. Trying to reassure myself, I cautiously stepped forward. Our usual kitchen Andy couldn't come today, so I handled it. Instead of looking at the client's face, I kept my eyes lowered to their feet. They'd hurried after us wearing only stockings and a pair of house slippers. Well, as you can see, he's still young. The foreman awkwardly came to my defense. If there's something you weren't satisfied with. The client smiled and waved it off. No, it's not that. Would you like to work at my house? You're exactly my type. I couldn't understand what they meant. Only my lips moved soundlessly. Ah, that came out wrong, didn't it? I mean, your way of working is exactly my type. I've been so busy lately that my house has become a disaster. And I'm the kind of person who gets stressed when things aren't organized. It's so hard to find someone whose work I like. Then I opened the kitchen cabinets and... The client rambled on, their explanation mixed with complaints. Then, suddenly, they stopped speaking. Could you be Ihyun? C.O. Ihyun. From beneath the brim of my cap, I finally looked properly at the client's face. It was the first time that day I'd truly seen them. For me, it was like someone who had long since disappeared into the deepest shadows backstage, someone I'd completely forgotten, suddenly stepping back into the center of the stage. Chapter 4. The escape had been planned far more meticulously than I'd expected. Every step was carried out without involving anyone we knew directly. The vehicle that took us to Seoul was a 1-ton truck on the verge of being scrapped, borrowed through an acquaintance of the surfing shop owner. The plan was simple. We'd park the truck at a designated location in Seoul, and its owner, who would arrive later by express bus, would retrieve it. After that, a senior who had once been Yihan's squad leader in the military introduced us to a private investigation agency. We only stayed in a motel for the first 2 days. The agency quickly helped us secure a place to live. Although we'd left behind a letter making it clear that if anyone tried to find us before we contacted them, we'd resort to even more drastic measures, even self-harm. We couldn't ignore the possibility that they'd still ask around at Mori House. In fact, it was almost certain they would. To prepare for that, we needed professionals like the private investigation agency to help cover our tracks as thoroughly as possible. The agency's director, who was apparently an old hometown friend of Yihan's former squad leader, didn't look like someone in that line of work. If anything, the surfing shop owner looked much more like the head of a private investigation agency. Don't touch the money in your account. We'll handle it as it is. We'll just run it through a few layers and withdraw it later. We'll give you the equivalent amount in cash, so from now on, only use cash. No credit cards. You're not planning to use those, are you? These days, even ordinary people watch enough movies to know better. While grumbling that customers who watch too many crime films made his job harder by acting like experts, the agency director opened his safe, took out cash equal to everything Yihan and Mori had saved, and placed it on the table. The money Yihan had saved by spending almost nothing for the year between graduating high school and enlisting, combined with the allowance Mori had carefully accumulated from relatives since childhood, amounted to quite a substantial sum. What? Does it look like less now that you're seeing it in person? Should I count it out in 10,001 bills to make it seem bigger? The director smirked at us as we sat there, still stiff with tension. Even dressed in a neat business suit with perfectly groomed hair, moments like that made him seem more like someone from the underworld than an office worker. Relax. I'm kidding. 50,001 bills are much easier to store. But instead of hiding the money in a drawer or beneath the floor, we immediately used most of it to secure a place to live. It was a lot of money to us, but in Seoul, it was only enough to rent either a basement apartment or a rooftop room. Basements and rooftop rooms were equally miserable, freezing in winter and sweltering in summer. But we agreed that a rooftop room was better because at least it had sunlight. It was far from the subway station, and getting to the nearest bus stop meant climbing a long, steep flight of stairs. Even so, hearing the agency director assure us that we could probably live there for a year or two without anyone finding us filled us with relief. It meant our escape wouldn't end as nothing more than a childish act of rebellion. For now, that was enough. We had no extra money, so the tiny rooftop studio contained only a modular storage box for clothes, blankets, and a few essential kitchen utensils. Mori said she liked how empty it was because it made the room feel bigger. By then, we'd already been living there for about 3 weeks. Whether because our careful preparations had paid off or simply because luck was on our side, life was gradually settling into a routine with no signs of danger. Less than a week after moving in, I found part-time work with a moving company. Mori and Yihan had already found jobs as well. Something happened in Bali. Tucked away in a quiet residential neighborhood instead of an expensive downtown district, the cafe lived up to its name, evoking the carefree atmosphere of a tropical beach. The owner was the former squad leader who had introduced us to the private investigation agency. Yihan worked there as a kitchen assistant, while Mori handled the dining area. After dinner service ended each night, the owner let them take home whatever ingredients were left over, and Yihan would practice recreating the cafe's dishes at home. Sitting on the wooden platform that jutted out from the rooftop, drinking canned beer while eating whatever Yihan had cooked, and talking about our day had become one of our nightly routines. We were young, more than just young, and we hardly cared that the newlyweds downstairs fought like they were at war nearly every night, or that our shabby rooftop room would surely become an oven once midsummer arrived. Climbing all 62 steps every day was exhausting, but the nighttime view of Seoul from the rooftop wasn't cold or distant. The countless lights reminded me of squid fishing boats floating far out at sea, and somehow, of the starry night over the Rhone. Freedom, as though I'd been released from something. Vague anxiety, a strange excitement fluttering in my chest, the feeling that someone was still chasing us. Those emotions quietly intertwined within me during those days. So, who was she? Mori asked, clearly interested in the story I'd been telling about what had happened that day. She's my mom's friend's younger sister. She taught me art for a while when I was little. A subtle expression crossed both their faces at the mention of someone connected to my parents, but it disappeared just as quickly. You ran into her again like that? That's incredible. If you sent that story to a radio show, they'd probably give you a gift certificate. Mori scraped up the last spoonful of nasi goreng from her plate as she spoke. She was trying to lighten the mood, but Ihyun still looked a little tense. She said she'd heard about our family from my aunt. Really? Only then did Ihyun visibly relax before taking another sip of beer. She said she'd been working in Hong Kong and only came back to Korea about 4 years ago. She's working at a private gallery now. A gallery? If she taught you art and now works at a gallery, she must have always been involved in the art world. Mori swallowed her last bite before speaking. I guess so. She said she has 3 exhibitions scheduled back-to-back, so she's too busy to organize her place. When I went to help her move, her house was a complete mess. I answered while idly spinning the beer can in my hand, which was still about 1/3 full. I'd had a little more to drink than usual tonight. Maybe that was why my cheeks felt pleasantly warm despite the cool breeze. So, are you going to do it? Mori clearly hoped I'd accept Ms. Han's offer. I don't know yet. Yihan's response came instead, his concern obvious. He worried it might reopen old wounds. But seeing Ms. Han again hadn't been painful. The first emotion I'd felt upon recognizing her had been happiness. Her face wasn't tied to painful memories. Co Yihyun is basically a genius when it comes to organizing. It's not like she knows your situation and is trying to help you out. She just happened to need someone, and you happen to be the right person. If you're worried about causing trouble, don't. Turning her down for that reason would be ruder. Just follow your heart. Having finished her meal, Mori finally took the long-awaited gulp of beer she'd been saving. Yeah, I guess I should. That's what I said. But I still couldn't tell where my heart was leading me. Mori and I both have jobs now, and we're not hurting for money at the moment. Don't rush. Think it over and decide. Okay. The cafe owner seemed more cautious than Mori. People carried their wounds differently. The next morning, I had to be in Gwangjin-gu by 7. It was time to wrap things up so I could be ready for tomorrow. I needed to fall asleep before the newlyweds downstairs started another shouting match. The front door looked so flimsy that it seemed as though a reasonably strong man could knock it off its hinges with a few hard shakes, even if that wasn't actually true. Inside was a narrow kitchen just wide enough for 2 people to lie down side by side. Beyond the sliding door, which opened from both sides, was the main room. The head of the private investigation agency, showing us the place on behalf of the landlord who had moved back to his hometown somewhere in Jeolla province, proudly emphasized that it was a separate studio apartment. Mori and Yihan slept beyond the sliding door. I slept in the kitchen. That was how we laid out our bedding. The 2 of them had strongly objected, insisting there was plenty of room for all 3 of us in the main room, and accusing me of treating them like terrible people. But this much, at least, was something I wanted to protect. Even though they never acted like lovers in front of me, I knew their easygoing friendship wasn't the entirety of their relationship. Yihyun, just sleep in the room with us. I'm fine, you know. Leaning against the open sliding door, Mori repeated the same thing she'd said every night as she watched me spread out my bedding in the kitchen. Sitting on the soft new mat with my pillow in my arms, I deliberately looked up at her with a teasing smile. Sis. Yeah. I'm fine too. I'm sleeping here. Mori let out a quiet laugh. Then she smiled at me with gentle affection. Sweet dreams, cool Co Yihyun. With that, she disappeared beyond the sliding door. Still, we couldn't go on living like this forever with only a single door between us. It was fine while the weather was warm, but once autumn arrived, cold air would seep through that flimsy front door. I didn't want the 2 of them to keep feeling guilty or worrying about me. I knew their escape wasn't just about love. It was also their struggle to live life on their own terms. Even so, it bothered me that after finally winning the freedom they'd fought so hard for, they still couldn't even freely hold each other without worrying about me. I'd followed their lead this far. From now on, I needed to find my own path. Lying on my back with my fingers laced behind my head, I could hear Ihyun and Mori talking quietly beyond the sliding door, whose frosted glass was divided into chocolate-colored square frames. I couldn't make out the words. I told them I didn't know what I should do, but I understood perfectly well that this wasn't the time to be picky. If a job could earn me money, then I needed to start somewhere. Even after lying down and closing my eyes, the silence lingered. Without the sound of waves, I couldn't help realizing just how far we had come. Chapter 5. After spending every day drawing on my own, I decided around the 4th grade of elementary school that I wanted to attend an art academy. My parents signed me up right away. But once I started going, it wasn't very enjoyable. I wanted to learn how to express the things I wanted to draw in the way I imagined them. Instead, most of the time we smeared paint on our palms and stamped our sketchbooks, or the kids splashed water around with brushes and played with the water containers. After just 1 week, I announced that I didn't want to go anymore. My parents didn't question me. They simply said I didn't have to. Of course, we couldn't get back the remaining 3 weeks of tuition that had already been paid. At the time, I didn't realize how generous that decision was, considering our family's financial situation. Then a teacher came to my house to draw with me. A magician, a wizard. He didn't just teach me how to transfer the world I saw onto paper. He taught me how to see the world through the eyes of an artist. Every lesson with Ms. Han felt like an exciting adventure. The ordinary surroundings I thought I knew so well transformed into vivid pop-up cards exchanged at Christmas. I didn't just draw a tree. I drew the twisted roots pushing through the soil. I didn't just draw a house. I drew the shadow cast by the neighboring house across my own wall. The world was overflowing with things to draw, and even the things I saw today would become something new tomorrow. I drew with Ms. Han for about a year. Looking back now, I think he stopped teaching after graduating from college and moving to Hong Kong. That was already 10 years ago. Hyung and Mori seemed worried that seeing Ms. Han might bring back painful memories, but the memories he stirred were from an even earlier time, a time when the world was filled with adventure and mystery. Oh, I finally feel alive now that I've got something in my stomach. After neatly finishing the 12 pieces of sushi arranged inside the rectangular lunchbox, Ms. Han set down his wooden chopsticks and leaned back in his chair. I kept getting interrupted, so all I had was a kimbap roll around 3 o'clock. I've been starving ever since. He smiled sheepishly while explaining himself as I stuffed my mouth with sushi unlike anything I had ever tasted before. Take your time eating. Sorry, all I can offer you is store-bought food. No, it's fine. I've never had sushi this delicious before. Today marked the 5th day since I accepted his offer and started coming to Ms. Han's house. People said he was so busy he might leave the house wearing mismatched shoes, and that wasn't an exaggeration. Today was the first time I'd actually seen him since I started working here. He still hadn't completely finished work. He had only come home to pick up some materials, so he ate dinner while he was here. As soon as we finished, he had to head back to the gallery. It was already nearly 11 o'clock. You didn't go to college? Ms. Han asked carefully as he twisted open a bottle of mineral water. No. What about drawing? Do you still draw? No. The moment I recognized Ms. Han, the first thing I felt was happiness. The second was guilt. What I'd learned from him wasn't simply technique. It was the way to look at the world. The excitement and complete immersion I'd felt back then, as if an entirely new world had opened before me, still lingered somewhere inside me. That was why the guilt weighed so heavily. My eyes naturally dropped toward the floor. I'm sorry. Ihyun, don't say that. What do you have to apologize for? I was just curious how you've been doing. I haven't picked up a brush in quite a while either. He spoke so casually that it truly seemed unimportant, then raised the bottle and took a drink. That's a shame. I liked your paintings. I like yours too. This time he looked directly at me and smiled with a hint of mischief. Feeling awkward, I smiled back. That's just life. Circumstances change, and people change with them. I didn't quit because someone forced me to. I was simply exhausted by everything back then, so I wanted to throw myself somewhere completely new. Somewhere everything, from A to Z, was unfamiliar. Working at the gallery suited me. I found it rewarding, so I stayed. I'm very satisfied with my life now. It's the same in art as it is in sports. Only a handful of people with genuine talent are recognized. Everyone else either struggles endlessly on the fringes of the art world or convinces themselves they're artists while pretending. It's easy to end up like that. If I kept painting, I probably would have been the kind of artist who paid for my own exhibitions and asked acquaintances to buy my work. I don't regret my choice. There was no bitterness in his words. He truly meant them. But I couldn't say the same. I couldn't honestly say I had no regrets or lingering attachments. So I stayed silent, staring absent-mindedly at the 2 remaining pieces of sushi. The gallery's growing quickly now. For the first few years, I worked like crazy, just laying the foundation without seeing any real results. Mentally, it was tough. But now things are finally taking off. It's physically exhausting, but I'm having so much fun. You've got to row while the tide is with you. We've got 3 more exhibitions scheduled next month, so I'll probably stay this busy until the end of it. I'm really glad I ran into you. Otherwise, I'd still be stressed out even after coming home. Ms. Han ran a hand through his neatly styled hair as though the thought alone exhausted him. I'm not really doing much. Coming home to a place that's clean and organized, where everything's exactly where it belongs, that's already more than enough. There wasn't any cooking or laundry for me to do. I couldn't cook anyway. My job was simply cleaning and organizing. The house was large and filled with paintings and decorations of every size, so it took time, but none of the work was especially difficult. If my effort was genuinely helping Ms. Han, then I was glad. Once we're done with these exhibitions, let's sit down and really catch up. I want to go there too. What happened in Bali? In case someone tried tracing us through Ms. Han, I'd already given him a rough explanation of our situation. Yeah, next time, let's definitely go together. It's a great place. We each ate one of the last 2 pieces of sushi before getting up from the table. I'll drive you on my way back to the gallery. Let's leave together. No, it's okay. I'll clean up first, and then head home. I can take the bus. Ms. Han checked the time on his watch before lightly pinching my cheek across the table. Let's clean up together and go in my car. You'll barely make the bus. Before I could refuse, one of the 2 cell phones lying on the table rang loudly. Sorry, is it too loud? I keep the ringtone turned up in case I miss something important. Just give me a second. While he turned slightly away to answer the call, I quickly started clearing the table. Since everything came in disposable containers, cleaning up was easy. Yeah, what is it, Mr. Yoon? Huh, why is that old man always so fixated on pointless things? Yooni, can you? No, you're setting up the display right now. Fine, I'll deal with Mr. Yoon myself. Just ignore any calls from him and focus on the exhibition. Yeah, I'll take responsibility. Even before I quit drawing, I'd never known much about how galleries operated or what went on behind the scenes in the art world. Judging by Ms. Han's lifestyle, though, it certainly wasn't easy. Another problem seemed to have broken out at the gallery. As I rinsed out the lunch containers, I was at least relieved he'd managed to finish his meal. Ihyun, what should I do? Something urgent came up at work, so I have to leave right away. Sorry, I said I'd drive you. Just take a taxi instead, okay? Standing at the sink, I turned around after shaking the water from the containers. As if out of habit, Ms. Han stood with one hand on his hip while the other fiddled with his eyebrow, biting his lip. Then his eyes landed on me. There was a faint look of hope on his face. You said you don't have any moving jobs tomorrow, right? Still holding the containers, I nodded awkwardly. Ms. Han strode over and grabbed my damp hand. Ihyun, please save me. No, please save my staff. Gallery Phantom. The somewhat grandly named gallery stood halfway up the hill leading toward Mount Bukak, behind the Hanok village. The property itself wasn't especially large, but compared with the charming buildings around it, the 2-story structure was fairly impressive. During the drive, Ms. Han had explained the general situation. He assured me the work I'd be doing was simple labor that required no special skills, so there was nothing to worry about. Even so, as I followed him through the heavy front doors that gave the building a cool, refined atmosphere, I wasn't sure how much help a complete outsider like me could really be. Just do whatever the staff asks. It may have been 10 years since I last saw you, but after seeing how you take care of my house, I already know everything I need to. Anyone can handle the simple labor, so don't worry. Okay. He lightly patted my back as we crossed the small entrance hall with its high ceiling and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. The staircase was broad and finished in an elegant ivory white material. It looked so pristine that I found myself stepping carefully. Manager, Mr. Yoon is. I'll handle Mr. Yoon from here. Here, I brought you a present. Placing me in front of him, Ms. Han gently pushed me forward with both hands on my shoulders. The woman who suddenly found herself face to face with me simply looked up without saying a word. Her expression clearly asked what was going on. I wasn't much less confused. The second floor was divided by white partition walls that twisted in different directions like a small maze. Around the corners, I caught glimpses of artwork hanging throughout the gallery. The entire space was overwhelmingly white. The partitions were white. Even the floor matched the pale ivory of the staircase. Above the partitions, the exposed ceiling stretched high overhead in the same color. Amid all that white, the person standing before me was dressed entirely in black. Her short hair, dyed an even deeper black, her puff-sleeved blouse, the sweatpants that didn't match it at all, her slippers, and even her oversized glasses were all black. Naturally, my gaze settled on the top of her head. She was petite, but her presence was striking. Even the eyes behind those thick lenses were sharply defined and pitch black. Her gaze held neither warmth nor hostility. It simply questioned who I was. This is the friend I told you about, the one helping me take care of my new house. I asked him to lend us a hand at the gallery just for today. He's capable, so he'll be a big help. That answered her silent question. She shrugged and looked away. One more pair of hands is better than none. Manager, please hurry and deal with Mr. Yoon. My phone's about to explode. All right, I'll take care of it now. Where's Juin? He went downstairs to bring up the work from Zone C. That was all. The woman with the short black hair returned to what she'd been doing, while Ms. Han hurried off to deal with the troublesome Mr. Yoon. He clearly had far more confidence in my social skills than I did. Without looking up from the temporary workbench where she was cutting something with scissors, the woman spoke quickly. Sorry to ask you for something the moment we meet, but I'm really busy right now. Could you go down to the basement and help move some artwork? Open that door and head downstairs. There's a bundle of firewood struggling around in the storage room. Ask him what needs doing and help him. This didn't seem like the kind of situation where I could afford to stand around feeling awkward. Following her directions, I opened the white door marked staff only and stepped inside. At the bottom of the narrow staircase, I found the storage room in the basement. The heavy steel security door stood wide open, so there was no trouble finding the person she'd mentioned. In the spacious room, just as white as the gallery above, I immediately spotted a man dressed entirely in black from head to toe, just like her. Chapter 6. A man about my height, perhaps a little taller, with a lean build and unusually long arms and legs, stood with his back to me, busily moving between the neatly arranged paintings. His heavy lace-up work boots, the kind a punk rock band member might wear, immediately caught my eye. Excuse me. Ack. Shit, you scared me. I thought I'd made enough noise coming down the stairs, but he must have been completely absorbed in his work because he hadn't heard me. Even though I called out carefully, he jumped in surprise and nearly stumbled. When he turned around, his face was just as distinctive as his clothes. It was hard to say whether he was handsome or unattractive. His perfectly straight-cut bangs hung low enough to brush against his eyes, making his unique appearance even more memorable. He had one of those faces you'd never forget after seeing it once. The woman upstairs had 2 or 3 facial piercings, but this man wore even more. His exposed ears were lined with rings of different sizes, like the spirals of a notebook, and he had piercings in his eyebrows, nose, and lips as well. A thin chain connected the ring in the center of his lower lip to the one in his eyebrow. Neither the woman upstairs nor the man standing in front of me looked anything like what people usually imagine gallery staff to be. Not even close. Yet the two of them shared an unmistakably similar atmosphere. They looked like 2 black figures outlined with a felt-tip pen inside an entirely white space. The man stopped working and looked at me with his hands on his hips. He seemed a little intimidating, as though he were waiting for me to explain why I was there. Section Chief Han sent me. The employee upstairs told me to come down to the basement and help. Ah, really? I thought. He fiddled with the piercing in his lip, looking a little embarrassed after being startled. Our CEO always says there's a ghost down here. I'm sorting out the paintings that need to be moved upstairs. Whenever I find one on the list, bring it over here. He pointed toward the paintings gathered near the entrance before leading me farther inside. He checked the list and identified the section where each painting was stored. A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3. Everything was systematically organized, making the paintings easy to locate. The only challenge was the time and physical labor involved. Whenever he found a painting, I carried it to the entrance. While I was doing that, he searched for the next one. We repeated the process over and over. So, what's your relationship with Section Chief Han? She wouldn't hire someone from a part-time job site this late at night. We hadn't exchanged any small talk while working, but after checking the paintings we'd gathered one last time, he finally asked me a personal question. I'm the housekeeper at her new home. She said the gallery was busy today and asked me to come help. Ah, so you're the housekeeper she recently hired. I nodded as he studied my face again. I didn't realize you were this young. What's your name? Even if we're only working together for one night, we should at least know each other's names. I'm Kwon Juin, C.O. Ihyun. He was kneeling in front of a painting while I held the edge of the canvas to keep it from tipping over. We shook hands a little belatedly. We're only working together for one day, so let's just call each other Juin and Ihyun. I nodded in agreement. He brushed the dust off his knees and stood up. Now it was time to move the paintings upstairs. There were 24 in total, including several large pieces that looked well over 120 in size. Since they were works that would be exhibited and sold starting tomorrow, we decided to carry everything together except for the smallest pieces. I may not look it, but you seem just as skinny as I am. These are pretty heavy. Whatever you do, don't drop them. Seriously, be careful. If you do, our CEO won't let you live, Ihyun. We took our places on opposite sides of the first canvas. As though imagining the scolding he would receive from the CEO, Juin gave me a light warning, but he was the one who visibly shuddered. He climbed the stairs first, and I carefully followed behind him. The exhibition hall was on the second floor, so we had to climb quite a few steps from the basement. When we reached the landing between the first and second floors, Juin signaled for us to stop. Do you work out? You're stronger than you look. You're fine. I used to work part-time for a moving company. His eyes wandered over me again, as though searching for signs of hard physical labor. We weren't all that different in build, but I'd spent almost every day recently carrying heavy loads up and down stairs. It wouldn't have been strange if I'd gotten used to it. If it's too heavy, should I carry it from the top next time? It seems harder for you walking backward. No, it's not that it's heavy. I've already moved about 30 paintings today. I'm not usually like this. Let's keep going. Still breathing unevenly, Juin lifted the painting again with his long, slender arms, the joints standing out sharply beneath his skin. The moment we reached the second floor and carefully set the painting down, he collapsed onto the floor. I can't do this anymore. I moved 30 paintings by myself today. My legs are shaking. He shouted dramatically and pounded the floor while lying flat on his back. The woman with the bobbed hair didn't even glance at him. She simply began unpacking the painting we'd just brought up. It was a hyper-realistic work depicting stacks of old books. Judging by the texture of the cut surfaces, it didn't appear to have been created with paint alone. Over there. See the paper marked number 1? It goes on that wall. Let's lift it together. She wasn't particularly tall, but she carried herself with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was doing. She clearly had no trouble judging whether she could handle a canvas based on its size. As expected, the two of us lifted the painting without any difficulty. It was about as tall as I was. Just as the foreman had said, jobs like this weren't purely about strength. Skill mattered too. Baek Yuni, you're seriously strong. When did you finish hanging everything in Zone B by yourself? I told you to leave it. Still lying on his back and staring at the ceiling, Juin merely turned his head to watch us. Come to think of it, the messy area beside where she'd been working when we'd first arrived had already been cleaned up completely. I only did what I could. You two can finish the rest later. I need to match the captions for the works in Zone B. Okay. Despite declaring that he couldn't move another step, Juin sprang back to his feet, as though fully recharged. He grabbed a bottle of sports drink from the temporary workbench and twisted off the cap. I wasn't particularly thirsty, but when he offered me one, I took a few sips. But did you even introduce yourself to Ihyun? You didn't, did you? You just started giving orders the moment you saw her. She was arranging the captions, each listing the title, materials, and year of the artwork, in her own carefully planned order. At his words, she paused and looked at me. It might have been my imagination, but she seemed just a little apologetic. Baek Uni. Co Ihyun. It sounded as stiff as the beginner English sentences. This is a pencil. That is a desk. Watching our painfully formal greeting, Juin chuckled from across the room, his shoulders shaking with laughter. It's kind of fun watching two shy people try to introduce themselves. Call each other Uni and Yihyun. That's what we decided to do too. It wasn't surprising that he'd judged me to be shy. I certainly didn't look like someone who was naturally outgoing. I was aware of that much. But hearing him describe her that way was unexpected. Could someone with such a bold, unmistakable presence ever feel like the only person drifting alone among a crowd, the way I often did? It was difficult to imagine. Shut up. If I wanted to, I could become the god of socializing. That's true. Though you're less of a god and more of a machine. You don't have a soul when you're selling. Uni was looking down at the captions, and the two of them were too busy talking to notice. But I was standing facing the staircase. I couldn't help noticing the newcomer. First came a glimpse of soft, lightly fluttering hair. Then a face with striking, sharply defined features appeared. A man in a stylish suit strode quickly into the second-floor lobby. He was very, very tall and dazzling. What else would I pour my soul into if not sales? The artists are the ones who put their souls into the artwork. Uni replied sharply as she placed the final caption in position. The large man was now standing directly in front of the workbench where we had gathered. Well said. He joined the conversation with a warm smile. CEO. Uni's face lit up as she called out to him. So that was the gallery's CEO, the one Juin had mentioned, the one who teased him by saying there was a ghost in the basement storage. He was incredibly tall. His physique was impressive as well, yet his proportions were so sleek that his broad shoulders and towering height never looked cumbersome. At first glance, his features seemed almost foreign, but from up close, there was a subtle hint of Eastern heritage. Ah, why are you only getting here now? You know those two. They wouldn't let me leave because of a reservation. He was an extraordinarily tall, extraordinarily handsome man. His exotic appearance, one that seemed possible only for someone of mixed heritage, gave him an almost glamorous, otherworldly presence. It separated him from everyone around him. For the first time in my life, I found myself thinking, so this is what it means to be someone people can't help looking at, instead of someone who spends their life looking at others. Is this what a golden alpha is like? Chapter 7. So, did you secure the reservations? Ms. Uni looked ready to grab the man by the collar if he came back saying he hadn't. I got 3. Here's the reservation list, so please put up the sold-out signs. Taking the list from him, Ms. Uni beamed as though the sales profits from those pieces were going straight into her own pocket. She tucked the memo he'd handed her into a notebook that seemed twice as thick from being stuffed with receipts and documents. The two of us thought we were going to die. We still haven't finished moving the paintings for Section C. And artist Yoon keeps making a fuss, saying he doesn't like the order in the pamphlet. Yeah, I heard. You're working hard. Manager Han will deal with artist Yoon. So let's just finish this. Let's wrap it up within 3 hours. After glancing at the watch on his wrist, the man's gaze shifted to me. It was the look of someone who had finished discussing everything important and was finally taking the time to identify the stranger who had been standing here all along. I had been stealing glances at him as though I'd discovered a fascinating new species, but the moment our eyes might have met, my gaze dropped to the back of his neck. Manager Han brought him here a little while ago. He's helping out just for today. Yihyun, this is our CEO. Even without looking at him directly, his gaze was difficult to endure. It held no consideration for how I felt. It examined me as thoroughly as it pleased, from every angle, tightening around my entire body. Hello, I'm CO Yihyun. I forced the greeting out, dragging my voice from where it wanted to shrink away. I wasn't an especially outgoing person, but there was a difference between feeling awkward around new people and feeling intimidated. Right now, I was cowering. Assuming the man was an alpha, I couldn't tell whether this unfamiliar tightness came from an alpha's pheromones, which I'd never experienced before, or simply from the overwhelming presence of someone whose confidence had been built through years of experience. As far as I knew, though, betas couldn't normally detect an alpha's pheromones at all, especially the faint traces they gave off when they weren't en route. If I were still living in that fishing village, I never would have immediately assumed that someone so striking and intimidating was an alpha. But here, it was entirely possible. I suddenly found myself desperately wanting the sports drink Juin had given me. Even though I was still holding it, I couldn't bring myself to open it. How do you know Manager Han? The question came at the end of a gaze that felt as though it were slowly tightening around me. His voice was completely different from the one he'd used with Juin and Yuni. It was flat and rigid. There was even a trace of undisguised hostility. I work as a housekeeper at Manager Han's home. At the edge of my vision, the corner of his mouth twitched. He seemed displeased by the connection I'd revealed. Fortunately, the questioning ended there. He looked away from me, removed his jacket, and draped it over a chair beside the makeshift work table. As he rolled up his shirt sleeves, he listened to Ms. Yuni's brief report on their progress. The work assignments changed. The man and Juin would transport the artwork, while I would help Ms. Yuni on the second floor. The moment the man disappeared downstairs with Juin, the tense atmosphere dissolved. It felt as though the room had finally filled with enough oxygen. Only then did I realize my shoulders had sagged and every muscle in my body had been stiff. After I drank half the sports drink in one go, Ms. Yuni held out a roll of thick double-sided tape. Shall the two shy people do their best? The work went smoothly. We attached all the labels beside the artwork in Section B, then hung the pieces for Section C as soon as they were brought up from the basement. After we finished arranging everything through Section D, scraps of packaging and other trash littered the exhibition hall floor. While everyone else continued preparing for tomorrow's guests, I was put in charge of cleaning up. By the time both the first and second floors finally looked presentable, Manager Han returned with food. With dawn nearly breaking, it felt more like an early breakfast than a late-night meal. We gathered around the large table in the first-floor office with sandwiches and coffee, everyone chatting about which sandwich they wanted. Even with Manager Han, the only person I knew here, present, I didn't feel any more at ease than before. It was probably because of the man whose presence overshadowed everyone else while quietly excluding me from the space around him. Someone like that really existed. Without even looking at someone, without speaking to them, he could make them feel as though they were trapped behind a wall of glass, isolated all alone. It wasn't the same as simply being ignored. He continuously projected a cold, uncomfortable distance toward me. Manager, Yihyun's a good worker. Compared to when Kwon Juin first started, I'd believe you if you told me he already had experience. The compliment from Ms. Yuni, who didn't seem capable of giving empty praise, brought me a small measure of comfort. Beck Yuni, weren't you ever a tadpole? Nope. I was born a frog. Right, CEO? Yuni skipped the tadpole stage. That's why I recruited her. The man nodded while eating an avocado sandwich. He really was a kind boss to his employees. After nearly 5 hours of non-stop work, he looked far more disheveled than when he'd first appeared in the second-floor gallery. His unusually soft-looking hair refused to stay in place, strands falling over his forehead. His shirt and trousers were wrinkled, and fatigue showed clearly around his eyes and cheeks. Even so, he didn't look shabby, just a little tired. And because of that, a little more sensitive, a little fiercer. Thank you, Yihyun. If you hadn't been here, we probably would have pulled an all-nighter, washed up at a nearby hotel, and gone straight to the opening. If I hadn't met you, I don't know what I would have done. Manager Han, sitting beside me, rested her temple against my shoulder and pretended to cry. Maybe I was imagining it, but the man's gaze from across the table suddenly felt sharper. No, it probably wasn't my imagination. He made no attempt to hide the exclusiveness he felt toward me. You're tired, aren't you? Do you want to take your sandwich home and eat it there? Perhaps because of all the mental strain, I wasn't sleepy even though it was long past my usual bedtime. That didn't mean I wasn't physically exhausted. I was too tired to refuse Manager Han's offer. I had just slipped the sandwich into my bag and was about to say goodbye when Ms. Yuni, seated diagonally across from me, suddenly sprang to her feet. Yihyun, could you come help again during tomorrow's event? It seemed the idea had only just occurred to her, because she looked surprised by her own words. She removed her glasses and set them on the table, revealing dark eyes that remained remarkably clear despite having worked through the entire night. Why? We've managed fine with this crew until now. She whipped around to glare at the man, her bobbed hair swinging with the movement. From where I stood, I could only see her cheek, but I imagined she was staring daggers at him. Until now, we've barely been surviving. And CEO, if I may say so, I think the current schedule is downright inhumane. The man pressed his lips together before giving a resigned shrug. Everyone except him looked at me expectantly. I'd stopped halfway through slinging my bag over my shoulder. Unable to answer immediately, I looked from one face to the next. Juin, seated beside the man, held up a single index finger with an exaggerated, pleading expression. Manager Han simply watched me with a gentle smile. If you're tired or already have plans, it's completely fine to say no. But if, by any chance, you're willing, as long as I don't have to deal with the guests, I'll help. I'm not very good at that sort of thing. I wasn't sure why I agreed. Maybe it was because something in Manager Han's face reminded me of the past. Maybe being surrounded by art and helping with an exhibition for the first time in so long had stirred something inside me without my realizing it. Or maybe it was simply the pride of being 22 years old and discovering that I could be useful to someone, even in a small way. But there was one reason so obvious that I couldn't lie to myself about it. The moment I saw the man eating his sandwich with an expression that said he couldn't care less what decision I made, a small spark of defiance rose inside me. It wasn't especially powerful, but it wasn't so weak that I could pretend it didn't exist. Wearing that same indifferent expression, as though none of it concerned him as long as his employees had made their own decision, the man quietly finished his sandwich and coffee while I was given my schedule for the following day. When I left the office, he merely gave me a slight nod from his seat beyond everyone else's shoulders. Before I even had the chance to return the gesture, his gaze had already moved away. The moment I climbed into the taxi and the door closed behind me, reality came rushing back. The song playing on the radio, the driver humming along, the scenery passing outside the window. Everything demanded that I accept it as real. It felt as though, if I asked the taxi to turn around and went back, a place called Gallery Phantom would already have vanished without a trace. Chapter 8. The VIP opening began at 3 p.m. Uni explained the surprisingly late opening time. Our gallery's primary clients are major figures in the fashion and entertainment industries. If we opened in the morning, no one would show up. Most of them don't even start their day until around noon. It made sense. I didn't know who today's biggest celebrities were, had never picked up a fashion magazine, and lived far removed from trends and style. Even so, I understood that people in those industries often kept unusual schedules. Still, I found it a little strange that the gallery's main clientele came from the fashion and entertainment worlds. Those industries were closely connected to each other, but they didn't seem especially related to a fine art gallery. Had the traditionally conservative and elitist art world changed so much while I'd been living like a hermit in a fishing village that galleries now relied on celebrities and fashion insiders as their primary customers? From a conventional perspective, Uni and Juin looked more like models or designers than gallery staff, explaining the expressive power of brushstrokes or the beauty of negative space in front of traditional paintings. Today, both of them were dressed head to toe in black with punk-inspired outfits. Since today was reserved for VIP guests, I had expected them to wear something more formal, like other curators. Instead, it was the opposite. If anything, they'd put even more effort into their appearance than yesterday. They wore more piercings and accessories, and their makeup perfectly matched their outfits. It was obvious that today was considered a special occasion. After carrying all the pamphlets that had just arrived from the print shop into the office and separating those for the main exhibition from the ones to be handed out today, I asked something that had been on my mind since yesterday. It seems Phantom gives its staff a lot of freedom when it comes to dress code. Juin, who had just returned after placing a stack of exhibition pamphlets on the windowsill, chuckled as if he'd been expecting the question. "You mean our gallery?" I nodded. Our gallery has a pretty unusual policy. Dressing neatly or simply is fine, but boring outfits aren't. Our biggest clients come from fashion and entertainment. After all, if we want to appeal to them, the staff have to show some sense of style too. That's the CEO's philosophy. So the art world itself hadn't necessarily become more open-minded. It was simply a characteristic unique to Phantom. If that weren't the case, Kwon Juin would have failed his interview. Yuni spoke as she walked past our table after checking on the catering preparations. Who's the one that dragged someone who didn't even want to interview into the interview? Juin protested as he turned toward her, sounding genuinely wronged. Yuni didn't even react. Her phone, which had been ringing almost non-stop since I'd arrived that morning, started ringing again. Juin immediately turned back around and resumed putting pamphlets into plastic sleeves. He gave up surprisingly quickly. It's great for us, though. We don't have to separate our work clothes from what we wear outside work, and the gallery regularly covers our clothing expenses. I understood why there wasn't a strict dress code if most of the clients came from the entertainment and fashion industries. Still, I couldn't help wondering how a fine art gallery had ended up attracting so many people from those fields in the first place. It wasn't the kind of mystery that would keep me awake at night, though, so I simply nodded. You know, there are lots of alphas and omegas in the entertainment industry. You'll definitely have plenty to look at today. I could probably match only 1 or 2 famous celebrities with their names these days. But if I recognized anyone, it would at least give Mori and Hyung something to talk about over beer later. Juin told me to look forward to seeing celebrities, alphas, and omegas at today's event. Personally, though, I couldn't imagine anyone looking more alpha-like than Phantom CEO. Even if he weren't an alpha, or even a beta, he perfectly embodied what an ordinary person like me imagined a golden alpha to be. It wasn't simply because of his striking features, which looked almost foreign while still retaining a hint of Eastern heritage. He was one of those mixed-race people whose Western features were much stronger. I hadn't actually confirmed whether he was mixed race, but judging from his face and eyes, it seemed biologically impossible for him to be entirely East Asian. It was the atmosphere surrounding him that was impossible to describe. I could draw it if someone asked me to, but putting it into words would be much harder. It wasn't simply that he seemed more impressive or more magnificent. It wasn't even the feeling that he belonged to another race. Even if an impossibly beautiful foreigner stood before me, they would still feel like just another person. He didn't. The first thought that came to mind whenever I looked at him was, what exactly is this person? It was the kind of quiet shock that caught you off guard. If those sensual lips, with their slightly upturned upper lip, ever parted, it almost felt as though some beautiful alien language, something closer to music than speech, would come flowing out. He didn't seem particularly approachable. Even so, I couldn't deny the curiosity he inspired. My eyes naturally drifted back toward him again and again. Was he an especially extraordinary golden alpha? Or did all alphas possess that kind of overwhelming presence? As Juin had said, after seeing more alphas at today's party, I'd probably be able to judge for myself. After moving all the bag pamphlets to the temporary reception desk on the second floor and returning to the office, I found Ms. Han chatting with Yuni. I smiled brightly as I walked over. Ms. Han smiled back and gently brushed my bangs aside. Where's the CEO? She asked Yuni. He had lunch with Inwoo. He said they'd come straight here afterward. Then we're basically ready. Phew. I really thought this schedule was impossible, but somehow we pulled it off. It's actually more relaxed than usual. Having just one extra person makes a huge difference. Ms. Han wrapped an arm around my shoulder and proudly asked Yuni and Juin to admit that I'd been a tremendous help. As though they'd been waiting for the opportunity, the two of them immediately insisted that the gallery desperately needed more staff. As long as the catering upstairs finished on time, everything would be ready for the 3 p.m. opening. We gathered around the table with the coffees Ms. Han had bought and enjoyed one last quiet moment before the event began. Yuni and Juin will take turns helping guests. Sometimes visitors ask questions about the artwork, and neither the CEO nor I will be available. If things get busy, both of them might have to leave the reception desk. Ihyun, all you have to do is hand out the pamphlets. I wasn't particularly skilled at customer service, but I wasn't shy either. I figured I could manage that much. What if I can't smile or act friendly? It's fine, it's fine. Your expressionless face has its own charm. Customers will probably like it even more. Don't worry. Ms. Han's encouraging words gradually trailed off. The smile slowly disappeared from her face. Moments later, her expression twisted as though she'd swallowed something bitter. I'm unbelievable. I knew it. I knew things were going too smoothly. The three of us stared at her as she rubbed both hands over her face and muttered to herself. The editor-in-chief of Monsieur A left the book he just published in the bathroom. I kept it with me until this morning because I had to pretend I'd read it. Seriously, what's wrong with me? The moment she finished blaming herself, Yuni stood up. I'll take a taxi and buy another copy. It'll only take about 30 minutes round trip. We absolutely need that book, Yuni. No matter how convincingly I pretend I've read it, it'll fall apart if I don't actually have it. He's the type to brood over something like this for months. Ms. Han sounded almost hysterical. By then, Yuni was already taking her wallet from her desk. After a brief hesitation, I stood up and gently caught her arm. I'll go. I glanced at Uni before looking at the clock on the pillar beside the window. There wasn't much time left before 3. If you're gone, the gallery will practically stop functioning. If I'm away for a while, nothing terrible will happen. I'll go. All right. Please. It was completely different from yesterday, when she'd assigned me work before even introducing herself. Now she looked genuinely reluctant to ask a temporary helper to take on an unexpected errand. The apologetic expression on her face made me smile as naturally as I could. I finally understood what Jun had meant when he said the two of us were both awkward around strangers. After receiving the book information on my phone, I hurried out of the office. Behind me, I could hear Yuni gently scolding Ms. Han while Ms. Han wailed dramatically, begging for forgiveness. Just as Yuni had said, there was a large bookstore about 10 minutes away by taxi. When I was in middle school, my friends and I had come here a few times under the excuse of buying textbooks, when we really just wanted to hang out. The store had been completely renovated since then, and the interior looked nothing like I remembered. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to admire it. Finding the book was easy. Buying it was easy too. The problem was catching a taxi back. It was a holiday afternoon in the middle of the city, and traffic was heavy. Only after Yuni texted to say there was still plenty of time before the author arrived did I finally relax enough to lean back in my seat. The return trip was even more congested than the ride over. The area around Phantom was packed with stylish cafes and restaurants, and the narrow streets were crowded with people enjoying the holiday. I kept glancing between the paper bag containing the book and the scenery outside, growing increasingly anxious as I tried to judge how close we were. When we were about 10 meters from the gallery, a large vehicle turning into Phantom's parking lot caught my attention. It wasn't the sort of car you saw every day. It was enormous. Yet despite its imposing size and rigid, authoritative lines, it possessed an unmistakable elegance rather than clumsiness. Even someone who knew nothing about cars could tell it was an exceptionally expensive luxury vehicle. Imported sedans weren't unusual, but this one had a much larger frame than most SUVs, and its dignified appearance reminded me of an official state vehicle. It naturally commanded attention. It might have been a hasty assumption. Even so, I had a feeling I already knew who owned it. Chapter 9. It was still a bit of a drive to Phantom, but I had the taxi stop in front of a small Hanok-style cafe. The man who stepped out after parking in the small lot in front of the main gate, which had room for only 4 or 5 cars, was, as expected, Phantom's CEO. His hair was neatly parted, revealing the elegant line of his long neck. He wore a wide-collared shirt beneath a lightweight suit, and his softly waved hair fell naturally around his face. Dressed in a sky-blue suit a shade darker than his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses for the moment, he looked even more striking than he had yesterday, yet far more relaxed. He reminded me of the stylish Italian men from an old movie I'd seen, heading out for a weekend picnic in the countryside. Though he wore a suit, he didn't look stiff. He looked comfortable without appearing casual. The weather is ridiculously nice. Being trapped inside a windowless gallery all day, forcing social smiles. You owe me an expensive meal for this. You're acting like you're doing this for me. Stop exaggerating. Another man climbed out of the passenger seat, grumbling, and the CEO replied without hesitation. The passenger was also wearing dark sunglasses. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but unmistakably Korean. I hesitated near the entrance, wondering whether I should quietly go inside first and pretend not to know them or wait until they entered. Before I could decide, both of them looked my way. I gave them a brief bow. I don't recognize him. Who is he? Your new boyfriend. The passenger showed far more interest in me than the CEO did, asking the question without the slightest restraint. The CEO frowned immediately. I'd need to have a boyfriend before I could have a new one. What? I heard Wiqun turns into the sweetest boyfriend in bed. The teasing made him snort. It was only a snort, but it sounded as though he'd genuinely heard something amusing. So that's the rumor going around? That I'm sweet. He handed his keys to the valet, who had been hired just for today's event, removed his sunglasses, and tucked them into his jacket pocket. Then whoever said that clearly never slept with me. A faint smile still lingered at the corner of his lips. It wasn't an innocent smile. It was the smile of someone who enjoyed discovering another person's weakness rather than taking offense at their rudeness. There were only about 10 steps between them and me. I briefly considered slipping inside and leaving them to continue talking without me, but he was still the owner of the gallery where I'd come to work. So, not your boyfriend then? The passenger walked around the front of the car, casually rubbing his shoulder. He removed his sunglasses, absent-mindedly held one temple between his teeth, looked me over, and asked again for confirmation. He was also tall, well-built, and handsome by anyone's standards. But unlike the CEO, he didn't have that strange, almost unreal aura that made me wonder if he was even human. At least this man felt like someone from the same world as me. Just someone with much better looks. Haven't you figured out my type by now? As though the conversation had already gone on too long, the CEO sighed and slipped both hands into his trouser pockets. He's a part-timer. At last, he answered the question the other man had been asking all along. My identity. A part-timer. The afternoon sun of May flooded everything with warm light. Because they were standing with the sun behind them, I had to squint as I looked at them. Oh, really? The passenger immediately smiled brightly and walked over, offering me his hand. Hello. Sorry about what we were saying in front of you. That was a bit much, wasn't it? I didn't know Phantom was hiring part-timers. Maybe I should apply too. Hello. I'm only helping out for today. We awkwardly shook hands. Meanwhile, the CEO headed toward the main entrance. The passenger lightly rested a hand against my back as he guided me inside, then glanced at the paper bag I was carrying. Oh, what's that? Looks heavy. Let me carry it. It's just a book. I hadn't even intended it as a joke, but he burst into laughter, throwing his head back. By the time we entered the gallery, only 6 or 7 steps behind the CEO, the opening reception had already begun. Soft music drifted through both floors, and the lively atmosphere upstairs was impossible to miss. See you later. After saying goodbye, the passenger hurried upstairs after the CEO. Watching the 2 men in impeccably tailored suits ascend the marble staircase was undeniably pleasing. One seemed impossibly difficult to approach. The other seemed effortlessly approachable. Not because that was necessarily who they were, but because that was the impression they gave. And both belonged to worlds that had nothing to do with mine. I left the book in the office before hurrying up to the 2nd floor. It looked as though more than half of the roughly 50 VIP guests who had RSVP'd had already arrived. Just from a glance, they were an exceptionally glamorous crowd. Near the center of the room, the CEO and the passenger who had arrived with him were surrounded by guests exchanging greetings. I also spotted Ms. Han and Ms. Yu, each occupied with their own small groups. Juin was standing at the temporary reception desk. How'd it go? I put it in the director's bag in the office. Juin stared at me with widened eyes for a moment before nudging me with his elbow. You're more meticulous than you look. I wasn't sure whether to take that as a compliment, so I simply smiled awkwardly. It was still a little early for the official opening ceremony. Everyone seemed far more interested in finding familiar faces and exchanging greetings than looking at the paintings. The liveliest crowd naturally gathered around the CEO. We invited about 50 VIPs, and each of them can bring 2 or 3 guests. Those guests could become future clients. It's not even 3:30 yet, and we've already got over 30 attendees. I'd say today is off to a great start. That was Juin's assessment after glancing over the attendance list. A long buffet table had been arranged in the hall overlooking the 1st floor lobby, just beyond the railing near the staircase. Finger foods, desserts, and elegant floral arrangements decorated the table, whose cloth reached all the way to the floor. Uniformed catering staff moved gracefully among the well-dressed guests, serving appetizers and refilling champagne glasses. The atmosphere felt more like a relaxed party than a formal reception. There were even drinks and light snacks set out at the temporary desk where Juin and I were stationed. I picked up a bottle of water with a brand I'd never seen before and took a long drink. The people here account for more than 70% of the gallery's sales. But it's not like they all have great taste in art. They come because spending part of their busy day sipping tea while looking at paintings feels sophisticated. Juin took a bite of a small sandwich and leaned closer. See the man wearing the wide-brimmed hat? The one who just came in. Following his gaze, I quickly spotted the man climbing the stairs with 2 people who looked like assistants. He's the magazine editor who wrote the book Ihyun bought. The man looked to be in his late 40s. He was short, with a round, fair face and expressive features. He seemed quite close to the CEO, greeting him with French-style kisses on both cheeks. Kuan, Congratulations on the opening. Why are you so busy? I can hardly catch a glimpse of you. The CEO smiled warmly as he escorted the complaining man into the inner exhibition hall. He was breathtakingly handsome, so naturally his smile was beautiful as well. But it was also practiced, almost printed onto his face. Still, this was work for him. There was nothing to criticize about that. Monsieur is a fashion magazine owned by a major conglomerate. The company publishes more than 10 magazines, so it's a powerful organization. That man isn't just an editor, either. He's connected to the family that owns the group. Technically, he's a distant relative, but he's still someone you can't afford to ignore. Chapter 10. Juin swallowed the last of his sandwich and washed it down with champagne from a tall, slender glass. The temporary reception desk was unusually quiet. Most of the guests were busy greeting one another and making introductions, and no one even stopped to pick up a pamphlet. We don't advertise in art magazines. Instead, we get featured in the country's best-selling fashion, lifestyle, and luxury magazines. Honestly, the gallery scene in Korea is completely saturated. You don't need a license, and if you have money, you can open a gallery. There are countless galleries, large and small. Of course, most of them don't survive more than a few years before closing. On the surface, it looks elegant, hanging paintings on the walls and talking about an artist's unique style or the message behind the work. But the competition is brutal. If you go into it thinking you've got some money and want a fancy business card that says gallery owner, you'll be pushed out in no time by people who are desperately fighting to survive. And you definitely can't ignore the influence of the major, well-established galleries. The market is small, so there's almost no room for newcomers. As soon as he finished speaking, Juin suddenly coughed and pounded his chest. I handed him my untouched glass of champagne. With a grateful smile, he drained it in one gulp before grabbing a cookie and taking a bite. Today, the piercing in his lip was connected to the one in his ear by a thin chain. It looked like it would make eating and drinking uncomfortable, but Juin seemed perfectly at ease, as though it had long since become part of his body. So our CEO opened up an entirely new market. His voice turned almost solemn. Instead of fighting over the tiny existing market, he decided to convince people who'd never spent money on paintings to start buying them. Hearing that, I finally understood why the gallery's primary clientele came from the fashion and entertainment industries. This business runs almost entirely on personal connections. People don't just walk into a gallery because they like a painting and buy it. It's incredibly hard to attract collectors who already have galleries they regularly deal with. So we targeted wealthy people who had money but hadn't really started collecting art. Juin made a circle with his thumb and forefinger, emphasizing the word money. And the result? A massive success. I mean, as you can see, we even moved into this building in Sancheongdong. He gave a light shrug, as if it were no big deal, or perhaps because he was secretly proud, and brushed the remaining cookie crumbs into his mouth. To be honest, I'd wondered whether Phantom was one of the galleries Juin had described earlier, the kind started by someone with money who simply wanted the glamorous title of gallery owner. Not because of anything specific, but because Phantom CEO gave off the impression of someone born into enough wealth that he'd never needed to build success from scratch. Even judging by the way he treated customers, I couldn't sense the desperate eagerness that usually came with running a business. Of course, he was polite and courteous. A professional smile never left his face. But that was all. If anything, the people around him seemed far more eager to win his favor. Those with weaker connections were constantly looking for opportunities to get closer to him. Even to someone as oblivious as me, the atmosphere was unmistakable. Setting aside the cold way he'd treated me from yesterday until now, I silently apologized for the image I'd formed of him, a privileged young master who'd effortlessly obtained everything through his family's wealth. I didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with using family money or connections to start something. Still, I couldn't deny that I valued accomplishments earned through one's own efforts differently. Whether Phantom had reached this point entirely through his own abilities or with some support from his family, I had no way of knowing. But one thing was obvious. It wasn't a sandcastle built solely on inherited wealth and connections. For the first time since I'd arrived at the desk, someone picked up a pamphlet. A woman wearing oversized sunglasses that covered nearly half her face took one. Looking closer, it wasn't that the sunglasses were unusually large. It was that her face was remarkably small. I didn't recognize her, but perhaps she was an actress or a singer. Holding the pamphlet, she disappeared into the exhibition hall, happily calling out someone's name as though she'd spotted an acquaintance. Juin told me she was one of the hottest actresses these days. I'd never heard of her. Anyway, because of our CEO's management style, he's basically treated as a complete heretic, a troublemaker in the art world. Honestly, some people practically think he's Satan. They say some blue-eyed golden alpha is seducing people with pheromones just to sell paintings, dragging the dignity of art through the mud. One critic even claimed he's basically a male prostitute selling paintings with his body. Juin clenched his fist in the air as though he wanted to grab that critic by the collar. Even now, he looked genuinely offended. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the story stood surrounded by guests, smiling as beautifully as a painting himself. This was supposed to be a gallery exhibiting works of art, yet most of the people here seemed far more interested in the man than the paintings. A middle-aged woman dressed in a tweed suit casually slipped her arm through his, subtly displaying their familiarity. Around them, countless eyes flashed with envy mixed with jealousy. The expressions reminded me of elementary school, when everyone competed for our homeroom teacher's attention. Their emotions were just as transparent. As though completely unaware of the tangled desires surrounding him, Phantom Seo effortlessly guided the atmosphere, drawing goodwill from everyone around him. Or perhaps he understood those desires perfectly, their direction, their intensity, and deliberately controlled the web they created. Thinking back to the remark about him being a blue-eyed golden alpha who seduces people with pheromones to sell paintings, I realized his eyes weren't simply blue. They were a pale blue, as though faded by sunlight, or bleached by too many tears. They were brilliantly clear, almost jewel-like, but not the cold, lifeless blue of a gemstone. They felt fragile, alive, like the foam of a wave breaking across the sand, as though they might shatter and disappear at any moment. It was a strangely contradictory color for someone whose overall presence felt so overwhelmingly strong. But our CEO never releases pheromones. I don't know what he's like in private, but at work? Never. Even golden omegas can barely sense anything from him. His control is practically perfect. Do you know much about golden alphas or anything like that? Not really. Not interested? Among the countless betas, it was actually rare to find someone with no interest in alphas or omegas. Some people were curious about those with a secondary gender. Some admired their exceptional looks and talents. Others were simply fascinated by something unusual. I wasn't completely uninterested either. I'd thought he was a bit overwhelming, for lack of a better word. And because of the unique presence he carried, I'd wondered whether he might be a golden alpha. So I admitted I wasn't entirely uninterested. Sure enough, he really was a golden alpha. It matched my expectations so perfectly that the revelation was almost anticlimactic. He was tall, powerful, and breathtakingly handsome, as though he had been created to serve as the mascot for all golden alphas. But he never released pheromones. If that was true, then was the unusual presence I'd sensed from him nothing more than the impression created by his appearance? Was I really the sort of shallow person who perceived someone's presence differently simply because they were beautiful? At the end of the day, being an alpha or an omega is about reproductive traits. Well, this isn't exactly the place to get into all that. Anyway, our CEO's reached a level where he doesn't accidentally release pheromones or lose control because of someone else's. Plenty of betas look down on alphas and omegas, saying they're just animals ruled by instinct instead of human beings. But golden alphas have complete control over both their pheromones and their rut. There's no reason to criticize them for that. And yet people still do. They shut their eyes and cover their ears whenever they keep going on about pheromone marketing and all that nonsense. Honestly, I can't help wondering who's really the one lacking dignity. Mori was the only alpha I knew personally, but she wasn't the type to talk much about being an alpha. I also hadn't cared enough to look into it myself. Everything Juin was telling me about golden alphas and about Phantom CEO was probably common knowledge within the industry. Even if a temporary worker like me, practically an outsider, learned it, it would amount to nothing more than idle conversation. Still, more than half of what he said was entirely new to me. It's incredible. They say golden alphas aren't simply born that way. About half of it comes from relentless training, which means he's been disciplining himself ever since puberty to reach this level of control. He always smiles like everything comes easily to him. But he's really not that carefree. After saying that, Juin took another sip of champagne, staring at the CEO over the rim of his tilted glass. Following his gaze, I watched the man continue leading the crowd with effortless grace. Skillfully, warmly. As the owner of the gallery and the host of the evening, his smile was offered equally to everyone. And yet, there was a different warmth hidden within it. Enough that anyone without strong resistance might mistake it for something personal. Remembering the openly hostile attitude he'd shown me, I tried to imagine this man, who now smiled at every guest like sunlight shining equally upon all people, retreating somewhere unseen to force himself through lonely, relentless discipline. I tried to picture it, but I couldn't. Chapter 11. Right next to me, Mr. Juin crunched on another cookie. But I like that kind of thing. Becoming fucking ruthless to get what you want. Seeming relaxed on the surface, but paddling like crazy underwater. Gritting your teeth to get what you're after. Crunch, crunch. Chewing the cookie heartily, Mr. Juin grinned. His grin had a much more playful, mischievous quality to it. But it was similar to the smile the Phantom CEO had shown when someone mentioned that he described himself as a sweet lover, at least in bed. It wasn't quite the smile of a villain, but it wasn't the smile of someone honest and soft-hearted, either. Nor was it the smile of someone like a tortoise, steadily putting in the effort from start to finish to reach the finish line. Was that really the case? Was there such desperate flailing, gritting his teeth and paddling like crazy underwater, even for him? It was hard to imagine, given his current image of effortless, overflowing golden alpha ease, as if he had owned everything since birth. Even now, standing with one leg casually propped up and a champagne glass in one hand, he seemed, to put it somewhat dramatically, like a born ruler. I tried to imagine him painstakingly working away underwater, but oddly enough, what came to mind was him pedaling a paddle boat, the kind you often see at amusement parks. Even that didn't suit him, but it was easier to imagine than the alternative. My directionless imagination was briefly interrupted by the appearance of Ms. Yuni, who approached the desk almost staggering in her high platform sandals. Here, 2 pieces sold. She tossed a small notebook onto the desk, looking utterly exhausted. Mr. Juin's face lit up as he picked up the notebook. Already? You're really something. Good job. Want to switch? Yeah. My mouth's about to cramp. Okay. Mr. Juin, full of eagerness like a substitute player waiting on the bench for his chance, went out to the exhibition hall in Ms. Yuni's place. It seemed Ms. Yuni had succeeded in selling 2 pieces after dealing with customers until her mouth cramped. I had worked with her on the captions yesterday, so I had a rough idea of the prices of the works on display here. To sell 2 such expensive pieces in less than an hour, she really was something, just as Mr. Juin had said. Should I get you a drink or something? Too tired to even answer, Ms. Yuni nodded, tapping her leg as she sat in the chair behind the desk. There's juice. Lots of different kinds. Alcohol. Get me some alcohol. Is champagne okay? Not in a glass. Fill a water cup. As instructed, I filled the largest cup with champagne and returned to the desk. But about 16 steps away, Ms. Han, who was attending to a customer, raised her voice slightly in my direction. The entire exhibition hall was noisy, so it wasn't a particularly jarring tone. Ms. Yuni, could you bring me the editor-in-chief's book from the office? It's in my bag. Almost reflexively, Ms. Yuni started to get up, but I stopped her and handed her the cup. I'll get it. I know where it is. I hurried down the stairs and took out the book from where I had put it earlier. As I handed the book to Ms. Han and returned to the desk, I felt like a kid handing in homework copied from a friend to Ms. Han. It wasn't like I was trying to pull off some huge scam, but I was nervous for no reason and couldn't even bring myself to turn my head in that direction. Director Han even underlined it while reading. You're really something. You've got that extra touch. There are a lot of people who buy books and get them signed to try to impress me. But do you think I don't know? Most of them just buy them and never even read them. But our director Han doesn't treat people like that. There's sincerity. That's why I can't help but open my wallet when I come to Phantom. Fortunately, the teacher didn't seem to notice the copied homework. She even praised it. Ms. Yuni, who had downed half the champagne as if it were grape juice, looked up at me with wide eyes, just as Mr. Juin had done a little while ago. You even underlined it in that short time? When I nodded at her whispered question, she gave me a thumbs up from beneath the table and grinned. Whether she had planned to buy it from the start or whether it was an impulsive decision made in the heightened mood, the editor of the powerful magazine even showed a strong intention to buy, asking for a recommendation of a painting to hang in her recently promoted daughter's office. It's nothing much, but it's funny how happy they get over something like that, right? But that's how it is here. You're selling paintings, but sometimes it feels like you're just dealing with people's hearts. Watching the editor's back as she moved to another section with Ms. Han to examine the recommended work, Ms. Yuni smiled bitterly. Before I could ask for a more detailed reason for that smile, she was called back to the exhibition hall. The time for socializing was over, and it was time to promote the main characters of today, the paintings. Feeling awkward with nothing to do at the deserted desk, I cleared away the empty glasses we had used and rearranged the remaining pamphlets for no particular reason. Then, suddenly, a shadow fell over the desk. "Can I get a pamphlet?" Looking up, I saw the man from the passenger seat smiling. The smile itself was refreshing, but strangely, there was something about it that made people feel repelled. It must have been because of his uniquely light tone and swaggering attitude. I picked up a pamphlet and handed it to him, but he didn't seem particularly interested in the pamphlet itself. I recently moved to the 32nd floor. I used to live in a detached house with a garden, but moving to a high-rise building makes me feel trapped and desolate. "So would you recommend a painting? Your name is..." As if looking for a name tag, the man looked around my chest. "Co Ihyun." The man, who had been looking at me intently with laughter-filled eyes, shook his head lightly. "Even your name is to my taste." It was a soliloquy with a troubled nuance. He had been acting flirtatiously since I saw him in front of the main entrance, but it seemed more than half like a joke. I hadn't received any direct proposal to do anything, so I couldn't find any particular reason to react. It didn't seem like he was expecting a reaction, either. From beginning to end, the man had been talking to himself and amusing himself. "I'd like Ihyun to recommend one. What would be good? Something to help me relax. I'm just a temporary part-timer helping out today. It's okay. Just recommend one. I'll use it as a reference." The CEO and Ms. Yuni were already attending to customers. Ms. Han and Mr. Juin were nowhere to be seen, probably attending to customers in another section. I wasn't particularly keen on it, but since he had asked for a recommendation knowing that I was only a temporary part-timer, it didn't seem like there would be any problem if I did as he asked. "Where are you thinking of putting it?" "If Yihyun recommends it, I'd like to hang it in the bedroom." Emphasizing the word bedroom meaningfully, the man smiled. Looking at his carefree face, smiling like a typical playboy in a TV drama, I stepped out from behind the desk. There were about 50 works on display in the exhibition hall. This exhibition was a group exhibition featuring 6 or 7 artists belonging to the gallery. Some artists had as few as 2 pieces on display, while others had 10 or more. I had helped with the preparations all night yesterday, so I had the images and rough locations of the paintings sorted out in my head. Without hesitation, I walked ahead and stopped in front of a work painted on a square canvas, 53 centimeters wide and 53 centimeters high. It was a bizarre cubist-style interpretation rendered in a cheerful, lively cartoon style. Conversely, the painting was filled with dark, heavy colors. This painting, the man repeatedly asked, as if he couldn't understand why I was recommending this particular painting. I nodded twice, emphatically. After looking back and forth between the painting and me for a moment, the man turned around and looked around as if searching for someone. Then he called out to the CEO, who was talking to 3 or 4 people in front of a large pop art style work. "Cohen, come over here. There's something interesting going on here." After asking the people he had been speaking with for their understanding, the CEO approached. I wasn't particularly tall, but I wasn't short either. The passenger seat man's lips came roughly to the tip of my nose, while the CEO's lips came about to the tip of the passenger seat man's nose. He was easily over 190 centimeters tall. As he approached, he wore the same expression of being annoyed by everything. Well, a sweet smile like a lover to everyone was probably an unnecessary option in front of the man from the passenger seat and me. Standing crookedly with one hand in his pants pocket, he urged the man from the passenger seat to get to the point with an impatient expression. I asked him to recommend a painting to hang in the bedroom, and he's recommending my work. What do you think about that? Chapter 12. The director's gaze turned to me. It had only been 2 days, yet this was the longest he'd looked at me in all that time. It was also the first time his eyes held neither indifference nor hostility. This wasn't the wary gaze of a pride's leader watching an unfamiliar creature to see whether it posed a threat. He was looking directly at me as a person. His eyes studied me, as though trying to learn something through mine. Only after he finally looked away did the coincidence truly sink in. The painting I had recommended had been created by the man sitting in the passenger seat. What makes you think this painting would suit me? I didn't know you were the artist. I figured you didn't. I'm not blaming you. I'm just curious why you recommended it. The man in the passenger seat looked thoroughly entertained by the situation. Will you tell me honestly? Please. Was he really so desperate for honest feedback that he had to add please? With his hands clasped together as though praying, he stared intently at my lips. Behind him, I looked at the painting once more. I'd always been so absorbed in my own drawing that I'd never cared much about what others thought of my work. But remembering the one award I'd received, and the feelings the judges' comments had given me, I found myself understanding how the man before me felt. It feels like it's showing everything honestly, but at the same time, it isn't. It isn't. It somehow feels similar. To me, yes. Not honest. Me and this painting. He fired question after question while leaning closer, and without realizing it, I took a step back. It's not exactly that. It's more like wanting to be honest but not being able to. That kind of state. In that sense, showing that struggle without trying to hide it could also be a form of honesty. The playful smile vanished from the passenger seat man's face as I finished explaining. Meanwhile, the director let out a short laugh. It was brief, but unmistakably a laugh. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at explaining things. And it's only my personal impression, so please don't take it too seriously. The man looked stunned for a moment. Then he leaned in again, studying my face with renewed curiosity. His usual easygoing expression quickly returned. What are you doing after work today? I heard you finish at 6. The abrupt change in topic left me struggling to keep up. Cleaning. I have to clean up. At my answer, his exaggerated grin disappeared for the first time, replaced by genuine disappointment. He nudged the director's arm, looking for support. This is a hard pass, isn't it? The director looked at me seriously, as though searching my face for the answer. I met his gaze without looking away. His eyes were an incredibly beautiful color. For a brief moment, I forgot they belonged to another person. I simply admired that living color, first his left eye, then his right, taking them in one at a time. Then, just as suddenly, his attention drifted away from mine without the slightest trace of lingering. Forget whether it's a hard pass. Do you really want to ask someone 10 years younger than you? Clicking his tongue, the director turned around and walked back to where he'd been standing. Meanwhile, the passenger seat man kept insisting he knew a restaurant that served the best dumpling soup in Seoul, begging me to make time for him, even if it wasn't today. As I ignored him, one thought crossed my mind. Had I ever told the director how old I was? Did you really read the editor-in-chief's book? You even underlined parts of it. Juin and I placed half a dozen leftover champagne bottles from the party onto the large conference table in the office. The director opened one, poured himself a glass, and asked Ms. Han with a mischievous smile. When would he even have had the time? The book's only been out for 2 weeks. Think about everything we've been doing during those 2 weeks. Ms. Han accepted the glass, took a sip, then rested her tired legs on the table. Then what was it? What was it, Ihyun? Apparently curious herself, Ms. Han turned to me for the answer. I thought it would look strange if it seemed brand new. So I rubbed it around a little in the taxi, underlined some passages, folded a few corners. That's all. Strictly speaking, I'd only been told to buy the book. But Ms. Han had mentioned that she'd actually been reading it, and I thought it would be embarrassing to ask for an autograph with a book that looked freshly purchased. So I'd made it look used. Now that everyone was talking about it, I started wondering whether I'd gone too far doing something no one had asked me to do. The cheerful mood that had filled the room after the successful event and strong sales suddenly froze. The source of that chill was, naturally, the director. Just as I'd noticed yesterday, he possessed the rare ability to control the atmosphere with nothing more than the angle of his gaze or the slightest shift in expression. It wasn't merely because he owned the company. People instinctively watched his mood and adjusted themselves accordingly. Didn't you think he might be the kind of person who gets upset when someone treats his book carelessly? Underlining it, folding the pages. Plenty of people hate that. He wasn't really speaking to me. He muttered it to himself while sipping his champagne. I only wanted it to look like I'd actually read it. I'm sorry. Ihyun, what are you apologizing for? Kun, what's wrong with you? Aren't you taking this too far? Ms. Han slammed her champagne glass onto the table. I didn't say anything. I just wondered whether he'd considered the opposite perspective. Shrugging, he deliberately avoided her gaze as he drank again. The icy hostility I'd felt yesterday wasn't there, but the sarcasm remained. Ms. Han genuinely looked irritated. That was unusual. Director Liu only cares about results. Thanks to Ihyun, the editor-in-chief left in a good mood, and sales went up. You should be giving him a bonus. Why are you picking a fight over this? I was the one who brought him here. Don't you like him? His eyes slowly shifted toward me. I didn't know exactly what kind of relationship Ms. Han and the director had, or how close they were. But one thing was obvious. He trusted her completely. At the very least, he never looked at her with annoyance or that cruel smile of his. Not even the perfectly practiced smile that seemed sweet on the surface, but felt as artificial as factory-made candy. What's there to like or dislike? He's only here to help out for a while. You know I don't like working with strangers. If you want me to give him a bonus, I'll do it. That's not what I meant. Ugh, I thought you changed a little. I guess you're still exactly the same. Shaking her head, Ms. Han finished the rest of her champagne, checked the time, and stood. After this, she and the director still had another gathering to attend with VIPs, and even more important VIPs. People don't change after 25. As he spoke, the director lightly massaged Ms. Han's shoulders with exaggerated affection before taking a card from his wallet and handing it to Yuni. You all worked hard today. Have fun after you finish cleaning up. Yuni, who had been organizing the leftover pamphlets, rushed over and snatched the card with sparkling eyes. The company card? Or your personal card? The director frowned and flicked her forehead. Why are you all so obsessed with that? Do you enjoy spending my money that much? Yes. It feels like affection. There's no affection in my personal card either, so stop talking nonsense. The catering company had already packed up all of the equipment and leftover food. Once we finished tidying up inside and outside the gallery, today's work would finally be over. I was about to head upstairs to clean the second-floor exhibition hall when Juin hesitated, wearing an apologetic expression. Our director is kind of embarrassing, isn't he? Don't worry about it too much. He's not only like that with you, Ihyun. He's just like that by nature. Yuni chimed in as well. It still seemed to me that he was especially harsh toward me. Even so, I smiled to show I didn't mind and folded up the legs of one of the temporary tables. When I first started working here, he was even worse. I got so mad I actually thought about scratching his car with a nail and running away. Seriously, I really did. Considering how the director treated Juin now, it was difficult to imagine. But judging by Juin's expression, he wasn't making it up just to comfort me. But then I realized he'd definitely find me no matter what and make me pay for it. So I gave up. I was convinced he'd catch me, strip me naked, and scratch my whole body with nails. Juin shuddered dramatically, as though he'd actually been threatened that way. Well, don't you think the bigger problem was that you practically threw yourself at the director? Yuni said this while sticking sold-out labels onto the paintings that had been purchased during today's exhibition. Hey, I didn't throw myself at him. It was the pheromones. How am I supposed to resist a golden alpha's pheromones? What are you talking about? Why would the director release pheromones in front of you? Besides, you're a beta. Chapter 13. Perhaps because he had just finished telling me about the Golden Alpha CEO's exceptional pheromone control, Juin glanced at me with an embarrassed expression, as though he realized how weak his excuse sounded. What I'm trying to say is, the CEO's just naturally an asshole. It's not that he especially dislikes Ihyun. That's the point. He isn't sarcastic because he hates someone. He treats everyone like that until he starts liking them. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to make me feel better, but at least it meant he wasn't tormenting me in particular. As we lifted the folded table together and carried it toward the railing, Juin continued. And someone like the CEO could probably force pheromones onto a beta if he really wanted to. Yuni frowned as she leaned against the partition separating the booths. Are pheromones some kind of superhero ultimate attack now? Force pheromones onto someone? If he really wanted to use them, they practically are. Hey, do you know what's even stronger than pheromones? As he spoke, Juin looked back and forth between Yuni and me. Neither of us answered. He tilted his chin smugly. Taste. Taste beats pheromones. At first, I was a little dazed by the golden alpha pheromones, But once I came to my senses, he just wasn't my type. My type is. Jun launched into another passionate lecture about his preferences. A man in his late 30s whose features had just begun to soften with age, caught somewhere between youth and middle age. I had already guessed as much from the conversation, but it seemed Jun was definitely interested in men. He also didn't seem particularly interested in hiding it from someone like me, whom he barely knew. I had no intention of judging or distancing myself from him because of that. Yuni simply shook her head, as if she'd already heard the story dozens of times. Apparently deciding there was no reason to listen again, she grabbed my wrist and headed downstairs. When I thought about it, there was no reason for me to dislike someone I'd only met twice. Just as Ms. Han, Jun, and Yuni had all said, that man simply treated strangers the same way. I wondered, what would it feel like to be someone he truly hated? For some reason, I had the feeling that among all the people who had visited the exhibition earlier, there were probably quite a few who wanted to become someone special to him, even if that meant being hated. Kwon Jun, 22 years old. He had enrolled in the Western painting department of a respectable art university, not one of the elite schools, but still a good one. Then he discovered the Sex Pistols, fell hopelessly in love with punk, neglected school for an entire year, devoted himself to the guitar, joined an underground punk band, left home, and ended up living in the band's practice room. He hadn't left home because his parents opposed his music. His parents had long since accepted that academics weren't for him. Starting in middle school, they had redirected all their efforts toward getting him into a 4-year university in Seoul by enrolling him in a prestigious art academy and finding him an excellent instructor. Once that goal had been achieved, they would have been reasonably satisfied as long as he graduated, whether he played guitar or did something else afterward. Of course, they opposed the band. His father smashed 2 of his guitars, and his mother cut off his allowance. But that wasn't what drove Jun out of the house. Even parents who had almost given up on forcing their son to live the life they wanted couldn't accept that he was involved in what they considered perverted homosexual behavior. One of the instructors Jun had dated for about a year during his academy days had stalked him for several years, even throughout his military service. After Jun repeatedly rejected his attempts to reconcile, the man retaliated by destroying his life. He sent everything he had gathered during years of stalking directly to Jun's parents. To Jun, it was evidence of stalking. To his parents, it was proof that their son was gay, and not only gay, but someone with sexual taste that most people would find disturbing. There were photos of them together while they had been dating, pictures of Jun being intimate with a one-night stand he'd met at a club, and even screenshots of the filthy private messages they'd exchanged while they were together. Your son is a perverted homosexual who enjoys penetrating middle-aged men nearly twice his age and making them cry with obscene words. I am someone whose life has been ruined by your son. Please guide him properly so that he doesn't create any more victims. The note attached to the evidence wasn't even funny. It was true that Jun liked withdrawn, timid men in their late 30s. It was true that he enjoyed stripping away their sexual shame in bed and watching them lose themselves in pleasures they had spent their entire lives suppressing. But whose life had actually been ruined? Wasn't Jun the one who had liberated him by fulfilling the twisted desires he had spent years denying? Those were the last words Jun wanted to hear from the person who had been more excited than anyone during their time together. Officially, Jun walked out of the house on his own. In reality, he had been disowned. His mother vomited onto the sofa before she could even make it to the bathroom. His father, who had never once laid a hand on him despite smashing 2 guitars, completely lost control and beat him without restraint. Jun argued until the very end. There was nothing wrong with consensual sex between adults who shared the same preferences, and even parents had no right to interfere in their children's private sex lives. Even so, he understood why they were shocked. It would have been horrifying enough for parents to discover explicit photos and dirty messages between their child and a heterosexual partner. Seeing pictures of an older man performing oral sex on their son must have felt like the sky itself had collapsed. Even when Jun said, "I'm still Kwon Jun. I'm still your son," all he saw in their eyes was disgust and anger. Living under the same roof had become unbearable. It seemed better for everyone to keep their distance until time had dulled the shock. To survive, he worked 3 part-time jobs every day. None of them paid well, especially considering how physically demanding they were, but they were the only jobs he could find on short notice. Every night, he slept on a worn-out sofa someone had discarded during a move, its cushions ripped and sagging. Staring at the mold spreading across the ceiling of the practice room, Juin thought, yeah, finding another young guy willing to whisper things like, "Why are you so desperate, mister? Can't you even control yourself at your age?" While sticking a cotton swab into his urethra probably wasn't easy. His frustrations must have built up. He must have been furious. If he thought that realization would earn him forgiveness, then he had mistaken Kwon Juin for someone else. Over the years, Juin had changed his phone number several times to escape the stalking. The last time he changed it, the stalker somehow found the new number anyway and immediately sent him a video of himself masturbating, congratulating him on getting a new phone. Juin simply deleted it and blocked the account. The man attended every one of the band's performances. He waited outside Juin's house. More than once, he knelt on the street and begged him to come back. It wasn't love. From the beginning, theirs had simply been a mutually satisfying relationship. The man couldn't find anyone else who fulfilled his desires as completely as Juin had. Juin had assumed it would end eventually. He dismissed him as nothing more than an overly persistent, obsessive fan. The man seemed timid and introverted. Juin never imagined he'd do something this drastic. He had misjudged him. A truly timid person would never stab someone else's life like this. He wasn't timid. He was simply a gloomy coward. Juin could tolerate gloomy. Cowardly was unforgivable. For an entire month, he lay beneath the stained ceiling every night, thinking of nothing except revenge. Nothing else mattered. He had to vent this rage. It burned inside him so fiercely that he couldn't sleep. Only after pouring every ounce of that fury onto the bastard responsible would he finally feel at peace. The son of a once comfortable family was fully prepared to carry a criminal record for the rest of his life. That was punk. The day his first paycheck arrived, Juin headed straight for his favorite vintage shop. The store specialized in punk fashion that was difficult to find in Korea. Finally, he could buy the combat boots he'd been dreaming about for weeks. He intended to wear those boots when he carried out his revenge. "Young, how could you do this? I was supposed to buy those. I'm sorry, but you know our shop isn't exactly rolling in money. You asked me to hold them, then didn't come back for a month. When another customer wanted them, I couldn't afford to keep waiting for someone who might never show up. I had no choice. Please understand." Juin stared in disbelief. The boots he'd begged them to save for him, the boots he'd survived an entire month dreaming about while living on instant ramen and triangle kimbap, had been sold just 5 minutes earlier. It felt as though even his revenge had been delayed. "I survived an entire month thinking about those boots. We've got lots of other nice ones. They don't have to be those. They're not just boots to me. Hyung, do you at least have the contact information for the person who bought them?" "Oh well." The owner scratched his thin beard with one finger and avoided his gaze. Juin leaned over the counter as though he might climb across it. "What? You know who it is? Please tell me. I'll pay extra." "No, I'll even beg if I have to." Just then, someone lightly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. The touch was gentle, playful, almost teasing. "How much extra are you willing to pay?" Chapter 14. Turning around, he saw a slight-built woman looking up at him. Her sharply cut jet-black bob and the sunglasses she wore indoors in the middle of winter immediately caught his eye. She wasn't particularly tall, but the heels of her lace-up boots brought her lips to about the tip of Juin's nose. It wasn't some clumsy imitation. From head to toe, from the piercings through her eyebrows and cheeks to her tartan coat, she was punk through and through. Great style. Even in that situation, Juin couldn't help but be impressed. "Are you the one who bought them?" The woman nodded. "What? They won't even fit you. Come on, sell them to me. You don't buy shoes just to wear them, do you? Don't be such a rookie." She frowned at Juin's aggressive approach. "Please, sis, bro, please sell them to me. I've spent a month in hell thinking about getting those boots. To me, they aren't just shoes. They're a symbol of my resolve." Behind her sunglasses, her gaze carefully examined him, as though judging whether his desperation was genuine. "Why? What's going on? Some son of a bitch ruined my life. I promised myself that if I got those boots, I'd go get revenge on that bastard." She lowered her sunglasses to the tip of her nose and looked directly at Juin. Her large eyes, framed by heavy smoky makeup, were unusually clear. Despite her youthful appearance, she carried an undeniable sense of gravity. I want to study aesthetics, go abroad, and become a curator in Europe. But my mom and dad want me to go to teacher's college and become a teacher, just like my obedient little sister, who wears the clothes they choose, goes to the academies they pick, and hangs out with the friends they approve of. I secretly applied to the Department of Aesthetics at XX University and got in. Of course I did. I studied 4 hours a day for an entire year. But my parents said they wouldn't pay my tuition unless I went to teacher's college. What can a penniless minor do? My chance to enroll disappeared just like that. I couldn't even attend the university I worked my ass off to get into, and now I'm stuck living in a 1.5 pyong studio. Even so, I wanted experience doing something I actually love, so I got a job at a gallery. I work 15 hours a day for nothing but passion pay. There are countless kids willing to work for that kind of money, so I never know when I'll be fired. Unable to understand why she had suddenly confessed all of that, Juin frowned. Was this some kind of misery contest? And if he won, she'd given the boots? Well, is your life more screwed up than mine? As though he had been waiting for the question, Juin answered without hesitation. I was outed. She stared at him silently for a moment before folding her arms. Who outed you? My parents. Who did it? My ex-boyfriend. He taught at an art academy. We dated when I was in high school. He was 37 then. He's 41 now. This time, every muscle in her face twisted in disbelief. What is wrong with your taste? I know. I have terrible taste. But he's the bastard who told my parents. That guy's a real son of a bitch. Right? That's why I'm going to wear those boots when I shove that bastard into the gutter. I'm going to make sure he can never take a shit comfortably again. I'll wear my favorite clothes, put on those boots, and if I end up getting dragged to the police station, so be it. I hate owing anyone anything. So please, sell them to me. Let's go. After pushing her sunglasses back into place, the woman walked past Juin toward the entrance. Where? You're not giving me the shoes? You just said he's a real son of a bitch. Juin hurried after her, shouting. As she opened the door, the freezing winter air rushed inside as though it had been waiting. Would that really count as revenge? In a way, wouldn't that just be rewarding him? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Social ostracism should be repaid with social ostracism. Just because a place was in Hongdae didn't mean it automatically did good business. Even on a Saturday evening, only 2 or 3 tables in the bar were occupied. The table closest to the entrance appeared to be filled with the owner's acquaintances. The interior wasn't especially sophisticated, but it had a cozy, distinctive atmosphere. The music selection was excellent, the volume was just right, and the drinks were cheap. Despite all those strengths, Juin Hyung and Yuni Nuna said the bar didn't attract many customers because it wasn't very photogenic. It had already been 2 weeks since he had helped with the VIP opening of Phantom's new exhibition. For a few days afterward, it had felt as though he had visited another world. But between working moving jobs and helping out at Ms. Han's house, reality gradually settled back into place. Golden Alpha, paintings worth 10 million won each. Champagne parties with beautiful finger foods that almost seemed too pretty to eat. The feeling that such a world truly existed somewhere was already beginning to fade. On Wednesday, Yuni Nuna had called him through Ms. Han. He had been surprised, but happy, when she invited him to have a beer with Juin Hyung on Saturday. After finishing his moving job, he went home to shower before hurrying to the meeting place. The weather had become warm enough that a light sheen of sweat formed on his forehead, making it feel more like early summer than spring. Outside of work, Nuna and Hyung were much friendlier. The manager told us you're 22? We're both 25. Let's drop the formalities and just call each other Hyung and Nuna. And so Yuni SSI and Juin SSI became Yuni Nuna and Juin Hyung. With a plate of French fries covered in melted cheddar cheese and a draft beer in front of him, Juin Hyung began reminiscing about what had happened 3 years earlier. One of the 2 cats that lived in the bar leaped onto the empty chair beside him. It was a friendly long-haired Persian. Stroking its back, Hyung continued. I took her to a nearby cafe and told her everything, from my history with that bastard up to the present. Just explaining it all took about 2 hours. Baek Yuni's questions were so thorough and calm that I felt like I'd hired a lawyer to sue the guy. After hearing everything, she started planning the operation, and wow, she was a graduate of XX University, and she was unbelievably meticulous. I'm hopeless at that kind of thing. She's got a terrible temper, sure, but she's persistent as hell. Because the two of them dressed similarly and were so comfortable together, he had assumed they had known each other before working at Phantom. Apparently, they hadn't. Their unexpected first meeting was interesting, but what really intrigued him was what happened after Ju and Hyung had been outed and how his revenge had unfolded. So, how did you get revenge? Oh, even Seo Yihyun, who looks completely detached from the world, wants to know how this homoromantic revenge story ends. Ju and Hyung picked up the cat and settled it onto his lap, grinning mischievously. I'm kidding. Anyone would want to know how a story like this ends. Oh, I usually can't stand shy kids, but why is he so cute? It's because he's not shy. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's bolder than you. Resting her chin on the table, Yuni Nuna poked at the fries with her fork. Ju and Hyung looked at him as though asking whether that was true, but he didn't really know what qualified as timid or bold, so it was difficult to answer. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm definitely not very sociable. I got into trouble for it a lot during my military service. Yuni Nuna stopped poking at her fries. Ju and Hyung's hand also froze where it had been stroking the cat. You served in the military? Nuna set down her fork in surprise, and he nodded. You're full of surprises. You don't give off military vibes at all. Ju and Hyung leaned across the table and pretended to sniff him before studying his face with exaggerated seriousness. I see. I don't think you're timid. I think you're cautious. You're not very good at saying things you don't mean, are you? I guess not. You're not the type to push yourself forward, but once you've made up your mind, you stick with it until the end. He wasn't the type to push himself forward, but that wasn't because he was considerate. It was because there had never been anything he desperately wanted to insist on. He had even abandoned the paintbrush, the very thing through which he had seen, felt, and expressed the world. So perhaps he wasn't the type to see things through to the end, either. All right, enough of that, you bastard. Trying to squeeze an answer out of you is going to give someone with a short temper a heart attack. Hyung took a refreshing gulp of beer, gave up trying to get an answer, and resumed his story. First, we scheduled one of our band's live shows. That creepy bastard always came whenever we performed. He knew I'd left home, and he was probably keeping tabs on everything I did, so we decided to use his stalking against him. From that day on, Ju and Hyung became an actor. His entire life became a performance. He played the role of a rich kid whose relationship with his family had been destroyed after being outed, who had run away from home in anger, only to be crushed by the hardships of life and sink into depression. He frequented his favorite bar and poured his heart out to the bartender. He was tired of everything. He was exhausted. If he had known things would end up like this, he never would have treated him so coldly. At first, he had wanted to kill him, but now he hated his parents even more. His parents had denied him and despised him. Hyung had accepted him for who he really was and had always been on his side. If he could turn back time, he'd do anything. For nearly a month, he repeated the same drunken complaints over and over, making sure every word found its way to the stalker's ears. Chapter 15. Weakened by the shock of being disowned by his family and crushed by the double blow of poverty, Yohan Hyung, who had spent a month convincingly acting like someone whose mind was falling apart, delivered the final blow on the day of the live performance. Not through his own words, but through the band's vocalist. Actually, our guitarist has been going through a really hard time lately. He's been having one bad day after another. Please give Juin an especially loud cheer today, so he can feel a little better. And I'd also like to ask one person in particular. If you truly love Juin, please stay by his side during these difficult times. Juin needs you right now. The stalker had always been suspicious and cautious, but after a month of carefully staged acting, he became convinced that Hyung's mental state was genuinely unstable. After the performance, they met again in the cramped waiting room. At first, Yohan Hyung made everything feel real by exploding with anger and resentment. He poured out curses, insults, and every emotion he had been bottling up. Then, after exhausting himself, he quietly murmured, "You're the only one I have left." He ended those words with a warm embrace. The two agreed to take a short trip together to work through their lingering resentment and recover emotionally. The stalker had built a long career as an instructor at an art academy. He served as both the head instructor and the director's secretary. On Saturday night, after a conversation full of tears, resentment, pity, and reluctant reconciliation, where yesterday's enemy became today's only ally. The stalker promised that as soon as he went to work on Monday, he would ask the director for 2 days of leave so they could travel together. That bastard must have been walking into work happier than he'd ever been in his life on Monday. I exposed him just to tell him to go screw himself because things weren't going my way. He must have been thrilled that I'd finally fallen into his hands because of it. Hyung chuckled, clearly satisfied even now, and Yuni Nuna smiled knowingly as she sipped her beer. One of the stalker's daily responsibilities was delivering the day's mail to the director while giving him a report on the academy's overall situation after the director arrived late each afternoon. According to Hyung, the stalker, excited because he thought he'd finally get to satisfy his twisted fantasies with a man at some lodging during their trip, sorted the director's mail as usual, confidently believing his vacation request would be approved. He even happily reported that student enrollment had increased by about 5% compared to the previous month. The documents I sent my parents about his stalking, he ended up handing them directly to his own boss. I can just picture him asking for paid leave while the director was sitting there trembling after reading screenshots of messages begging a guy nearly 20 years younger to treat him like a dog in bed because he'd been wrong about everything. Hyung paused, smiled gently, and rubbed his cheek against the cat he was holding. I didn't need to hear the director's reaction. Any ordinary middle-aged man, especially one who probably wasn't even comfortable seeing two men holding hands, would have been horrified by those documents. The revenge ended with one final text message Hyung sent to the stalker. You said you wanted to see the sea, right? I've made sure you'll have all the time in the world to look at it. I overlooked your stalking because I thought it was almost cute. You knew better than anyone that I have a terrible temper. So why did you cross the line? You picked the wrong person to mess with. If you want to keep this revenge game going, then go ahead. Even if my own life turns to shit, I'll cling to you until the very end and drag your life into filth that makes a sewer look clean. If the goal had only been to ruin him at work, nearly a month of acting wouldn't have been necessary. But Hyung hadn't wanted only social revenge. He had wanted psychological revenge as well. The client had been Kwon Juin. The script and direction had been handled by Baek Yuni. First, you pull someone all the way up to the very top of happiness. Hyung pointed his index finger high toward the ceiling. And then, from the very top, he slowly lowered his finger toward the table while making the sound of a crashing airplane. Phew! He brought it on himself. If those documents came to my house, I'd get outed. If they went to his workplace, he'd get outed. We chose the workplace instead of the house. The knife you use to cut someone else can end up stabbing yourself. Baek Yuni taught me that lesson very clearly. It must have been a refreshing Monday morning. Yuni Nuna gazed into empty space with a faint smile, as though remembering a treasured memory. If someone makes other people cry, they deserve to cry tears of blood themselves. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care how much work it requires. Even if I have to devote my whole life to it. I have one principle. I'll never let someone who screws me over get away with it. While saying something that sounded more than a little frightening, Johan Hyung gently rubbed his nose against the cat's. Right, Kushanga. His voice was full of affection. I wondered what had happened to the stalker afterward, though I could more or less imagine. If a man in his 40s had been exposed like that inside his own company, the aftermath was obvious. Families might quietly cut ties, while keeping the matter hidden from outsiders. Society wouldn't be so discreet. Do you feel sorry for that bastard? Hyung guessed wrong. I had simply been thinking about how cleanly revenge could conclude when there was such a clear target for all that resentment. I shook my head. I think it was a clean ending. You're colder than you look. Hyung grinned. For a moment, his mischievous smile overlapped perfectly with the image of Phantom's representative. We each ordered another beer. It was their third. My second. That's how Baek Yuni and I met. Without her, I probably would have gone after that bastard myself, let my anger explode, and ended up becoming a real criminal. Back then, our parents never would have paid a settlement for me. Well, I guess that part hasn't changed much. Juin Hyung wore a bitter smile, beer foam still clinging to his lips. But by the time I realized it, everything about Yuni working herself to death at that gallery was already old news. She was already doing well at Phantom and earning a great salary. She'd only kept working so hard because we were short-staffed. She'd escaped that 1.5 Pyong studio apartment ages ago. Phantom was growing incredibly fast back then. If we hadn't been so desperately short on staff, I never would have let you interview here. The timing really was perfect. After Ju and Hyung's complaint, which sounded genuinely unfair, Yuni Nuna responded with her usual playful grumbling. By then, every other customer had left. Only the owner's acquaintances near the entrance and our table remained. They seemed to be making some kind of bet. Suddenly, they split into teams, and cheers mixed with groans echoed through the bar. Startled by the noise, the cat flicked its ears before burrowing deeper into Hyung's arms. I quit the band about a month after joining Phantom. I still like punk. Back then I was so obsessed with it that I thought I wanted to make a living from music. But honestly, even then, I knew I didn't have the talent. Looking back, I realized I never really wanted to make punk music. I just thought punk itself looked cool. It was one of those youthful phases. Wearing the clothes alone made me happy. Then, before I knew it, I got obsessed with clothes instead. Hyung glanced down at himself as if to say, as you can see, I didn't know much about fashion, and I knew even less about punk. Still, both styles suited him so naturally that it felt as though he'd been born wearing them. For them, clothes weren't simply a matter of manners or personal taste. They were the purest form of self-expression, a way of showing exactly who they were and the kind of life they wanted to live. Just as painting had once been for me. I took another couple of sips of beer. After moving to Seoul, I'd learned how comforting and rewarding a can of beer after work could be. But today's beer tasted different. Returning to the beginning of the story, I asked the one question that had stayed on my mind throughout the entire tale of revenge. What happened to the boots? Boots. Oh, those boots. Hyung grinned and lifted his right leg high enough to clear the table. Startled by the sudden movement, the cat leaped off the chair and disappeared into the back of the bar. I'm not the kind of person who says one thing and does another. Yuni Nuna raised her glass. Cheers. The three glasses clinked together over the plate of cold French fries. I wasn't entirely sure what we were celebrating, but it felt like a toast marking the end of something. So, Ihyun, would you like to work at Phantom full-time? Excuse me. As though finally shaking off the lingering shadows of the past, Hyung drank more than half his beer in one go, set the glass down with a refreshing thump, and abruptly changed the subject. Beside me, Yuni Nuna sighed. Can you really just say so like that? You insisted on bringing it up yourself, so I left it to you, but I knew this was exactly how it'd go. Why? Isn't it perfectly natural? I was explaining how I met you and started working at Phantom. Isn't it only natural to recommend that he work here too? Forget it. Hyung pulled down the corners of his mouth and raised his eyebrows, looking thoroughly wronged. Yuni Nuna simply took over in her usual quick but calm manner. Phantom is demanding, but the benefits are among the best in the industry. Honestly, most galleries have much worse working conditions than we do. There are plenty of galleries our size that only have one employee. Every time the gallery has grown, we've hired more people, and now it looks like it's time to bring in someone new again. We'd like you to join us. First of all, I'm really grateful for the offer. I'm honored that you think so highly of me. But I don't have any professional experience, so I'm not sure how much help I'd actually be. Just like when Ms. Han told me the two of them wanted to meet with me privately, the offer was both unexpected and welcome. Still, I couldn't help doubting whether I had the ability to work in a professional environment like a gallery. But actually, the manager suggested that I work as a live-in helper. A live-in helper? Yes. I haven't made a final decision yet, but I think that's probably what I'll do. Chapter 16. It was also on a Wednesday that I received Ms. Han's offer to move in. After telling me that Yuni and Juin wanted to meet me, Ms. Han offered to let me move in while she was driving me home. It was probably out of consideration for my situation, and she didn't exactly deny that. In the end, it came down to choosing whether I would be indebted to Mori and Hyung or to Ms. Han. Then that's even better. If you move into Director Han's place, it'll be perfect. You can work at Phantom and do the housekeeping too. Hey, if Ihyun starts working full-time at Phantom, he'll be commuting every day and working overtime. How is he supposed to handle being a live-in housekeeper too? Do you think housework is that easy? I happen to be a self-sufficient adult who does his own laundry and takes out the food waste on time, you know. Beck Yuni, you're really showing your true colors. Despite Yuni's scolding, Juin was grinning from ear to ear for some reason. It was the kind of smile that clearly hid ulterior motives. What? You're just jealous because Ihyun is going to live at the director's house, aren't you? Yuni stared silently at Juin across the table for a long moment before shaking her head. I should have just let him go to jail back then. The offer to work at Phantom full-time honestly stirred something inside me. Working for the moving company and doing housekeeping at Ms. Han's house suited me. They made me feel comfortable, but there was no excitement in either job. They were the kinds of jobs that let me retreat further into myself, and that was exactly why they felt so safe. But Phantom came with anxiety. It felt like someone was pulling me out of the damp sand where I'd been curled up on the beach and setting me down on unpredictable, rolling waves. I knew it was time to make a choice. I couldn't keep living like this forever, sleeping in the home of a loving couple who had even run away together, separated from them by nothing more than a sliding door, while burying myself in physical labor simply because it emptied my mind. Adding one more person doesn't automatically reduce the workload. Depending on who joins, it can actually make things harder, and if you don't get along, it's stressful. That's why I kept putting off hiring someone. But I'm asking because I think I'd genuinely enjoy working with you. Give it some thought. If you decide you're interested, you can tell either us or the director. I was truly happy about their offer. It had been a long time since I'd held a paintbrush, but if I could at least work surrounded by paintings, it would be a wonderful substitute. Still, there was another reason I couldn't simply reach out and accept the hand they were offering. I don't think the CEO would want me joining. What's there for him to like or dislike? You're just someone helping out for a while. His indifference still weighed heavily inside me. Words spoken without warmth sometimes leave a deeper mark than angry outbursts. Don't worry about that at all. He's been through a lot in life, so he has a hard time trusting people. But once you get to know him, he's actually pretty friendly. Maybe it's because he's a golden alpha, but he trusts his instincts a lot. If he didn't like you, he never would have let you into Phantom in the first place. And if he didn't like you, why would he have asked Director Han about you? Mistaking my stiff expression for displeasure, Juin quickly looked flustered and corrected himself. It's not like he was digging into your past or anything. He just asked whether you'd majored in art, something like that. The way you talked to Inwoo about that artwork became a huge topic around the office for a while. Don't take it the wrong way. I was right there, and it definitely didn't sound like he was trying to pry into your past. I wasn't offended. Something swelled quietly inside my chest, like a wave lifting beneath my feet, but it wasn't unpleasant. I'd never been good at putting my feelings into words, but I tried my best to let them know that I wasn't upset. I hoped my sincerity would reach them. Even if you don't end up working at Phantom, let's still meet up once in a while like this. Baek Yuni doesn't like people very often. It's because he's handsome. She's the one who keeps pestering the CEO to recruit you every time she sees him, but she's such a tsundere. You'll get used to her, Ihyun. That day, I drank 3 glasses of beer for the first time. On the way home, I had to stop twice to catch my breath while climbing the stairs to my apartment. The night view of Seoul from those stairs no longer reminded me of the squid fishing boats I used to watch from the harbor. A box of almond cereal, a 1-liter carton of milk, a pack of plain yogurt, and finally, a bottle of cranberry juice. After placing everything into my basket, I headed toward the checkout when I noticed Korean melons had already appeared. You could buy watermelon in the middle of winter and tangerines in the middle of summer these days, but the Korean melons displayed beneath the green fabric canopy still felt unmistakably seasonal, even if they had arrived a little early. I picked one up and held it beneath my nose. It smelled surprisingly sweet. If I peeled it, cut it into bite-sized pieces, and stored it in the refrigerator, it'd make an easy snack. Buying groceries wasn't technically part of my housekeeping duties at Ms. Han's house. Still, I knew that if I didn't buy things like this, his diet would become even worse. About once a week, I'd stock up on juice, milk, fruit, cereal, and bread. If I'd known how to cook, I would have liked to make something simple for him, but all I could manage was ramen and fried eggs. These days, food delivery was so convenient that he always said there was no need for me to buy groceries. Still, considering the effort I put into choosing everything, I was glad he seemed to eat them regularly. He already paid me generously for work that wasn't even particularly difficult. I wanted to be even a little more helpful, even if it was only through things like this. After buying a few sandwiches and some bread from the bakery across from the checkout, I stepped outside. The sunlight was blinding. I shaded my eyes with one hand for a moment before continuing on. Ms. Han's home was a luxury apartment overlooking the Han River, but it was a small complex with only 2 buildings, so there weren't any shops inside. The large apartment complex next door had a few stores, but only a small supermarket, so I usually walked about 10 minutes to a larger grocery store before heading back to work. Ihyun. Just as I entered the alley leading straight to the apartment after crossing the crosswalk, someone called my name. I turned instinctively. Ms. Han was smiling at me from the passenger seat of a sleek white SUV. Smiling back, I walked toward the car, only to notice the CEO of Phantom sitting behind the steering wheel over Ms. Han's shoulder. I hadn't done anything wrong. Even so, my heart sank for no reason. Considering how he'd treated me until now, it wasn't an unusual reaction. I told you that you don't have to buy groceries. They're heavy. It's not much. Get in. We'll head up together. I hesitated. Another car was waiting to enter the alley behind us. It didn't seem like the time to politely refuse, so I climbed into the back seat. The moment I closed the door, the SUV glided down the alley toward the apartment overlooking the Han River. I got into a minor fender bender on my way to work this morning. I left my car at the service center, and they said it'll take about a week. Thanks to that, I'm getting a ride home in CEO Lou's car. An accident. At the alarm in my voice, Ms. Han turned around and smiled reassuringly. Ah, yeah? It was just a little fender bender. I'm fine. What's small about an accident? I know it wasn't Director Han's fault this time, but how many accidents has this been already? Imagine being the person who gets a phone call every few months saying you've been in another accident. I hadn't been scheduled for moving work today, so I'd come over earlier than usual. I'd already wondered why Ms. Han was leaving work early. Now I found out she'd been in an accident. Even though she insisted she wasn't hurt, I couldn't help agreeing with the CEO of Phantom. To hide my trembling hands and calm myself down, I pulled the reusable shopping bag onto my lap and hugged it tightly. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry for making you worry. I tell you every time that you're too aggressive behind the wheel. CEO Lou, stop making Director Han angry. Let's talk about Shushu instead, okay? Ms. Han hurried to change the subject, but he seemed genuinely upset. It was an emotional tone I'd never heard from him before. If you don't want me nagging you, change the way you drive. If you can't break the habit, I'll hire you a driver. You drive yourself, and you're telling me to ride around with a chauffeur? What would people say? Ihyun, did you hear that? Isn't CEO Lou such a tsundere? Ms. Han turned toward me in the back seat with a grin. It wasn't really a question that expected an answer. If you're worried about me getting hurt, just say so. Don't use Phantom as an excuse. Trying to lighten the mood, Ms. Han kept joking. As the SUV gently turned into the entrance of the apartment's underground parking garage, CEO Lou lowered the voice that had been raised moments earlier. If you already know that, then please be careful. It was a weary sigh of a voice, so fragile it sounded as though it might disappear into the air at any moment. Anyone could tell his concern was far more than simple nagging. Chapter 17. Ms. Han didn't turn around this time, but from her profile, I could tell she was smiling, a smile that held both apology and gratitude. The indifferent, almost detached attitude he had shown the man in the passenger seat. The polite, businesslike kindness he had shown the clients at the party. The hostility he had shown me, an outsider. That was all I knew of him. I had thought he was simply a playful, easygoing boss to the Phantom staff. I had never imagined he could worry over someone with such obvious concern, his voice almost overprotective with anxiety. But, of course, unless blue blood, like the color of his eyes, flowed through his veins, even someone who seemed unwilling to show anyone more affection than necessary couldn't remain indifferent to someone precious to them. That was only natural. When we got out in the underground parking garage, the air felt heavy and stuffy. No one else seemed bothered by it, but I couldn't help regretting that I'd missed the chance to properly greet the CEO. As I stepped out from the driver's seat, our eyes met while he walked around to the front of the car. Hello, I said quietly. He gave a slight nod in return. Unlike Ju In-hyung's description of him as someone who had grilled me, those pale blue eyes still seemed completely uninterested in me. To him, I was just a temporary part-timer who had helped out at Phantom and would soon leave. Now I was simply the housekeeper at Ms. Han's home. Unless he was an unusually warm and sociable person, there was no reason for him to make an effort to smile or be friendly towards someone like me. Forced politeness and endless questions disguised as friendliness had always made me uncomfortable anyway, so there was no reason to feel upset by his indifference. As soon as we got home, the two of them sat down at the kitchen table and immediately started discussing work. I quietly got started on mine. I cleaned the 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms so they could talk without interruption. From the bits and pieces of conversation, I couldn't help overhearing whenever I went in and out of the rooms. One of Phantom's exclusive artists had a solo exhibition coming up. The CEO had visited the artist's studio earlier that day to check on the progress, and he seemed determined to move the exhibition date forward as much as possible. There was a different kind of excitement in his voice than when he'd been worrying about Ms. Han's reckless driving. If I hadn't misheard, the artist's name was Shushu. Every time his low voice, slightly husky, as though scratched by thorns, said the sweet-sounding name Shushu, it felt oddly out of place. It was like hearing a record skip at the same spot every time, or watching someone with his broad build bend down to hug and kiss a tiny poodle puppy. It wasn't that it didn't suit him. Rather than an unpleasant mismatch that made me cringe, it was simply unfamiliar, something unexpectedly new that caught my attention. Shushu. What kind of paintings would an artist with a name like that create? Of course, it wasn't their real name, but I still found myself curious. Are you really going to let him move in? While cleaning the bathroom off the living room, I paused for a moment with the scrub brush in my hand. His voice carried through the tiled wall. I couldn't make out every word, but it was clear enough to understand the conversation. It's not definite yet, but it's looking that way. It took a lot to convince him. They're calling him a live-in helper, but he's still a complete stranger who's going to be living under the same roof. A complete stranger? He's someone I used to teach. Oh, 10 years ago. Do you really have to say it like that? I wish you'd stop. You never know what might happen. How can you let a man live with you? Even someone who seems perfectly normal can change. Then I guess we should kick out CEO Lou first. He's a man too. Am I the same as that guy? To you, Manager Han? If he wasn't the same as me, then what exactly was he to Ms. Han? I understood why he'd worry about someone precious to him living with an unrelated man. That concern was perfectly natural. But as the person who was causing that concern, I couldn't help feeling uncomfortable listening to it. I know you're worried, but I've thought this through. I don't want Ihyun hearing this kind of conversation, so let's stop before I get angry. That finally ended it. The conversation shifted back to the artist named Shushu. The CEO wanted to hold the exhibition as soon as possible, while Ms. Han insisted the schedule was already too tight. The discussion continued. Then I turned on the shower to rinse away the detergent foam, and the sound of the running water drowned out the rest. Ms. Han hardly ever used the living room bathroom, so there wasn't much to clean. Still, for some reason, I didn't feel like going back outside right away. I lingered a little longer than usual. At least the bathroom ended up sparkling. After finishing the living room, kitchen, and dining room, I reached for the bag I'd left on the sofa. Just then, Ms. Han pushed back her chair and walked over, apparently finished with the meeting. Ihyun, if your moving job isn't scheduled for next Saturday, could you help out at Phantom? I'm free next Saturday. The exhibition you helped open last time is closing that day. But the next exhibition got moved up. Our CEO over there couldn't wait to open it. Apparently, he'd won the argument about rushing the Shushu exhibition. I don't mind. Without thinking, I glanced over at him. He was leaning casually against one of the dining chairs, sipping coffee. Noticing where I was looking, Ms. Han turned toward him before placing both hands on my shoulders. Why are you looking at CEO Lou? I'm the one who asked you. From over Ms. Han's shoulder, he set down his glass and stood. Well, Manager Han is the one who really runs Phantom. I'll be going. He picked up the lightweight summer jacket draped over the chair, checked the watch beneath his rolled-up sleeve, then finished the rest of his coffee while standing. Kun, give Ihyun a ride on your way. Ah, no. It's really okay. He looked at me briefly before turning back to Ms. Han. He says he's fine. It's on your way. Just take him. He silently looked down at me for a moment before heading toward the front door. Let's go. It's really okay. I can take the bus. Manager Han wants me to. Let's just do it. It sounded less like he wanted to give me a ride and more like he simply wanted to get it over with. That's just how he talks. Don't worry about it. Just go with him. Ms. Han whispered that while rubbing my shoulders reassuringly. She seemed to underestimate how uncomfortable I felt around him. He put on his shoes first and waited by the open front door while I tied the laces of my Converse. In the elevator, he asked where I lived. When I mentioned the neighborhood and the large church across from the steep staircase leading up to my house, he nodded. I know where that is. After we left the apartment complex and merged onto the road, he spoke again. I heard you learned painting from Manager Han. Yes. When I was very young. How young? From 4th grade in elementary school. About a year. As we waited for a chance to make a right turn onto the main road, he asked if I minded him smoking. When I nodded, he reached into the jacket he'd tossed behind the armrest, pulled out a cigarette, and slipped it between his lips. While he was doing that, the car behind us honked impatiently. Still holding the cigarette in his mouth, he turned the wheel and merged into traffic. Instead of using the car's built-in lighter, he took out his own and lit it. Most of the smoke drifted out through the half-open window. I heard you didn't major in art. Do you still paint? These days. Ju and Hyung had already told me that he'd asked Ms. Han about me, but I doubted Ms. Han had told him everything. She wasn't the type to casually reveal someone else's past, and I was deliberately trying to keep mine hidden now. Was he making conversation out of politeness? Now, on our 3rd meeting, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would force himself to make small talk just to ease the silence inside a car. While absent-mindedly watching the scenery pass outside the window, he spoke again between slow exhales of cigarette smoke. Manager Han offered you a live-in position, didn't she? So this was what he really wanted to ask. I'll be honest. Even if the two of you knew each other when you were younger, it wasn't for very long. Since then, you've lived completely separate lives. At this point, you're practically strangers. Having someone like that move into the same house. He took another drag on his cigarette. From my perspective, I'm worried. It wasn't that he'd paused because he was trying to spare my feelings. The break in his sentence was simply the time it took him to inhale another mouthful of smoke. Chapter 18. I don't think Chief Han will listen to me because he likes and trusts you so much, so I'm asking you directly. It took a while to get from Ms. Han's house to mine by public transportation, but by car it wasn't very far. Although rush hour had mostly passed, the roads were still congested. The car came to a stop at a traffic light before continuing straight toward the War Memorial of Korea. Resting both hands on the top of the steering wheel, he leaned forward slightly, as if supporting himself against it, then turned to look at me. He met my eyes without hesitation. The cigarette between the fingers of his left hand looked close enough to brush against my fine hair. Stay safe. Live peacefully. I want you to have a safe life. Okay, Seo Yihyun. The man who looked like the very image of a golden alpha from an elegant, noble world. Someone whose hands had probably never known dirt or dust, suddenly seemed like a figure from the underworld. Someone who wouldn't hesitate to use threats or backroom deals to get what he wanted. Somehow, that version of him felt even more convincing than the head of the private investigation agency who had arranged the burner phone and introduced us to the room. I'd sensed it the first day we met, too. He was the kind of person who would never care about the feelings of anyone outside his circle if it meant protecting the people he treasured. He wasn't considering my feelings at all. He didn't care whether I disliked him or despised him because of these rude words and actions. Even if I hated him, it wouldn't matter. The traffic light turned green, and the car began moving again. After leaving the main road and climbing the winding hill before the Namsan Tunnel, I stared openly at his profile. There was no way he could have missed my gaze, yet he didn't seem bothered in the slightest. What was I supposed to say? Yes, I understand. I won't do anything to Ms. Han. It felt strange to promise something I'd never intended to do in the first place. Making that promise felt like admitting I'd ever been a danger to Ms. Han, and I refused to do that. It was also surprising that he knew my name as well as my age. I had never imagined hearing my name spoken like this. Just as I finally looked away from his profile, while he continued driving with calm focus, his phone rang. He glanced at the softly vibrating screen, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and answered. Yeah, I stopped by. No, not now. I'm driving. I knew very little about the people around him, but judging from his indifferent tone, it was probably the man who had been sitting in the passenger seat before, or someone with a similar relationship to him. After listening for a moment, he glanced sideways at me. No one's here. No one. I'll be there on time, so hang up. It's a part-time job. Am I the same as that guy? No one's here. No one. His words, spoken while indicating me, connected in my mind one after another. As expected, even after ending the call, he offered no explanation or apology for pretending that someone who clearly existed didn't exist at all. The large church that looked oddly out of place in the neighborhood came into view. You can let me off here, in front of the stairs. I unbuckled my seatbelt as the car slowed to a stop. He pulled over a little away from the bus stop. I have a question. For me, did you treat Ju and Hyung like this too? his brow furrowed, his eyebrows drawing together. His expression clearly said he had no idea what I was talking about. Maybe that's how it is. The one who hits forgets easily, even if the one who was hit never can. Hyung had even thought about scratching your car and running away. Now I understood perfectly what Hyung had meant when he said it felt like you would chase him down and get revenge no matter what. I just received something that was practically a threat from someone who looked like an underworld boss. Don't worry about Ms. Han, or Chief Han. He rested his left arm on the steering wheel, turned toward me, and looked at me with the expression of someone who'd just been stopped by a complete stranger on the street and forced to listen to nonsense. I'm gay, by the way. I didn't know why I said it. Gay or not, I'd never even been in a relationship. I'd never liked anyone. But the instant I saw his expression, his eyebrows twitching, even the pupils beneath them shifting, I knew I'd said exactly the right thing. I simply wanted to see him flustered. Well, thanks for the ride. I bowed my head, grabbed my bag, and got out of the car. As I climbed the stairs, I wanted to look back several times. Each time, I gripped the strap of my bag tighter and forced myself not to. If I couldn't hurt him, then I wanted to shock him, even a little. He was as solid as a diamond, and what I'd thrown at him was probably no more than a raw egg. What are you drawing? Red, blue, and black. I stopped absent-mindedly scribbling random lines across a page Mori had torn from her notebook with a 3-color ballpoint pen, then looked up. Mori was smiling down at me. Nothing. My hands were just bored. The tangled pattern looked like waves, flames, or a whirlpool. Even I found it dizzying. Here, my treat, to celebrate my studying abroad. Pushing the oversized cup of fruit punch, the signature drink at Something Happened in Bali, toward me, Mori sat down beside me. I left the cup on the table and looked at her while sipping my drink through the straw. Studying abroad? That's what everyone's saying back home. More accurately, I'm staying in Seoul while preparing to study abroad. I took too large a sip of the icy drink, making my forehead and nose wrinkle from the cold. Last week, I'd heard they were planning to hire a private investigation agency to see what had happened after we disappeared. I guess they'd received a report today. What about me and Hyung? The situation turned out kind of funny. Instead of just Seo Ihan and me disappearing, all three of you vanished, so the adults decided that's actually more convenient. Officially, I'm in Seoul preparing to study abroad, and you and Seo Ihan found a good job and went to Yongdeok because you urgently needed the money. That's the story now. It's like they deliberately used it to separate us from the family. That was believable enough. Even before we ran away, Teacher Im had been acting as though he was about to make a move. In the end, Mori acted first. Who's actually going to believe that? Even when the truth is right in front of them, people would rather invent their own stories and spread them around as hidden secrets. They know no one believes them, but saving face is really that important. Muttering the last words almost under her breath, Mori leaned back against the bench. They're probably ready to jump into the Han River trying to find me. I made such a scene in the letter that they can't act recklessly right now, but they won't give up that easily. She lifted the peach punch to her lips without using the straw, took several refreshing gulps, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and added, "We have to leave before that happens." I first met Mori when she was a senior in high school. At the time, she was supposedly clashing with her parents over going to college. Her parents wanted her to attend a nearby third-rate university, if nothing else, while she wouldn't even pretend to listen. If you imagined her picking her ear with her little finger while they lectured her, that would have been a pretty accurate picture. Calling it a conflict was almost giving it too much credit. Hyung told me she had earned excellent grades throughout her first and second years of middle school. But because she understood her parents' expectations all too well, she deliberately began acting out, believing it would make securing her freedom later much easier. She intentionally ruined her grades and volunteered to become a troublemaker. Her curfew got later. She covered her room with posters from cheap B-grade movies that her parents considered grotesque and tasteless. Her clothes became sloppier, and skipping class to go surfing became a common occurrence. Little by little, she transformed herself from the daughter everyone expected to excel at everything into the troublesome youngest child whom everyone was simply relieved wasn't causing any real disasters. Her parents believed it was nothing more than adolescent rebellion caused by the confusion of being identified as an alpha. But every step of it had been entirely her own choice. I'll stay with the people I want to stay with, and I'll live where I want to live. In the end, I'm going to live the life I want. Pretending to be the perfect daughter who studies hard just gives my parents false hope. I don't think that's fair to either of us. It's better if they gradually learn the truth now, that I have no intention of living the life they planned for me. Mori said that, but her parents refused to accept it until she was 24 years old. They continued denying what she wanted and what happiness meant to her, insisting she was still too young to make decisions that would affect the rest of her life. Mori had no interest in prestigious universities or so-called high-paying, respectable jobs. She had no desire to inherit a position in one of her father's businesses that earned billions of won every year. What she wanted was peace. Simple but fulfilling days filled with healthy laughter and quiet gratitude, surrounded by the things she loved. The ocean, warm weather, Seoul, a bottle of beer, a surfboard, a worn paperback copy of her favorite book. That was enough. She didn't need anything more to be happy. Uncle's doing fine, by the way. Yeah, thanks. Chapter 19. Mori, who had been quietly watching the tip of my ballpoint pen, smiled as she gently ruffled my hair. Then she let her hand fall naturally, slipped it around my shoulder, and rested her temple against the other one. We sat side by side facing the front of the cafe. Through the wide-open folding windows, I could see the street beyond the lush green plants that filled every corner. Soft, exotic ukulele music drifted through the air, while a group of 3 or 4 people around my age laughed endlessly at a table near the alley. It was peaceful. If Hyung and Mori ever opened a cafe on some southern island, I imagined it would feel just like this. A place open to anyone passing by. Not especially stylish or sophisticated, but filled with the owner's tastes and the life they had built together. Nothing forced, nothing artificial. A place where, on a lazy afternoon, you could grab a board and head straight into the ocean just beyond the door. The final destination of Ihyun and Mori's escape had never been Seoul. Here, they could return to square one at any time. Mori's fierce letter and the talented private investigator had bought them some time, but not enough to truly feel safe. Soon, they would have to leave for somewhere warm, where the waves never stopped rolling in. It had been their dream for years. Ever since they were young, they had belonged only to each other, and through one another they had found the most natural, comfortable way to see the world. This escape was only one stop along the road to that dream. And perhaps that was the biggest reason I had decided to move into Ms. Han's house. If I couldn't choose my own path, the two of them might hesitate to leave, no matter how thoroughly they prepared. They might even ask me to come with them again. They probably would. Even though I had come this far with them, I couldn't keep postponing my own choices and simply tagging along like an appendix to their lives. Even if I eventually chose to leave with them, it couldn't be because I had nowhere else to go. At the very least, I knew that much. It was something I had resolved the moment I walked out through the gate with Ihyun on that rainy dawn, leaving our father behind without looking back. Ju and Hyung had been cruelly outed and, for all practical purposes, cut off from his family. I couldn't even imagine how it must have felt to have the most private part of himself exposed to his parents that way. Yuni Nuna had finally taken a difficult first step toward her dream after years of struggle, only to have it crushed by the very people who should have supported her. And Mori and Ihyun, the people closest to me, were paying such a painful price for a choice that had never been wrong. It wasn't just me. There were others too. People who, against their will, were toyed with, ridiculed, abandoned, and wounded by life's unreasonable cruelty. Even the CEO of Phantom, who looked as though he could summon anything he wanted with a flick of his finger, must have endured insults like Satan and a male prostitute who sells his body with paintings before building Phantom into what it was today. A sudden attack that barged into your life one day. Whether you fought through it, let it drag you down, or accepted it as part of yourself, like an 11th finger or a lump growing from your side, and continued living with it. Now it was time for me to decide how I would face mine. As far as I knew, Mori, Yeon Hyung, Yuni Nuna, and Ju and Hyung all fought back against those attacks. Their methods were different, their personalities different, but none of them carried the gloomy scars of those blows on their faces. The CEO of Phantom, however, felt different. From something Ju and Hyung had casually mentioned before, I guessed that he wasn't someone who had only ever lived in comfort despite his polished appearance. Perhaps he hadn't overcome life's attacks so much as absorbed them into himself, and continued living with them. Like someone bitten by a zombie who had become a zombie too. Sometimes he looked at me with obvious suspicion. Other times, he treated me as though I barely existed, as though I could never hurt anyone, no matter what I did. Whenever he provoked me with those thoughtless looks and cutting words, something stirred inside my chest. It wasn't sharp enough to call defiance, but it wasn't fragile enough to be mere disappointment, either. Normally, I was the type to walk away when someone cursed at me or got angry. Had I misunderstood myself all this time? No. Did I always like strange things? Maybe someone else knew a side of me that I had never noticed. As I filled the page with more writing, I asked Mori. A little, yeah. Me? Caught off guard by her answer, I asked again. Mori lifted her head from my shoulder and looked at me. You like manga the most out of all the Crayon Shinchan characters, right? Not many people do. And your t-shirts? They're always striped. Short sleeves in summer, long sleeves in winter, but always stripes. You're quietly unique. There are a lot of unique people among artists too. It's been a long time since I drew anything. Oh, so now you've stopped drawing and started writing instead? Embarrassed that she had seen right through me, I pressed my lips together and laughed while avoiding her eyes. I'm just doodling. Then, do I like being bullied? Is that my thing? Where did that come from? Are you talking about masochism? What? Who's been teaching you that nonsense? Ihyun, who had just come out of the kitchen carrying plates of nasi goreng, frowned the moment he heard the word. Since tomorrow was the day I moved into Ms. Han's house, Mori and Ihyun had invited me to what happened in Bali for a small farewell meal. It felt strange to have a farewell gathering when I wasn't quitting a job or transferring schools. But even if I tried not to make a big deal of it, I felt sad about leaving too. The nasi goreng at what happened in Bali was simply chicken breast fried with rice in a secret sauce. It sounded ordinary, yet I never got tired of it. Even after a full day working for the moving company, I often ended up eating 2 bowls of plain rice with nothing but kimchi. Ihyun looked ready to grab the collar of whoever had taught me the word masochist. What's wrong with teaching him? He's a grown adult. Whatever 2 consenting adults do in private is their own business. That was Mori's immediate rebuttal. No matter how much Mori and Ihyun treated me like some rare species isolated from society, I was old enough to know what sadism and masochism meant without anyone explaining them to me. Accepting the utensils Ihyun handed over, I looked back at Mori. So, am I like that? There was no point asking Ihyun for an objective opinion. It's not that you enjoy it. It's more like you don't really care if someone bullies you. Since you barely react, bullies don't get much satisfaction out of picking on you. I agreed with Mori's assessment. Until recently, I had thought I was exactly that kind of person, so indifferent that I seemed almost numb. At least, that was who I believed I had become. But lately, my own reactions felt unfamiliar. I'm gay, by the way. The boldness of those words, something the old me never would have said, had been almost a deliberate provocation. Why? Is someone bullying you, and you're actually enjoying it? Resting her elbows on the table, Mori leaned toward me with a teasing grin just as I was about to take a bite. No, it's not like that. Sometimes it hurts sharply, like someone jabbing a needle beneath my fingernail. But it wasn't excitement. It felt more like the jolt that ran through your whole body when a car hit a speed bump too fast. Sometimes, childish spite rose inside me, making me want to grab his hand and jab a needle beneath his fingernail too. Just as his attitude toward me constantly shifted, I couldn't clearly explain why I reacted the way I did. By then, hunger had completely taken over. I stopped thinking and focused on eating while Mori and Hyung sorted through the day's receipts at the next table. The owner of what happened in Bali had gone to the real Bali the previous week to enjoy surfing after finally saving enough money, so Mori and Ihyun were temporarily managing the cafe. By the time I had nearly finished my meal, Ihyun spoke in a quieter voice. Even after you move out, come visit. Come here, and come home too. Of course, I'll come so often you'll get sick of me. Where else am I supposed to go when I want to talk? That's funny. You're not even that talkative. Hyung chuckled softly as he scolded me, and I laughed with him. You'd better come at least once a week. And send us a text every single day. No exceptions. This time it was Mori making the threat. I knew she wasn't saying it for herself. She was worried I'd be lonely. When I nodded vigorously, she smiled. That night we drank soju with samgyeopsal at what happened in Bali. When we got home, we kept drinking beer. It was a small luxury, the first real indulgence we'd allowed ourselves since coming to Seoul. It was also the first time I'd drunk enough to become genuinely drunk instead of merely tipsy. The next day, Mori and Hyung told me that I became very obedient when I was drunk and laughed at everything. Yihan also claimed that I had pecked Mori on the cheek, and, exercising his rights as her boyfriend for once, he had kneed me in the butt. I didn't have much to move, but since it was moving day, I had taken the day off from the moving company anyway. The three of us ate breakfast together. I packed everything I owned into a single backpack. Then we left the house together and parted at the bus stop. I headed south toward Ms. Han's house. Mori and Yihan headed west to what happened in Bali. The rooftop room and what happened in Bali were still places I could visit whenever I wanted. But from now on, they would become places I had to make an effort to return to. As I sat on the bus watching the streets drift farther away, it felt strange to be moving somewhere alone, separated from Yihan and Mori. It didn't feel like moving. It felt like setting out on a journey. A very long journey. Chapter 20. The last day of an exhibition wasn't as busy as the opening day. Depending on the exhibition, there were times when the artists and buyers gathered for a wrap-up party. This time, however, it was a joint exhibition featuring several artists, making it difficult to coordinate everyone's schedules. In the end, it was decided that Phantom's representative and Ms. Han would entertain whichever artists and key clients were available separately after the exhibition. As a temporary worker, I didn't have to come in that morning. I arrived around closing time to help Yuni and Juin clean up the exhibition hall. Unlike last time, all we had to do was take down the artwork and move everything to the storage room in the basement. Maybe because we'd already worked together once before, everything went smoothly. We had all the artwork packed and stored properly before 10 o'clock. Most of the pieces were scheduled to be delivered to their new owners starting Monday. Since the sales rate had been close to a record high, the two of them were expecting a hefty bonus this month. They were so excited they even broke into some kind of unidentifiable dance in the basement storage room. The work finished quickly, but by the time we were done, we were completely exhausted. It was the kind of fatigue that hit after an all-out sprint. We sat scattered around the conference table in the office. Juin lay face down with one arm tucked beneath his head as a pillow, while Yuni brewed an extra strong coffee with 2 capsules, filled it with ice, and drank it from her large tumbler. I was feeling tired too, so I folded my arms and leaned back in my chair. But you really like stripes, don't you? Pardon, it wasn't that I hadn't heard her. The question was just so unexpected that the response came out automatically. Yuni, who had already finished more than half the coffee in her tumbler, looked much more refreshed. You wore a striped t-shirt at the VIP opening, and you wore stripes the day before that too. I can't believe you're wearing stripes again today. Thanks to you, I lost the bet. Still lying on the table, Juin simply turned his head toward us, flashed a V sign with his fingers, and grinned. Thanks, Ihyun. Thanks to you. Baek Yuni owes me a meal. As Yuni got up from her seat and walked behind me, she gave me a light pat on the back. Then should I apologize to Kwon Juin if I'd won instead? Now that she mentioned it, she had a point. You'd feel even more sorry after you got this. What should I do? Yuni placed a small shopping bag from her desk onto the table. The black bag had the words, Old Future, printed on it, and was tied with a black ribbon. What's this? A gift. I figured you were obsessed with stripes, so the moment I saw it, I thought of you. Inside was a black and white striped t-shirt. When I unfolded it, it turned out to be a loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt with a slightly wider neckline. Don't feel pressured to accept it. It's not something I bought separately. It's from the shop we run. No, feel pressured. Take it and feel pressured to keep working with us. Please. Juin had already moved to the seat across from me. Leaning over the table, he grabbed my hand with a pleading expression. I was genuinely grateful that he wanted to work with me so sincerely, but all I could do was smile awkwardly as I remembered the face of the man who had repeatedly stressed peace and safety before growling. Huh? Co Yihyun, like a gangster. But, you run a clothing shop? It's a bit much to call it that, but if you have to, then yes. It hasn't been open that long. About half a year now. As she said the last part, Yuni glanced at Juin as if confirming her memory. Our tastes are pretty specific. It's hard to find clothes we actually like, so we started a website for people with similar tastes. Most of the clothes come from things we pick up during overseas buying trips. Since we only stock 1 or 2 of each item, the profits aren't that great. We're not trying to make a fortune, We just do it because we enjoy it. Juin said it as casually as if he were talking about going for a bike ride around the neighborhood, but I found it genuinely impressive. Whether the business was successful or not, I knew firsthand that turning an idea into reality wasn't easy. But aren't these clothes you're supposed to sell? Even so, it's not expensive. Just wear it without worrying. Kwon Juin and I aren't so obsessed with money that we'd give away something expensive. Sitting on the edge of the table with her coffee, Yuni casually ruffled my hair. The clinking of ice every time she tilted the tumbler sounded oddly refreshing. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. It wasn't as though I had some deep attachment to striped t-shirts. I simply had no eye for fashion, and I wasn't particularly interested in clothes. In fact, it felt as though my desire for almost everything had been cut away before I ever had the chance to develop my own tastes. I figured stripes weren't too plain, but they didn't stand out either. Before I knew it, nearly every shirt in my closet had stripes. Even then, I didn't own enough clothes to justify saying I only wore striped shirts. When I left my grandfather's house, I'd only packed 2 or 3 lightweight long-sleeved shirts that I needed immediately. Now that the weather was getting hotter, I needed more short-sleeved shirts anyway. But my happiness wasn't simply because the timing happened to be perfect. Someone had noticed me. They had quietly figured out what I liked and thought of me even when I wasn't around. That unexpected kindness made my heart flutter for just a moment. Their thoughtful gesture, choosing a striped t-shirt because they thought of me, felt like a gentle rebuke to the isolated shell I'd built around myself. A life that had shut out the world beyond those fragile relationships built on sand and illusion. As I looked down at the shirt in my hands, a grand thought crossed my mind. Perhaps salvation didn't have to come only through sublime, self-sacrificing love. The two of them insisted on seeing me wear it immediately and practically shoved me behind the partition in the office. I took off my old long-sleeved shirt, hung it over the partition, and pulled the new one on over my head. It felt a little awkward since it was much more stylish than what I usually wore, but their reactions were immediate. Can a single t-shirt really change someone's vibe this much? I couldn't help chuckling at Juin's exaggerated reaction, especially since he was still absent-mindedly playing a game on his phone. Now admit that Baek Yuni has excellent taste. Crossing her arms proudly and lifting her chin, Yuni beamed. Juin frowned from his chair. Baek Yuni, Ihyun looked good even wearing cheap black pants and a bargain bin t-shirt. He already looked good. Now he looks even better. Admit it, you idiot. When did I ever deny it? Fine, I admit it. I admit it wholeheartedly. Baek Yuni is the best. The way they kept casually calling me pretty made me feel just as awkward as the shirt itself. I scratched the back of my neck for no reason before remembering the old shirt I'd left hanging behind the partition. I folded it into the shopping bag and put everything into my backpack. How tall are you? At Yuni's question, I searched my memories from the military. The last time I measured, I was around 181 centimeters. Maybe it's because your face is small and your arms and legs are long. I thought you were a little taller. She studied me from across the table, measuring me with her eyes. It's the perfect height. You're not trying to become a model, and honestly, any taller just makes it hard to find clothes. 181 that looks like 183 or 184. I'm jealous. Juin, who looked about 5 to 7 centimeters taller than I was, continued tapping rapidly at his phone. To me, he really did look like a model. I'd thought so ever since I first saw him in the basement storage room. You've got great proportions and a handsome face. Put on black jeans and a t-shirt, and you look like a model immediately. Ihyun, people must have mistaken you for an alpha before. Yuni sounded almost certain. But no matter how much I searched my memories, nothing like that had ever happened. At least, no one had ever said it to my face. No, not at all. Well, Ihyun doesn't really feel like an alpha, but... Before Juin, who had finally looked away from his game and was studying me with an oddly intent expression, could finish his sentence, loud voices came from outside the office. The front entrance was locked from the inside, so only people with access passes could come in. The three of us exchanged puzzled looks. Who's that? Hello, babies. The man who strode through the hall and into the office as dramatically as a musical actor was the passenger seat man. The moment Yuni and Juin saw him, they both let out theatrical sighs. It wasn't genuine annoyance, just the kind of exaggerated greeting close friends exchanged. Our Juin and Yuni are always so thrilled to see me. Is that really the reaction to someone who came to buy you delicious food? Phantom's representative followed behind him with a weary expression while the passenger seat man looked slightly drunk. Representative, why did you bring in Will? I didn't bring him. He insisted on coming, so I ended up getting dragged along. The representative shoved the passenger seat man aside with an exhausted look before walking into the office. Who's dragging who? I came because I wanted to buy good food for the baby suffering at Phantom instead of sitting around with all those loud, flashy fashion people pretending to smile. You're the one who tagged along. Chapter 21. He complained loudly at the CEO's back as they walked ahead, but before giving him a chance to explain, he came straight over to me. Then he leaned in slightly, bringing his face close to mine. There was the faint scent of wine on his breath, not strong, just barely noticeable. Mr. Ihyun, how have you been? Yes, hello. The CEO was getting himself a cup of coffee from the machine by the window beyond the table. Standing with one hand on his hip, his back looked a little tired. He said he came to treat us to something good, but he actually came to see Ihyun. Hyung Juin grumbled, and the man from the passenger seat casually draped an arm around my shoulder before turning toward Nuna and Hyung. What does it matter who I came to see? I'm still the one paying. Then let's go? It'll take 10 minutes. That was Nuna Yuni's crisp reply after checking her wristwatch. The wine bar, tucked away in a narrow alley deeper inside the bustling entertainment district, felt like an elegant hideout. It specialized in Spanish-style appetizers and wine, and the interior held only 4 or 5 tables. The atmosphere wasn't solemn or stiff. The clothes of the customers, the easy conversations drifting through the room, and the music all gave it a relaxed, casual feeling. Still, it was a sophisticated place that felt slightly intimidating to someone like me, who had spent the past 5 or 6 years in a fishing village without so much as a franchise pizza shop, let alone a Spanish restaurant. The man from the passenger seat seemed the most familiar with the place. After getting everyone's agreement, he took the menu and immediately ordered 2 or 3 dishes to share along with several bottles of wine. Other than me, all 4 of them seemed to know the owner personally. That alone suggested they were fairly close outside of work, close enough to have a regular place they came to together. Can I call you Ihyun? I had been drinking water out of sheer awkwardness. I quickly set my glass down and nodded to the man sitting across from me. Just call me Inwoo Hyung, Ihyun. I already knew his name was Choi Inwoo because I checked the artist's name on the painting at the VIP opening. How can the doctor be Ihyun's Hyung? More like his uncle. Just call him same Inwoo. Hyung Juin teased him lightly, and the man frowned, folding his arms on the table. I'm not Ihyun's doctor, so why should he call me doctor? I don't like it. Then why do we call doctor doctor? Same isn't our doctor either. TCH. He clicked his tongue at Hyung Juin's comeback. Though he seemed to reluctantly accept the logic, another complaint soon followed. I hear same enough at the hospital. Do you know how old I feel every time someone says it? Besides, you all call every other affiliated artist same, but I'm the only one you call doctor. Hey, we see doctor too often because of the CEO. Calling you same would feel too distant. Leaning sideways against the window, Hyung Juin smiled lazily while idly playing with his long, slender fingers. That's right. It's a sign of affection. Nuna Yuni chimed in, but Inwood didn't let the matter drop. Then what about Shushu? Why do you call Shushu same? Shushu. I'd heard that name before. I still remembered how strangely sweet it sounded coming from the Phantom CEO's low, husky voice. Feeling a little thirsty, I took another sip of water. We had taken the window table closest to the entrance, but with 5 people, 1 chair had to face the aisle. Hyung Juin and Nuna Yuni sat along the inside, and I sat beside Hyung Juin in the order we'd entered. Naturally, the seat facing the aisle, the least comfortable one, ended up belonging to the Phantom CEO. Since he was sitting right beside me with only the corner of the table between us, I kept my feet tucked beneath my chair, worried they might brush against his or that I might accidentally step on him beneath the long tablecloth that covered our laps. He didn't seem particularly interested in being there. Half listening to the others' conversation, he rested one arm over the back of his chair while lazily swirling an empty wine glass with the other. Then why had he bothered coming? If Inwoo Hyung was right, it didn't even sound like he'd been the one to suggest they all come together. Mr. Shushu has a personal relationship with the CEO, but we hardly interact with her privately. Nuna Yuni lowered the playful tone she'd been using and spoke more carefully. Maybe it was my imagination, but it seemed like she was watching the CEO's expression. The friendly owner brought over the wine, briefly interrupting the conversation. Deep red wine was poured into each of our 5 glasses. It was my first time drinking wine. As soon as everyone's glass was filled, we naturally clinked them together without anyone proposing a toast. There wasn't any formal cheers. The wine was far more fragrant than beer, but the lingering taste after swallowing was much stronger than I'd expected. Each sip seemed to build another layer of flavor inside my mouth. Before I realized it, I'd already finished nearly half my glass. The other 3, everyone except the CEO, were still arguing over honorifics. If I didn't settle it myself, this debate might last all night. I'm not a phantom employee, so if it's okay, I'll call you Hyung. I said it without thinking much about it. It wasn't as though I'd have many chances to call him that in the future anyway. Nuna Yuni and Hyung Juin looked as though they'd just lost a game. Meanwhile, Inwoo Hyung looked like a child who had finally gotten the toy he'd wanted after a long battle. Then say it once. Say Inwoo Hyung. The table wasn't very wide, so when he leaned forward from directly across from me, his face came surprisingly close. His eager expression was so open and sincere that it was difficult to disappoint him. Inwoo Hyung, your main job is being a doctor, right? He smiled brightly, revealing perfectly even teeth. It was an undeniably attractive smile, his eyes narrowing slightly as though they sparkled. Aren't you acting awfully old-fashioned? Why are you so obsessed with being called Hyung? The Phantom CEO shook his head as he casually tipped his wine into his mouth. Despite looking completely uninterested in the place, he was drinking faster than anyone else. For a moment, I wondered if my presence was making him uncomfortable. Then I dismissed the thought. When it came to him, I could afford to be surprisingly bold. It's adorable. If he keeps calling me Hyung, I'll end up wanting to give him anything he asks for. The man from the passenger's seat, Inwoo Hyung, said it with a dreamy smile. He was a gastroenterologist. At the same time, he was also one of Phantom's affiliated artists. Although he was a medical specialist, he worked at a small general hospital run by his parents, who served as director and vice director. According to the Phantom CEO, Nuna Yuni, and Hyung Juin, he was an easygoing doctor who spent most of his time fooling around. Thanks to Phantom actively promoting him as a doctor artist, he had become a fairly popular painter whose works sold almost as soon as they were displayed. His parents were passionate art collectors, so he'd grown up surrounded by paintings. He'd painted as a hobby for many years before entering the art world at the Phantom CEO's recommendation. Even if painting wasn't his primary profession, the moment he began selling his work, he became a professional artist. Remembering how I'd recommended one of his own paintings to him at the VIP opening, my face grew warm. I took another sip of the innocent wine. By the time I'd emptied my glass for the 2nd or 3rd time, Inwoo Hyung picked up another bottle from the steel wine bucket beside the table and refilled it. I'm sorry about that day. I didn't even know you were the artist. I'm almost completely ignorant about art, so I just said what I honestly felt. I'm sorry if I offended you. Not at all. Why would I be offended? It's not like you said anything bad. Honestly, it felt as though you'd seen me completely naked. Your interpretation resonated with me far more than those critics who only spout pretentious nonsense. To be honest, it even felt like fate. If he hadn't worn such an exaggeratedly playful expression while saying that last part, I wouldn't have known how to respond. Ugh, here we go again with his fate. Same sure has a lot of fated encounters. Fortunately, Hyung Juin's sigh and teasing comment lightened the atmosphere. It may be presumptuous of me to say this, but I think I understand why your paintings are so popular, Hyung. Same. I think it's because most people have a hard time being honest, even when they want to be. I hadn't been speaking with anyone in particular in mind. Yet, somehow, by the end of the sentence, my eyes had drifted toward the Phantom CEO. Embarrassed by where I'd been looking, I raised my wine glass to my lips. For the first time, I realized alcohol made a surprisingly good shield for hiding both expressions and wandering eyes. To be honest, after hearing your story that day, both Kuin and I thought you'd studied art at some point. It wasn't until we heard from manager Han that we found out we were wrong. Kuin. I'd heard that unusual name several times before, even though most people simply called him CEO. But despite helping out at Phantom 3 separate times now, I still didn't know the CEO's real name. I could have found out easily if I wanted to. But I didn't want to ask Mrs. Han, Yuni, or Juin. Nor did I feel like typing Gallery Phantom into my phone's search bar. Not that anyone would have seen it. Chapter 22. Anyway, I was really happy that day, thanks to you. Everyone appreciates art differently depending on how they feel at the time, but it's still wonderful when someone recognizes the version of yourself that you unknowingly poured into it, isn't it? In Woo-hyung spoke with a warm smile, and his sincerity showed. I smiled back. I thought I could vaguely understand the joy he was describing. It would probably be overwhelming, exhilarating. Maybe it would even feel like fate, like finding the one person who could finally decipher your secret code. By the way, Ihyun SSI, what would you say about the painting in your living room? Aren't you curious? Setting down his wine glass, In Woo-hyung nudged the CEO's arm. At the question, the CEO slowly turned his gaze toward me. From the moment we met until now, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was dissecting and evaluating me with his eyes. There was an emotionless indifference in his gaze, but that very detachment made it feel all the more invasive, as though he could mercilessly peel away every layer of the person before him. It left me awkwardly tense, with my mouth growing dry. At the same time, though, it stirred something in me I hadn't known existed, a part of me that instinctively squirmed under pressure, even when I wanted to stay still. His pale gray-blue eyes rested on me. For an instant, they seemed to hold fragile emotions that looked ready to shatter, softening the chill left behind by his cold words. But that was only an illusion created by the color of his eyes. Before the slightly parted lips could answer, the phone on the table vibrated. The moment he glanced at the caller ID, a faint but unmistakably genuine smile appeared. After giving us a brief apologetic gesture, he picked up the phone, stood, walked toward the entrance, and answered the call. "Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it went well. Right now? No, I slipped out with Choi In-woo. I'm having dinner with the Phantom guys." He stood with his back to us, only his profile visible, but I could tell he was smiling. It wasn't the polished smile he wore for Phantom's customers. It was something much softer. Not a business smile, but a private one. Like the way he had said the name Shu Shu. "It's fine. Don't worry about it. Even if you came, people would keep bothering you, and you'd just end up exhausted. You don't have to worry about that." Just then, all the dishes we had ordered arrived together. The owner briefly explained each one, but my ears were far more focused on the conversation taking place several steps away than on anything happening at the table. It doesn't matter if there aren't many pieces. Just don't overwork yourself. It's Shu Shu. People are already lining up to make reservations before they've even seen the work. Just like me, no one treated every relationship exactly the same. Still, as far as I knew, he was someone who showed the greatest difference depending on who stood before him. Teacher, Yuni Nuna, and Juin Hyung. In Woo-hyung, Phantom's customers. Me. He treated every one of them differently, in ways both subtle and obvious. Watching him lean against the open doorway with that gentle smile as he focused on the call completely changed the impression I had of him. I had assumed he would remain detached even with someone he loved. Maybe the sweetness I associated with the name Shu Shu didn't come from the word itself. "Yihin SSI, try some of this. You need to put on a little weight." At In Woo-hyung's voice, I tore my eyes away from the CEO's back, pretending I had only been looking over my wine glass. He placed a serving of slowly cooked Iberian pork jowl onto my plate. "Teacher, he may not look it, but he's stronger than he seems. He works part-time for a moving company." Nuna said it while chewing a slice of melon wrapped in thin jamon. In Woo-hyung's eyes widened. He slowly looked me up and down above the table. Anyone could work for a moving company, really. Most of the drivers weren't especially large. More often than not, they were simply average-sized people with quick, efficient movements. Did you know? Yihin SSI works part-time for a moving company. In Woo-hyung looked toward the CEO, who had just returned after ending his call. The CEO merely shrugged before sitting down and taking another sip of wine. In Woo-hyung didn't seem to expect a response anyway. His attention quickly returned to me. "No matter how I look at it, you seem like the artistic type. A moving company part-timer. Somehow you just keep getting more and more interesting, Yihin SSI." Using the phrase more and more interesting, almost like a term of endearment, In Woo-hyung laughed and shook his head. "Come to think of it, Yihin SSI, you feel different today. Last time, You looked like an honors student visiting a gallery while holding your parents' hands. But today, there's a touch of decadent beauty about you. Embarrassed by such an unfamiliar compliment, I lowered my head and looked at myself before tugging lightly at the hem of my t-shirt. Nuna and Hyung gave it to me. Oh, old future. He immediately recognized the name printed on the shopping bag Uni Nuna had given me. It must have been the name of the brand they ran. Now that I think about it, old future suits you. Better than something too obvious like what those two wear. Your clothes leave a little more to the imagination. What's that supposed to mean, teacher? Uni Nuna placed a hand on In-woo Hyung's shoulder and playfully threatened him with her fork. Honestly, the two of you just scream punk from the moment people see you. There's no surprise. Wow, teacher, you're really harsh. Even if you like Ihyun and I, you never flirted with me like this when I first came. I'm honestly disappointed. Ju and Hyung joined in, cornering In-woo Hyung as well. Judging by the way they spoke, this clearly wasn't the first time In-woo Hyung had shown this kind of affection toward another man, whether sincerely or half in jest. Still, he hadn't done anything that made me feel uncomfortable or threatened. He had asked for my phone number in the car on the way here, but that alone wasn't enough to make me wary of him. His naturally playful tone stripped any weight from his words, making it easy to brush off his displays of affection. Even now, he raised one hand with exaggerated seriousness and showed Ju and Hyung his palm. I simply have exceptionally high aesthetic standards. Sorry, considering what Ihyun and I said to you that day, I'm surprised you're still acting like this. If I were you, I'd avoid him. Ju and Hyung calmly took another sip of wine before bringing up the VIP opening again, when I had commented on In-woo Hyung's painting and mentioned honesty. He's not avoiding him. If anything, that's probably why teacher became even more interested in Ihyun SSI. At Uni Nuna's words, In-woo Hyung smiled vaguely. As he lifted his wine glass, he looked at me over the rim. There was laughter in his eyes. It felt as though they carried some secret message. Or perhaps it was simply the carefree mood of the gathering. Unless he actually asked me something that required an answer, I had no intention of trying to interpret the meaning behind that look. After setting down his wine glass, In-woo Hyung spoke as though he had just remembered something. Ihyun SSI, you're an alpha, right? He asked casually, as if he were confirming something that was already obvious. His certainty actually delayed my answer. No, I'm not. The smile vanished from In-woo Hyung's face. Meanwhile, the CEO let out a quiet laugh, sounding almost like air escaping him. He took another sip of wine with the brightest expression I had seen on his face so far. Then, as though saying, see, he spoke. I told you he wouldn't be. Had the two of them been talking about me? First whether I had majored in art, and now whether I was an alpha? That's strange. Even if I'm suppressing my hormones, there's no way I wouldn't recognize an omega. Then, Ihyun SSI, are you some kind of diamond omega? A level above a golden omega? Someone who can completely hide the fact that they're an omega whenever they want. There's no such thing as a diamond omega, Uni Nuna scoffed. Can't you tell the difference between a joke and reality? In-woo Hyung shot back. I felt I should correct his assumption that I had to be an omega simply because I wasn't an alpha. I'm not an omega either. This time, his expression stiffened even more than before. Even the CEO, who had been leaning back with a satisfied smile while balancing his chair on two legs, froze and turned to look at me. Narrowing his eyes, In-woo Hyung asked, Then you're a beta? Yes. In-woo Hyung and the CEO exchanged a glance. The next moment, the CEO looked back at me with unconcealed suspicion and caution, as though I were some unknown life form that shouldn't exist. His expression practically said, There's no way something like that exists. Are you sure? I wanted to ask him the same thing. What made him so absolutely convinced that I was an omega? Chapter 23. The results of the test I took in middle school said I was a beta, and I'd never experienced anything resembling a rut or a heat cycle since then. I was clearly a beta, one of the majority in this world, so ordinary that I had never even considered getting retested. A common existence, like water, air, or dust, just one among countless others. Uni Nuna and Ju and Hyung, both betas themselves, naturally accepted that I was one too without any further verification. As far as I knew, the director and In-woo Hyung were both alphas. In-woo Hyung thought I was an alpha, while the golden alpha director had been convinced I was an omega. And now, Judging by the way he was drinking wine with a look of utter dismay on his face, he still couldn't accept that I wasn't. But aside from me, you were wrong? What's going on, Golden Alpha? Huh, losing your touch? Isn't proper pheromone circulation important? Come on, release some pheromones, breathe in some omega pheromones. Or are you trying to become a beta altogether? He nudged the director with his elbow as he teased him, and the director twisted his lips in obvious displeasure. I've never lacked for partners, even without using pheromones. Whether you relied on pheromones or not, only the people who've slept with you would know. Don't lump me together with those alpha bastards who leak pheromones everywhere. His eyes narrowed, as though he were genuinely offended. Jun Hyung's explanation that golden alphas could completely control the release of their pheromones came back to me. You know, that's a kind of obsession. This happened because you control your pheromones too much. This isn't just a monkey falling out of a tree. Who is Lau Wiqun? Aren't you supposed to be a better omega detector than genetic testing? Oh, Golden Alpha's reputation is in shambles. The director told In Hyung not to make such a fuss over something so trivial, but despite his words, he wore the most visibly shaken expression I'd ever seen on him. Why was the fact that I was a beta, not an omega, and that he'd mistaken a beta for an omega such a shock? Was it really just because, as In Hyung had said, it ruined his flawless record of identifying omegas more accurately than genetic analysis? I didn't know the reason, but it seemed that revealing the simple truth, that I was a beta, was far more effective at embarrassing him than falsely announcing that I was gay. Maybe his reluctance to let me move into Ms. Han's house had also stemmed from his mistaken belief that I was an omega. Either way, I was the reason he was frowning and rapidly emptying his wine glass. Perhaps because I'd drunk so much wine, I felt as though I were floating on waves. I wanted another glass to drown the heat that still refused to subside. I'm sorry. As my concentration slipped, I accidentally brushed someone's leg beneath the table. I immediately pulled my foot back under my chair and apologized to the director of Phantom. His still intimidating face turned toward me. Then In Hyung tapped the edge of the table from across from us. Yihinssai, that was my foot. Meeting my gaze steadily, In Hyung raised his wine glass to his lips. His eyes slowly moved between me and the director. I'm sorry. I apologized to In Hyung as well, unsure whether I was apologizing for stepping on his foot or for directing my first apology to the wrong person. My throat felt dry. In Hyung had probably realized exactly who I had been worried about just from that brief reaction. The only thing I could do was drink more wine. The drinking session continued until after 2 in the morning. The 5 of us emptied 6 or 7 bottles of wine, and I'd finished a little more than 1 bottle by myself. Everyone was pleasantly drunk, and In Hyung, Yuni Nuna, and Jun Hyung were much livelier than usual. Director Neem, I love you. I don't. Why are you clinging to me? Get off. The director of Phantom was smiling even as he pushed Jun Hyung's puckered face away. His face wasn't flushed, nor had he become more talkative, but even so, I could tell he was comfortably relaxed. I was feeling pleasantly lightheaded from drinking wine for the first time. I blinked slowly, staring down at my toes as my body floated hazily and my thoughts drifted out of focus. Then I felt someone gently shake my wrist. Looking up, I found In Hyung. Yihinssai, where do you live? I'll take you home. No. Teacher should take us home. The director will take Yihyun home. Why can't we do it the other way around? In Hyung stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes at Yuni Nuna as she wagged her index finger back and forth. I couldn't help chuckling at his playful expression. Just put your hand on your heart and think about it. You'll have your answer in no time. Now come on, the designated driver is here. Jun Hyung, still overflowing with energy as though he'd drunk an energy drink instead of wine, grabbed In Hyung's wrist and dragged him toward the car parked by the roadside. Director Nim, please take good care of Yihyun. They waved enthusiastically before disappearing into In Hyung's car. The lively street instantly fell silent. Only then did I notice that most of the nearby shops had already closed and not a single person was walking outside. The director, who had also called a designated driver, checked his watch. I should take you back to Assistant Manager Han's house, right? I'm not that drunk. I can just take a taxi. He looked down at me without saying a word. Standing there with both hands in his pockets and his head tilted slightly, his gaze was so overwhelming that I lowered my own eyes instead. I found myself looking at his sturdy wrists beneath his rolled-up sleeves, the natural creases in his neatly tailored trousers, and his expensive leather loafers. I wasn't drunk enough to be unable to stand. I'd only swayed for a moment after losing my balance. But he seemed to have decided I was too intoxicated to judge my own condition. With a quiet sigh, he reached out, caught my unsteady arm, and drew me toward him. Let's go. There wasn't much conversation on the way home. After the designated driver took the wheel, we sat side by side in the back seat. The only exchange between us came when he asked if he could smoke, and I told him it was fine. The cool breeze drifting through the open window felt wonderful against my warm face. The strands of hair blowing across my cheeks tickled me, making me giggle. He turned to look at me. When our eyes met, I laughed even harder. Everything just felt strangely funny. He probably thought I looked ridiculous. I wondered why he hadn't dropped me off at the entrance to the apartment complex. Instead, the car drove into the underground parking garage. After we got out, he dismissed the driver. Would it be all right if I came up for a bit? I need to pick up a few things from assistant manager Han's place. Since that was his reason, I had no grounds to stop him. It wasn't my house, even if I was living there. Inside the elevator, I gripped my bag strapped tightly, trying to steady my drifting thoughts. He stepped out ahead of me, entered the door code as naturally as though it were his own home, then walked straight into the kitchen. Humming quietly to himself, he took an ion drink from the refrigerator, opened it, and drank directly from the bottle. Noticing me standing blankly beside the dining table, he raised an eyebrow and lightly shook the bottle toward me, silently asking if I wanted some. Even though he was drinking straight from it, I'd assumed someone as particular as him would care about things like that, but apparently not. I wanted cold water rather than an ion drink, so I filled a glass at the water purifier. Since he had already settled at the dining table with his drink, I ended up sitting across from him instead of going straight to my room to shower and change. Assistant manager Han will probably come home quite drunk tonight. The people who gathered today are all close friends. Please take good care of him in the morning. Yes, I will. Ms. Han was also a smoker, so there were always ashtrays on both the living room coffee table and the dining table. He asked if he could smoke. When I nodded, I stood and opened the kitchen window. How tall are you, Co Yihin SSI? He watched me return to my seat while casually tapping ash from his cigarette. A lot of people had asked about my height today. About 181 centimeters. Taller than I expected. It was the exact opposite of what Yuni Nuna and Ju and Hyung had said. Still, despite bringing up the subject himself, he didn't seem particularly interested in it. The long dining area sat between the living room and the kitchen. Since he'd entered before me and only switched on the pendant light above the table, the warm glow illuminated only the dining space, leaving the rest of the large room in shadow. It felt less like a place for meals and more like a space designed for sharing drinks and conversations with close friends. Ms. Han had chosen warm orange lighting that gave the room a soft, cozy atmosphere. The long hanging lamps looked low enough to bump your head on if you stood too quickly, casting deep shadows across his face. Watching me from beneath those shadows, he drew slowly on his cigarette, his movements carrying the faintest trace of restlessness. May I see the painting you told me you drew before? He seemed far more interested in that than in something like my height. Chapter 24. I was completely flustered. Unlike his indifferent reaction when he had asked about my height, his questions about my art were sincere. I had never expected someone who had been so indifferent, almost hostile, toward me to be genuinely curious about my work. No, I don't have any. You don't have any pictures or anything? I shook my head. I shook it several more times, gripping the glass of water in front of me so tightly my fingers ached. Between the slow rhythm of his breathing as he smoked, his phone vibrated softly. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. The phone he had left on the table remained still. He flicked ash into the tray and gestured toward my phone with his chin. Answer it. It's fine. The caller was Hyung In-woo. He said he had dropped off Nuna Yuni and Hyung Juin and had just gotten home. He wanted to know whether I had made it back safely. I thanked him again for the meal and for the enjoyable evening before hanging up. The entire call lasted less than a minute. Did things progress that quickly between you two? He crushed the cigarette, which had burned down to the filter, into the ashtray. There wasn't even a hint of sarcasm in his voice. No, not really. We just exchanged numbers earlier today. So even though he's gay, It seems Seo Yihyun isn't completely uninterested in Choi In-woo, since his declaration that he was gay had been impulsive at best, if not outright false. I had no idea how to answer. He toyed with the sports drink bottle, twisted off the cap, and took another sip. You don't have much dating experience, do you? I was relieved he had stopped asking about my artwork, but talking about dating wasn't any more comfortable. He crossed one leg over the other and leaned back casually in his chair, tapping the bottle lightly against the table as he watched me. From everything I had observed so far, good posture simply wasn't one of his habits. Choi In-woo isn't a bad friend. But as a man, I can't say he's a good one. Did he actually care enough about me to worry that I'd get hurt by someone? That thought made me stare blankly into his eyes. Their gray-blue color still fascinated me, having spent my whole life surrounded by black eyes. Perhaps he mistook my silence for ignorance of the situation's seriousness. He leaned forward, his expression becoming noticeably more earnest. Someone as inexperienced as Seo Yihyun can't handle someone like him. From what I've seen, you're the type who likes to get to know someone slowly before building a relationship. He's nothing like that. What about you, CEO? He frowned as though he hadn't expected me to interrupt him, despite the fact that we were sitting face to face. Maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe it was because I'd recently become bold enough to tease him a little. Even so, I thought my next question was surprisingly daring. Then, are you a good man, CEO? He lowered his gaze to the table and smiled. Then he lit another cigarette. After taking the first drag, he slowly exhaled a long stream of smoke. Does a good man even exist? I've never met one. It sounded as though someone had hurt him deeply, or perhaps he believed he himself was the worst kind of man. But I couldn't ask. By the next moment, that self-deprecating smile had already vanished. You met Choi In-woo while working at Phantom, so I feel. Something resembling responsibility. Don't believe everything that guy tells you. Though, if Seo Yihyun ends up liking him, there's nothing I can really say. Just as he had said, it was only something resembling responsibility. He had no intention of actively stopping anything. He simply wanted to put up a thin shield in advance so he wouldn't feel guilty if everything turned into a disaster later. Apparently finished with that topic, he brushed the hair that had fallen over his forehead back with the hand holding his cigarette and changed the subject. I'd like you to officially join Phantom. His tone became brisk, as though he intended to leave as soon as he finished speaking. Even so, he continued smoking after he'd said everything. Recently, we've taken on more affiliated artists, and both the number and size of exhibitions have increased. The staff's been stretched thin. I've been thinking about hiring someone new, but I'm rather particular about people, so I've only made things harder for everyone. I'd like Seo Yihyun to come work for us. That's actually why I came here tonight. Team Leader Han will go over the details with you. Because of the alcohol, my thoughts moved sluggishly. I had never expected him to offer me a permanent position. No, deep down, perhaps I'd been expecting this all along. Unable to organize my thoughts, I traced my fingertip over the condensation beading on the outside of my water glass. May I ask, why you suddenly changed your mind? I didn't change my mind. I made my decision based on Seo Yihyun's work ethic and results. Team Leader Han and the rest of the staff all want you here too. It's not because you know I'm not an Omega. My already sluggish brain had apparently lost all restraint. The question slipped out before I could stop it. Normally, I weighed every word far more carefully than necessary, so even I was surprised by my own boldness. Was he suddenly offering me the job because he thought I couldn't cause trouble if I wasn't an Omega? Then why had his supposedly flawless ability to identify Omegas failed when it came to me? He stayed silent for a moment. Then he took 2 or 3 quick drags from his cigarette. About that? Are you really not an Omega? The light overhead and the cigarette between his fingers made me feel as though I were being interrogated by a detective. Yes, I was officially confirmed as a 100% beta during the examination I had in middle school and again during my pre-enlistment physical. Then what is it? He murmured the question almost to himself. Even so, his eyes never left me. It wasn't simply that he couldn't believe I was a beta. It was as though he simply couldn't accept that I wasn't an Omega. I told you, I'm a beta. Are you really? Unless you're a golden Omega or come from a wealthy family, the world's not exactly kind to Omegas. They're exposed to danger far too often. So if you're pretending to be a beta, you don't have to. A breeze drifted in through the open kitchen window. His perfume mixed strangely with the cigarette smoke carried by the wind. He didn't even notice the cigarette burning down toward the filter. He didn't think about putting it out. He only stared at me. It almost seemed as though he wanted me to confess that I was secretly an Omega. Beneath half-lowered eyelids, those gray-blue eyes slowly searched mine from side to side. Maybe it was the alcohol. My body kept growing heavier. No, that wasn't quite right. My limbs felt loose, as though every joint had melted, yet at the same time it felt as though I were floating. I wanted to lie down immediately because of the overwhelming languor. At the same time, I wanted to open another bottle and keep drinking because my body felt strangely exhilarated. Something was definitely wrong. I drank another mouthful of water, bit my lower lip, and forced myself to speak. I wanted him to stop insisting on this. No, I'm a beta, and even if I were an omega, I wouldn't hide it for the reasons you mentioned. He continued staring at me in silence. As time passed, simply remaining seated became more difficult. It felt as though my body were drifting on invisible waves. Finally, he stubbed out his cigarette. As the bitter smoke faded away, the scent of his perfume became even more noticeable. It was surprisingly strong. It was strange that I hadn't noticed it earlier, when we'd been sitting together at the bar or in the back seat of the car. Pleasant. Unpleasant. It wasn't a fragrance that could be described so simply. It was layered and complex, impossible to categorize. If I ever caught that scent while passing someone on the street, I'd probably turn around and look again. It was unique. Something about it tugged at my nerves and drew me in. Huh, what am I doing? He muttered the words while shaking his head, as though condemning himself. I couldn't tell what he was blaming himself for. He picked up the half-finished sports drink, stood, and reminded me that if I had any questions about working at Phantom, I should speak with team leader Han, who would explain everything thoroughly. After those business-like parting words, he disappeared through the front door. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol. A powerful wave of sexual desire suddenly surged through me. At my age, feeling desire several times a day wasn't unusual. But for someone who had lived as though every desire had been surgically removed, this was completely foreign. I stopped in the middle of my shower and reached down beneath the stream of water. This wasn't the detached, mechanical masturbation I was accustomed to, where I simply became erect and finished through repetitive friction. Pleasure flooded every inch of my body. My skin tingled intensely. My legs trembled so violently that I could no longer stand on my own, and I collapsed against the tiled wall for support. Fear rose inside me. The overwhelming desire was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It ignored my personality. It ignored my experience. It swallowed me whole. I couldn't recognize myself as incoherent moans escaped my lips. Even after climaxing once, my arousal refused to subside. Clutching myself helplessly, I had no idea what to do. Excessive drinking wasn't just bad for my health. Apparently, it also carried the risk of triggering overwhelming sexual desire. Even after an experience far more intense than anything I'd ever known, collapsing onto my bed left me feeling not relieved, but unbearably thirsty. I twisted the sheets in my fists, pounded them once in frustration, and, for the first time in years, swore out loud. Chapter 25. Seated on a gray rock against a backdrop of neglected, lifeless, tangled bushes, a man with dark makeup smudged around his eyes stared intensely into the camera lens. Like most photos with this kind of atmosphere, it wasn't in stark black and white. It was in color, paradoxically, that only emphasized the desolation of the background even more. Despite the natural colors, the scenery in the photo looked dark, harsh, and barren. Just like the impression I'd had the first time I saw him in Phantom's underground vault. Ihyun, with the collar of his sweater pulled up to his chin as he stared, or rather glared, straight ahead, looked like a model. To someone like me, his poses, expressions, and the atmosphere he created already seemed no different from those of a professional model. Old Future. The website run by Yuni Nuna and Ihyun wasn't just a simple clothing shop they managed as a casual hobby, as they'd modestly described it. Although it didn't seem to be updated very often because of their busy schedules with Phantom, it contained much more than product listings. There were photographs they had taken themselves, pictures of the two of them together, and journal-like posts recording moments from their travels and daily lives, along with the thoughts those experiences had inspired. Hong Kong was a city I had visited so many times that I'd long since lost count. It was also a city I had become so familiar with that I could find my favorite shops, cafes, and pubs hidden throughout Soho's maze-like streets without Google Maps, as though it were the neighborhood where I'd grown up. Of all the districts in Hong Kong, I especially liked Old Town, which encompassed NoHo, Soho, and Poho along the steep roads leading toward Victoria Peak. Its streets were lined with stylish boutiques, trendy shops, and galleries of every size and concept, yet they were also filled with the most ordinary scenes of everyday Hong Kong life. Traditional butcher shops displayed unrefrigerated cuts of meat hanging on hooks. Hong Kong-style street stalls, the Dai Pai Dong, overflowed with locals grabbing a quick bowl of noodles. Narrow buildings more than 50 years old stood wrapped in bamboo, scaffolding for renovations. Even so, Hong Kong was always new. Not merely in the sense that old stores disappeared, new ones took their place, and the trends displayed in shop windows constantly changed. Those kinds of changes weren't true newness. They were nothing more than shallow tricks reflecting consumers' fickle tastes. Returning to a place where I'd once enjoyed waffles only to find a gelato shop in its place, that wasn't what anyone would call new. Hong Kong was a city sensitive to the needs of residents from many countries and visitors from overseas, but it wasn't a city obsessed with pleasing them just to empty their wallets. If anything, Hong Kong made outsiders adapt to it. It captivated people with its own sense of newness, with Hong Kong's identity itself. Where does newness come from? Europe? America? One of the Russian federal states recently discovered by people tired of Nordic interiors and kinfolk aesthetics? Calling those things new is simply a relative perspective born from mainstream culture. Those cultures already existed long before the mainstream happened to notice them. Newness is born. It is created. It comes from within. The colors, the scents, and the countless languages mingling with Cantonese throughout Hong Kong's streets. Hong Kong's own form of newness, revealing a different face every day through the harmony of its international sophistication and deeply rooted local identity. The future of Hong Kong already exists in today's Hong Kong. Although Quan Juan and I barely smoke a pack of cigarettes in an entire year, to the point where calling us smokers feels like an exaggeration. After having drinks in a Soho pub, we always run to a convenience store to buy cigarettes and a lighter without saying a word to each other. This isn't about pretense. It's about image. The image Hong Kong evokes in us. A city where it would be strange if art didn't flourish. A city that somehow defies explanation. We simply enjoy the image the city projects, just as some people come here to take selfies, others film mukbangs, and still others shop. Even on this trip, I saw, heard, and smelled old future through Hong Kong. For all its flaws, Hong Kong remained a city that stimulated me because it was alive, constantly reacting and constantly creating. I'm not talking about learning from the past. I'm not talking about simply accepting new things. I'm talking about possessing the conviction and focus to create something new. Although it was only early June, the daytime temperature had already climbed close to 30 degrees Celsius, so the air conditioner inside the cafe, just after Saturday lunch, was blasting cold enough to make the room feel chilly. But the goosebumps rising across my exposed skin as I finished reading Yuni Nuna's post had nothing to do with the temperature. In the photographs, Yuni Nuna and Juin Hyung stood together in a narrow alley climbing the steep hillside, completely at ease as themselves, neither exaggerating nor hiding anything. They looked less like tourists and more like people who belonged to the city itself. For the first time, I felt as though I understood Nuna's words. This isn't about pretense. It's about image. Not through logic, but through instinct. Just as Bali had become the symbolic paradise of Mori and Han Hyung, perhaps Hong Kong was that kind of place for Yuni Nuna. As I read the post, I found myself wanting, for the first time, to visit a city I barely knew. I'd listened to Mori and Han Hyung talk about Bali for years, yet I'd never imagined going there myself. To look at something with genuine curiosity. To want to experience it with my own eyes and hands instead of through photographs or books. Those feelings confused me, because I'd believed every desire I'd ever had quietly disappeared. They hadn't been cut away. They had simply dried up like plants left unwatered until they withered and returned to the soil. I'd never tried to kill those desires. If anything, they had died because I had done nothing. That's why my recent reactions to the outside world surprised me before they frightened me or made me happy. It felt like opening eyes I'd kept shut for so long because I'd believed they no longer worked, only to discover they could still distinguish light from darkness. That was what it felt like. I still couldn't make out the shapes of things clearly, but my eyes could tell there was light. And there was shadow. Light and shadow. They might seem like only small parts of the whole, but for some painters, they are both the beginning and the end of a painting. I want to go to Hong Kong. I want to stand on that street in the photograph and smoke a cigarette with Yuni Nuna and Juin Hyung. If I did, perhaps I could trace the texture of the sensations and images she described in her writing. A city I had never cared about. A place I knew only as a former British colony returned to China near the end of the 20th century. A city that still preserved its own language, culture, and customs distinct from mainland China, and one often listed alongside Singapore and New York as one of the world's most expensive cities, had suddenly come alive before me. It now had an expression, a scent, its own habits, its own way of speaking, all because of a few paragraphs written by Nuna and several accompanying photographs. In the final picture of the post, the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the bright lights of the night streets, quietly smoking. It wasn't a carefully posed shot. It looked like someone had simply captured a fleeting, natural moment. Both of them were looking toward the same place, their eyes slightly wider than usual, as though something had caught their attention. It must have been the instant someone watching them happened to press the shutter. In the lower right corner of the photograph was a small credit. Photo by Ihyun and Lau Wiqun. Now that I had officially become the representative of the organization I belonged to, I finally knew his full name. I imagined him standing behind the camera, photographing the two of them. It wasn't difficult to picture the three of them enjoying the city together, capturing one another through their camera lenses as they wandered Hong Kong's streets. People capable of existing side by side without exhausting themselves trying to change one another, despite their strong personalities. I raised the mug to my lips as I thought about their unique bond. Despite differences in age, background, and position within the organization, none of them seemed divided into rigid superiors and subordinates. The coffee had gone cold. A faint sigh escaped my lips. The vision I had thought I'd lost wasn't only capable of seeing light again. Surrounded by people who shone so brightly, I couldn't help noticing how completely I had neglected myself. The uneasiness I had felt that night at the hidden Spanish-style bar hadn't come solely from my unsociable personality. All this time, I'd been trying to protect myself by refusing to choose anything. I believed that as long as I never stepped forward, I could remain where I was and preserve myself exactly as I had been. But doing nothing could never preserve the present. Bricks, plastic cups, and erasers can remain unchanged simply by doing nothing. Most objects can. Living things cannot. Without water, without nourishment, without opening the windows and letting fresh air in, they wither. The mind, the emotions, even the unique personality and talent that once defined them. Chapter 26. Mori, Han, Yuni, Juin, Ms. Han, the CEO, even Inwoo. They were all people who shone brightly, filling their lives with their own convictions and passions. I was surrounded by their abundant light, yet I was nothing more than dried-up mud, incapable of nurturing even a single blade of grass. That was the result of choosing nothing. It was the world of shadows I saw with my eyes wide open. I took another sip of coffee and drew in a long, deep breath, as though trying to clear my mind. It wasn't a problem that would change just because I dwelled on it. Closing the web page I'd been reading, I opened my illustration program instead. The black and white design on the screen was the product of a week's worth of brief study and practice. It went without saying, but I had almost no practical skills to offer. At Phantom, all I could really do was help deliver sold artwork, move heavy items, and greet visitors whenever everyone else was busy or away. Most of my work consisted of miscellaneous tasks. I thought I should at least learn the basics of Illustrator or Photoshop, so I borrowed a laptop from the manager and bought several books that Yuni and Juin recommended. They also included video lessons, so I picked up the most basic functions fairly quickly, but I still wasn't anywhere near skilled enough to be genuinely useful. Still, that didn't mean I could keep spending my days updating customer address books, organizing return mail, cleaning, and driving. I needed to become more useful. I wanted to. A life that continued normally even if I did nothing was something I had abandoned the moment I crossed the gate at dawn on that rainy morning, leaving my father behind. What's this, Co Yihyun? Studying illustration these days? Someone rested a hand on my right shoulder from behind and leaned over my left shoulder. It was Juin. Embarrassed that he was looking at my amateurish work, I still didn't try to hide it. Oh, is this a draft for an advertisement? Yuni sat down on the stool beside me and tilted the laptop toward herself. The three of us had voluntarily decided to come into work on Saturday to lighten Monday's workload. Yuni wanted to buy some plants to decorate the gallery, so we had planned to meet here first, stop by the flower market, and then head to Phantom together. I hadn't expected them to arrive 20 minutes early. Showing my shortcomings to other people was every bit as nerve-wracking as showing them my drawings. It's not really. It's just practice using what I've learned. Not bad. It's actually impressive you've managed this much with only the basics. Yuni casually patted my shoulder. It didn't sound like empty praise. Lately, everyone at Phantom had been focused on preparing for Shushu's solo exhibition, which had been moved forward by a week. Since Shushu was Phantom's main artist, they had decided to run an advertisement for the exhibition in an art magazine. Yuni and Juin were responsible for creating the ad while juggling all their other work. It probably wouldn't help much, but I'd put together this design while practicing the skills I'd been learning. I felt like I had to contribute somehow. You've done your research on Shushu, haven't you? Juin chuckled as he tapped my shoulder. The composition is clear, which is good. The overall color palette is simple, but the image feels dynamic, which really matches the artist's style. We could actually use this as it is. Is that okay? Yuni pointed at the flowing wave-like section made from black lettering with the tip of her finger. I'd be grateful if you did. Thanks, C.R Jade. You just saved us some work. Mind if I email it to myself? While Yuni opened her email in the browser, Juin got up to order drinks. I was relieved that my work had actually been useful, but I still felt dazed. Absent-mindedly turning my coffee cup in my hands, I waited for Yuni to finish. The front of the cafe was made entirely of glass, giving me a clear view of the Saturday afternoon streets outside. Sitting somewhere like this and watching people pass by felt strangely unreal, like watching television. My surroundings had changed so drastically over the past month or two that I often couldn't shake the feeling that this life wasn't real. It reminded me of my first day at Phantom, when I took a taxi home after work and found myself thinking that if I returned to that same spot, Phantom would be gone. It was all a dream, C.R Jade. Please return to reality. As though someone would grab me by the back of my neck and drag me away. Oh, were you looking through the old Future website? Seeing Yuni smile at me made me feel a little more at ease. It was still real. At least for now. Yeah, the website has a lot of interesting things, so I spent quite a while looking around. Oh, Yuni, there's a pair of pants from old Future that I want. I pulled up the product page I'd been looking at earlier and showed her the thumbnail. Could I just give you the money and have you buy them for me? What? Are you trying to pay me back for the gift? No. Well, not entirely. I just saw them and thought they looked nice. Yuni pressed lightly against her eyebrow, piercing, and laughed at my awkward answer. You could do that, but why not just sign up and buy them yourself? My phone isn't under my name. I tried, but I couldn't register. It's not under your name? Then whose is it? These days, that's going to make life really inconvenient. Juin returned after placing the drink order, set the pager on the counter, and naturally joined the conversation. It's basically a ghost phone. Even if I never officially became a Phantom employee, I wanted to maintain my relationship with Yuni and Juin. Now that we worked together every day, I had expected I'd eventually have to give them at least a rough explanation of my circumstances, even if I couldn't tell them everything. There was no way they wouldn't realize something unusual was going on. A ghost phone? Why are you using one? Juin lowered his voice and scooted his stool closer. It's not just about me, so I can't really explain everything. But before I moved into the manager's house, the Hyung and Nuna I lived with, we basically ran away from the village we used to live in. So, the three of you ran away? Juin's already narrow eyes squinted even further. Yeah, that's a pretty unusual escape. 2 guys and 1 woman. Yes. Were those 2 a couple? I simply nodded. Juin nudged me with his elbow and gave me a slightly mischievous grin. Wow, C.R Jade really has no sense. Do you really think he'd just insert himself into a couple's relationship without a reason? There has to be more to the story. It was nice that Yuni thought that way. Though maybe Juin was right. Maybe I really was an oblivious kid. I knew Mori and Han would never have thought of me that way. Still, regardless of how they felt, Looking back on everything that had happened, I couldn't exactly deny that I'd lived through a period where being called an oblivious kid was understandable. So that's why you couldn't sign a full-time employment contract. Resting her chin on one hand, Yini tapped her lip piercing thoughtfully and nodded. Because of my situation, it was dangerous for me to work anywhere that left official records searchable through the National Tax Service or other government systems. That meant I couldn't sign a formal employment contract, so when I worked for the moving company, I was paid a slightly lower daily wage than everyone else. Cases like mine weren't especially rare in that line of work, and my foreman had met all sorts of people over the years, so he hired me without asking too many questions. I had been lucky. What I hadn't expected was for Phantom CEO, who supposedly had very high standards when it came to hiring people, to offer me a position even after learning about my circumstances. That night, while sitting at the manager's dining table, I'd assumed the offer was only because he didn't yet know. Once he found out that I couldn't legally be registered as a regular employee, couldn't receive standard payroll processing, and might bring unnecessary complications, I thought he'd withdraw the offer. Instead, after speaking with him, the manager explained that the CEO had agreed to employ me without officially registering me as a regular employee until my situation improved. Given everything, it was more than generous. Whatever his reasons might have been, whether they eventually became a weakness I would have to face later, I was grateful for his decision. Right now, all I wanted was to become part of Phantom. I wanted to seize that opportunity, even if it meant taking a risk. You've surprised me, CO Ihyun. I thought you were just a hard-working kid who grew up in a respectable family, but it turns out you're the type who carries a ghost phone around. Though, you're not on the run because you committed a crime or something, right? I laughed and shook my head. Juin smiled sheepishly, looking a little embarrassed that he'd even asked. I'm curious about what happened, but you look like the type who'll never talk unless you want to, so I won't pry. Yini casually draped an arm around my shoulders. There's a reason someone who seems completely free of worldly desires gets along so well with people like us, who worship material desires. Nobody becomes part of Phantom without having a story. Juin placed a heavy hand on my shoulder this time. He spoke as though I truly belonged with them, as though I deserved to. But that wasn't because I was worthy. It was because they were the kind of people who, despite shining so brightly themselves, never used that light to draw a line between themselves and others. The pager on the counter buzzed loudly. Yini frowned at the unpleasant sound and quickly picked it up. Let's grab our drinks and head out. We still need to stop by the flower market before going to the gallery. We should arrive around the same time the CEO gets there, right? This place where Phantom hadn't disappeared, was still my reality. Chapter 27. Representative. Yini waved out the taxi window, calling to him cheerfully. The familiar large sedan was parked in front of Phantom's parking lot. He had just finished parking and was getting out of the driver's seat. He lifted a hand to shoulder height in acknowledgement, a faint smile playing beneath his dark sunglasses. Yini got out first, followed by Juin and me after we paid the fare. By the time I reached them, she was already standing beside his car. The artwork. It'll be here soon. But he watched a 1-ton truck slowly pull into the empty space the taxi had just vacated. About 10 large and small potted plants were loaded in the back. Narrowing his eyes, he took off his sunglasses. I told you I was bringing some plants into the gallery. At Yini's reply, he folded his arms and stroked his chin. I'm not sure that's a good idea. We'll probably end up killing them all. We've got someone now who won't let that happen. Yini said it confidently as she draped an arm over my shoulder, but he looked at me skeptically. Have you ever grown anything like that? I used to. My parents grew a lot of them. They both loved plants. There were easy ones like snake plants, cacti, ardisia, and anthuriums, along with larger potted trees such as Ficus bengalensis, erica palms, and alocasias. Their small veranda had been like a jungle. Well, judging by how Han keeps his place, I suppose you won't at least let them die. He folded his sunglasses and slipped them into his breast pocket before nodding to himself. Yini's eyes lit up. Is the manager's place really that clean now? A slow smile spread across his face, carrying just a hint of mischief. If you're that curious, go visit sometime. Instead of spending all your time hanging around with Quan Juin. I'll pass on your equally useless advice, Representative. Why don't you help unload the plants instead? He ruffled Yuni's bobbed hair with a chuckle. To an outsider, they sounded like they were trading barbs, but it was the kind of conversation only close friends could truly understand. The meaning behind their words was hidden beneath years of familiarity. It didn't take long for the four of us to carry the plants the delivery driver unloaded from the truck into the office. When he suggested having coffee outside until the artwork arrived, we'd assumed he meant a nearby cafe. That wasn't what he meant at all. If you turned right from the main entrance and followed the building instead of crossing the parking lot, there was a hidden little space enclosed by neatly trimmed shrubs. It was a small garden with a four-person table shaded by a large parasol. I'm already annoyed I have to work on a Saturday. Why does the weather have to be so nice too? He took the sunglasses back out of his pocket, put them on again, and gazed up at the sky beyond the parasol. The artwork could have been delivered tomorrow, but you're the one who insisted on getting it today, Representative. Yuni said as she scooped up some ice cream with a plastic spoon. The representative and I had bought iced Americanos from the Hanok Cafe next door, while Yuni and Juin chose ice cream. The season was already leaning toward early summer, making it the perfect weather for cold drinks and frozen desserts outside. I can't just sit around when there's money to be made. He peeled back the lid of his coffee, removed the straw, and drank directly from the cup with a satisfied smile. I paused, absent-mindedly stirring the ice in my drink. Considering how special his attitude toward the artist Shu was, hearing him speak so bluntly about making money from the artwork felt strangely out of character. Leaning back in his chair with his hands clasped behind his head, he looked completely content, as though he might start humming at any moment. Are the artist's new pieces really that good? He didn't answer. Instead, the faint smile beneath his sunglasses deepened just a little. That expression alone was enough to tell me he didn't want to answer. The talk about money was just that, talk. He treasured Shu's work so deeply that he seemed reluctant even to describe it, as though putting it into words would somehow diminish its value. Perhaps the same was true for the artist. Then we need to make some money too. Remember, we're shooting next Sunday. Juin, who had already finished his ice cream, dropped the spoon into the empty paper cup and rubbed his hands together. His expression reminded me of Tom gleefully imagining what he'd do after finally catching Jerry. The representative immediately sat upright with a frown. Ah, did you forget? Juin raised his voice. Do we really have to do it that day? The exhibition opens Saturday. I'll definitely be drinking all night. You'll be passed out after drinking all night anyway, Representative. We'll handle the shoot and come back. Yuni didn't seem bothered at all that he'd forgotten. I don't remember paying you two so poorly. What are you planning to do with all that money? Study abroad. Then I'll have to stop you from shooting. It'll only be a loss for me if you quit. The three of them continued joking with each other. I seemed to be the only one caught off guard by the word study abroad. Whether it was Yuni's own plan or something that included Juin, she was clearly considering it. Judging from the representative's reaction, it wasn't the first time he'd heard about it. The shade stretching diagonally across the table grew darker as the afternoon passed. Each of them was quietly connecting their present to their future. And I learned half of my greed from you, Representative. After carefully avoiding her lip piercing as she ate another spoonful of ice cream, Yuni pointed the spoon toward him. He smiled with quiet satisfaction. I always take that as a compliment. Besides, isn't making money the most fun thing in the world? Exactly. What else is there? Making money's all that's left. You kids get to do what you love, have fun, and make money doing it. Your generation really has it good. I'm jealous. But we're playing on a completely different scale than you, Representative. We could work our entire lives and still never afford a car like yours. Yuni pointed toward the sedan parked just beyond the front gate, only its front bumper visible from where we sat. He gave a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Then, as though trying to erase the mood himself, he snatched the spoon from Yuni just before she could take another bite and swallowed the ice cream instead. It must have been a familiar prank, because she simply scooped up another spoonful without reacting. Judging by his appearance alone, it would have been easy to assume he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. In reality, he didn't seem fussy about things like that at all. What are you talking about? You know I don't even care about things like that. My only joy in life is making money, buying things like that, and showing them off. His tone remained light, but the subtle shift in the atmosphere between the three of them told me it wasn't a subject that could be pushed any further. It was something that could only be joked about. If the conversation went any deeper, the easy peace of the moment would disappear. studying abroad, his obsession with money. They both seem to belong to that category. What are you saying, Representative? You're the one who's never been interested in a life built on dreams alone. Just give a place to a bunch of 20-year-olds who have nothing but their bodies and their dreams. Just open the door. He still looked dissatisfied, but it was obvious he had no intention of continuing the topic. If anyone at Phantom wanted to leave, he would object. Even so, I couldn't imagine him trying to keep someone by interfering deeply in their life, no matter who it was. If you don't have any plans, want to come with us? We're shooting clothes for the Old Future update. We'll be using the representative's garden. It's pretty overgrown, so the photos come out nicely. Juin invited me casually. The place he was inviting me to was the representative's house. Unsure how to respond, I looked toward him instead. I don't know why I'm the one getting criticized after providing the location. He complained playfully. Yuni noticed my hesitation before he did. Are you worried about the representative? It's fine. We're only shooting in the garden anyway. Representative, is it okay if Lee Hyun comes too? You already said you'd do whatever you wanted while I was asleep and leave afterward. Do whatever you like. Just don't wake me up. He answered indifferently while rummaging through the jacket hanging over the back of his chair until he found a cigarette case. Yuni held up the last spoonful of her ice cream and silently asked with her eyes if he wanted it. Instead of lighting his cigarette, he leaned forward and accepted it. After licking the sweetness from his lips, he frowned. Ugh, I really hate sweet things. Yuni and Juin burst into laughter. His dislike of sweets wasn't surprising. But if he hated them so much, why did he always accept them when Yuni offered them? And why had he stolen her ice cream earlier when nobody had even offered him any? I found myself laughing at the childish unpredictability of such a big man. A delivery truck carrying the exhibition pamphlets arrived. I started to get up with Yuni and Juin, but Yuni pressed me back into my chair. 3 people aren't needed for this. I'm planning to put you to work plenty today, so don't waste your energy yet. If 3 people weren't necessary, then Yuni should have stayed instead and sent me. Being left alone with the representative still felt awkward. Come to think of it, did you quit the moving company? Or did you have no choice because you couldn't keep working there? At least now he was speaking to me first. He no longer acted as though I simply didn't exist. Yes, I only worked there whenever I had the time anyway. That didn't mean he had suddenly become interested in me. He made no effort to hide his lack of interest in the topic he'd brought up himself. So, how have you been since then? His expression shifted the moment the conversation reached something he actually cared about. Just like now. He finally lit the cigarette he'd been holding between his fingers and looked at me with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Chapter 28. Unable to figure out what he meant, I kept my eyes on his sunglasses, or rather, on the reflection in their lenses. How are things going with Choi In-woo? Perhaps realizing the question sounded childish, he let out a quiet laugh before adding, does he still keep in touch with you? Sometimes, he asks if I'm eating well, things like that. Choi In-woo? Asking whether someone's eating properly. He sounded genuinely incredulous, as though someone had claimed a notorious troublemaker had suddenly turned into a saint. He scoffed dismissively before taking off his sunglasses and setting them on the table. Tilting his head slightly, he looked at me. Choi In-woo must think you're quite the kid, Seo Yi-hyun. Asking whether you've eaten and all that. I couldn't understand what he meant. Hadn't his own advice, that strange sense of responsibility he'd spoken of, already fulfilled its purpose that night? As I watched him smoke while sipping his coffee, I resisted the urge to ask, then why are you so interested in the relationship between In-woo Hyung and me, director? It felt like a question I would regret asking. No, it wouldn't even provoke him. It would only expose a weakness. The gallery was closed for the holiday, but the streets of Samcheong-dong were crowded with people on that early summer Saturday. Tall shrubs hid the courtyard from view, yet the voices of passing pedestrians carried clearly enough for me to hear every word. Every voice was filled with cheerful excitement. The iced coffee in front of me was still almost untouched, the ice slowly melting in the glass. Smoke drifted lazily from the cigarette in his hand, floating from the shade into the sunlight. The edge of the blue and white striped parasol fluttered gently in the breeze. For a brief moment, I found myself wanting to put on the sunglasses lying on the table. It was only a passing thought. Resting his elbows on the table, he leaned toward me. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, he brushed his ring finger across his eyebrow and said, Or is it because you're neither an alpha nor an omega? Maybe he simply lost interest. As he spoke with that faint smile, it seemed to me that he himself was showing a warped curiosity precisely because I wasn't an omega. That was all it looked like. Someone who was deeply annoyed that I wasn't an omega. But even that twisted interest didn't last long. His phone, lying on the table, vibrated. Without hesitation, he stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in the portable ashtray, stood up, and quickly left his seat. The truck carrying the artwork had arrived. With the Body to Soul series, released to the public approximately 8 months after the Body and Soul exhibition, which received enthusiastic acclaim from visitors, critics, and the art industry alike, Shushu not only perfects his own distinctive artistic style, but also demonstrates a theme that has deepened even further. The body as a means of expressing the soul. The body suffering from discord with the soul. The body existing physically, detached from the soul. In treating the body as the central subject of his work, Shushu has already reached a level of mastery that is astonishing considering his age and experience. As though delivering a mature rebuke to those outdated artists who still refuse to acknowledge photography as a legitimate art form and dismiss it as merely a recording tool, he presents an extreme approach in the Body to Soul series, relying solely on light and shadow, that is, on lines and planes. The resulting works, which nearly abandon photography's realistic qualities altogether, are closer to paintings in the traditional sense. As everyone knows, the simpler the style, the more clearly its underlying foundation is revealed. To borrow an analogy from Korean cuisine, he has prepared a magnificent meal using nothing more than a bowl of rice and a head of kimchi. A meal that is honestly simple, yet never loses its dignity or individuality. Only Shushu is capable of creating this style. And it is not merely style. His work embodies profound and essential contemplation of life and humanity. Faced with the weight of the themes he has engraved into his art through relentless self-reflection, one cannot help but admire both the outer and inner worlds of this young artist. Whenever I stand before his work, I feel anguish. Within it, I discover a version of myself I do not wish to face. I want to avert my eyes, ignore it, and turn away. Yet at the same time, if only I possessed a little more courage, I feel an unfamiliar impulse to confront myself, even if only once. Because he, too, must have endured such agony in order to pour his soul into his work. But I know, it is not a place that anyone can enter so easily. I will probably remain a coward. Through his work, I will continue to briefly remember my own cowardice before returning to my life, comforting myself with the shallow reassurance that I have at least preserved a fragment of my humanity. No matter what anyone says, that is what art means to me. And no matter what anyone says, he is an artist beyond comparison. As a dealer, a collector, and one of his most devoted admirers, I await his future works with both excitement and anguish. The pamphlets were printed without incident. The color registration was perfect. Page 14 hadn't somehow followed page 3. None of the copies had been bound crookedly. If we packed everything today and mailed them to our clients tomorrow, everything would proceed according to schedule. While the address labels were printing on his sticker sheets, I sat at the conference table and picked up one of the roughly 500 pamphlets stacked nearby. I slowly flipped through it. The art critic's preface, which followed the artist's biography without including a single photograph of his face, was exactly what I had expected. Frankly, it was pompous and old-fashioned for an exhibition hosted by Phantom. After all, wrapping the artwork in impressive technical terminology, even bringing up ontology and existential philosophy, was simply part of the sales process. But even to someone like me, who had almost no experience reading proper art criticism, the introduction written by Phantom CEO, Lau Wiqun, which appeared afterward, felt remarkably unconventional. According to Nuna and Hyung, it was extremely unusual for someone affiliated with the gallery to contribute an introduction alongside the official critic's preface for one of the gallery's own artists. The content itself was even more surprising. His writing had abandoned a considerable degree of objectivity, and it felt as though he was fully aware of that fact but had no intention of correcting it. He made no attempt to hide either his affection for the artist or the intensely personal emotions he held. They were deeply personal, almost passionate confessions about the artist's delicate yet resilient soul, and the works born from that soul. It felt less like an introduction, and more like a love letter. I always feel anguish in front of his works. A work capable of drawing out such anguish from someone who always seemed to treat even the most important aspects of life as jokes. Someone who never appeared to reveal his true feelings to anyone. And the person capable of creating such work. Those lunatics are at it again. At Ju and Hyung's irritated curse, I looked up from the pamphlet. Without taking his eyes off his phone, he hurriedly explained. I searched for Shushu's exhibition. You know what the title of one of the blog posts was? Works by Alphas and Omegas. Is creating while hallucinating really any different? They're posting garbage like that. The blog post Hyung resentfully sent me argued that the work of Alphas and Omegas should be viewed no differently from art created under the influence of drugs, implying that the heat cycle was essentially a hallucinatory state. It went even further, openly suggesting that golden alphas and golden omegas, who could supposedly induce intense sexual arousal whenever they wished, might have relied on pheromones to enhance their creativity. What the hell is wrong with these people? Do they have some kind of beta complex? Or are they connected to another gallery and just attacking us whether it makes sense or not? What does being sexually aroused have to do with creativity? Do they think people suddenly feel inspired to paint or compose music just because they're horny? Even if they did, wouldn't anything created in that state just be pornography? They say ignorance is bliss. These idiots seriously have nothing better to do. As the printer signaled that the stickers were finished, Hyung stood up. The scrape of his chair against the floor was as rough as his mood. It was true that many alphas and omegas, not just golden alphas and golden omegas, had achieved remarkable success across a wide variety of fields. However, that was simply because the proportion of highly successful individuals was greater among alphas and omegas. In reality, the overwhelming majority of people who reached positions of prominence were betas. Given that alphas and omegas made up only a tiny fraction of the population, that outcome was perfectly natural. There are many theories regarding the origins and history of alphas and omegas, and no single theory has ever gained universal acceptance. The most widely supported explanation is that, before civilization, when mortality rates were extremely high, alphas and omegas, who possessed high fertility, made up a much larger proportion of humanity. As agriculture developed, and people began living in stable settlements, the proportion of betas gradually increased. In medieval Europe, alphas and omegas were treated as cursed mutants, and some nations even attempted to exterminate them. By contrast, in ancient China, they were regarded as children of the heavens, and some dynasties refused to recognize betas as emperors, or even as members of the royal family. Chapter 29. They began to cultivate their modern image, that alphas and omegas are naturally attractive and exceptionally talented in many fields, after the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century. The biggest reason was that, while struggling in countless ways to preserve their bloodlines as a tiny minority in a turbulent society, they also accumulated wealth and social influence. In reality, there is no proven genetic basis for their supposed superiority over betas. However, in many societies, alphas and omegas tend to come from the upper class, although not everyone in the upper class is an alpha or omega. As a result, many alphas and omegas in modern society have enjoyed greater opportunities because of environmental and social advantages. On top of that, from the perspective of the overwhelming majority of betas, pheromones add an element that can be interpreted as romantic. This has been romanticized through countless films and dramas, contributing to the popularity of alphas and omegas in many fields, including the entertainment industry. Still, while some people admire them simply because they are different, others dislike them for exactly the same reason. Whether alpha, omega, or beta, if there is a true class system in the world, it is, bluntly speaking, wealth. As the moving company foreman once said, because of their unique constitutions, alphas and omegas have an even harder time surviving without financial support. Not all the light in the world can gather in one place. Samenim, are you an omega? Yeah, a golden omega. As he mechanically stuffed what must have been 500 pamphlets into envelopes, Hyung continued. Honestly, when you meet same Shushu in person, you'll think there really is such a thing as an omega's unique aura. It's like being in the presence of someone incredibly noble. It's more than just being handsome. There's something special about the atmosphere around him. It's hard to explain unless you've actually seen him. Anyway, because of his looks and that aura, he already had a huge fan base when he was a dancer, and a lot of those fans followed him into photography. Being a golden Omega with such a glamorous appearance also attracted attention from the art world. Whether you're an Alpha, Omega, or Beta, good looks are always an advantage. Even athletes, whose jobs have nothing to do with appearance, become more popular if they're good-looking. Golden Alpha and Golden Omega. The titles suited them, as though they had been destined to become each other's partners before they were even born. The names also reminded me of a pair of luxurious, elegantly matched dress watches. So he's completely quit dancing and only works as a photographer now. After quickly finishing about 50 envelopes, Hyung paused, scratched his cheek with his index finger, and frowned. Well, he injured his leg. While designing the magazine advertisement, I had looked up information about Shu, but I had deliberately avoided anything unrelated to his work. I knew almost nothing about his personal life. He got hurt in an accident while studying abroad. It doesn't affect his daily life, but apparently it's impossible for him to dance professionally anymore. They say he was an incredibly promising star. I don't really know much about dance myself. Before studying abroad, he'd been living in Hong Kong. Well, that's about all I know. Hyung shrugged and resumed stuffing pamphlets into envelopes. Without stopping my own hands, I listened while continuing to work. Despite there being around 500 pamphlets, the pile steadily shrank as each one disappeared into a crisp white envelope before being moved to the other side of the table. He certainly had an interesting background. He had studied dance overseas, lived in Hong Kong before that, and was now a golden Omega working as a photographer in Seoul. I wanted to know why he had switched from dance to photography, but asking more out of personal curiosity felt like idle gossip during work. Besides, I could always look him up online later. By the time only about 50 pamphlets remained between Hyung and me, Nuna returned to the office. You're still not done? Hyung gestured toward the thin stack in front of us with his chin. Almost. Just these. How's the exhibition? Almost finished. There are only 2 or 3 pieces I'm still deciding on. Since the entire second floor had been cleared for Shu's exhibition, there had been no need to take down the previous works, move them into basement storage, and bring them back later. After working upstairs with the director, Nuna came down, dropped into the chair beside me with a sigh, tilted her head back, and stared at the ceiling. I'm starving. Want to go eat pho? Sounds good. Hyung Juin replied brightly as he pressed the last address labels onto the envelopes and patted them flat. The work was finished. Nuna had come downstairs, and lunch had been suggested. I suddenly felt impatient. Ever since reading the sentence, in front of his works, I always feel anguish. In the pamphlet introduction, I had been curious about the kind of artwork that could draw such an honest confession from someone like him. Can I go look at the exhibition? After reading the pamphlet, I'm curious to see the actual pieces. Of course. Go ahead. Still gazing at the ceiling, Nuna lowered her chin, smiled at me, then called out just as I reached for the office door. Yihyuna, when you get upstairs, could you ask the director if he wants to come eat pho with us? He should still be up there. But when I reached the second floor, he was nowhere to be found. I figured he'd turn up if I looked around long enough. Or maybe he'd already gone downstairs before I came up. I slowly walked toward the exhibition hall on the far right. Unlike the previous group exhibition, the generous spacing between each work stood out immediately. It made it much easier to focus on each individual piece. Body to soul, reality and unreality, dreams and fear, freedom and restraint, flight and comfort, pity and contempt. Bodies rendered only as black silhouettes against white backgrounds, stripped of expression and curves, reduced to outlines filled with darkness. They no longer looked like bodies at all. The boundaries blurred until they became meaningless, whether it was a black silhouette against white or a white silhouette printed on black. Whether experience shaped a person's nature, or whether the same experience changed depending on the person who lived through it. It became impossible to know. Everything became ambiguous. No one was at fault anymore. Everything became immense. Everything became nothing. And what remained after endless cycles of expansion and contraction, like breathing? What could be seen once nothing else mattered? What do you think? A voice suddenly came from the entrance to the gallery on my left. Strangely, I wasn't startled. It felt as though someone had already told me he would appear at exactly this moment, and ask exactly those words. Slowly, I turned my head. He was leaning against the partition at the entrance, both hands tucked into his pockets as he watched me. I had no idea how long he'd been standing there. It didn't matter. Pushing himself away from the wall, he walked toward me. His shoes left small black points across the pristine white space. Choi In-woo says Seo Yi-hyun's eyes are better than those of most critics. I'd like to hear what you think. Whatever In-woo Hyung had said, however sincere he'd been, I didn't possess an eye for art. At least, not the kind of objective perspective that could persuade people in the industry. Even when I painted, I had only cared about expressing the world as I saw it. Nothing more. But if he truly wanted my impressions, there was no reason to pretend I felt nothing. I turned back toward the photograph. Whether the body suggested by the black silhouette belonged to one person or two couldn't be determined from the image alone. Judging by its volume, it looked like a single person's shadow. Judging by the angles of the hands and neck, it seemed like a pose no one person could create alone. But that wasn't what mattered. Whether there had really been one model or two wasn't the point. Standing before this work now, what did I want to see? The artist isn't visible in this work. I deliberately kept my eyes on the photograph instead of turning toward him. He had lightly challenged me by asking for my opinion, as though saying, "Tell me what you think of this piece." But I doubted he could remain composed after hearing my answer, because every photograph filling this gallery belonged to Shu Shu. The photographs that frightened him, that forced him to confront life, that made him write those words, instead of the artist. I see myself. When I look at it, I want to draw. Only then did I turn to face him. His gaze wasn't on the artwork. It was fixed on me. The first time we'd met had also been in this exhibition hall. Those gray-blue eyes, like the foam atop crashing waves, had questioned my identity with detached indifference. Eyes completely devoid of curiosity. If he had discovered a flower pot sitting in an empty corner, he probably would have shown more interest than he had shown me. But now it was different. His gaze searched me deeply, as though trying to find the answer to some unspoken question hidden inside my eyes. More than my false declaration that I was gay. More than my confession that I was a beta rather than an omega. The admission that I wanted to draw, something he didn't understand but which carried enormous meaning for me, shook him far more deeply, sending visible cracks through the calm in his eyes. His gaze drifted from my eyes to my nose, my lips, my cheeks, my eyebrows, my forehead. It examined every part of my face. Captivated by the intensity of that gaze, I surrendered to it without resistance and allowed him to search me, while his scent slipped quietly into my breath. The fragrance felt heavy, almost as though it were sinking, yet it coiled around my wrists and ankles before tightening unexpectedly, spreading lazily one moment and pressing down with unmistakable weight the next. Drawn toward him, I stepped closer. Leaning in until the tip of my nose was almost brushing his shoulder, I straightened my back and looked up into his eyes. "Your perfume is very unusual. What kind of expression would he wear if he stood before my paintings? What kind of introduction would he write for them?" I found myself wanting to know. Chapter 30. Joo In-hyung's trademark is his bangs. They're so long they look like they'll poke him in the eyes, but they're cut perfectly straight, like someone measured them with a ruler. Somehow, though, they suit him really well. When he's busy, he clips his bangs up with a plastic hair clip, and he actually looks kind of cute. I sketched Joo In-hyung with his straight bangs in the spring notebook Mori had given me. Then I added the yellow ribbon-shaped plastic clip he sometimes wore. I had no idea where he found such an obviously childish hair clip, but whenever he had to stay up all night correcting catalog proofs or wolf down a late lunch of jjajangmyeon at the office, he would pull it out from somewhere and pin his bangs back. One time, he even went out to greet visitors with it still in his hair before realizing it and rushing back inside, cursing under his breath. Yuni Nuna has a bob haircut. It's a deep black, and at first I thought she dyed it, but that's actually her natural hair color. She has big eyes with really clear pupils. She's short and petite, but she never feels small. You only realize, oh, Nuna isn't actually that tall when you're standing right next to her. Her presence is so strong that she never seems little. Phantom would fall apart without her. Even the director gets anxious whenever Yuni Nuna isn't around, so Joo In-hyung always teases him about having separation anxiety. Resting her chin on one hand, Mori watched the picture of Yuni Nuna gradually take shape with obvious interest. I finished drawing the lip piercing with the tip of my 3-color ballpoint pen, then added 2 or 3 sparkling stars inside her pupils in the style of old manga. The two of them are kind of like fraternal twins. More specifically, Ju and Hyung is like the male version of Yuni Nuna, and Yuni Nuna is like the female version of Ju and Hyung. That's the feeling. But if you actually told them that, they probably wouldn't like it. They'd definitely get mad. I could practically see their offended expressions and hear them protesting. How am I anything like that person? Laughing to myself, I drew little lightning bolts crackling between them on the page. These are complicated feelings. What is? Still propping up her chin, Mori tilted her head, narrowed her eyes at me, and slowly shook it. It's impressive seeing how much Seoul Hyun has grown, but it's also a little sad. I laughed quietly at her casual remark, though I understood exactly what she meant. Without lecturing me or trying to force me to change, she had been the one who opened the door. Back then, I had avoided getting close to anyone besides Mori and Hyung. I couldn't connect with people, and I resisted even the smallest changes. Yet she had simply stayed beside me with unwavering sincerity and patience. She hadn't done it because I was her boyfriend's troublesome cousin. She was simply the kind of person who never treated someone else's wounds as less important just because they belonged to someone else. She would have done the same for anyone. Without the steady, unchanging kindness of someone unrelated to me by blood, I wouldn't be the person I was today. She and Han Hyung had spent years creating a new place where I could finally stand. You don't have to worry about me anymore. You're awfully full of yourself, aren't you? You already think you've grown up that much? Huh. Mori slapped my shoulder lightly, grinning like a neighborhood thug demanding protection money. I laughed. It's not that I think I can do everything well. It's just that somehow, it'll work out. That was probably what had changed the most since coming to Seoul. Before, I had been too afraid to take even a single step because I thought everything would change if I did. But after taking those steps, the world hadn't collapsed, and I hadn't turned into someone completely different. Looking at Mori, who was quietly watching me, I asked for confirmation. That's how everyone else lives too, isn't it? That's right. Nobody has enough time to wait until they're perfectly ready. Her words applied just as much to herself. I knew the life she was living now wasn't her destination or her final answer. She wasn't someone who showed her worries to other people, but I was sure she still lay awake at night thinking about where her next journey would take her. What about him? What's the director like? She changed the subject in a cheerful voice. Caught off guard by the unexpected question, I instinctively leaned back and tapped the end of my pen against my lips. He wears really nice perfume. I'd never smelled anything like it before. It was very distinctive. Huh? That's all. Mori looked genuinely disappointed, making me laugh. But I honestly didn't know how else to describe him. His mysterious eyes, so unusual to someone of pure Korean descent like me. His status as a golden alpha. His striking, exotic features. The unique way he managed the gallery. So many characteristics came to mind at once, yet none of them felt enough to define him. Ridiculously, the very first thing I remembered was his scent. Yet the fragrance that had left such a vivid impression refused to be recalled clearly. Whenever I tried to remember it, it lingered only at the edge of my senses like a phantom before disappearing again. It felt like something I could draw, but there was no way to capture it with a 3-color ballpoint pen in a spring notebook. Another group of customers entered. Something happened in Bali, and Mori left my side for a while. I flipped through the notebook, intending to sketch the director for her. There weren't many blank pages left. Bali. Kuta. Surf Camp. 5th anniversary promotion. 1-year long-term program. 15 million won per person. My hand stopped on a short memo that looked as though it had been copied from somewhere. Every line had circles or underlines around it, showing how much thought had gone into it. Next to the underlined phrase, 2 or more people required, someone had written, do they give a discount because they only accept groups of 2 or more? 2 different styles of handwriting filled the page like scattered graffiti, as if Mori and Han Hyung had discussed everything together with the notebook open between them. I understood the general idea. It was information about a promotion at a surf school in Kuta, Bali. If 2 or more people signed a 1-year contract, the price dropped dramatically. It probably included lodging as well as lessons. After years of overhearing Mori and Hyung talking, that much was easy to figure out. They were already skilled surfers, so the lesson fees alone would have been expensive. If accommodation for an entire year was included, it was unquestionably a good deal. A long surfing trip had always been their dream. Spending a year in Bali would also give them the chance to see what living there permanently might actually be like. I glanced toward Mori. She was chatting happily with customers who seemed to be regulars she'd grown close to. Watching her profile, an unexpected fear suddenly rose inside me. Only 5 minutes earlier, I had confidently told her she didn't need to worry about me anymore. Yet simply imagining saying goodbye felt overwhelming. It was like finding myself alone in a desert at night after losing everything. What finally forced me to straighten up and stop standing there helplessly beneath an empty sky was the name written in the corner of the notebook. C.O. Ihyun. Around it, someone had drawn the same circle over and over until it became thick and dark. The name that always made them hesitate before making a decision. C.O. Ihyun. After taking the customer's orders, Mori began gathering the menus. I hurriedly flipped back to the previous page. They're regulars, and this time they even brought us souvenirs from their Hong Kong trip. Here, try one. After passing the order to Hyung in the kitchen, she set a metal tin decorated with a little bear on the table. When I opened it, it was filled with butter cookies. Didn't your gallery say everyone was going to Hong Kong on a business trip too? When was that again? She picked up a cookie, sat back down beside me, shoved both hands into her pockets, and stretched out her legs. The entire gallery staff was scheduled to attend an art fair in Hong Kong in early July. Whether I, who was essentially just an intern, would be going hadn't been decided yet. After this exhibition, probably in another 2 or 3 weeks. But I don't know if I'll be going. It'd be nice if you could. It's a good opportunity. But wouldn't having immigration records be dangerous? Stuffing the remaining half of her cookie into her mouth, Mori replied without concern. Don't worry about things like that. You can't track someone down just from entry and exit records. And honestly, if they really wanted to find you, they probably could already. They haven't contacted you because they're waiting for the right moment. So just do what you want to do. Then she smiled at me. The people your dad wants to take his anger out on are me and Co Yeon, not you. This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to spend your life trying to protect yourself. I simply watched her profile. She picked up another cookie and held it to my mouth. Crunch. I bit it in half. She popped the remaining half into her own mouth. It's good. This would be perfect with an Americano. As I watched Mori disappear behind the counter toward the coffee machine, I absent-mindedly clicked the pen in my hand. I wanted to tell her the same thing. That everything would be okay. That somehow I'd make it work. That she and Hyung didn't need to hesitate anymore whenever they saw Co Ihyun's name circled on a page. I wanted to tell them that with confidence. Mori was someone who could stand upright on the fragile crest of a wave without losing her balance. But that wasn't because she recklessly left everything to fate. I had never met anyone more sincere in the way they devoted themselves to living. Even if I hid my fear behind reassuring words, I could never fool her. The peace we had now was only a temporary sandcastle built on a shoreline where the waves could crash in at any moment. The days I spent working at Phantom, surrounded by works of art, earning a salary, living comfortably in the director's house, and studying illustration and Photoshop. All of it existed only because of the kindness, understanding, and consideration of people I owed so much to. I covered the rough outline of the director's face with harsh zigzag lines until it disappeared. I have to pull myself together. For the sake of the people who keep looking back at me instead of walking freely down the path they truly want, because they can't bring themselves to leave me behind. I had to come to my senses and start moving forward on my own. Because I knew now, without a doubt, that refusing to choose anything would never preserve the life I had now. Chapter 31. Photographer Shushu. Korean name, Jung Se-in. Cantonese name, Zhang Shuiyan. Both of his parents were Korean, and he himself held Korean citizenship. A golden omega from a wealthy family, he attended Hong Kong Minton International School, HMIS, secretly known as the only school for alphas and omegas in East Asia, from early childhood through high school to receive a more stable education. After graduating, he returned to Korea and enrolled at H University as a modern dance major. Later, he moved to New York to attend the MG Dance School. After suffering an Achilles tendon injury during practice, he underwent reconstructive surgery. While recovering, he injured the same tendon again in an everyday accident. The surgical site became infected, requiring it to be removed and transplanted, bringing his career as a dancer to an end. He liquidated his life in New York and returned to Korea. 3 years later, he debuted as a photographer with his first solo exhibition, Body, at Gallery Phantom, run by Lau Wiqun, a longtime acquaintance from his HMAS days. Every exhibition since then had sold out, and he was now recognized as one of Korea's most notable fine art photographers. With CEO Lau Wiqun's aggressive marketing, he was preparing to establish himself as a global artist, beginning with Hong Kong, Singapore, and Japan. Family and friends called him Shu Shu, a nickname derived from his Hong Kong name, more often than his real name. He now used that nickname as his artist name. It was also well known that he had used Shu Shu as his English name ever since his HMAS days. Blessed with the glamorous yet delicate appearance typical of a golden Omega, he had a large fan base. Many praised him for bringing public attention to the art world, though others argued that his status and appearance as a golden Omega earned him more recognition than his abilities alone deserved. Regardless, he had become one of the art world's biggest trendsetters and a central figure among young artists whom even major galleries could not ignore. I'd heard about it beforehand, but this event was on an entirely different scale from the previous group exhibition. A photo wall had been set up in front of Phantom's main entrance for the press conference and VIP opening party for Shu Shu's Body to Seoul exhibition. Guests, dressed far more extravagantly than those at the previous opening party, posed in front of the photo wall as they arrived. Around 30 reporters fired off camera flashes, competing to capture every shot. Not only art publications, but also culture reporters from major media outlets had been invited, and most of them had accepted. That alone proved how much attention Shu Shu's exhibition was receiving. The guest list also included famous actors and models, drawing the interest of people who normally had little interest in art. Even if they never became gallery clients, public attention itself increased the gallery's influence. The temporary parking lot in front of the entrance had been completely taken over by the photo wall and the press, leaving no room even for congratulatory flower wreaths. Beyond the barricades, fans of the invited celebrities and curious passers-by crowded together, making the place resemble the launch of a luxury fashion brand or a movie premiere more than an art gallery. In the art world, even the most famous artists couldn't compete with television celebrities in terms of public recognition. When celebrities attended gallery events, there was always the risk that the guests would overshadow the host. But Shu Shu was an exception. He arrived with his manager in a luxury sedan with heavily tinted windows, dressed simply in a black t-shirt and neatly fitted jeans, without the slightest hint of extravagance. As he stepped out of the back seat and tucked his slightly long, wavy curls behind his ears, he looked every bit the refined artist despite wearing nothing more than jeans and a t-shirt. People often say everyone is the protagonist of their own life. But the moment I saw him, I found myself thinking, isn't this the kind of person who's the protagonist of the entire world? Of every story? Someone born to be the protagonist. I couldn't think of any better way to describe him. Shu Shu, over here. Give us a wave. At the reporter's requests, he repeatedly brushed loose strands of hair behind his ears and shyly bit his lower lip. The impression left by all the celebrities and models who had walked the photo wall before him vanished completely. As soon as the photo session ended, he immediately searched for his manager, who had been waiting off to one side. His manager led him inside through the main entrance. "We love everything about you, Shu Shu." Someone shouted in English from beyond the barricades, perhaps a foreign fan who knew about the years he'd spent overseas. Just before disappearing through the doors, he looked back and smiled as he waved. Shu Shu took a few sips from the tumbler in his hands, puffed out his cheeks, and let out a long breath. He was supposed to rest in the office until the first part of the event, the press conference, began. The manager and the artist sat side by side at the conference table, while the CEO stood a short distance away, leaning casually against it instead of sitting beside him. His eyes never left Shu Shu, and the faint smile that seemed to brighten his entire face made him feel strangely unfamiliar to me. "Do we really have to do the photos? Can't we skip them next time?" Shu Shu looked up at him and asked cautiously, yet sincerely. Gone was the shy confidence he'd displayed at the photo wall. Instead, He looked like a child reluctantly complaining about having to eat vegetables. His gaze lowered anxiously as he bit his lip. Not a spoiled child throwing a tantrum, but one whose innocent complaints made you want to give him everything he asked for. What power do I have? Talk to Manager Han. Whether it was only my imagination or not, the CEO's expression as he looked down at the artist while passing the decision to the manager was incredibly gentle. It looked as though he wanted to reach out and brush Shushu's hair back. He resembled an older man indulging someone much younger. As far as I knew, though, the two of them were the same age. Shushu turned his soft gaze toward the manager beside him. Manager, is it really impossible? You always say that, but once you get started, you do it perfectly. You're destined to live in the spotlight, Shushu. Just accept it. I used to be fine with it, but now I'm the one taking pictures, not the one being photographed. His voice was gentle and clear, with a pleasant resonance. Even though he was practically pleading over work, it somehow sounded endearing rather than unpleasant. You saw the fans outside earlier, didn't you? Let's think of this as a little fan service for the people who love you. Okay. The manager squeezed his hand a few times as he spoke. Unable to argue any further, Shushu let out another long sigh of resignation. Then, you'll stay with me during the solo interview, right? Well, I might be busy seeing off the guests. After the press conference and the reception party concluded, a one-on-one interview between Shushu and a major art magazine was scheduled in the gallery's reception room. I'd already heard that he relied heavily on his manager, but it was even more serious than I'd expected. When told the manager might not be able to accompany him, he looked as though he'd just been sentenced to the end of the world. Standing beside me near the partition separating the office from the conference area, Hyun turned toward me and smiled quietly enough that only I could hear. Even Hyun found the much older Shushu adorable. I'll handle seeing the guests off. Go with him. He can't do anything without Manager Han. The CEO pushed himself away from the table and lightly rested a hand on Shushu's shoulder as he walked behind their chairs. Sigh, it's unfair when you look at me like that. I can't say no to that face. After one more look at Shushu's earnest expression, the manager finally surrendered with a wave of the white flag. Only then did Shushu smile in relief. His silent smile, bright enough to show his teeth, seemed capable of cleansing the air around him. He was only the second person I'd ever met who could change the atmosphere of an entire room simply by being present. The first was the CEO, who made me feel as though I were trapped behind a glass wall inside this very office. The second was the Shushu, standing before me now. He was the star of today's event, but it was obvious that everyone in the office was focused on him for reasons that went far beyond that. It's because Manager Han spoils him and gives him everything he wants. Wow. CEO Liu, are you blaming me now? Over Shushu. At the manager's indignant protest, the CEO turned from the shelf by the window, where he had been pouring champagne, and smiled. Even that felt unfamiliar. As far as I knew, he wasn't someone who joked very often. Even with Hyun or Nuna Uni, his teasing was usually dry rather than playful. That's right. Whenever there's a problem with his work, you're the first to rush over, even at 2 or 3 in the morning, volunteering as his assistant. And you're probably the one who keeps canceling other artists' exhibition schedules because Shushu always comes first. Hyun, who had arrived early to avoid the chaos around the photo wall, joined in as well, confirming the CEO's favoritism towards Shushu. He's the gallery's most important artist. Is there something wrong with that? The CEO replied calmly as he placed the tall, slender champagne flute in front of Shushu. Chapter 32. A small royal blue and gray box, decorated with a ribbon, sat neatly beside the glass. I'd wondered why he'd brought a dark navy shopping bag to work, but it seemed the box had been inside. Dabov and Galai's bonbons? Did you buy these on purpose? Recognizing the brand from the box alone, Shushu looked delighted, as though it was one of his favorites. I need you in top condition for the event. Have some. It'll help you stay calm during the Q&A. He framed it as a business consideration, but I already knew what the CEO's business smile looked like. Right now, he looked even happier than Shushu, the one receiving the gift. The chocolates inside the box were crafted so meticulously, each one a different shape, that they seemed almost too precious to eat. Their rich sweetness mingled with the aroma of coffee drifting from the machine the manager had just turned on. Ridiculously enough, it felt as though the scent wasn't coming from the chocolates at all, but from Shushu himself. I stared blankly at the CEO and Shushu, who looked like they belonged in a magazine spread or on a movie poster. Then I quickly poured In Woo-hyung a glass of champagne as he grumbled that, even if there was a difference in sales, they were both artists, yet the treatment couldn't have been more different. He hadn't even been offered a glass of the champagne sitting right there, let alone expensive chocolates. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. Ihyun SSI. The one who should feel guilty isn't even paying attention. Sorry. I'll enjoy it. I managed to smile at In Woo-hyung's words, but it was nothing more than an awkward twitch at the corners of my mouth. Since it was a large-scale event, a PR agency had been hired, so there wasn't much to do on the opening day itself. Yooni Nuna, who was practically acting as the general manager, was overseeing the final preparations on the second floor, while Ju In-hyung and I waited in one corner of the office for the first part of the event to begin. Standing there, watching people who were comfortable with one another chatting so naturally, felt strangely awkward. I wish someone would give me something to do, anything at all. Let's share these. I can't eat them all by myself. No, they were a gift for you. You should eat them. You can take the leftovers home. The CEO gently stopped the artist's hand as he tried to push the box toward the center of the table. But after handing a chocolate each to the manager and In Woo-hyung, the artist turned his attention to the CEO instead. You should try one too. The person who bought them should taste them. Shushu picked up a leaf-shaped chocolate and held it out to the man standing beside him. The CEO narrowed his eyes, studying the chocolate for a brief moment before finally leaning down and taking it. Where had the man gone who frowned after eating Yooni Nuna's ice cream and declared he didn't like sweets? This time, not the slightest change crossed his face as he put the chocolate into his mouth. Everything unfolding before me felt like a movie playing on a screen across the table, something that had nothing to do with me, unrelated to me, yet still stirring emotions, shaking my heart, making me root for someone, and making me resent someone else. Chocolate tastes better when everyone shares it. Ju and SSI have one too. Or, do you not like sweets? Shushu's gaze shifted naturally from Ju In-hyung to me. Oh, but this person is. Those gentle brown eyes silently asked who I was. It was the first time we'd made eye contact from such a close distance. He wasn't intimidating in the slightest, yet for some reason I wanted to avoid the situation. I'm sorry. Was that uncomfortable? There was no need for me to answer. The CEO stepped in immediately, resting a hand on Shushu's shoulder as though shielding him. He looked visibly flustered, and in the next instant, his cold, clipped voice was directed at me. Could you give us a little space? He's very shy and gets uncomfortable around people he doesn't know. How did no one think of this beforehand? The last part was aimed sharply at everyone else in the office. It felt familiar. His way of speaking. His habit of not caring in the slightest if someone else's feelings got hurt, so long as the person most precious to him was protected. The recent calm had only been temporary. This wasn't anything new. He had always been that kind of person. Ju In-hyung and the manager were important to him too, but they could be pushed down the list at any moment if someone even more precious appeared. Compared to that, there was no point even mentioning my feelings. Away. It was Shushu who broke the tense silence. The CEO turned at the sound of his voice, and Shushu looked up at him as he spoke. That unfamiliar name must have been referring to him. Instead of calling him Kuin, like everyone else did, Shushu used a different name. Unlike his soft, latte-like tone from before, his voice was steady and firm. I only asked who he was. Why are you acting like this? You're going to make me look like the strange one. The CEO closed his mouth at the gentle scolding, but it did nothing to improve my mood. No, the more I heard Shushu speaking up for me, the more miserable my very existence felt. Since when had you become so good at listening to other people? A harsh impulse rose inside me to criticize the CEO, who had fallen silent after hearing only a few words from him. I'm sorry, Shushunim. I was so distracted that I forgot to introduce you. This is Phantom's newest employee, Co Ihyun. At the manager's introduction, I stepped forward and bowed. Hello, I'm Co Ihyun. It's nice to meet you. Please don't mind the strange things he says. He's a little rough around the edges, isn't he? He wasn't like this before, but I think running a business has made him a bit pricklier. No, it's okay. On the surface, it sounded as though he was worried about my feelings. But somehow, it felt more like he was protecting the CEO. I was startled by my own cynicism, by the way I'd interpreted such genuine kindness. Not wanting anyone to notice, I hurriedly pushed the thought aside. In Woo-hyung stood up, his empty champagne glass in hand, shoving his chair back with enough force to make it scrape loudly across the floor. His displeasure couldn't have been more obvious. Whether it's back then or now, he's always been the same whenever there's nothing in it for him. He only ever acted nice in front of you, so that's why you remember him differently. If anything, he's improved. At least now he's learned how to force a smile while doing business. It wasn't that bad. Shushu defended him in a hesitant voice. Leave it. The CEO cut him off. He's not wrong. I really was only different when I was with you. He made no attempt to hide the favoritism he'd always shown Shushu. Back then, meant before Phantom existed, so naturally Shushu hadn't been one of Phantom's artists either. Now it was easy to imagine. Even in those days, he'd probably been kind only to Shushu. Is there really such a thing as a good person? I've never met one. The words he'd once spoken at the manager's dinner table suddenly came back to me. Had that been his way of mocking himself? Acknowledging that he could never truly be a good person to everyone? The thought flickered briefly through my rigid mind. But I couldn't confirm it. And it had nothing to do with me. Least of all at a moment like this. He's one of our artists. I'm sorry for introducing you so late. We'll be seeing each other often from now on, so I hope you'll take good care of me. There was too much distance between us to shake hands, but Shushu smiled brightly. It was the kind of smile that felt precious simply because of how beautiful it was. This time, though, I couldn't even manage the faintest smile in return. I hope you'll take care of me as well. My voice sounded so faint it seemed ready to disappear. The moment I finished speaking, the CEO spoke over me. No one's going to blame you if you don't greet everyone properly. Worry about taking care of yourself today instead. At this rate, you won't even get to finish a single chocolate. He looked genuinely anxious that Shushu might be called away for the Q&A before he could even enjoy one of his favorite chocolates. Just as Shushu finished swallowing a single piece and drained about half a glass of champagne, Yuni Nuna opened the office door. CEO, could you check the finishing touches on the photo wall? Shushunim, would you come review the script with me for a moment? As soon as Yuni Nuna disappeared into the reception room with the manager and Shushu, In Woo-hyung, who had been standing by the window, turned a displeased look toward the CEO. You're still just as overprotective. You dump all the unpleasant roles on the manager while making sure you only play the good guy. You manipulate everything from behind the scenes, then pretend you had nothing to do with it. Thanks for the compliment. The CEO didn't even blink at the accusation. He was too busy placing the chocolate box Shushu had left behind back into the shopping bag. I'm not complaining about how protective you are, but stop pampering only Shushu while sacrificing everyone else around you. You're smart enough to juggle a dozen things at once when it comes to business, so how can you become blind to everything except one person? Seeing the utterly uncomprehending expression on the CEO's face, In Woo-hyung let out a long sigh. I knew he was saying all of this for my sake, but I wished he would stop. As they walked out of the office together, In Woo-hyung gripped the CEO's shoulder firmly. Why do you always have to say things like that? We know that's just how you are, so we've learned to let it slide, but it's really painful to watch from the sidelines. Chapter 33. He glanced back at me, perhaps finally understanding what I meant, but it lasted only an instant before his gaze slipped away. The door closed immediately afterward, and I couldn't hear whatever he said to In Woo-hyung. Don't take the CEO's words too much to heart. He's never been the type to sugarcoat things when it comes to work, and he's especially sensitive about artist Shushu. Shushu is our gallery's star artist, after all. On a day like today, we just have to be understanding. Perhaps Ju In-hyung finally felt like he could breathe now that everyone had left. He let out a long sigh of relief, placed a hand on my shoulder, and gave it an encouraging squeeze. Was it really just because Shushu was the gallery's star artist, and today was the opening exhibition? Was everyone else accepting it at face value, while I was the only one reading something strange into it? Yes, and it actually felt satisfying when the artist spoke up for me. Unlike my usual self, who let things slide without saying what needed to be said, I added an unnecessary lie. In reality, artist Shushu's rebuke of the CEO and the kindness shown to me had only made me feel even more miserable. Ju In-hyung set the champagne flute artist Shushu had left behind on the windowsill and finished the remaining half. It was time for us to clean up and head to the second floor. That's just the way he is. Maybe it's because he grew up in such a sheltered, well-off family, but he seems completely oblivious to anything ugly. Simply put, he's kind, but a little naive about how the world works. I think that's why the CEO and the director are even more protective of him. It's unsettling to imagine him wandering off and signing some bizarre contract if nobody's watching. Between his reputation as an artist and his looks, he attracts all kinds of strange people. It was a convincing explanation. It wasn't just his beautiful appearance. There was also that unique aura surrounding him. To people who viewed everything through the lens of business, he would naturally seem like an incredibly valuable asset. He looked like an actor. When I nodded in agreement, Hyun, who had been standing beside the shelf, spun around immediately. His face lit up as though someone had complimented him instead. Right? The first time I saw him in person, I almost bowed. It's not just that he's handsome or pretty. There's something almost sacred about him. I laughed at his dramatic reaction, but his words weren't much of an exaggeration. He reminded me of the actors who played elves in a movie I'd once seen, someone who seemed to glow beneath a mysterious, gentle halo. They say the only biological differences are reproductive ones, but I swear there's a completely different aura around them compared to betas. It's like they pull people in. No, not pull them in. They swallow them whole. The moment you look at him, your mind goes hazy, like you're under some kind of spell. After speaking with narrowed eyes, as though staring at something invisible in the distance, Hyung slapped me on the back. Then he lifted his chin with a smug expression, as if to say, "See? Now you understand. That's a golden omega." He probably meant it as a joke, but those words settled heavily in my heart. They spoke of an unchangeable difference, one decided before birth, something that could never be caught up to or overcome. That's a golden omega. Just a few more shots. That was the third time Hyung had said that, so I wasn't inclined to believe him. It was awkward enough wearing shorts that clung to my body and stopped above my knees, but now I also had makeup on my face and was expected to strike something resembling a pose in front of a camera. Don't look at the camera. Try to look dreamy. The only visual records of me that existed were a handful of candid photos saved on Mori's phone. At least, that had been true for the past few years. And now someone like me was supposed to look dreamy. Unable to endure the embarrassment any longer, I covered my face with both hands. Ah, that's good too. Even that moment was captured by Hyung's camera. It's okay. You're doing great. Yuni Nuna, who was holding up a large reflector to bounce light toward me, gave me a thumbs up, but it did little to reassure me. I'd originally come here as nothing more than an extra pair of hands. And at first, that was exactly what I'd been. The reflector Nuna was now holding at an almost impossible angle had been in my hands only moments earlier. All day long, I'd carried clothes, shoes, and accessories from the borrowed Phantom Company van, moved branches and rocks that got in the way of the shoot, ran errands, and watched the two of them pour themselves into their work with a passion that seemed no less genuine than that of professional photographers or models. I admired them. I envied them. The photo shoot had started in the morning and had already gone on for 4 or 5 hours. Once they finished photographing nearly all the outfits they'd brought, the two of them suddenly came up with a ridiculous idea. They would use me as the model. No matter how firmly I refused, their playful curiosity, or perhaps curious playfulness, proved impossible to stop. They dragged me into one of the rooms in the house they were using as a changing room, dotted fake freckles across my skin, smeared orange eyeshadow over my eyelids, reshaped my eyebrows, dressed me in shorts I would never willingly wear, and made me put on Hyung's heavy work boots. Thankfully, the sweater was oversized and long enough to cover me, though its vivid orange color was another matter entirely. They planted me in one corner of the garden, where I stood as stiff as a wooden post while they took turns holding the camera, their artistic spirits burning brightly. But what could even the greatest photographer capture from someone who felt awkward simply looking into the camera lens? Haven't seen this model before. As Hyung had instructed, I was trying to wear the expression of someone gazing toward a distant memory instead of the present, my arms hanging loosely at my sides and my head tilted slightly. At the sound of the unfamiliar voice, I instinctively turned my head. This time, I genuinely wanted to hide my face. I didn't know how long he'd been standing there, but the CEO was leaning against the front doorway, watching us with an amused smile. I bit my lower lip, trying to suppress the heat spreading from my ears to my temples and cheeks. The lipstick, or perhaps lip gloss, Nuna had applied left behind an artificial, unpleasant taste. We recruited a rookie model. Ju and Hyung turned and laughed. Pretending to fix my hair, I hid my face behind the long sleeve that covered most of my hand. It was embarrassing enough to be playing this ridiculous game of model and photographer. I definitely didn't want him seeing how red my face had become. Yeah, the old ones were starting to get stale. With a smirk, he walked down the 6 or 7 steps leading into the garden. The days had grown longer, and even at 4 in the afternoon, the early summer sunlight remained strong enough to make him squint. Only after stepping into the shade did his expression relax. Then our eyes finally met properly. When I bowed my head, he acknowledged the greeting before letting his gaze travel slowly over me from head to toe. He seemed to be in an unusually good mood. What do you think? Doesn't he have that boyish charm? Ju and Hyung held out the camera for him to see. I nearly let out a strange yelp. I'd only just managed to calm the heat in my face, and now it threatened to flare all over again. He's not unphotogenic. But isn't his body a little too stiff? He's an amateur. His face photographs surprisingly well, though. Well, Ihyun doesn't really have that it factor. Keeping his head close to the CEO's while they looked through the pictures together, Hyung lifted only his eyes to grin at me playfully. Being photographed was embarrassing enough. Having someone else look through those pictures felt as though I were exposing something intensely private, leaving my throat painfully dry. Meanwhile, the CEO examined each photo with surprising seriousness, even going back to review the earlier ones. Still, that awkwardness has its own charm. This one's good. He finally looked up at me. I stood awkwardly in front of a drooping spirea bush. His frank gaze, as direct as the way he spoke, made every muscle in my body tense. There was nowhere I could escape. Just as I sighed inwardly in relief when his eyes finally shifted away, another ordeal arrived. Should I take a few shots? This time, I made no effort to hide my panic. Nuna leaned the reflector against a nearby rock before wrapping an arm around my shoulders. It's okay. The CEO's actually a surprisingly good photographer. That's not the problem. There wasn't even an opportunity to refuse. Whether I was the subject standing in front of him or he was the one behind the camera pressing the shutter, I was the only person in this garden who felt uncomfortable. To everyone else, this was just a game. Any attempt to resist would probably look like I was making an unnecessary fuss. The camera passed from Ju and Hyung's hands into the CEO's. This time, Ju and Hyung took over holding the reflector. Could you sit over here on the ground? Stretch your legs out. Yuni, could you put that mat down? Watching the light through the camera screen, he pointed toward a patterned mat that had been tossed carelessly onto a prop box in the corner. Despite having worked all day, both Nuna and Hyung immediately sprang back to life, quickly arranging everything just as he asked. I sat on the mat, its ethnic pattern reminiscent of Native American designs, and stretched out my legs. Before I'd even settled into position, he stepped directly into my space. His leather slippers came to a stop on either side of my knees. This is just a test. Don't mind me. Just relax. Chapter 34. Despite what he said, I couldn't stop being aware of it, and I couldn't relax. Click, click. The shutter kept clicking above my head, while Nuna remained at my feet, smoothing the wrinkles in the mat this way and that, searching for the shape she wanted. Co Yihin SSI. The voice calling my name sounded no different than usual. Thinking he had something to say, I looked up at him. The instant I did, the aperture in front of my eyes opened and closed once again. Put your hands behind your back and lean your upper body back a little. Even while taking photos, he knew exactly what he wanted. He never wasted time with unnecessary pleasantries or hesitation. Chin up. Eyes down. The instructions came one after another, leaving me no time to second-guess myself. For someone like me, who felt awkward in front of a camera, his approach was actually easier. He never asked for a dreamy expression or told me to look nostalgic. Keep your chin where it is, and slowly raise only your eyes. As slowly as you can. I gradually lifted my gaze. The lens was only about 50 centimeters away. His broad frame had stepped right up to my knees, close enough that it was almost in front of my face. The moment I became aware of it, my earlobes burned. This kind of pose was difficult for an ordinary person like me, someone with no experience doing this sort of work. He hadn't touched me even once, yet I felt as trapped as if I had been tied down. Oh, don't turn your head. Without realizing it, I must have looked away. Behind the lens, he clicked his tongue softly. He sounded like a dentist dealing with a patient who kept turning away in the middle of treatment. It won't hurt. Even little kids can handle it. Like a doctor patiently coaxing and reassuring someone. But I was the type who rarely got cavities, and I was good at enduring pain. If someone told me to sit through dental treatment every day for a week, I could manage it. This, however, I felt like I could never do it again. He stepped back, moved outside my feet, climbed onto a nearby rock, and increased the distance between us. Yet my body remained just as stiff as when the lens had been pointed directly at my face. What version of me was he seeing through that lens? How was he judging it? I wanted to stop thinking about it, but all I could do was bite my dry lips over and over, then release them. Yesterday, before I could wonder about the sudden change of topic, he climbed down from the rock and came back toward me, past my legs, past my knees, stopping beside my thighs. Nuna and Hyung had always focused on the clothes from farther away, so the camera had never come this close before. It was close enough to make breathing difficult. You worked hard. It was nothing. And, I'm sorry. Sorry. He didn't explain why he was apologizing, but only one memory came to mind. Could you step outside for a moment? He's really shy, so he gets uncomfortable around people he doesn't know well. Heat flooded my face again, as though I had heard an insult instead of an apology. Even though I was still young, my emotions rarely showed on my face. It wasn't because I had exceptional self-control. I simply wasn't as emotionally sensitive as most people. Since I didn't experience emotions intensely, my expressions naturally stayed subdued. But the distance between us was too close. The situation was too unfamiliar. I was fully dressed, posing for a clothing shoot, yet the embarrassment I felt was almost like standing naked in front of them. In that state, even the smallest stimulus made me react. I could only hope the fake freckles painted across my cheeks concealed at least some of the heat rising there. Still standing with one foot on either side of my thighs, he lowered the camera slightly to check the photos. Once the lens moved away from my face, I became even more conscious of where to look. After a dissatisfied hum, he continued staring at the LCD screen as he asked, "Is there someone you like? Or someone you used to like?" When he glanced down at me, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled with faint mischief, I suddenly remembered all the times I'd acted unlike myself just to surprise him. But that wasn't the answer to his question. He bent down again and aimed the lens at me. "Imagine that person is confessing to you." The unexpected words made my eyes drift back to the lens without thinking. A strange anxiety welled up inside me, as though everything I normally kept hidden would be exposed beyond that glass. Yet I couldn't look away. The lens came close enough to nearly touch my nose, shifting back and forth as it searched for focus. For some reason, it no longer resembled his eyes. It resembled his lips. He had told me to imagine someone I liked confessing to me, someone who didn't even exist. Yet the moment I imagined it, I realized it was something that could never happen. And somehow, that made me smile. How strange. Why did imagining a confession from someone I could never have fill me with self-mockery and quiet resignation? It wasn't even a real person. Click. I stared at the lens as the shutter opened and closed more slowly than before. For the first time, it didn't make me uncomfortable. Carried on the breeze drifting over his shoulder, the faint scent of his cologne reached me. I got the best shot. "Let's stop here and grab a beer." Lowering the camera, he straightened up, stepped back, and turned away without the slightest lingering attachment. Just as I'd heard, the garden had been left almost completely untended. Still, because it was that time of year, it wasn't nearly as desolate as I'd expected. The deep and pale greens had grown together without human intervention, creating a surprisingly lively scene. We spread several mats across the shade at overlapping angles as the shadows lengthened with the setting sun. Striped patterns, ethnic prints, plaid, even loud floral designs. The delivered hamburgers, fries, and salads sat atop the clashing patterns, alongside the beer the director had treated us to. It felt like we were having a picnic in a park. Nuna and Hyung didn't say a word until they had finished their hamburgers. They had skipped lunch so they could finish shooting while there was still daylight, so it wasn't surprising they were starving. Unlike the two of them, who alternated between enormous bites of their burgers and long drinks of beer until their cheeks puffed out, the director and I barely touched ours, nibbling on a few fries while slowly drinking beer. Just as he'd warned me, He must have drunk far too much at last night's after-party. He had seemed unusually cheerful the entire evening. Maybe the lingering hangover had robbed him of his appetite. Even so, here he was, eating with us, despite having told me not to disturb him because he'd be passed out all day. I watched his profile in silence. For someone who claimed he'd drunk himself senseless, he looked almost exactly the same as always. I took another sip of the beer, a taste I was finally beginning to appreciate. The early summer breeze slipped through the tall arborvitae that stood at the center of the garden, brushing softly across my skin beneath the fading afternoon sunlight. The overgrown juniper, nearly 2 meters tall without ever being trimmed, added even more shade. It seemed he didn't hire anyone to maintain the landscaping, but someone at least came regularly to clean the place. The garden wasn't neglected. What is this? Director, did you scan Ihyun with your camera? These photos are overflowing with ulterior motives. Push them just a little further, and they'd be a full-blown sexy pictorial. The moment her stomach was finally satisfied, Yuni Nuna picked up the camera and started reviewing today's photos. Her shout startled me so badly that I choked on my beer. The director glanced at me, casually dipped a fry into ketchup, and replied, "You have to be that obsessed with your subject to get a good picture. Want me to delete them if you don't like them?" Who said that? Afraid he might actually take the camera away, Nuna immediately turned her back to him and hugged it protectively to her chest. Tempted by her dramatic description, Joo In-hyung scooted over to take a look himself. This isn't just scanning. He practically caressed him with the lens. Wow, we're way too innocent to take pictures like this. Only someone completely corrupted could shoot these. Shaking his head, Joo In-hyung muttered in disbelief. To keep myself from reacting to their increasingly embarrassing comments, to keep my composure, I focused instead on reading the label on my beer bottle. You've got a nice body. I never noticed because you always wear long pants. I don't think I've ever seen you in anything other than striped t-shirts, either. Leaving Nuna and Hyung to debate which photos should be uploaded and which should be deleted, he turned his attention back to me. He seemed completely unaffected by words like ulterior motives, sexy pictorial, and caressed, which made sense. They were talking about his style of photographing his subject, not about his feelings toward me. And as always, Nuna and Hyung were simply teasing. The actual photos probably just carried a slightly languid atmosphere. Unable to answer right away, I scratched at the beer bottle's label with my fingernail instead. Nuna reacted before I could. A nice body? Isn't that sexual harassment? I tried to phrase it as mechanically as possible so it wouldn't sound sexual, but I guess it's impossible for the words nice body coming out of my mouth not to sound that way. At his calm self-defense, Joo In-hyung laughed and held out his beer bottle for a toast. Yeah, of course. Nobody could ever beat you. Click. The moment their bottles clinked together, Nuna pressed the shutter. Apparently, I was the only one who paid any attention to the sound. Chapter 35. Even as the camera shifted to capture his profile while he drank his beer, his lips parting wide to bite into a hamburger, and his bare feet stepping onto the picnic mat, neither of them showed the slightest hint of self-consciousness. He even deliberately smeared ketchup from a French fry across his lips and played to the camera. It didn't feel as though they were excluding me, but the fundamental difference between them and me was too obvious for me to feel like a natural part of this group. A beautiful, meticulously maintained 2-story house with a wildly overgrown garden, 2 people with unmistakable personalities and presence, and a sophisticated, wealthy golden alpha whose appearance was overwhelming, all gathered for an early summer picnic. To me, it felt as unfamiliar as becoming Alice in Wonderland and stumbling into the March Hare and the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. Judging purely by appearances, Yuni Nuna suited the March Hare, while Joo In-hyung was the Mad Hatter. As if by coincidence, Hyung was even wearing the same hunting cap he'd worn during today's photo shoot. Dressed entirely in black again today, Nuna would be a black rabbit rather than a white one. Then what role should I give him? It was hard to find anyone in Alice in Wonderland who fit him perfectly, but if I had to choose, I thought of the white rabbit in the waistcoat, the selfish queen, the cynical caterpillar, and the Cheshire cat, who appeared and disappeared without warning, all crossed my mind. But setting aside their personalities and roles, the rabbit in the waistcoat symbolized Wonderland itself to me. He was the one who led Alice there first and sparked her curiosity. The visitor Alice, who was sometimes thrilled and curious about Wonderland and sometimes bewildered by its incomprehensible events, was, of course, me. The thought of myself wearing a blue dress and white apron like the familiar image of Alice made my face scrunch up on its own, as though I'd just swallowed some strange-tasting drink. Beneath the late afternoon sun of early summer, they all looked free and radiant. Unlike me, who had ended up here through a chain of coincidences and the kindness of others, everything they possessed, from their professional success to every effortless smile, had been earned by their own hands. They were the people of Wonderland. Nuna's and Hyung's laughter grew louder as he struck increasingly provocative poses for the camera. It had been the same at yesterday's event, but he seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood today. Maybe it was because every one of artist Shushu's works had sold during the VIP opening, which also served as a press conference. More precisely, Phantom had purchased a third of the entire collection, but those were investments intended for resale at the Hong Kong Art Fair in July. They weren't unsold works the gallery had been forced to take off the artist's hands. When the camera suddenly swung toward me, I fumbled in surprise. Nuna stepped beside me, changing the angle as she went and pretending to be a reporter covering a major scoop. "How does it feel to be the muse of Phantom's Mr. Lau Wiqun?" she asked. A flash burst before my eyes. "Rumors are spreading everywhere that you two are more than just photographer and model. Is that true? Looking at the photos Mr. Lau Wiqun has taken of you, those rumors don't seem completely unfounded. Mr. Seo Yihyun, would you care to comment?" She took the beer bottle I had been absent-mindedly turning in my hands and held it to my mouth like a microphone, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Over her shoulder, I could see his gaze fixed on me as well. No comment. You do realize that no comment is generally taken as an admission, don't you? In that case, no comment. The teasing expression disappeared from Nuna's face. At the same time, he burst into laughter. Ju and Hyung whistled and drummed his hands against the picnic mat. I knew I wasn't an especially entertaining person, but in a mood like this, I wanted to play along as much as I could. Nuna finally broke into a grin, gently pinched my cheek without hurting me, and said, "Egu, our adorable Seo Yihyun." Returning to her seat, she opened another beer and took a refreshing drink before picking up a French fry. "CEO, anyone else is fine, but not Yihyun. Don't even think about it." Think about what? "The naughty fantasies from your adult world." Before he could answer, Juin Hyong, who had picked up the camera Nuna had set aside and was now happily snapping pictures of everything around him, chimed in. "You don't have to worry about that. Sure, if you strip Yihyun down, he's got a lean body with nicely defined muscles, a handsome face, and skin that looks like it's glazed with honey. But, thankfully, he's not the CEO's type. Isn't that sexual harassment? Aren't you going to say anything?" That comment was way more explicit than mine. While appealing to Yuni Nuna about the unfairness of it all, he smoothly turned the entire situation into a joke. Still, there was really no need for anyone to confirm or deny Juin Hyung's claim that I wasn't his type. I still remembered what he'd said when we first met outside Phantom. After I got out of his car, In Hyung had pointed at me and asked if I was his new lover. The beer suddenly tasted more bitter. Then I realized I'd reached the bottom of the bottle. As I reached toward the cooler for another one, he, being closer, picked one up first and handed it to me. "Right. One holiday I came by here because I urgently needed to pick up a piece, and I saw one of the CEO's people. He was surprisingly burly." "What? Really? CEO, is that true?" At Hyung's near shout, he grimaced and covered his ears. "What if it is? And what if it isn't? Is there some rule saying a burly guy can't be my type?" "Wow. You spend all day looking at someone like artist Shushu. So how can a burly guy be your type? Do you eventually crave chaos after being surrounded by beautiful things for too long?" "I never said burly was my type. I only said that even if it were, it's none of your business. Besides, not everyone who's been to my house is my partner. And Quan Juin, I don't think you're really in a position to comment on anyone else's preferences." A man in his late 30s, with the first hints of middle age softening the lines of his face. There was no way he didn't know everything I knew about Hyung. The whole world already knows my tastes are niche. I admit it myself, even my parents know. But you, CEO, honestly, you could have anyone you wanted. I hate to admit it, but someone who's the very definition of a golden alpha ending up tangled with burly guys. Ugh, my delicate aesthetic simply refuses to picture it. He waved his hand several times, as though trying to erase the image from his mind, then drained the rest of his beer. As I wiped the condensation from my bottle with my thumb, I sensed his gaze briefly flick toward me from the corner of my lowered vision. I didn't look up to confirm it. Whether they're burly or not doesn't matter. But pushing this idea that I sleep around with anyone and everyone is a little unfair, don't you think? Sleeping with someone who isn't your lover doesn't automatically make someone promiscuous. So should an adult my age who's single satisfy every sexual urge alone? Of course, there are people who choose that. But just because that's your choice doesn't give you the right to criticize those who don't. And if sleeping with someone who isn't your lover automatically makes you promiscuous, then, as far as I know, neither of you is exactly innocent. He finished with a sly smile, looking back and forth between Nuna and Hyung. They both nodded as though he had a point. Hyung even raised one hand like he was making a formal declaration. Whatever kind of sex life people have, as long as it's consensual, it's their own business. I agree with that completely. Yep, it's strictly a personal matter. Nuna raised her hand in agreement as well. Masturbation was the entirety of my own sex life, but I'd never looked down on people who lived differently. I also agreed with the CEO that sleeping with someone who wasn't your lover didn't automatically make someone promiscuous. But what if it was someone you liked? If it were someone we loved, could any of us sitting here truly maintain that same attitude without being hurt if that person slept with someone else? You couldn't condemn the act itself if there was no romantic relationship, but it would still hurt, not only because they slept with someone else. Simply watching the person you liked show affection to someone else would probably be painful enough. The critics are bad enough with all their nonsense about casting couches, acting like I have some scandalous private life. Oh, if I'd actually lived that way, at least I wouldn't feel so unfairly accused. I'd always assumed he was someone who simply didn't care about that sort of thing. But when I thought about it, even someone capable of calmly enduring vulgar gossip and malicious rumors would naturally find them unpleasant. Being able to withstand them, being able to remain composed, didn't necessarily mean they weren't hurt. Staring at the beer label, now soaked enough with condensation that it would peel off with the slightest push, I quietly mocked my own naivety. I'd secretly looked forward to today with nothing more than the simple excitement of getting to visit his home. But CEO, why are you defending yourself so passionately today? That's not like you. We're all just joking. Among ourselves. Nuna smiled mischievously. Or is it? Because you really didn't want Ihyun to misunderstand you. Of course I don't want a handsome man thinking I'm promiscuous. He opened his pale blue eyes wide and spread both arms in an exaggerated gesture. Chapter 36. In truth, it was all meaningless teasing. The kind of jokes people could only make because everyone knew he had absolutely no personal interest in me, what my Nuna would call a dark heart, and because we had happened to take that photo in the middle of that playful mood. As the harmless conversation gradually wore me down, I started feeling like I was being overly sensitive. Or perhaps there was a reason I reacted so strongly to jokes like that. Either way, I didn't want to think about it right now. The beer he'd handed me was nearly empty as well. I still didn't know my alcohol tolerance, so whenever I wasn't paying attention, I tended to drink too quickly. On top of that, I wasn't much of a talker. Whenever I felt awkward or flustered, I simply kept drinking. I wasn't drunk, but my head felt a little hazy. I wanted to clear it. Nuna, the shoot's finished now, right? Why? You want to change? Yeah, and I want to wash my face. I answered while lightly rubbing the cheek where the freckles had been drawn on. I could feel his gaze lingering on the left side of my face, but I had no desire to meet his eyes. Go inside, change your clothes, and wash up. Remember the room where you changed earlier? The bathroom is right next to it. It's the guest bathroom anyway, so use whatever you need. You say that like it's your house. Then you should have shown him yourself, Representative. This is what I get for doing your work. Watching Nuna and him exchange words so naturally, I set down my empty bottle and stood up. As I walked behind him toward the entrance, he reached out and lightly caught my wrist. Tilting his head back to look up at me, he said, "Feel free to use anything in the bathroom." It was probably the kindest thing I'd ever heard him say. Was it because he'd been in such a good mood since yesterday? For some reason, I had the feeling that the one responsible for putting him in such a generous mood was Mr. Shushu, who wasn't even here. I didn't bother asking myself why that thought left such an unpleasant feeling in my chest. "Thank you," I muttered quietly before heading straight inside. With his arrogant ease and glamorous presence, I'd expected him to live in a towering luxury apartment that scraped the sky like the Tower of Babel, or in a sleek mansion overlooking the Han River. Of course, the house was still large enough to leave an ordinary person like me speechless, much like the mansions surrounding Mori's home. But the narrow stone path leading from the front gate through the garden and the preserved red brick exterior made it feel like a house that had stood there for many years. The inside, however, had clearly been completely renovated. The hallway beyond the entrance branched left and right. Since we'd entered through the back door connected to the kitchen to avoid disturbing him, we'd never used the front entrance before. We had simply unlocked the gate with the key he'd given us beforehand. As long as I found the kitchen, finding the changing room would be easy. Trusting my sense of direction, I turned left. Instead of the kitchen, I found his living room. Unlike the dim hallway without windows, the living room's soaring ceiling opened all the way to the second floor, and the late afternoon sunlight poured in through the enormous windows at an angle. If I crossed the room and turned right, I would probably reach the kitchen. But I couldn't take even a single step forward. More terrifying than the camera lens that seemed intent on dissecting me piece by piece. More terrifying than his gaze, which had boldly traveled up my thighs and seemed to caress me with something that felt less like eyes than lips. What stood before me now was something incomparably more horrifying. Somewhere I had never expected, without the slightest warning. Like turning a corner carelessly and having a knife driven straight into my stomach. I'd always believed I understood better than anyone that life's cruel jokes could descend without reason, exploding into the most peaceful moments like a bomb. But once life decided to mock someone, there was no choice but to fall for the same trick again. And again, I believed I'd come a long way. My father, consumed by his own grief, had let me go. I had Han Ihyun. I had Mori. I'd even sacrificed 5 years, a period by no means short in the life of a 22-year-old. When people provoked me, I no longer wanted to run away. Instead, I wanted to provoke them back. When I stood before someone else's artwork, I felt an overwhelming desire to pick up a paintbrush again. Maybe I hadn't overcome it completely, but hadn't I at least accepted it? Like a scar that no longer bled but remained, twisted and ugly, as part of my body. It had all been a grand delusion. Nothing had changed. I was still that child who had been denied. From outside the huge picture window overlooking the garden, I could hear the laughter of the three of them. I wanted to run outside, to join those people who possessed passion, talent, and the strength to face their wounds. But I couldn't. The past I'd believed had been stuffed away and mounted like a trophy had come back to life, more vivid than the present itself. It smiled as its fingers tightened around my throat, and I didn't even have the strength to pry away a single finger. "I figured you might not find the room, so I came after you." It was his voice, but I couldn't turn toward him. I couldn't tear my eyes away from myself. "Ah, do you like it?" He stepped closer, following my line of sight. The artist who painted this was only 16. A complete monster. "What do you see when you look at this painting?" I'm curious what Seo Yihyun, the one Choi In-woo praises so highly, sees. His hand settled firmly on my shoulder as the words spilled out one after another. I'd never seen him this excited. Slowly, I turned to look at him. It felt as though something held my neck in place. As though a knife rested against my back, locking every muscle in my body. Without moving my neck, I shifted only my eyes toward him. When I met those gray-blue eyes, his distinctive scent, made even richer by his excitement, washed over me. Normally, it would have unsettled me, but not this time. Not even that strange fragrance could reach me now. "Why did you think that?" he asked. I answered quietly. "Isolation." He fell silent. No, silence couldn't actually have weight. I was well aware that I'd been conscious of him from the moment we'd first met, and that my reactions around him had only grown stranger over time. But at this moment, whatever meaning might have existed in the gaze directed at me from beside my shoulder simply didn't matter. No one's ever answered that before. Maybe I really should ask you to write the preface, Seo Yihyun. How did you know? The composition is bold, but the two figures clearly care about and depend on each other. Even the colors are warm. Most people interpret it as love, lovers, something like that. But you, why did you think this was a painting about isolation? Because I painted it. The odds of winning the first prize in the lottery, 1 in 8,145,060. The odds of dying from slipping in a bathtub, 1 in 801,923. The odds of dying in a plane crash, 1 in 1 million. The odds of being struck by lightning and dying, 1 in 4,289,651. Experts estimate that 1 billion people will die from smoking during the 21st century. Yet many smokers who cannot quit still buy another pack, believing, without any real basis, that they won't be among those billion. There are always things people believe will never happen to them. Human beings often prepare obsessively for dangers they fear while entrusting other parts of their future entirely to luck. It isn't merely an individual's contradiction. It's humanity's contradiction. Today feels as though it will continue forever. No matter how much time passes, it never seems connected to the future. A 15-year-old can't truly imagine being 20 or 30. A 23-year-old can't picture being 40 or 50. Logically, everyone understands those days will come. But imagination often fails where reason succeeds. Growing from 15 to 16 feels natural. Growing into 30, 40. Watching gravity carve deep wrinkles into your skin until your youthful face disappears. Those things never feel real. They belong to an impossibly distant future. A future that feels hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years away. So distant that people live as though they will remain exactly as they are forever, pretending not to know the one certainty awaiting everyone. That someday, they will lose the person they are today. Perhaps that is what ordinary life truly is. If that is considered ordinary, then Ihyun's parents were people who stood somewhat outside that definition. They did not fear facing themselves. They tried not to ignore the secret everyone already knew. Life is finite. Ihyun's father grew up in a fishing village. He was an exemplary student who never once caused his parents trouble, thanks to his outstanding grades and gentle personality. Everyone expected him to attend a prestigious university and eventually support his family. But even gentle people can burn with fierce passion. Kindness and conviction have nothing to do with each other. Yet people often assume that a quiet child who never argues or raises his voice must have no dream worth sacrificing everything for. His dream was painting. He hid that dream so completely that until he turned 23 and confessed everything to his parents, no one in his family knew he had ever wanted to become an artist. Perhaps it wasn't only because he concealed it so well. Perhaps everyone simply chose to see only what they wanted to see. As expected, he entered one of Korea's top universities. He moved to Seoul alone. Then, without telling his parents, he took a leave of absence immediately after enrolling and registered at an art academy instead. Apart from the minimum amount of tutoring he needed to survive, he devoted nearly all his time to painting. Before class, after class, whenever he found an empty classroom at the academy, he painted. He was simply happy to receive proper artistic training. Whenever lines became shapes, and shapes became solid forms beneath his hands, he experienced a freedom unlike anything else. In those moments, every relationship disappeared. Only he and the subject before him remained. Freedom. Painting was the thing that allowed him to experience human freedom. Ihyun's mother had lived the exact opposite life. Her great-grandfather had been an artist whose medium-sized paintings continued to sell for billions of won nearly 50 years after his death. He remained one of the most important figures in the history of modern Korean art. Her father was both a painter and an art critic. Her mother was a poet deeply knowledgeable about many forms of art, including fine art. She grew up surrounded by paintings. Whether through inheritance or environment, she naturally developed an interest in art. Unlike Ihyun's father, she attended arts middle school and arts high school with her parents' wholehearted support before easily entering the painting department of a prestigious university. It was the very department Ihyun's father had dreamed of attending. But her true passion was comics, and her parents firmly opposed every form of art they regarded as minor art. Chapter 37. Unlike Ihyun's father, her mother never hid her passion during middle and high school. Still, her parents insisted that comics remain nothing more than a hobby. They even dumped the comic books she had painstakingly collected since the 2nd or 3rd grade into the bathtub and soaked them with water. They clung to the fact that she had been accepted into the painting department of the prestigious university they had always dreamed of for her. They wanted her to follow in her great-grandfather's footsteps and become a Western painter who would one day represent Korea. The environment shapes the person, they believed. Surrounded by renowned professors at a prestigious university, they were convinced that once her youthful wandering ended, she would naturally devote herself to the world of fine art. It was a foolish form of self-deception, seeing only what they wanted to see and believing only what they wanted to believe. Wealth made no difference. People were the same everywhere. Contrary to her parents' wishes, she founded a comic club with a classmate she met in the department and devoted more time to the club than to her studies. That classmate had joined a comic circle in middle school and had been publishing self-made magazines since his second year of high school. He became the club president, while she served as vice president. He believed that graduating from a prestigious art college would help his future career as a cartoonist. Having already declared that he would live as one, he had become financially independent and struggled to make ends meet. Watching him work as an art instructor for middle school students at an academy near the university to pay his living expenses and art supplies, while balancing school and club activities, forced her to confront her own lack of commitment to her dream. Determined to make up for it, she pushed herself harder. She drastically increased the amount of time she spent drawing and began preparing seriously for competitions. She refined her plots and studied books and films to give her characters greater depth. Since she didn't need a part-time job, she handled many of the club's practical responsibilities for the president. She also spent a great deal of time at the art academy where he worked, becoming friends with the head instructor and the academy director. Occasionally, she even earned extra income by working there as an assistant instructor. That was where she met the man the students called Drawing Julian. He locked himself inside the academy for more than 10 hours every day, producing an astonishing number of drawings. He was so handsome that the vice director jokingly claimed new students enrolled just to see him. Yet he had absolutely no interest in enjoying his youth because of his looks. After getting to know him, she realized he, too, was trying to escape the expectations his parents had placed on him. The expectations tied to both his university and his department, like a heavy sandbag fastened to his ankle. In one sense, they were complete opposites. One desperately wanted what the other was trying to throw away. Yet in another sense, they were remarkably alike. Both longed for a life beyond the one that had been forced upon them. By sharing information, understanding one another, and inspiring each other, they quickly grew close. She looked at his paintings, while he offered honest critiques of her comics. Before long, the time the three of them had once spent together, including the club president, naturally became time for just the two of them. It wasn't merely youthful passion that drew them together. They came to desire not only each other's dedication, but also each other's bodies, hearts, and futures. Neither of them could imagine anyone else becoming the colleague who would keep them from giving up, the lover they wished to lean on through beautiful nights, or the lifelong companion they wanted beside them until the end. If they hadn't had each other, perhaps he, burdened by guilt toward his poor parents, who left before dawn each day to fish with hands that never lost the smell of the sea no matter how much they washed them, would have returned to his original university and pursued the stable path of becoming a civil servant or joining a major corporation. Perhaps she, worn down by endless conflict with her parents and by financial hardships she had never known before, would have accepted the secure future already laid out for her. It wasn't that she disliked painting. She simply loved comics even more. Without him, choosing that safer path would have been entirely possible. Because they had each other, neither gave up on themselves or wavered in their determination to devote everything to what they truly valued. They never forgot that life was finite and that the end would come whether or not they could imagine it. They chose each other as husband and wife while still young, giving up everything they possessed, whether great or small, and turning away from the hopes others had placed upon them. It was never something they treated lightly, as though discarding an inconvenient burden. Few things frightened people more than disappointing their own parents. They often laughed about how, despite the vast difference in their family's circumstances, both families had reacted exactly the same way by opposing their marriage, whether it was her wealthy household or his family, where financial hardship had always been a part of daily life. All of this happened before Ihyun was born. The stories of how his mother spent weekends at the villa with her family and traveled overseas 3 or 4 times a year, admiring masterpieces from both East and West in person, and how his father had shared a room with his older brother while earning top grades and eating the unsellable fish that remained after market every single year until he left for Seoul, were simply old stories that Ihyun gradually heard while growing up. He had never met either set of grandparents, yet he never questioned it or felt deprived because of it. No matter what those old stories contained, Ihyun never sensed regret or resentment in either parent when they told them. They always listened sincerely to his feelings, trusted each other deeply, and openly expressed their affection. As a child, that often made Ihyun jealous. When he thought of his mother, he pictured her sitting either at the living room table or at the desk in the small studio, the radio softly playing while she drew comics. That was simply who his mother was. The father Ihyun knew worked only 30 hours a week at a nearby mobile phone factory and devoted the rest of his time to oil painting in pursuit of becoming a full-time artist. The studio they shared looked like a secret base to young Ihyun. Yet despite the warmth they always showed him, that room somehow felt like a place that belonged only to the two of them. Ihyun rarely threw tantrums, but he hated it whenever his parents worked in the studio together. Eventually, his mother used the studio during the day, while his father worked there after returning from work. That arrangement had been in place even before Ihyun entered elementary school. At the time, both parents found his jealousy adorable and sometimes even hid together in the studio just to make him cry. As Ihyun entered the upper grades of elementary school and then middle school, he gradually began expressing the world he saw through his own paintings. Little by little, he stepped out of his parents' shadow and developed his own identity. Even so, he still wanted to remain between his mother and father as he had when he was younger. Whenever people admired them as a couple who still looked like newlyweds, his heart grew strangely heavy. Still, every family had its own imperfections. Compared with his peers, Ihyun felt deeply grateful for his parents' optimistic, gentle personalities and for the way they always respected his own choices. The lush greenery of the little jungle they had created on the veranda of their old villa. The old pop songs that drifted softly from the radio all day long. The afternoon sunlight slowly stretching from the bookshelf to the front of the sofa. The posters featuring his mother's illustrations and the lingering scent of oil paint. Those were peaceful days that seemed as though they would last forever. During the summer when he was 16, Ihyun won the special jury prize in a competition hosted by one of the country's leading galleries. Afterward, his maternal grandparents invited the three of them to dinner. It was their first meeting in about 17 years, ever since Ihyun's mother had declared she would become a cartoonist and left home as though she had run away, or perhaps more accurately, as though she had been driven out. The competition itself was constantly surrounded by controversy because of its unconventional format. There were no age restrictions, no distinction between amateurs and professionals, and no limitations on subject matter or artistic style. Nevertheless, its influence was undeniable, as it was organized by one of the nation's 3 largest galleries. Regardless of the controversy, amateur or emerging artists who received awards instantly became the center of attention, receiving offers for exhibitions and opportunities to sign contracts as professional painters. Even established artists often saw the value of their work increase 4-fold or 5-fold after winning. By its 7th year, the competition had become famous for inviting internationally renowned judges. Suki Kim, a second-generation Korean-American painter specializing in traditional Eastern art, praised Ihyun's work in particular and left an especially memorable review. Later, she personally purchased one of his paintings, making the event an even bigger sensation. Of course, Ihyun's age also drew tremendous attention. At just 16, he became the youngest award recipient in the competition's history through its 7th edition, as well as the only teenager ever to win with a work in the abstract style. Although the art world attracted little public attention and the story never became widely known, the gallery continued contacting them for quite some time, explaining that various media outlets were persistently requesting interviews with photographs. Chapter 38. After consulting with Ihyun, her parents asked the gallery hosting the competition to keep the artist's real name and personal information strictly confidential. About a month later, when a publishing house in Hong Kong contacted them, Hoping to use Ihyun's painting for the cover of the Hong Kong edition of a world-renowned novelist's new book, they arranged for all business to be handled through the gallery. Thanks to that, Ihyun avoided becoming a target of media attention. Not long after Ihyun's award was announced, her grandparents invited the family to dinner. She still remembered hearing her mother raise her voice during a phone call that evening, something she rarely ever did. Although her mother reluctantly accepted the invitation after much persuasion from her father, she still couldn't bring herself to forgive them. The moment her parents tried to hug Ihyun through their tears, her mother quickly pulled Ihyun behind her and shielded her with her own body. It was the first time Ihyun had ever seen her act that way. A few days later, her mother quietly came into her room and told her that, regardless of her own feelings, if Ihyun wanted to have a relationship with her grandparents, she should. The choice was entirely hers. Ihyun nodded, but to her, these grandparents were simply people who had suddenly appeared in her life one day, even if they were family. Still, there was one thing she understood. Whenever her mother spoke about the past, she recalled happy memories that no longer meant anything. Deep inside, however, she still resented her parents, sometimes hated them, and yet continued to love them. Ihyun could vaguely understand those conflicting emotions. Her mother condemned them for reaching out only after Ihyun had won an award, believing they were motivated by worldly interests. Yet she was also someone's daughter, and after 17 years apart, their tearful reunion had inevitably softened her heart. Beginning with Ihyun's award, the second half of that year became a season when all the effort and hardship their family had endured finally seemed to bear fruit. Her mother's parents did everything they could to prove that they had not accepted the family simply because of the artistic talent their grandchild had displayed. They had grown much older than her mother remembered. With humility, they admitted that everything they had once considered important had ultimately been meaningless pride, preserving appearances that had never brought genuine happiness. Now, the decision no longer belonged to them. Whether to accept their hearts was entirely her mother's choice. Little by little, and with great care, everyone made an effort to bridge the distance between them. That autumn, her mother's longest-running serialized work, which had continued for nearly 10 years, finally came to an end. In a comics industry increasingly dominated by provocative stories and short-form webtoons, it was an exceptional achievement. Despite its lengthy serialization, it received widespread praise for its satisfying conclusion and achieved impressive commercial success. In November, the series won the grand prize at an event jointly hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the Korea Creative Content Agency. She had received many awards over the years, both large and small, but this one carried a special weight. Awards were never a perfect measure of passion or artistic excellence, yet it comforted her to know that someone had recognized the long journey she had endured. The awards ceremony was scheduled for the second Monday of December, about 2 weeks before Christmas. Ihyun's father couldn't attend because he had no flexibility in his work schedule, so he secretly prepared a small surprise to celebrate her achievement. He knew she wanted to accept her parents' sincere efforts, but years of love and resentment still held her back. He could tell, even if no one else could, that she wanted to tell them about the award the moment she heard the news. At the same time, she hesitated, uncertain whether they would truly be happy that she had won an award for comics rather than painting. Without telling her, he called her parents and shared the news himself. Just as he had expected, they were overjoyed. Their excitement came through clearly, even over the phone. He suggested that they all celebrate together after the awards ceremony that evening, and they readily agreed, thanking him warmly for the idea. At the time, they were temporarily staying in Europe because of her father's exhibition. Without hesitation, they contacted a travel agency, changed the date of their return flight, and canceled the remainder of their hotel reservations despite the substantial cancellation fees. All of it was simply to congratulate their daughter on winning an award for just comics. Willingly. In Ihyun's father's eyes, she deserved every bit of that happiness. She had never regretted giving up the wealth and prestige her parents could have provided. Rather than following the life others had laid out for her, she had chosen to live as someone constantly discovering who she truly was. The passionate young woman who had once sparkled in her early 20s was now approaching 40. She deserved to be celebrated by her aging parents, who regretted their past mistakes, by her husband, who was at once a dependable partner, a loving companion, and her greatest admirer, and by her talented son, who had inherited the gifts of both his parents. He reserved a more elegant restaurant than they usually visited. The plan was for him to pick up Ihyun after school and take her there, while she would come directly from the awards ceremony. That very morning, she had joked with a bright smile that she couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten at a hotel buffet, and intended to eat her fill of snow crab and Peking duck. She had no idea her parents were flying in from Berlin just to celebrate with her. The plan was simple. Her parents would arrive first and wait at the restaurant. Then the three of them would meet in the hotel lobby and go upstairs together. Once they reached the reserved table, her parents would present her with a bouquet of flowers and congratulate her. Unfortunately, bad weather in Berlin delayed their flight. Yihyun's grandparents landed at Incheon Airport about an hour later than scheduled and immediately headed into the city. Fortunately, although the awards ceremony also ran longer than expected, they would still arrive after Yihyun's mother if they continued toward the hotel in Gangnam. Meanwhile, Yihyun's mother was already in a taxi. She rarely took taxis, but the news reported that Line 2 had been heavily delayed because of a train malfunction at Seongsu Station. Yihyun's father quickly changed the plan. He switched the reservation to the Thai restaurant their family frequently visited, a place her parents could reach sooner after leaving the airport. He called her and asked if she minded changing the venue. She agreed immediately, saying it sounded like a great idea. Of course, it would have been nice to visit a hotel restaurant after so many years, but spending a relaxed evening with the people she loved at one of their favorite places felt even more appropriate for such a joyful occasion. It was also where the three of them had celebrated Yihyun's award before, making it even more meaningful. Should we go through Tunnel 3 or drive past Seoul Station? When the destination changed, the taxi driver asked for directions. In front of Seoul Station, she disliked the feeling of driving through tunnels. Just as the taxi traveling along Tongala Road in front of Seoul Station approached the intersection near Samgakji, the traffic light changed at the last moment. The driver grumbled that they wouldn't have been stopped if the car ahead hadn't hesitated at the previous light. She simply smiled. She was in far too good a mood to care. Wham's Last Christmas played softly on the radio. Humming along to the familiar song that filled her with warm nostalgia, she leaned comfortably against the seat. For nearly a month after hearing about the award, she had wondered how to spend the generous prize money. Then, while waiting in the audience earlier that day, inspiration struck. A family trip to Europe during Yihyun's winter vacation. An art museum tour with her husband and son. She planned to bring it up over dinner. Just imagining their surprised and delighted expressions brought a smile to her face. Huh? What's that? What's happening? Startled by the driver's alarmed voice, she instinctively looked ahead. Traffic from Hongangdaro had begun making a gentle turn onto Tongala Road. In the next instant, she saw it. A blue one-ton truck was racing straight from Sejongdaro toward the moving line of vehicles. The crash that followed was deafening. It wasn't simply loud. The sound carried the unmistakable scent of violence and disaster, utterly different from the booming noise of construction sites or the cheers of a crowded stadium. Both she and the taxi driver stared in horror as the blue truck barreled directly toward a mid-sized sedan. It looked unmistakably like a deliberate suicide attack. She covered her mouth with both hands. The driver screamed. The silver sedan, struck violently in the right rear door, spun out of control and slammed directly into the back seat of the taxi, together with the truck that had hit it. The taxi driver suffered severe injuries. She died instantly. From the moment she looked up at the driver's warning, everything had happened in less than 30 seconds. Chapter 39. I opened my eyes in an unfamiliar place. It wasn't the room I'd been using at Manager Han's house. I was lying in bed. The pillow beneath my head and the blanket covering me were both clean and comfortable. So despite waking somewhere I didn't recognize, I didn't feel threatened. Since I had no memory of how I'd gotten here or when I'd fallen asleep, it took a while for my mind to fully clear. My body refused to respond at first, like the lingering paralysis that sometimes follows waking from a deep sleep. It felt as though part of my memory had been erased. Beneath the feather-light duvet, puffed up with air, I slowly wiggled my fingers and toes. The head of the bed rested against the wall, with space on either side. To my left hung a pair of drawn curtains. I couldn't see it, but there had to be a window behind them. It was raining. Perhaps because the windows were exceptionally well insulated, I could barely hear it. Still, the air itself felt different. A faint dampness lingered in the room. Maybe after spending nearly 5 years by the sea, I developed the ability to sense things like that. Right. I was at the CEO's house, helping with the photo shoot for Old Future. It took a long time for my thoughts to reach that point. Then I realized I was crying. I couldn't tell whether I'd been crying throughout my sleep or whether fresh tears had begun flowing as my memories started reconnecting, leading me back to the painting I'd seen in the living room and to the sealed, misshapen pain that painting had dragged back into the light. The tear tracks running past my temples stung. The moment I became aware of them, fresh tears began to fall. His living room. My painting had been hanging above the large, minimalist sofa. It was the painting that had won the special jury prize in the competition hosted by a major gallery when I was 16. My mother and father loved me without reservation, enough to make my friends envious. They never demanded good grades or tried to force me into a future they'd chosen. Instead, every decision was mine. And so was the responsibility. If I wanted advice, they gave it. But the final choice always belonged to me, whether it was selecting a topic for a presentation or deciding between an arts middle school and a regular one. Unlike my friends, who bonded with each other through rebellion against their parents and the older generation, I had no one to rebel against. How could you rebel against people who never forced anything on you? I understood the frustration of friends whose allowances were cut because of poor grades or whose parents refused to buy them fashionable clothes after they got into trouble. But I couldn't truly empathize. I'd never experienced those things myself. To my parents, each other always came first. The bond between them was powerful. They understood, respected, and admired one another deeply. They weren't one of those couples whose passion had faded, staying together only because of their children and shared responsibilities. The world does not revolve around me. My parents' lives do not revolve around me. The only life that revolves around me is my own. That was the truth about life I had naturally learned from the way they raised me. No one else could bear the consequences of my choices. Blaming or resenting my parents would change nothing. No matter how much they loved me, they couldn't turn back time. They couldn't take an exam for me. They couldn't paint a picture for me. Unable to completely connect with either my parents or my peers, I chose painting. Painting was my language. Technique and color were my words. The more techniques I mastered and the more colors I learned to use, the richer and more sophisticated that language became. Because my parents never commented on my paintings unless I asked technical questions, the work I created around the time of that competition wasn't influenced by any particular artist, movement, or trend. Put kindly, it was individualistic. Put less kindly, it lacked a foundation. Some critics who opposed my award even described it that way, using my work as an example of the crisis of modern art, claiming that authenticity was under threat. It didn't matter. I'd never painted to earn recognition from the mainstream art world. The only reason I'd entered that competition, despite rarely participating in youth art contests, was because it judged the artwork itself, regardless of age, reputation, or artistic background. I hadn't wanted to win. Painting was my language. I simply wanted to know whether that language could reach someone, whether it could communicate. The opposite of isolation is probably solidarity. A bond where people find comfort in one another through shared similarities. A sense of belonging. The reassurance of not being alone. Beyond that lies something even deeper. Solidarity that extends beyond oneself and reaches another person. Its ultimate form is believing you understand and accept one another so completely that you'd willingly give your life for them. Your problems become mine. Mine become yours. The two figures at the center of the painting clung to one another like conjoined twins, utterly dependent on each other. Around them stretched a chaotic background packed with geometric patterns. The stability of the two central figures stood in sharp contrast to the unstable, almost grotesque energy surrounding them. Unlike literature, irony is difficult to express through painting. By placing two people united through solidarity at the center of the work, the artist instead evokes a profound sense of isolation. Considering the artist's young age, it is an extraordinarily bold choice. The style, blending traditional painting techniques with elements of pop art and cartoon-like imagination, overflows with the fresh vitality unique to a new artist, even if it remains somewhat unrefined. Unlike solitude, Isolation can exist only in relation to others. It is born from rejection, from exclusion. It is impossible to experience entirely alone. Looking upon this work, viewers are reminded of the admiration, jealousy, and alienation they have all felt toward things that are beautiful, warm, and loved. And in doing so, they realize those ugly emotions they once hid are not theirs alone. They form a bond with the artist's isolation. Suki Kim's review of my special jury prize-winning work. That alone had been enough. It amazed me. She had become living proof that painting truly was a language for me. Her review translated everything I'd expressed through paint into actual words. At that moment, my world expanded. For the first time, it reached beyond my family. A boy who had sought validation only from his parents finally realized that understanding and connection could exist elsewhere. But when I unexpectedly stood before that painting again, what returned wasn't the memory of being understood. It was the childish jealousy toward my parents that I'd poured into the canvas. My mother's accident, which came crashing down before that precious new feeling had even taken root. And my father, who completely alienated himself from the world after losing her. Those terrible memories, waiting just beyond the door as though they had been patiently standing in line, burst out from inside the painting and stabbed into every part of me. It was a monster with 4 arms, 6 legs, and 3 necks, swinging a merciless sword. I'd believed time had gradually numbed me, whether I wanted it to or not. I was wrong. I couldn't even speak comfortably about it with Mori or Ihyun. Still, because I hadn't pretended it had never happened, I'd thought those memories had slowly settled into my life as another permanent part of me. But that was only because I'd always spoken about them on my own terms. Only when I was ready. Only to people I was ready to face. Only about the parts one was prepared to reveal. Confronted so suddenly with my raw, unprotected past, I was nothing more than a fragile 16-year-old with no defenses. The tears continued to fall. But they were mechanical. They weren't tears born from overwhelming emotion, pouring out as the foundations of my existence cracked apart. They were merely a physical response. No matter how many I shed, they brought no comfort. They solved nothing. Still lying down, I took a slow, deep breath before exhaling. With an arm that still felt stiff, I wiped away my tears and gradually sat up, looking around the room. The room seemed meant for nothing but sleeping. There was only a bed, a nightstand, a single armchair, and a small table beside it. Instead of a ceiling light, soft, indirect lighting glowed from around the edges of the ceiling. It was dim, yet bright enough to clearly make out everything. A tray sat on the nightstand, holding a glass bottle of water and a cup. Just knowing someone had thought about the moment I'd wake up, left a light on, and prepared water for me, gave me a little strength. When I pushed aside the blanket and lowered my feet to the floor, I realized I was wearing pajamas. Instinctively, I touched my chest and stomach. Had I changed into them myself before going to bed? No matter how hard I searched my memory, the last thing I could recall was standing at the entrance to the living room and saying, because I painted it. My legs felt weak. I slowly stretched, trying to loosen my body. Despite suffering no physical injury, every movement felt rusty. This wasn't something that happened in ordinary life. After making the bed, I slipped into the indoor slippers someone had thoughtfully left for me and cautiously stepped outside. The short hallway beyond was just as unfamiliar. At its end was a small landing furnished with a tall bookshelf and an armchair. Beyond the railing stretched an open space. The house was quiet. Only the faint sound of rain remained. I walked to the railing. I was on the 2nd floor. Looking down, I could see the 1st floor living room. Thankfully, just as I'd expected, it was his house. At least I hadn't awakened somewhere completely unknown with my memory wiped clean. Unlike the dim bedroom, the living room was brightly lit. The sun had long since set. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, darkness filled the world. He sat on the sofa, slowly drinking something. Even from a distance, he looked lost in thought. Ju In-hyun and Yuni Nuna were nowhere to be seen, and the painting that had been hanging above the sofa was gone. Could it all have been a dream? Like Alice's Adventures in Wonderland? Of course not. My fingers slid along the railing until they found the staircase. I carefully descended the white floating stairs with their open risers. By the time I reached the entrance to the living room, he had already looked up. One thing was certain. He had stayed beside me during the part of my memory that was missing. He knew what I'd said. He knew what I'd done. That made facing him now even more difficult. I felt as though he held a tremendous advantage over me. Of all people, he was the one I least wanted to see me at my weakest. Unable to approach, I remained standing at the entrance, resting one hand against the wall. He set the glass of whiskey on the rocks onto the table, rose from the sofa, and walked over. You should lie down a little longer. His voice was low and hoarse, as though he hadn't spoken for a long time. After speaking, he cleared his throat several times. I'm sorry. Earlier, I forced myself to eat a hamburger even though I didn't have much of an appetite. I think it upset my stomach. I've been tense since yesterday, and I guess I drank a little too much beer. I'm usually not this weak, so I don't know why I suddenly ended up like that. Did I collapse? Trying to sound normal only made me ramble. I hated the thought of him realizing this had happened because of my mental state. If someone as straightforward as him started asking questions, I neither had the courage to tell the truth nor the composure to invent a convincing lie. He stopped just one step away from me and frowned. Then he clicked his tongue. You're not well, so don't waste your energy lying. I won't ask you anything. Chapter 40. His gaze dropped to somewhere around my shoulder. One hand still tucked into his pants pocket, he slowly stroked his chin. His expression was complicated, and it wasn't the reaction I'd expected. I'm telling you this because you seem anxious about not remembering, but you didn't lose consciousness. You were hyperventilating, so I took care of it. I supported you, but you walked to the bedroom on your own. There wasn't any inappropriate behavior, if that's what you're worried about. He was trying to reassure me that nothing improper had happened, but his face remained tense. His eyes stayed fixed somewhere near my shoulder, filled with something that looked like anxiety or suspicion. A sudden chill ran through me. I rubbed my arm with the hand that had been braced against the wall. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. His eyes finally lifted from my shoulder to my face. I don't think someone who's sick is a burden. I told Yuni and Juin that you suddenly became ill, so I let you rest inside. They've already been informed. I mumbled my thanks and nodded. Only then did his expression soften slightly. There's some egg porridge. Eat a little, then get some more sleep. He turned toward the kitchen, and I hurriedly stopped him. No, it's okay. I'm feeling better now. I'll leave. This time, when he looked back, it was more than a frown. His eyes sharpened, almost as if I'd somehow hurt him. Turning fully toward me, he crossed his arms tightly over his chest and looked down at me. Co Ihyun, you don't remember what you were like, do you? You know, logically, that hyperventilation won't kill you, no matter how terrible it feels. But even if you know that, watching someone struggle as though they're dying while desperately clinging to you, honestly, it isn't pleasant. If you truly don't want to burden me, then stay here today so I can stop worrying. He added that he had already told Director Shim that I'd suddenly developed a fever, fallen asleep, and hadn't woken up, so I'd be staying the night. It seemed he understood exactly what I was worried about. Simply by building Phantom into what it was today and running it so successfully, he was already someone I'd considered remarkably accomplished. But for the first time, I truly felt the 10-year age gap between us. Judging by his expression and tone, he'd completely made up his mind that he wasn't letting me leave today. Sometimes, refusing someone's kindness wasn't the polite thing to do. He stared down at me beneath furrowed brows for a moment, then sighed, as though regretting how harsh he'd sounded. Walking over, he rested both hands on my shoulders, bent slightly, and studied my face. He must have showered while I was asleep. His hair, still faintly damp, lay neatly against his head. The most important thing right now is getting better. Don't think about anything. Don't worry about anything. Just imagine flipping a switch in your brain and turning it off. You can do that, right? I wasn't entirely sure what he meant by flipping a switch in my brain, but his calm voice and steady gaze made me nod. Good. He smiled faintly, gave my shoulders a reassuring squeeze, then stepped back. I know you don't have much of an appetite, but eat a little. For your own sake. He turned away again as he walked toward the kitchen. For your own sake. I silently repeated those words while forcing my stiff legs to move as I followed him. Crossing the living room I'd never even stepped into before and turning the corner, I found the kitchen. He seated me at the dining table, reheated the prepared porridge, and transferred it into a bowl. When he asked whether I wanted to eat in the bedroom, I shook my head. Looking slightly reluctant but still worried, he placed the tray in front of me. The colorful egg porridge was surprisingly cute, filled with finely chopped carrots and zucchini. Beside it sat a small dish of stir-fried anchovies with almonds and another containing salt. Had he made this himself while I was asleep? Had he really chopped the vegetables himself? Food delivery was so convenient these days that he could easily have ordered it, but this hardly seemed like the right moment to ask. I picked up my spoon. The inside of my mouth felt strangely numb, as though anesthetized, and I could barely taste anything, but the porridge went down easily. He sat diagonally across from me, quietly watching me eat. Normally, that kind of attention would have made me uncomfortable. Right now, though, I was grateful. I had to admit I was in a weakened state. Whether you're struggling mentally or physically, it's best to keep your normal routine as much as possible. If you stop eating because you don't have an appetite, that's when the gloomy guys inside us start taking advantage. Even if it's only a little, eating as you normally would is a way of proving to them that you haven't given up on yourself yet. It sounded convincing. Don't let your routine fall apart. Endure by preserving what you normally do. Those words carried far more practical strength than things like, cheer up, or time heals all wounds. I paused and looked at him. He wasn't offering empty comfort. These were clearly words born from his own experience of enduring hardship and surviving it. When I nodded, he smiled quietly. It was the kind of smile that praised someone for doing well. Where are you going? I sounded far more desperate than I'd intended. As he stood up, I looked up at him with what was surely an unsteady gaze. I didn't have the luxury of worrying about my dignity anymore. I'll get you a blanket. Following his eyes, I looked down at my hand. The spoon was trembling. It's okay. I'm not cold. Earlier, I'd stubbornly insisted I was fine and wanted to leave. But now, I didn't want to be alone. Not even for a moment. I couldn't bring myself to actually say those words. He hummed quietly, biting his lower lip with a troubled expression. Instead of getting a blanket, he pulled off the sweatshirt he was wearing and held it out to me. No, really. I'm not cold. When I tried to refuse, he simply ignored me. The sweatshirt was over my head before I could react. You are cold. You're sick, and it's raining outside, so your body temperature's dropped. You just can't tell right now, C.O. Ihyun. Listen to someone who's healthy for once. It would have been awkward to take it off after he'd already put it on me. I set down my spoon and slipped my arms into the thick sweatshirt. It fit him perfectly. On me, it hung loosely. Given the difference in our height and build, that was only natural. Because he'd been wearing it, the fabric still held his warmth. The comfort another person's warmth could bring was astonishing. Even from someone I'd always felt awkward around. Someone I'd even been slightly afraid of being alone with. He sat back down. A grin kept threatening to break across his face, as though he was trying very hard not to laugh. Having someone smiling beside you was comforting in much the same way as their warmth. If I'd returned to my room at Director Shim's house, I probably would have been swallowed completely by the gloomy guys he'd talked about and dragged into the darkness. I had to admit that. I finished about half the porridge before setting down my spoon. He didn't pressure me to eat anymore. I started to stand, intending at least to clear away the tray, but he stopped me. Want to wash your face? He tapped his own cheek with his index finger after setting the tray in the sink. Only then did I remember. I hadn't even removed my makeup. I'll stay with you. I wanted to tell him he didn't need to go that far. But in my current state, staying alone in this unfamiliar house would only make me more anxious. Swallowing my useless pride, I nodded. He led me back to the bedroom where I'd woken earlier. There was an ensuite bathroom. I didn't know much about interior design, but it had a simple, slightly exotic atmosphere that reminded me of a tropical resort. As I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and cleaned my feet, moving at barely a third of my normal speed, he leaned against the open bathroom doorway. Even knowing he was there, I kept checking. In the mirror, by turning my head. Every time our eyes met, he'd give me the same small, reassuring smile. After drying my face with the fresh towel he'd handed me, I slowly returned to the bedroom. The room remained dimly lit by soft, indirect lighting. Standing awkwardly in the empty space, with only the bed occupying most of the room, I fidgeted with the towel. He walked over and gently took it from me. Your bangs are still wet. With careful fingers, he softly dried them. Watching how he'd treated Mr. Shu, I'd already known that beneath his blunt words and indifferent expression lay a gentle side. I just hadn't imagined. That gentleness might one day be directed toward me. Was it because I was sick? Was that why he was being so kind? After all, it would have been difficult to remain indifferent towards someone who'd clung to him in terror while struggling to breathe. The man I knew wasn't that cold-hearted. Sleep in this room. I'll use another. I didn't say anything, but my face must have betrayed how unwilling I was to let him leave. Was he teasing me because he'd noticed? That thought crossed my mind. Judging by the quiet chuckle above my head, I wasn't entirely wrong. You're like a completely different person when you're sick. It's not exactly because I'm sick. No, maybe it is. I am sick. I'm hurting terribly. I just don't know where. Or how badly. And I haven't even tried to find out. He bent slightly, tilting his head until our eyes met. You don't want me to leave? His lips curved faintly. You want me to get into bed and sleep beside you? Before I could react, he straightened with a self-mocking laugh. As I watched him walk past me, pull back the blankets, and straighten the pillows, I finally realized. That had been a rather suggestive joke. It wasn't because I was innocent. My thoughts were simply moving that slowly. Lie down. I'll stay on the sofa until you fall asleep. Neither thank you nor I'm sorry, no matter how many times I repeated them, could ever make up for everything I'd put him through today. In my current state, obeying him was probably the least troublesome thing I could do. Isn't the sweatshirt uncomfortable? Do you want to take it off before sleeping? I stopped beside the bed and looked down at what I was wearing. I remembered the warmth and reassurance. I'd felt the moment he'd placed it over my shoulders. The blankets had already been warm enough when I'd first woken up. But I didn't want to take it off. I quietly shook my head. All right. He accepted it without another word. I climbed onto the bed, settled beneath the covers, and lay down. He pulled the fluffy white comforter over me. Looking up, I found him towering above me even more than when he'd been standing. His face held countless unspoken questions that he seemed determined to swallow. In the dim light, his unusually pale eyes slowly traced every part of my face. Close your eyes. I obeyed. Right now, I must have looked like a cowardly 22-year-old who needed someone to accompany her to the bathroom and remain beside her until she fell asleep. But that was undeniably true. Sleep well. I felt him step away. Even through my closed eyelids, I sensed the room becoming slightly darker. The sound of him settling into the sofa. The quiet rain. The occasional rustling of tree branches outside in the wind. And behind my closed eyes, the gloomy guys inside us began stirring once again. How had that painting ended up in this house? The moment the competition results had been announced, Suki Kim had expressed a desire to buy it. After discussing it with my parents, I told her I wanted to give it to her as a gift. She'd firmly insisted on purchasing it anyway, paying what had seemed like an enormous amount to both my parents and me. Of course, once someone buys a painting, they're free to do whatever they wish with it. Just because it was here now didn't mean she'd neglected it. No, even if she had, it wouldn't erase the connection I'd felt through the critique she'd written back then. That I wasn't alone. That someone had received the signal I'd been sending. Mr. Kong. Yes, I'm here. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. Low, soft. That painting. Tears slipped down again. My temples burned. These tears felt mechanical somehow. Fortunately, the room was dark, and there was enough distance between us that he probably wouldn't notice. I was just about to turn over, pretending I was merely changing positions, when his voice quietly reached me through the darkness. C.O. Ihyun. Should I make you forget everything? I heard him rise from the sofa. A moment later, the edge of the mattress dipped heavily. Just like earlier that afternoon in the garden, he settled on his knees on either side of my legs. Slowly, I opened my eyes. He was kneeling deep between my thighs. As he looked down into my tear-filled eyes, something in his gaze resembled anger. I knew he wasn't angry, but I couldn't find another word for the emotion I saw there. Did he like the painting? I searched his eyes for the answer, but my thoughts scattered the moment his fingertips touched my face. The hand that stroked my jaw slowly moved upward, gently wiping away the tears gathered at my temples. In the darkness, his pale eyes looked almost ghostly, as though they might disappear at any moment. Yet the warmth of the hand touching me belonged unmistakably to someone alive. His fingers traced my cheek before lightly cupping my chin. His thumb, dampened by my tears, brushed across my lower lip, then gently slipped just inside, lifting it ever so slightly. I felt a solid weight settle between my legs. His body lowered over mine, covering me. His lips hovered so close they seemed on the verge of touching. The lingering sweetness of strong liquor still clung to his breath. So you won't have to think about anything anymore? So nothing will matter anymore? His whisper was hot against my skin. "I'll make that happen." His lips seemed ready to kiss mine. Instead, they brushed past my cheek and descended to my neck, gently taking the nape into his mouth. The moment that happened, I closed my eyes. It felt as though I'd lost my footing on a surfboard and been swallowed whole by an immense wave of fragrance. Chapter 41. Using only his lips, he gently nipped the soft skin beneath my ear where it met my neck, then kicked the blanket aside. The warmth and weight pressing down on me became even more immediate. Just as my body began to tense at the unfamiliar sensation, an involuntary breath escaped my lips. It sounded almost like a muffled sob. His lips brushed against my ear, and with a hot, damp breath, his tongue slipped inside. Feeling me react, he cupped the back of my head as though cradling it and pressed even closer. He kissed every curve of my ear, tracing its shape with slow movements of his tongue before murmuring in a low, honeyed voice, "Do you like it when I touch your ear like this?" Every word felt like a feather brushing against the inside of my ear. Tilting my head back, I gripped his shoulders. Until then, he'd only been lying on top of me, but now his hips began to move, slowly grinding his body against mine. My breathing immediately grew uneven. I wore only thin pajama pants, while he still had on thicker sweatpants. Even through the layers of soft fabric, neither of our clothes could hide the unmistakable shape of our arousal. Keeping his hips pressed firmly against mine, he moved with slow, deliberate strokes. His right knee nudged my left thigh aside until he settled comfortably between my legs. I could feel the heavy weight resting there. Judging by the softness, he wasn't fully hard yet, but he was astonishingly large. Without realizing it, my gaze drifted downward. As if he'd noticed, he let out a quiet chuckle beside my ear. Even that laugh felt like another caress. My shoulders twitched, and I bit my lower lip. In response, he playfully grazed my ear with his front teeth. It should have been teasing enough to make me laugh, yet instead it only made my breathing rougher. He didn't hurry to strip away our clothes or press bare skin together. Instead, he let the heat build slowly, letting our bodies rub together through the fabric. There was nothing innocent about the movement. Every slow roll of his hips deliberately ensured the friction traveled the full length of our bodies. The hand that had been combing through my hair drifted down my cheek, traced the curve of my neck with gentle fingertips, then caught on the collar of my sweatshirt. Should I take this off? Only then did I realize that, with his lips so close to my ear, even the simplest words sounded like intimate whispers. Goosebumps raced across my skin. I tightened my grip on his shoulders, wrinkling the fabric of his shirt. Looking down at me, he brushed a kiss against my cheek just beside my lips before sitting up and pulling off his t-shirt. Then he took hold of my wrists, guided my arms above my head, grasped the sleeves of my sweatshirt, and pulled it straight upward. It was an awkward method, but it worked. When the shirt came free, he looked down at me with an amused smile, probably laughing at the way my hair had been thoroughly mussed. Whenever I'd seen him wearing a suit, I'd thought he had a lean frame. In reality, his upper body was far more solid than I'd imagined. His muscles were well defined without being bulky, his shoulders broad, his chest thick. Rather than being slender for his height, he was surprisingly powerful. Compared to him, my own body suddenly felt unfinished, as though I were still growing. The dim light deepened the shadows between his chest and abdominal muscles, making every contour stand out. Perhaps because he'd taken off his shirt, his scent seemed even stronger now. It surrounded me, as overwhelming as the weight of his body above mine. Without thinking, I breathed in deeply, wanting more of it. After tossing my sweatshirt onto the floor beside the bed, he moved between my legs again, our bodies fitting together once more. When we touched, it felt as though he'd become that scent itself. My breathing completely fell apart. Heek, heek, heek. Eyes wide, hands trembling, I twisted the bedsheets before finally clutching his bare shoulders. Shoo. His voice was low and soothing as he stroked my face, comforting me the way someone might calm a frightened child. Breathe out slowly. That's it. You're okay. It's not hyperventilation. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes. His warm palm gently covered my eyes. The darkness wasn't frightening. Following the movement of his hand, I slowly closed them. I couldn't understand why my body was reacting this way, and that uncertainty made me anxious, but it wasn't fear for my safety. It was desire. Raw, overwhelming desire. The steady movement of his hips between my legs, the slow pressure of our bodies together. It stirred something so powerful that I couldn't stop trembling. Just focus on answering my questions. His hand slid from my lips, down my neck, and into the loose V-neck of my pajamas. His palms spread across my chest, feeling the shape of the muscle beneath his fingers. How do you feel? The question was impossible to answer. So he tried again. Does it feel unpleasant? I shook my head immediately. Again and again. Just as I'd gradually adjusted to the weight of his body, I was growing accustomed to the intensity of his scent. The place where our bodies pressed together burned with heat. I knew my hips were moving on their own, but I'd already lost the self-control to stop them. His fingertips brushed lightly across my chest before flicking my hardened nipple. Then, does it feel good? Huh. My hips jerked upward. That was answer enough. He gently pinched around the sensitive flesh before rolling it firmly between his fingers. A breath caught in my throat. My hand slipped from his shoulders only to wrap around his neck instead, pulling him closer. Just that touch alone sent waves through my entire body. I won't do anything you don't want, Co Ihyun. If it starts to feel wrong, tell me immediately. You're not afraid, are you? I shook my head several more times. Soon his face buried itself against my neck, brushing soft kisses along my skin while his free hand began undoing the buttons of my pajama top. The unmistakable feeling of my clothes opening made my eyes fly open. While he nibbled gently beneath my jaw, his fingers worked each button loose with practiced ease. My chest rose and fell with every ragged breath until the fabric finally parted completely. Pushing the pajama top open, his lips traveled lower. He pressed lingering kisses against my skin, moving down inch by inch. His teeth grazed my collarbone before his mouth wandered across my upper chest. Every unfamiliar sensation, impossible to experience alone, washed over me one after another. Urgency tightened inside me. My toes curled. My back arched, craving more than those featherlight touches. Looking up at me, he brushed his lips teasingly over my nipple. Just enough to make me ache. Phew. Biting my lip, I tangled my fingers in the back of his hair. His expression had changed as well. Even his pale blue eyes seemed faintly flushed. His tongue touched me once. My entire body shivered. I rubbed the back of my head against the pillow, hips lifting helplessly. When I tilted my chin upward, it felt as though his scent alone might steal my breath. He traced the sensitive spot once more with the tip of his tongue before speaking. Let me. His voice was thick with restraint. Pulling gently at the back of his neck, I guided him closer without hesitation. The instant he accepted the invitation, pleasure surged through me so sharply that my back arched again. Even while I trembled, my fingers remained buried in his hair, unable to look away. His hips never stopped moving against mine. Though the angle twisted his body awkwardly, he seemed completely unconcerned, one hand stroking my side before drifting lower across my abdomen. He had promised to stop if I disliked anything. But I didn't. I didn't want to push away the hand that made me shiver. I didn't want to push away the face pressed against my chest. I didn't want to escape the weight of his body moving against mine. The reaction of my body, experiencing another person's touch this intimately for the first time, was immediate. I had never imagined it would be with another man. Yet neither had I ever believed it couldn't be. Somewhere deep down, I'd already known. Considering everything I'd felt around him lately, it no longer seemed strange that I couldn't bring myself to reject being this close to him. Chapter 42. Every time he drew hard on my nipple, tilting his head as though he were kissing me with desperate passion, his cheeks hollowed deeply. I gasped as though my breath had been stolen away. He lifted his eyes to meet mine. When I bit my lower lip to smother a moan, he reached up and gently pulled it free. Then, as though he couldn't help himself, he traced my lips with his fingertips. One finger glided across my lips, brushing, stroking, and kneading them before slipping gently between my teeth. Without thinking, I bit down on it lightly. Below, he finally released my breast. When I glanced down, a thin strand of saliva stretched between my nipple and his lips. He pressed his mouth to my nipple once more, breaking the strand, before slowly crawling up to the nape of my neck. As our lower bodies continued grinding together, our upper bodies pressed flush without the slightest gap between us. While sucking gently at my neck, he explored both the outside and inside of my lips with his finger. As part of him filled my mouth, his scent surrounded me completely, making it feel as though my brain were melting into mush. The sense of smell usually adapted quickly to repeated stimulation. Even the strongest fragrance should eventually become familiar. Yet somehow, his scent only seemed stronger than it had at first. I couldn't think deeply enough to wonder why. My mind had dissolved completely. Thinking was impossible. Nothing else seemed important. Just as he'd said, it would be. Our hardened erections had reached the point where any pressure almost hurt. Every time he pressed against me, they slid awkwardly past one another instead of lining up. Even that imperfect friction sent sparks racing through me. Ihyun and Lau. Oh. After kissing and sucking at every inch of my neck, rubbing the soft skin between his lips, gently biting and tugging before drawing hard enough to leave deep suction marks, he buried both his nose and lips against me and inhaled deeply. The sensation was so overwhelming it felt as though he were breathing my entire body into himself. Without realizing it, I took his index finger fully into my mouth. He was unusually tall, even for Korea. Judging by the difference between us, he had to be well over 190 centimeters. Naturally, his hands were just as large, his fingers long and thick to match his height. Even though I'd swallowed it as deeply as I could, only 2 knuckles fit inside my mouth. He lifted his head and looked down at me beneath him, watching me suck on his finger. Curiosity filled his eyes, but so did unmistakable seriousness. And beneath both, raw desire. I clasped the base of his hand with both of mine and tightened my lips around his finger. His reddened eyes remained fixed on me as he slowly pushed his middle finger into my mouth as well. It was only 2 fingers, yet once both reached the second knuckle, it became difficult to hold them inside. I struggled, repeatedly biting down and releasing them, while he watched without looking away. His broad shoulders rose and fell steadily before my eyes. His free hand fumbled at my side, tugging down my pajama pants along with my underwear. Using only one hand, he pulled them crookedly toward my thighs. The moment my erection was exposed, embarrassment finally caught up with me. I grabbed his wrist with both hands and pulled his fingers from my mouth. His lips parted in visible disappointment, though his gaze never left mine. Every breath he exhaled carried that intoxicating scent. Unable to bear his stare, I turned my head away and hurriedly reached for my clothes. Pinned beneath his lower abdomen, his own erection glistened clearly, even in the darkness. I'm wet. Had I said something strange? He froze so suddenly that anxiety tightened in my chest. Stimulated by someone else for the very first time, my body had produced so much pre-cum that my underwear was completely soaked. The fabric clung damply against me, my erection slick with moisture. Everything about it was humiliating. Simply exposing myself to him like this made the tiny fragment of reason I still possessed flare with shame. When I tried pulling my pajamas back up, he firmly slapped my hand aside before pressing his entire body tightly against mine, leaving me no room to move. From my groin to my stomach and chest, he covered me completely. His breathing came in rough bursts through his nose as he rubbed himself slowly against me. It wasn't merely pressure. It was a caress. With every movement, his bare skin slid smoothly over mine, pushing my unbuttoned pajamas farther open. Could you say it one more time? He turned his head, brushing his ear against my lips. Right here. As he spoke, the rhythm of his hips quickened against my lower body. Knowing how aroused he was only made me burn hotter. Wrapping my arms around his head, I exhaled warmly beside his ear. He leaned closer until his lips brushed it. With our mouths hidden beside each other's ears, we confessed our desire while our chests rubbed together. The embarrassment faded away once more. Tell me. His voice, damp with warm breath, sent shivers through my body. What's happening to Co Yihyun's lower half right now? His scent had become almost tangible, surrounding me until every trace of judgment disappeared. Tilting my head slightly, I whispered the simple truth into his ear. It's wet. His shoulders stiffened for an instant. Then a low curse escaped him as he bit gently at my ear, almost as though he meant to tear it away. His thighs pressed harder against me, rapidly rubbing against my lower body. Where is it wet? His breathing grew even rougher beside my ear. His hips rocked against me as though he were already inside me. Where? There. Down there. Down where? Your knee? Your foot. Where is it so wet you're about to lose your mind? He spoke softly, coaxing me. Hm, tell me. Unable to resist, I whispered the forbidden word directly into his ear. Tightening my arms around his neck, I brushed my lips against his skin. My cock. I could barely hear my own voice. It's wet. Merely saying the word aloud made an overwhelming urge surge through my entire body. And judging from the way he reacted, hearing it affected him even more. He slowly licked my ear while continuing to grind against me. Good boy. Even those whispered words made my stomach twist. I'd spoken something embarrassingly vulgar, and he'd praised me for it. Just hearing those words from my lips had made him harder. Sliding one hand beneath the small of my back, he cupped my buttocks completely in his palm and squeezed. But his voice dropped even lower. I don't think that's the only place that's wet. The hand, kneading my body, slipped between my cheeks. His middle finger immediately found the entrance there, as though he'd been looking at it all along. Not there. The fingertips circled slowly around the sensitive skin, threatening to push inside at any moment. Startled, I pushed against his shoulders, trying to sit up. He didn't budge. Instead, he continued gently stroking the area, his brows drawn together in concentration, as though searching for something. Then he withdrew his hand. The same fingers that had just touched me disappeared beneath his nose. He inhaled their scent, then brushed them lightly against his tongue. Don't. I reached for his hand instinctively. Before I could stop him, he smiled down at me with quiet reassurance. Oh, I won't. His smile softened. I promised, didn't I? I won't do anything you don't want. As though to comfort me, he kissed my cheek beside the corner of my mouth before gently pressing me back down. His lips drifted from my cheek to my ear once again, whispering warm, sweet words. Mine's completely soaked too. He took my hand. Touch it. Guiding my hand between our bodies, he proved his words true. His erection was just as slick, but even more than that. Its sheer size stunned me. Feeling it in my hand made me realize it was even larger than I'd imagined from the pressure against my stomach. Perhaps it was simply another trait of a golden alpha. I knew little about other men's bodies, especially in moments like this, but even I could tell his size was far beyond anything ordinary. Without meaning to, I glanced downward. He laughed quietly, kissed my ear, and brushed the damp hair away from my forehead. I'd like it even more. His smile deepened. If you looked a little closer. He shifted his weight to one side, finally separating our chests and stomachs. Guiding my hand farther down, he let my fingertips brush against the coarse hair at his groin. His entire length burned with heat all the way to the base. Though the dim room and the shadow cast by his body kept me from seeing clearly, I could still judge its weight and thickness by touch alone. It was obscene. For the first time in years, another person's body struck me that way. It felt as though every trace of human sexuality had gathered into that single part of him. A body made for nothing except desire. A heavy shadow rose from his groin toward my stomach. It wasn't merely thick and long. It was so rigid that it remained upright without drooping, even though he lay nearly on his side. Following his guidance, I gently stroked him. A soft, satisfied moan escaped through his barely parted lips. The bridge of his nose brushed my cheek. Releasing my hand, he slid his own upward along the inside of my thigh before wrapping it around my erection. I rubbed him against myself. NNGH. A strained moan slipped from my own lips. More. He kissed my temple encouragingly. I held his. He held mine. Together we rubbed against each other, sliding awkwardly past one another like crossing blades. So much pre-cum coated him that it flowed over the back of my hand and dripped onto my lower abdomen. Maybe it was only my imagination, but it felt as though that scent itself pulsed between our bodies. It wasn't merely sweet, or subtle, or pleasant. It was something entirely different. A scent that awakened desire, that stirred lust, that made everything inside me burn. It pricked every nerve, weighed heavily between my legs, and sent tingling tremors to my fingertips and toes. You like my perfume, don't you? Chapter 43. As he lay beside me with his arms wrapped around me, I nodded several times. I could barely think straight after staying hard for so long. For someone whose only sexual experience had been masturbation, even the warmth of his breath against my ear or the hardness of his penis in my hand was enough to overwhelm me and drive me to the edge. Focus on that. I didn't think it had ever been this intense before. The scent, like an entire bottle of perfume spilled at once, assaulted not only my sense of smell, but every one of my senses. No. It wasn't just one bottle. It was as though I had been submerged in a bathtub filled with perfume. as though I were sinking to the bottom of a swimming pool filled with it. I thought I was sinking. Instead, my body rose. He slid one arm behind my back and lifted me. I ended up sitting astride his thighs as he knelt on the bed with his legs spread wide. Even without using my own strength, his arms held me up. In truth, I wouldn't have been able to support myself even if I tried. My legs naturally fell to either side of his waist, trapping our penises between our lower stomachs. One arm stretched diagonally across my back while the other wrapped around my waist, gripping my ass. Using the strength of his thighs, he lifted me. The force pulling me into him pressed our erections together, and the motion of his legs made them rub against each other. Whenever I began to slide down, his hips thrust upward again. The friction was far more vivid than when we'd been lying together, and I clutched the back of his head as he bit down gently on my collarbone. Everything was completely different from masturbation. Masturbation began with an erection and ended in an empty release. This was different. The friction against my penis. His lips and tongue wandering over my chest. His hands gripping my hips, lifting them, kneading them. His fingers spreading as they stroked slow circles across my skin. It was as though he were awakening every cell in my body, making each one tremble. I felt everything so intensely that my lower abdomen cramped with a sharp ache, almost like a stomachache. This was my first time having sex with another person. I had never imagined I would react like this. What is this? He had to have done something to me. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the filthy words I had whispered into his ear, the impulse that had seized me while holding his penis, or the unfamiliar way my own hips were moving on their own, rubbing desperately against his stomach. I wanted to blame him. Had I become incapable of forming complete thoughts? It was terrifying. It felt as though I'd become an idiot, my entire body consumed by nothing except what we were doing together. He didn't answer. Instead, he gently nibbled at the tip of my chin and looked up at me, his eyes no longer dry but shining with moisture. It's not perfume, is it? He pulled me tighter against him and rolled his hips in slow circles, grinding our erections together. My legs were spread as wide as they could go, pressing me completely against his groin. Just looking down at where our bodies met was enough to make another climax swell heavily at the tip of my penis. It's strange. This is strange. Even as I said it, I curled my toes and pushed myself harder against him. He stopped biting my chin and brushed the tip of his nose against my lips. At the same time, he guided my hips in the opposite direction of his own movements. The angle changed. Another wave of pleasure crashed over me. Say something else. Not just that it's strange. HNGA. This time, both of his arms wrapped tightly around my waist. Holding me as securely as a seatbelt, he began shaking me rapidly, as though determined to wring every last drop from me. How do you feel right now? It feels good. It feels so good. My fingers buried themselves in his hair as I clung to him, trembling like clothes caught in the spin cycle of a washing machine. I muttered the words almost deliriously. It felt as though I would have answered anything he wanted. I wasn't myself anymore. All he was doing was pressing me against his slick, wet stomach. Yet the pressure, the heat, the friction, it felt as though I were inside something impossibly tight. The pleasure I'd confessed to him when I climaxed, without even touching myself, brought there solely by the force of his movements and the pressure against my body, came spilling out in unbelievable words. I whispered into his ear about how much his thick penis aroused me, about the obscene feeling of all the slippery fluids covering us. And when his own whispered replies, even more embarrassing than my confession, reached my ears, what I saw in that instant felt like both heaven and hell. Whatever it was, it existed beyond anything ordinary. As though trying to squeeze out the very last drop, he straightened on his knees and shook me again. He had been right. I couldn't think. Nothing mattered. My mind had become so soft that no coherent thought could form. Overwhelmed by his scent and consumed by excitement, my body felt like a sacrifice offered on an altar of pleasure. There was nothing left except pleasure itself. When he finally laid me back on the bed, I was completely exhausted. It felt as though the core holding my body together had vanished, as though my bones had melted. A wave of exhaustion washed over me, and my body sank heavily into the sheets. I wasn't sure whether I'd lost consciousness or simply drifted to sleep for a moment. When I opened my eyes at the sensation of moisture against my skin, I was lying face down. A warm, Damp towel was being wiped across my back. His penis, still fully erect, swayed gently in the dim light. The sight of it, the unmistakable proof that his desire still hadn't faded, made me want to reach for it again. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, I didn't have enough strength left. I couldn't even move my lips to call his name, much less lift a finger. My memory wasn't entirely reliable, but I was fairly certain he hadn't ejaculated. From beginning to end, everything had revolved around me. Only after it was over did I truly realize that. He moved toward the foot of the bed, the hand wiping away the sticky pre-cum tangled across my inner thighs. I couldn't even tell whose it was anymore. Paused. The mattress shifted. A moment later, my buttocks were gently spread apart. I wanted to refuse. All I managed was a weak groan as my body curled instinctively. Without hesitation, his nose and lips approached the entrance of my anus. Sniff. Sniff. I could feel him breathing in my scent. I tried to push him away, or at least roll over, but before I could, his tongue brushed across me. Lying face down, my body jerked, my ass clenching on its own. It's okay. He patted me reassuringly a few times. At first, his tongue moved almost mechanically, as though confirming something. Gradually, though, it became slower, wetter, more intimate, like an endless courtship. He extended his tongue fully, dragging it firmly across me before taking the entrance into his mouth and sucking gently several times with a quiet slurping sound. Only then did he finally lift his face away. This doesn't make sense. I wasn't completely sure, but that's what it sounded like he said. This doesn't make sense. He murmured the words while wiping my groin clean with the warm towel. It truly had been a day that made no sense. Once before, I had experienced a single day powerful enough to outweigh hundreds of ordinary ones. I had never imagined I would live through another. A day capable of changing the direction of my life, turning it completely around. Someone mercilessly dragged me into sleep. Even though the weekday rush hour had already passed, perhaps because the road was so narrow, a long line of red taillights stretched all the way from Yeonhui-dong toward the Dongyo-dong intersection. At this rate, we'd probably have to wait through another 2 or 3 traffic light cycles before making the right turn. We're almost there, and now we hit traffic. Ju In-hyung rested his elbow against the window and sighed in boredom. We were on our way back after delivering artwork to a client's home in Yeonhui-dong. You can just drop me off here. We're already this close. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry? No. I have to wait for you and Nuna to finish anyway. I can just walk the rest of the way. It's downhill from here anyway. Is Nuna buying you dinner because you were sick? I avoided answering with an awkward laugh and turned to look out the window. The days had grown noticeably longer. Store signs were only just beginning to light up, and one barbecue restaurant was setting up tables and chairs outside for the evening. Everyone at Phantom believed I'd been sick. Although my body had briefly shut down from mental shock, I hadn't actually been physically ill. Still, the CEO had been adamant. When he drove me to the director's house the following afternoon, he strongly recommended that I take 2 more days off. It had been phrased as a recommendation, but in reality, it was an order. He said everyone would only worry if I came to work, and that I should rest properly until I had fully recovered. I had no grounds to refuse. As a result, Yuni Nuna and Ju In-hyung seemed convinced that I'd gotten sick from overworking, helping with the old future photo shoot on top of my gallery duties. I'd explained several times that I'd simply forced down a hamburger I couldn't stomach and probably ended up with indigestion. Neither of them seemed convinced. For some reason, it embarrassed me that everyone now seemed to think I was physically fragile. In reality, there wasn't anything wrong with my body. Well, maybe not entirely. After experiencing sex with another person for the first time, instead of simply masturbating, perhaps my body really had changed. Whenever I remembered that night, his bed, the completely unfamiliar version of myself, the very idea of what it meant to be human became harder and harder to understand. Since it had been my first time with another person, naturally it had also been my first time seeing how my own body would react. Even so, the boldness I'd shown had gone far beyond anything I could have imagined. I, who had always treated masturbation as nothing more than an efficient way to deal with a bodily urge, who only wanted to finish as quickly as possible, to become like that. Without realizing it, I let out a quiet sigh and rested my forehead against the car window. I could feel Ju In-hyung glance over at me. End of Volume 1. Chapter 44. He was as normal as ever. almost unsettlingly so, but his attitude truly helped me regain my composure. It wasn't a night we spent together after a shy confession or a tender exchange of feelings. It was more like pricking someone's finger to relieve indigestion, although far more emotionally complicated than that. In the end, it was simply a special remedy for a special situation. Even if I had certain feelings or curiosity about him, that was entirely my own affair. Between the two of us, what had happened was becoming something like first aid. At the very least, I could tell that was how he wanted to see it. Sometimes, when I lay alone replaying that day in my mind, I would unconsciously rub my ear, imagining I could still feel the warmth of his breath against it. That was all that remained. That, and the lingering scent of the rich fragrance that had surrounded me from beginning to end that night. Perhaps because of those memories, my shoulders twitched just now, even though I wasn't lying alone in bed. It felt just like when he'd whispered in my ear, telling me to say something obscene. Embarrassed by my own reaction in such a confined space with someone else beside me, I covered my flushed ear with my palm, just as the phone resting on my lap vibrated. Looking down, I saw an unfamiliar number. I silenced the call and turned my gaze back toward the window. Our car was still stopped in front of the barbecue restaurant. "Isn't that your phone? Aren't you going to answer it?" Hyung asked, motioning toward it with his chin. "I hardly ever answer calls from unknown numbers." "Ah, because of the elopement?" Hyung said it lightly, tapping the bottom of the steering wheel with his fist before adding, "More accurately, because of the elopement and C.O. Ihyun. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. Don't look so down." I knew he hadn't meant it that way, so I wasn't exactly upset. Still, it was true that for the three of us trip to Seoul to end as Mori and Hyung's elopement, I had to quietly remove myself from the picture. "Has that whole thing still not been settled? Do you still have to be careful?" When I gave him a bitter nod, Hyung absently toyed with his lip piercing and frowned. "Most parents would have forgiven you by now. Then again, I'm still in a cold war with mine." He mentioned his own pain so casually, yet I couldn't bring myself to smile. I simply admired how steadfast he was, enduring everything in his own way while continuing to move forward. The saying that no parent can ever beat their child, it has its limits, you know. He released the brake as he spoke, following the car ahead now that traffic had finally started moving. I quietly agreed. Not every parent puts their child above everything else. Some might find strength in their children during the hardest times, and perhaps most parents did. But there were also parents who simply couldn't. I understood that logically. I'd even arrogantly believed I might one day understand my father, even if I could never forgive him. But the way I'd reacted in his living room proved just how delusional that thought had been. The phrase didn't really fit this situation, but my body had been honest. The way it reacted to that painting, the embodiment of my past, was proof that the past had never truly become the past. It still held the present firmly in its grip. If only 2 more cars had gone by, we would have had enough room to turn right. Instead, we had to wait through another light. This time we stopped in front of a charming little bakery. This neighborhood's completely lost its old quiet atmosphere. Ju and Hyung looked out the window, his expression no different than usual. But just because someone didn't constantly complain about their wounds didn't mean those wounds had healed. The pain of being rejected by your own parents didn't disappear simply because you'd left home and stopped seeing them. When the light finally changed again, we made the right turn, and it wasn't long before we arrived at what happened in Bali. Hyung leaned over the steering wheel and stared at the old single-story building that housed the cafe. "So this is the place." It wasn't even on the GPS, so I couldn't figure out where it was. The owner had deliberately chosen not to register what happened in Bali on any online map or portal. She didn't want the cafe overrun with people who came only to snap photos for social media before leaving. "Hyung, if you have time, would you like to come in for a bit? I'll buy you a drink." He played with his lip piercing again while glancing toward the cafe. "I'd like to, but I'm meeting up with some guys I used to be in a band with. Next time I'll come with Baekhyuni." "Please do. I'll buy you dinner too. The nasi goreng is really good." The alley was too narrow to leave the car parked for long. After thanking him for the ride, I got out, and Hyung immediately drove away. "Co Yihyun." I turned to see Mori standing in front of the cafe with both hands tucked into the pockets of her apron, smiling brightly. It was the first time I'd seen her in nearly a week. "Who was that?" She pointed toward the departing vehicle. It wasn't Hyung's personal car, but one of Phantom's company vehicles, used for deliveries and business. Ihyun from the gallery. He drove you all the way here? You should have invited him in for a glass of punch. I did, but he already had plans. Bring him next time. Since you work together, you've got to make a good impression. She bumped my shoulder with hers and grinned. Everything looked peaceful on the surface. But as Ju and Hyung had said, we were still living in hiding. I trusted the people at Phantom, yet hearing Mori casually tell me to invite them to what happened in Bali without the slightest suspicion stirred a flicker of unease inside me. Maybe she should have been a little more cautious. Still, I kept those worries to myself. I simply nodded and followed her into the cafe. The earlier call from the unknown number lingered in my thoughts as well, but I didn't mention that either. Everything will be fine. Even if someone tried to dig into my personal information, the people at Phantom would handle it cleverly. And the unknown call had probably just been someone trying to sell a water purifier, a phone plan, or a loan. Or maybe it had simply been a wrong number. I repeated those thoughts to myself like a spell, forcing my anxiety down. If I made up my mind and suggested it, Mori and Hyung could leave Seoul soon. I only needed a little more time. Just a little. Until then, I prayed this fragile peace could withstand the weight of my fears. Since it was Friday evening, the cafe was nearly full. The owner had already returned from Bali and greeted me warmly from the kitchen together with Hyung. Apparently, she'd bought something new during her trip because another decorative board now hung on one of the cafe's walls. It felt like another demand letter urging me to make my decision. Pretending not to notice it, I quietly turned away and set my bag down in my usual seat by the counter. We're closing at 10 tonight, so just relax and hang out. The owner brought back all kinds of fun things from Bali. I'll show you later. Mori ruffled my hair after taking another customer's order before disappearing behind the counter to make drinks. Ju and Hyung had told them I'd been sick, but I still hadn't told Mori or Hyung what had actually happened that day, or that I'd missed work for the following 2 days. Tonight was both a staff dinner for what happened in Bali and a welcome-back party for the owner. Since it was Friday, Mori and Hyung had invited me simply because they wanted to see me and share a meal together. There was no point telling them something that would only make them worry. Besides, I still wasn't ready to put the shock of that day into words. The sketchbook I always used for doodling whenever I came to the cafe had been replaced with a new one. Remembering that the old one had only a few pages left, I naturally thought of the memo about the surfing school written inside it. It felt as though yet another demand letter had quietly appeared on my imaginary desk. Stuffing that imaginary letter into an imaginary drawer, I opened the fresh sketchbook to a blank page. Like every other doodle, I had no plan for what I was about to draw. My hand simply began moving on its own. As always, cheerful yet unhurried string music from some warm southern country drifted through the cafe. Blended with the customers' conversations, it created the perfect amount of background noise for concentrating. Without making any preliminary sketch, I first drew the outline of a face. Then I added a fully clothed body wearing not only a vest, but also a shirt and trousers. The long ears belonged to a rabbit, but the face and proportions were unmistakably human. I became so absorbed in drawing the frills of the shirt, like whipped cream decorating a cake, that I didn't immediately notice my phone ringing. Only when my eyes shifted slightly did I see it flashing on the table. I'd completely forgotten to switch it back to vibrate after silencing it in the car. Fortunately, this time the number was familiar. It was Hyung. The cafe was too noisy for a proper conversation, so I picked up my phone and stepped outside into the alley. Leaning against the utility pole beside the entrance as though hiding behind it, I answered. "Why didn't you answer my call earlier?" "Pardon." That was the first thing Hyung said. "My phone died, and I couldn't find anywhere to charge it. I borrowed someone else's phone to call you, but you didn't pick up." "Ah." So the unknown number had been Hyung. A relieved laugh escaped me. Sliding one hand into my jeans pocket, I scraped the sole of my sneaker against the edge of the building. "I heard you were sick. I wanted to see how you were doing, if you'd recovered." I wondered when the news had reached him. So many people had worried about me during the past week because I'd been absent that all the concern felt both unfamiliar and overwhelming. The director told me to rest, so I took a couple of days off. It was only a mild case of indigestion. "Thank you for worrying about me. If that cold-hearted man voluntarily told you to take 2 days off, then it definitely wasn't something mild. You didn't even go to the hospital, did you? I'm a doctor. I'll give you a free checkup. If you're feeling well enough, let's meet." Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Chapter 45. Even though I already had plans, I hesitated for a moment. There was a question I'd been holding onto for days, and I hadn't found anyone suitable to ask. I'd considered asking the chief, but the topic felt too abrupt. I had also thought about casually bringing it up with Hyun during a delivery, but he was so sharp that I hesitated. The alpha closest to me was, of course, Mori, but she rarely talked about her own alpha traits. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable for no reason. My relationship with Hyun wasn't especially close or especially distant, and his naturally easygoing personality made him seem like someone I could ask almost anything. That was what had crossed my mind. Still, plans were plans. I thanked him for his concern, explained that I already had an appointment, and declined his invitation. He sounded genuinely disappointed before we ended the call. The longer I knew Hyun, who seemed frivolous at first glance, the more I realized how subtle he really was. Almost everything he said and did was so playful that I always wondered if I'd look foolish for taking him seriously. Yet sometimes it felt as though he hid his true feelings beneath all that teasing. It was difficult to tell where the jokes ended and the sincerity began. He was just like his paintings. The impression I got from his artwork matched the impression I got from him so perfectly that, strangely enough, it made me lower my guard around him more than I had at first. He might conceal his true feelings from others behind flirtatious jokes and carefree charm, but I was convinced that, at the very least, he never lied to himself. What's this you're drawing? A person? A rabbit? When I returned to my seat, Mori was standing there, tilting her head as she looked down at my sketch. It had become far too elaborate to be called a doodle, and embarrassed, I pulled the notebook a little closer to myself before sitting down. Even when I was younger, I never liked showing my drawings to other people. To me, they were like a diary. It's the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit. From Alice in Wonderland. Oh, that White Rabbit. Those sunglasses look cool. Mori sat beside me, stretched out her long legs, and quietly hummed along with the music playing in the cafe. She wasn't looking at my notebook anymore, but I still couldn't focus. The real reason my pen had stopped moving was something else entirely. Nuna, can we have dinner another day? Why? Did something happen? No, it's not that. It was surprising enough that I still couldn't let go of an invitation I'd already turned down. On top of that, I had no idea how to explain anything about Hyun. Since we'd stopped living together, there were probably plenty of things I'd never mentioned. It wasn't that I used to report every little detail, but before I came to Seoul, we were always together. It had been impossible not to know what was going on in each other's lives. Is it someone from the gallery? No. Forget it. What's gotten into you? Didn't you bring it up because you wanted to go? It's not that I want to go. Mori was sensitive to my emotions. Actually, not just mine. She was sensitive to her own feelings and to everyone else's as well. That didn't mean she was impulsive or made every decision based solely on emotion. Hey, what are you hiding from me? No, really. I didn't bring it up because I wanted to go. I'm not going. I don't want to go. C.O. Ihyun. She threw an arm over my shoulder, deliberately leaning her weight against me. I'm begging you. Please go meet other people. Okay. She exaggerated her expression as though she were trying to shake off a persistent stalker. I'm so happy you're working and actually spending time with people now that you're in Seoul. Is this because of what I said the other day? About being disappointed? I thought the same thing. That there was nothing we couldn't tell each other. What could I possibly hide from the two people who knew everything about me, even my greatest weakness? But that wasn't true. I couldn't tell them that I'd seen my painting in the director's house. I couldn't tell them that seeing it had terrified me so badly that I'd started hyperventilating, or that when I finally came to, I'd been asleep in his bed. And I had absolutely no intention of telling anyone I'd slept with the director. It wasn't because I believed these changes meant we hadn't been as close as we'd thought. Rather, my life until now had simply been too simple. In my 22 years, if you removed Mori and Hyun from my world, there was nothing left. So of course they couldn't bring themselves to leave me behind and move on. They couldn't be that cruel. Resting her temple against my shoulder, as though she sensed the complicated thoughts on my face, Mori lightly tapped the white rabbit I'd drawn. I like this. Can I hang it up in the shop? Hyun had offered to pick me up wherever I was, but I felt perfectly fine, so there was no reason to trouble him. After I stubbornly insisted and vaguely told him I was somewhere near Hongdae, he sighed over the phone and said we should meet at a nearby location in a few minutes. The meeting place turned out to be a newly opened boutique hotel near Hongdae. It wasn't as rigidly formal as a luxury hotel, but its stylish, sophisticated atmosphere was intimidating enough. In Woo-hyung, who had been waiting in an egg-shaped chair in the lobby, led me through the elevator hall with the confidence of someone who had clearly been there many times before and took me to the bar on the 15th floor. It seemed to be a popular place. 5 or 6 groups, around 20 people altogether, were waiting at the entrance for a table. It couldn't have been easy to get a reservation on such short notice, but an employee in a simple black uniform immediately escorted us to the rooftop terrace. The indoor seating I'd glimpsed on the way was already full, and the rooftop, with its cool evening breeze and impressive view, was just as crowded. The customers ranged from people in their 20s to those in their 40s and 50s, but regardless of age, everyone was dressed fashionably. Looking down at my usual striped t-shirt and jeans, I suddenly felt self-conscious. For a moment, I wondered if there was some sort of dress code, but In Woo-hyung didn't seem to care in the slightest, so I forced myself to stop staring at the worn sleeves of my shirt. It wasn't as though I could change clothes now. You've gotten thinner. After asking him to order whatever he thought was best, I watched him send the server away before leaning across the table with his forearms resting on it. No, I haven't. I hadn't even caught a cold lately, yet everyone around me seemed worried about me. It made me feel guilty. Embarrassed, I rubbed both hands over my face. I'm a doctor, you know. Your face has gotten gaunt. Your complexion doesn't look good either. It's not like I called you out for no reason. I heard you started working the day before yesterday, and tomorrow's Saturday, so I thought I'd check in. I'm really fine. Physically, at least. If anything, I'm the one who turned you down and then called you back. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I'm the one who called because I wanted to see you. I was disappointed when you couldn't come, so you have no idea how happy I was when you called back. He smiled. But that wasn't some kind of technique, was it? I searched his face, trying to figure out what he meant, but he simply shrugged and laughed quietly. I'm just saying I was happy to see you after thinking I wouldn't. I couldn't tell whether he was joking or speaking sincerely, so I just sat there awkwardly. Just then, our drinks and appetizers arrived. Instead of the employee who had taken our order, a man wearing a gold name tag identifying him as the manager personally brought over the wine and food and greeted In Woo-hyung warmly. From their conversation, I gathered that In Woo-hyung had been a regular at a famous bar where the man had worked as a bartender before recently becoming the manager here. It was a world completely unrelated to mine, so I remained quietly seated until In Woo-hyung introduced me. I politely bowed my head. The moment the word phantom came up, the manager's eyes immediately filled with curiosity as he discreetly looked me over. Thinking about the director, the chief, Yini Nuna, and Ju In-hyung, with their sophisticated appearances, distinctive personalities, and impeccable style, I couldn't help wondering how ordinary I must have looked in comparison. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? Pardon. As soon as the manager finished opening the wine, poured our first glasses, and left, In Woo-hyung raised his glass for a toast. Before I'd even lowered mine from my lips, he asked the question. You said you couldn't meet because you already had plans, but then you called me back. I could be wrong about other people, but when you do something like that, Ihyun, doesn't it usually mean there's something you want to talk about? I felt embarrassed that he'd seen straight through the real reason I'd accepted his invitation. At the same time, I was relieved. At least I wouldn't have to struggle to figure out how to bring it up myself. The opportunity was there. What I lacked was the courage to speak. Even if I had to borrow a little of it from the alcohol. I picked up my glass again and took 3 or 4 more sips. Lately, there's been something I've been wondering about, but I don't really have anyone I can ask. Across the table, In Woo-hyung's gentle smile seemed to encourage me to keep talking. Even so, I felt like a patient in a counseling session insisting, this is about a friend of mine, while actually talking about themselves. I haven't really had many chances to interact with alphas or omegas before, but most of Phantom's clients are alphas or omegas. He shifted his posture, lowering his clasped hands from beneath his chin and absent-mindedly tracing the stem of his wine glass with his fingertips. I thought it might be useful to learn more about their characteristics. It was a clumsy excuse. There was no way I could tell him the truth. Somehow, I had the feeling that In Woo-hyung would either see through my excuse and let it pass, or teasingly dig deeper. He was that difficult to read. Still, even with all his jokes, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would treat someone else's feelings as a joke. That unfounded sense of trust was probably what had made me call him back. Did an alpha or an omega cause you some kind of trouble? That's not it. My words denied it, but my eyes instinctively dropped to the table. From the moment I decided to ask In Woo Hyung, I'd expected him to see through me to some extent. I'd prepared myself for that. Even so, the words refused to come. Chapter 46. Go ahead, ask whatever you want. If you're curious, Mr. Ihyun, I'd be more than happy to be your fountain of knowledge. The internet is full of unreliable rumors, after all. After taking a sip of wine and setting down his glass, In Woo Hyung leaned farther across the table, clearly ready to answer. But I, who had come this far on nothing more than impulse, needed a moment to gather my thoughts. Just moments ago, I had been sketching the rabbit from what happened in Bali, and now I was sitting across from In Woo Hyung in an unfamiliar rooftop bar. Excuse me for a moment. I stood up and headed for the restroom to buy myself some time. The bathroom, extravagantly decorated with pop art accents, did nothing to calm my nerves. I washed my face beside a group of men around my age loudly debating where to go next, then left feeling no more composed than before. By the time I returned, In Woo Hyung was on the phone. I had no idea who he was talking to, but the pleased expression on his face was unmistakable. Leaning comfortably against the backrest with his legs stretched out, he idly tapped one foot as he listened. He's back. I should let you go. The moment he noticed me, he started to sit up and end the call. Then, all at once, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Aren't you curious who it is? At least say hello. After saying that to the person on the other end, he immediately handed me the phone just as I was about to sit down. Caught completely off guard, I accepted it. I had no idea who was on the line, but I didn't want to leave a stranger waiting while I argued with In Woo Hyung about it. Hello? There was no reply. I glanced at In Woo Hyung across the table, but he simply gestured for me to keep talking. Hello? Are you drinking? An awkward sound escaped my lips, somewhere between a gasp and a groan. Come to think of it, there were only a handful of people In Woo Hyung would ever hand the phone to me for. Yes, just a little wine. The way my voice trailed off as I fiddled with my wine glass made it sound like I was making excuses. There was no reason to, yet somehow his simple question, "Are you drinking?" felt faintly reproachful. You were sick, not that long ago. There was a long pause between his sentences before he quietly added that. I could hear the hesitation in his voice, as though he was reluctant to bring up what had happened that day. After all, we both knew I hadn't really been sick. Yes, I'm only planning to have a glass or two. I had assumed he would never mention that night again, so his words made me tense. Throughout the entire week at Phantom, he had looked me straight in the eye and spoken to me exactly as before. His attitude and tone hadn't changed in the slightest. I'd convinced myself that everything that happened that night, the isolation, the hyperventilation, sleeping together, all of it, had simply been an unavoidable accident, something outside the boundaries of ordinary life. I believe that was how he intended to treat it. When you get nervous, you have a habit of drinking whatever's in front of you. Didn't you end up drinking quite a bit of wine last time, too? The day we went to the Spanish tavern, he had seemed completely uninterested in our table, myself included. But that had been the only other time I'd drunk wine. And just as he said, I'd ended up drinking far more than I'd intended because I was nervous. I didn't know how to respond. It was unlike him to repeat himself like this, almost as though he was genuinely worried about me. As I struggled to answer, he let out a long sigh. Even over the phone, it sounded so vivid that I could almost feel his breath brush against my cheek. Without meaning to, I pictured him running a hand through his fine, thick hair, leaving it tousled. Neither of us spoke. I couldn't tell what he expected from the silence. All I could hear was his breathing through the phone. Before I realized it, the tips of my ears had begun to burn again, and my shoulders instinctively wanted to curl inward. Like a conditioned reflex, his scent lingered at the edge of my memory. For the entire week, I had endured surprise attacks from that scent. Sometimes I imagined smelling it even when he wasn't at Phantom. And whenever it surfaced, it inevitably dragged my thoughts back to our union that night. It was becoming difficult to bear. Unable to endure the silence any longer, I took another sip of wine. Through the receiver came the sound of movement. A click, then then the deep inhale and slow exhale of someone lighting a cigarette. Our silence continued. Behind In-woo Hyung, separated from us by a tall planter, a couple spent several minutes taking selfies together. After another drag from his cigarette, he finally spoke. His voice carried the lightness of someone who had already made up his mind. Can you put Choi In-woo back on? After such a long silence, I hadn't expected that to be all he wanted. Can I come over? Where are you? Or at the very least, I thought he might warn me about getting involved with In-woo Hyung, telling me he wasn't someone I should date, just as he'd implied at the director's dinner. Maybe I had simply been overthinking it, but his silence had felt like the hesitation before words like those. Yes, of course. My answer came a little late because my expectations had been wrong. Feeling foolish for getting my hopes up on my own, I bit my lower lip lightly before letting it go. I handed the phone back to In-woo Hyung, who still looked thoroughly amused. What do you mean, why? You said you called because you were curious about how things were going with the art fair. The moment he pressed the phone to his ear, his expression soured. Then, just as quickly, it relaxed into a sly smile. Well, I don't know. Unlike some people, I'm not overly sensitive about pheromones. Swirling the remaining wine in his glass, he tipped it back and finished it. Maybe I was reading too much into it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was deliberately provoking him. His teasing tone and smug smile certainly made it seem that way. Still, I couldn't guess what the conversation was actually about. Come on, Mr. Liu. What exactly are you so worried about? Pheromones don't affect betas. What is this? Are you in the early stages of presenting? Do you think once you've got pheromones, people are just going to tear their clothes off and throw themselves at you in the street? The moment his glass was empty, a server appeared out of nowhere, removed the wine bottle from the iron basket on the table, and quietly refilled his glass with practiced politeness. My hands, which had been resting loosely in my lap, slowly clasped together. Beta. Pheromones. The very things I wanted to ask about were coming up naturally through In-woo Hyung instead. I wondered what Liu had said to provoke such an irritated response. Just worry about the Hong Kong art fair. Let me sell a few paintings overseas too. I'm hanging up. Without giving the other person a chance to respond, he ended the call and tossed the phone onto the table. Shrugging dramatically, he muttered, "That guy's hopeless." He said it loudly enough that it almost sounded as though the disconnected call could still hear him. Sorry, I surprised you by suddenly putting you on the phone, didn't I? I wanted to brag. Judging by the look on my face, he must have guessed I was wondering what exactly there was to brag about. That I was having a drink alone with you, Mr. Ihyun. Still smiling, he raised his wine glass again. Bragging only worked if the other person had something to envy. If he truly intended to boast about meeting me, then he had chosen the wrong audience. His elaborate little stunt had probably been wasted. The thought made me smile faintly. Without thinking, I picked up my own glass, but after barely touching it to my lips, I set it back down. What you said earlier. I opened and closed my mouth a few times before finally speaking. The subject had already come up. Now seemed like the right time. Betas, they can't detect alpha or omega pheromones, right? In-woo Hyung crossed one leg over the other and leaned comfortably back in his chair. What makes you ask? Since I'm a beta, does that mean I can work without worrying about pheromones, even if my clients are alphas or omegas? Watching me with an amused expression, he leaned forward and stretched both hands across the table. Mr. Ihyun, would you look at me for a second? His palms faced upward, as though inviting me to place my hands in his. After a brief hesitation, I rested mine lightly on top of them. His fingers curled gently around my hands. The smile slowly disappeared from his face, like a doctor carefully examining a patient for signs of illness. Like a fortune teller reading someone's past and future from their eyes. He studied my face in complete silence. I had no idea what he was looking for. It was the first time I had ever seen In-woo Hyung so serious. I couldn't laugh. I couldn't even look away. Tall planters separated each table, so there was little chance of attracting attention. Still, as one of the staff members walked past, they noticed our clasped hands and glanced back and forth between my face and his. Embarrassed, I instinctively looked toward them. Almost at the same moment, In-woo Hyung chuckled softly and let go of my hands. Picking up his wine glass instead, he leaned across the table again. His eyes curved into a smile. If a beta could actually detect an alpha's pheromones, we'd probably be running downstairs right now, tangled together in the back seat of my car. If I understood him correctly, He had just released his pheromones toward me, but I felt nothing, not the slightest trace of arousal, not even any unusual sensation. All I could feel was the cool early summer breeze drifting across the open-air seating on the 15th floor, and the puzzled, curious gaze of the passing staff member. Chapter 47. I had come here on impulse, wanting a clear answer to the question that had been weighing on my mind. Yet it seemed I had already found part of that answer through the simple experiment just now. You can probably find the basics with a quick internet search, but alpha and omega pheromones aren't just ordinary scents. They're classified as a type of releaser pheromone, meaning they trigger an immediate response in the person who receives them. To put it simply, they're sex pheromones. Perhaps realizing his explanation was becoming overly technical, Ihyun paused, carefully choosing his words before summing it up in a single phrase. Sex pheromones. That was the essence of it. Embarrassing as it might be to hear, alpha and omega pheromones were, in the end, sex pheromones, a substance that induced sexual arousal in a partner to facilitate physical intimacy. They existed to provoke desire, not affection or emotional interest. Ihyun set his glass down and pushed it away beside his phone. Meanwhile, I swallowed another mouthful of the dark red wine, wetting my mouth and throat, which had tightened for reasons I couldn't explain. In most animals, pheromones are detected by an auxiliary olfactory organ called the Jacobson's organ. In humans, though, that organ has completely degenerated. The same is true for alphas and omegas. Then, resting his arms on the table, Ihyun shifted in his seat as he crushed the shell of one of the nuts served with the wine. Alphas and omegas still perceive each other's pheromones as scents, but that's ultimately because of how those scents affect the brain, not because of the olfactory system itself. When you detect a pheromone, your brain performs a process that effectively replaces the function of the Jacobson's organ. It uses the same pathway as smell, but the reaction it triggers is completely different from ordinary scent recognition. For betas, the brain simply receives and remembers smells. It doesn't analyze them or trigger a powerful secondary response. After completely crushing the shell of the small nut, about the size of a ginkgo nut, Ihyun picked up another and rolled it absently between his fingers. His gaze lingered somewhere around my chest, as though he had drifted into old memories. For an alpha, pheromones probably carried countless associations. Experiences a beta would never know existed, things they could live their entire lives without ever becoming aware of. People describe scents as unpleasant, fragrant, or comforting. Betas have a sense of smell too, but it's difficult to say that scent alone compels them to act. Smelling something doesn't make you suddenly so violent that you start smashing things, or so peaceful that you instantly fall asleep as though you'd taken a sleeping pill. Nor does it overwhelm you with such intense sexual desire that you suddenly want your partner in some reckless place or daring position you'd never normally consider. A simple scent doesn't cause that kind of extreme behavior, not for betas. After cracking the second shell, Ihyun placed the smooth kernel onto the plate and brushed the fragments from his fingertips. When his eyes finally lifted from my chest to meet mine, I nodded. Yet the very reason I had come here today was because I was confused about being overcome by uncontrollable sexual desire and behaving unlike myself. That had been my first sexual experience with another person. I had nothing to compare it to. I couldn't tell whether I had always been that passionate, though by my own standards, I certainly had been, especially compared to when I masturbated, or whether my reaction that day had been something unusual. Besides, I hadn't exactly been in a stable state of mind at the time. Feeling my throat dry out again, I reached for the wine. How can humans distinguish so many different scents with only about 1,000 olfactory receptors? We still don't fully understand the physiology behind that. So when it comes to alpha and omega pheromones, we know even less. As for why betas can't detect them at all we have are countless experiments and competing theories. That's where science stands today. The media's attitude toward alphas and omegas was always extreme. In movies, dramas, and variety shows, they were portrayed as beautiful, exceptionally capable people who became utterly helpless in the face of love, even though it had long since been proven that they weren't genetically superior to betas. In the news, however, they were painted as people lacking self-control because of the endless scandals involving powerful alphas and omegas along with the sex crimes committed by those in more unstable social positions. The fact that many successful people happened to be alphas or omegas didn't mean that most successful people were alphas or omegas. The overwhelming majority of the world's population consisted of betas. I had never really considered how alphas and omegas built their identities or lived their lives in a world where betas were considered the norm. It wasn't that I had been curious about their unique physiology, but I hadn't paid healthy attention to it either. Mori, the person closest to me, was an alpha. Yet because she herself never revealed that fact, I had naturally accepted and treated her as though she were simply another beta. Even if she chose to hide that she was an alpha, even if she was dating Ihyun Hyung, who wasn't an omega, none of that changed the fact that Lim Mori was an alpha. The countless rumors and sensational misinformation I had stumbled across while searching online flashed through my mind. Perhaps because science still couldn't fully explain pheromones, people continued inventing romantic fantasies and baseless myths about alphas and omegas. My Hyung fell silent and watched me, as though waiting to hear what I thought. I traced the edge of the paper coaster with my fingers before finally speaking. It's difficult. The explanation? I shook my head. No, your explanation was clear. Even someone like me, who knows almost nothing about alphas and omegas, can understand it easily. It's just, understanding the explanation isn't the same as understanding what it actually feels like to live under those conditions. I don't think the word understand is enough. It feels like something a beta simply can't truly grasp. I wasn't trying to say their lives were harder than those of betas. That wasn't a judgment I was qualified to make. My Hyung chuckled, easing the weight of my words. You've heard the saying, right? If women are from Venus and men are from Mars, then betas are from Pluto, while alphas and omegas are from an entirely different solar system. Of course, it's hard for us to understand each other. I don't know what it's like to spend an entire lifetime without pheromones either. He shrugged. It was true. Because our bodies were fundamentally different, and so many other differences stemmed from that, it was only natural that we struggled to understand one another. Even without pheromones, humanity was already divided by nationality, culture, age, income, occupation, education, and countless other factors. Conflicts between different groups were everywhere. Society itself was a complicated structure where people might stand together under one standard because they shared the same interests, only to find themselves on opposite sides under another. As I took another sip of wine to keep my thoughts from wandering further, the phone on the table vibrated softly. Judging by the brief buzz, it was probably a messenger notification. It's okay. Go ahead and check it. I had no reason to expect anything urgent, and we were in the middle of talking, so I tried to ignore it. But In Woo-hyung pointed toward my phone, encouraging me to look. While I checked the message, he leaned forward with obvious curiosity. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What does it say? He's asking if I'll be home late tonight. Is he telling you not to stay out too late? Or telling you not to drink too much? No, he doesn't interfere with things like that. Probably not going to be that late. As I slowly typed my reply, I glanced up at my Hyung. The cheerful expression he'd been wearing disappeared instantly. The disappointment on his face was impossible to miss. Lau Wiqun. It wasn't him. No. It was the director. I had no idea why In Woo-hyung had been so convinced it would be him. It reminded me of my own mistaken assumption earlier, when I hadn't expected him to ask to speak with my Hyung after all that silence. Smiling bitterly to myself, I hid my embarrassment behind another sip of wine. Almost immediately, another message arrived from the director. After replying to his question about whether I was free for dinner tomorrow evening, I turned the phone face down once more. Whatever my Hyung had expected, and whatever had disappointed him about a situation I hadn't even anticipated myself, there was nothing I could do about it. Watching him slump back against the armrest in visible disappointment after realizing the message hadn't come from the person he had hoped for, I felt oddly responsible for changing the subject. So betas really can never detect pheromones? My Hyung gave his shoulders a quick shake, as though pulling himself together, then sat up straight again. There are plenty of movies and dramas where a beta catches the scent of an alpha or omega's pheromones and describes it as intoxicating or euphoric. But that's pure fantasy. According to every study conducted so far, it's impossible for a beta to detect pheromones or react to them. Impossible. Chapter 48. By repeating the word, In Hyung made it clear there wasn't even the slightest possibility. Although pheromones are transmitted through the olfactory system, they don't actually work through the sense of smell itself. In fact, a beta can't even detect the scent of pheromones. At least, that's what most of the information online claimed. Still, it wasn't hard to find opposing opinions. The comment sections beneath those articles were always filled with heated arguments. Most of the criticism accused people of twisting verified facts with sentimental speculation. There was actually a study where male mice had their Jacobson's organs disabled, and afterward they displayed sexual behavior toward both females and males. It proved that the Jacobson's organ responds to female pheromones, triggering courtship behavior specifically toward females. It also shows just how much pheromones influence sexual activity. Our conversation paused briefly when a waiter came over to refill Hyung's empty wine glass. Staring absently at the deep crimson liquid filling the clear glass, I recalled stories I had read online. Most claimed to be first-hand experiences, or at least they said they were. There were countless posts from betas who insisted an alpha or omega at work had suddenly filled the air with such an overwhelming sweet scent that their legs gave out, causing them to cling to that person without realizing it. They claimed the only explanation was that the alpha or omega had deliberately released pheromones to seduce them. Whether those stories were fabricated, exaggerated, or entirely fictional, I couldn't know. But feeling his scent suddenly grow stronger, and then being overwhelmed by a pleasure far beyond anything ordinary, that had unquestionably happened to me. Or was my experience nothing more than another beta's delusion, colored by wishful thinking? As soon as the waiter walked away, Hyung casually tipped back his glass and drained it as though it were beer. Then he smiled at me. If a beta feels sexual attraction toward a particular alpha or omega, it's probably because they're attracted to that person, not because of pheromones. Whether Hyung understood exactly how I felt, whether he was teasing me because he'd guessed something, or whether I was simply reading too much into his words, I couldn't tell. Since I couldn't even sort out my own feelings, I pretended not to notice and took another sip of wine. You have a habit of drinking whatever's in front of you whenever you get nervous. His observation was unerringly accurate. Whether someone's an alpha, omega, or beta, they're still human before anything else. When you spend enough time with someone, you can become attracted to them regardless of their primary or secondary gender. Even among betas, people fall for good looks and have meaningless sex without pheromones getting involved. That's just how the world works. You don't need pheromones for everything. Alphas and betas, omegas and betas, alphas and omegas. If they get along, they date. They have one-night stands. You know how it is. Before gender, we're all just people. He wasn't scolding me, but there was unmistakable sarcasm in his voice toward those who treated alphas and omegas like little more than animals. Popping the shelled nut he'd just cracked into his mouth, he continued. If sexual desire only existed because of pheromones, wouldn't that be pretty barbaric? No different from those mice chasing after both females and males once their Jacobson's organs stopped working. Alphas and omegas can be attracted to people without pheromones too. If someone who couldn't detect pheromones, could still be attracted to an alpha, then the opposite had to be true as well. Still, when it came to pure sexual appeal, could a beta ever surpass an omega's pheromones? Without warning, I thought of Shu Shu. Even though I couldn't sense the artist's pheromones, he was charming enough on his own. Compared to an omega who was already overwhelmingly attractive without relying on pheromones, wouldn't any beta, no matter how appealing, seem like a flat black and white film to an alpha? I was startled by the comparison. Not because it was a competition I had no hope of winning, though that was certainly true, but because, why was I comparing myself to Shu Shu in the first place? It was completely pointless. Actually, there's a perfect example close to you. Ihyun SSI. An alpha who has sex without using pheromones. After hurriedly swallowing another mouthful of wine, Hyung tapped the table lightly. The CEO of Phantom. He says he never opens up his pheromones to his sexual partners. I wouldn't know personally since I've never slept with him. Well, with Lau Wiqun's looks, status, and money, he probably doesn't need pheromones anyway. Still, he's strangely particular about things like that. The first time we'd had wine together at the Spanish tavern, I had known even less about alphas and omegas than I did now. I vaguely remembered Hyung teasing him, saying pheromones needed to circulate properly, and that he ought to release some once in a while and enjoy an Omega's scent. He probably wants to prove he's different from a lab mouse. His lips curled into a smile that made it impossible to tell whether he was mocking or admiring that stubborn obsession. He's always been a little strange like that. He attended a school that was unofficially reserved for alphas and omegas, so ironically, betas were the rare ones there. In that environment, most alpha guys naturally acted entitled and tried to use their status to get whatever they wanted. But that bastard acted like being an alpha was something to be ashamed of. So a lot of people looked down on him for acting so high and mighty. I'd heard about that school before. The elite school in Hong Kong for alphas and omegas. From everything I'd learned so far, it seemed Lau Wiqun, Ihyun, and Shu Shu had all attended it together. As though remembering those turbulent school days, Hyung lowered his gaze to the table for a moment before looking back up with a grin. But the funny thing is, because he hated being controlled by pheromones so much, he trained his control relentlessly until he became a top-tier golden alpha. It's not like he wasn't born with exceptional alpha genes. But control isn't something genetics alone can perfect. Am I getting too technical? No. I've heard most of this before. From Kwon Juin, by any chance? When I nodded, Hyung chuckled knowingly. If you want accurate information about alphas and omegas, take whatever Kwon Juin says with a grain of salt. Then, lifting his chin proudly, he asked, "So, how was I? Pretty intellectual, right?" I couldn't help laughing. "Yes, you were much more helpful than Wikipedia. Thank you. I'm not usually the type to explain things this thoroughly, but I made a special effort to be nice to you." Ihyun SSI. Whether he meant it or was simply joking, I thanked him again. Regardless, he'd show me kindness. Anything else you're curious about? There was no longer any reason to doubt what had happened that night. Still, one question remained. At his invitation, I hesitated, chewing lightly on my lower lip. If I didn't ask now, I might never get another chance. Earlier, why did you think I was an alpha? For a brief moment, his gaze sharpened and his expression stiffened. Then a knowing smile appeared. Can I answer honestly? I nodded. Because I found you attractive. I'd asked him to be honest, but hearing those words made my face burn. Attractive. No one had ever described me that way before. It's not easy to be so drawn to someone you know absolutely nothing about. Since I couldn't detect any pheromones from you, I figured you weren't an omega. So I assumed you had to be an alpha. Something like that. Even without intentionally releasing pheromones, there's a basic attraction between alphas and omegas. From the very first time we'd met, Hyung had shown an unusual amount of interest in me. But because he was always so straightforward, it had felt more like teasing than sincerity. Even now, although he'd called me attractive, I couldn't tell whether he was confessing genuine feelings or merely stating that he'd found me appealing. From our first meeting until now, he'd always maintained that same ambiguous distance. But that's only my perspective. I don't know why Kuan mistook you for an omega. He's a top-tier golden alpha. He almost never mistakes alphas, omegas, and betas. You're probably the first. At first, those words sounded strangely sweet. But being someone's first didn't necessarily make it meaningful. Because I was a beta, I would simply remain the first mistake he'd ever made. He had been my first sexual partner. Now that I thought about it, we'd each left the other with a first. The thought made me laugh quietly. That night, on the verge of climax, what had plunged me into such terrifying pleasure hadn't felt like something as simple as a scent. Yet Inwoo Hyung's explanation, and everything supported by verified research, was telling me the same thing. Even if he had deliberately released his pheromones, I, as a beta, wouldn't have become sexually aroused by them. I wouldn't even have been able to smell them. That kind of communication existed only between alphas and omegas. A beta couldn't understand their language. No, before understanding it, a beta couldn't even hear it. Ju and Hyung's claim that someone like the CEO could probably trigger a pheromone response in a beta if he really tried. It was nothing more than one of those baseless rumors floating around the internet. And if never exposing his pheromones to a sexual partner was truly his personal rule, his obsession, then what I'd experienced that night was almost certainly nothing more than my own genuine desire. No, at this point, there was no point talking about probabilities anymore. I simply had to admit it. I'd wondered whether the overwhelming pleasure I'd felt that night, the pleasure that had completely consumed me during sex, had been caused by pheromones. But even if it had been, nothing would have changed. As I'd already admitted to myself, even if whispering obscene words into his ear while surrendering to unbearable pleasure had revealed a side of me I'd never known existed. Choosing not to reject him when he climbed into my bed had been entirely my own decision. Now, even those hypothetical questions had become meaningless. There had been no pheromones. His scent was only a scent. Chapter 49. I had assumed it would be dinner with just the director and me, but as we drove down the narrow two-lane road leading to the restaurant, I noticed a white SUV parked by the curb with its hazard lights flashing. Its sleek design reminded me of a sports car. If I remembered correctly, it was one of the two cars of his I'd seen before. The man who stepped out and handed the keys to the valet was, unsurprisingly, him. The parking attendant hurried over to the driver's side, but the moment he looked up and realized just how tall the man was, he instinctively stared before quickly lowering his eyes, embarrassed by his own rudeness. Although it was a quiet residential street just off the main road, his presence immediately drew everyone's attention. A middle-aged woman walking her dog, a foreign man carrying a baby in a front carrier while returning from grocery shopping, a young couple who looked as though they were out on a weekend date. It wasn't simply because he was well over 190 centimeters tall, which was already rare in Korea. You won't believe the handsome man I saw today. Anyone who saw him would end up saying something like that to a friend or family member. Once he entered your field of vision, he was impossible to ignore. He was so far removed from the ordinary that you couldn't help but look twice. Seeing him outside Phantom only made that even more obvious. The director gave a short honk. He, who had been walking around the back of the SUV toward the entrance, turned to look at us. The director waved, and he slowed his steps with a small smile. Let's bleed CEO Lou dry today. Watching him wait for us on the sidewalk, the director laughed like a mischievous villain. The CEO is joining us for dinner? Huh? Didn't I tell you? Oh, I only said we were going out to eat, didn't I? Sorry. No, it's fine. It doesn't matter at all. She looked genuinely apologetic, so I hurriedly waved both hands. My brain's been like this lately. I think I've said something out loud when I actually only thought about it. It made sense. Lately, the director had been completely absorbed in finalizing the artwork selection, pricing, and layout for the Hong Kong Art Fair, while Yuni Nuna and Juin Hyung handled the administrative work behind the exhibition. The artwork itself remained the most important element. As the gallery's lowest-ranking employee, practically an intern who mostly handled errands, I couldn't possibly know every detail of the process. Still, from the conversations and phone calls I overheard both at the office and at home, it was obvious the work demanded an enormous amount of research, followed by equally careful strategic planning. No one could predict which artist or which piece would suddenly explode in popularity or when it would happen. With that in mind, she wasn't simply analyzing trends in the global art market. She was trying to anticipate where those trends would move next. These days, she spent most of her working hours in meetings with him at Phantom. Sometimes they agreed. Sometimes they didn't. Between the two of them, they were constantly on the phone with people in Korean, English, Cantonese, and Mandarin. At times they sounded delighted and grateful. At others, they pinched the bridge of their noses, rested a hand on their hips, and grew visibly irritated. As the fair drew closer, a quiet tension settled over the gallery. Yet everyone at Phantom seemed to embrace that tension with excitement. Even I, who wasn't involved in the business trip at all, found myself feeling like a child waiting for a picnic or a school field day. Considering everything, it wasn't surprising that she'd forgotten to mention tonight would be a full Phantom dinner. She had been so busy lately that I was simply glad I'd decided to move in back then. At least I could help with small things around the house. In a way, it was a relief. Just as the director was busy, he probably was too. He wouldn't have the time to dwell on the fact that one of his employees had suffered a panic attack in his living room. Or on the strange, first aid-like night we ended up sleeping together. Sometimes, though, everything that had happened at his house felt unreal. Like a brief dream I'd had while dozing on the sofa in the afternoon sun. The kind where only 5 minutes have passed when you wake up, yet the dream feels as though it lasted for hours. He greeted the director with an easy smile. For me, there was only a brief, businesslike nod. As we followed the restaurant staff inside, the two of them immediately began discussing the art fair again. I quietly walked behind them, feeling as though our relationship had returned to where it had begun. It wasn't that I wanted his attention. Just as before, He effortlessly shut me out simply through his expression and the direction of his gaze. It felt as though every bit of familiarity we'd slowly built had been erased. He seemed like an entirely different person, making it difficult to believe he was the same man who had brought me porridge, lent me his sweatshirt, and, unlike his usual self, quietly accepted my stubborn request to stay with me that night. It was certainly better than having him act awkward after we'd slept together. Thanks to that, I didn't have to be awkward either. Still, realizing that everything that happened that night had truly been nothing more than an emergency measure for him was, regardless of my feelings, more painful than I expected. A person's first sexual experience was bound to leave a deep impression. Not just for me. Not simply because I liked him. Whenever I remembered the warmth of his breath brushing against my ear, or the heat of his lips, my hand would unconsciously reach toward my ear. Sometimes I wondered whether he ever experienced anything similar. Whether, in the middle of an ordinary day, a memory of that night ever surfaced unexpectedly. Whether his hand ever paused while turning a page, brushing his teeth, or holding his phone because he suddenly remembered my reaction. Watching his back as he greeted the restaurant owner, who had personally come all the way outside to welcome him, suggesting he was a regular here. I felt as though the answer was no. It was only curiosity. It wasn't that I hoped he felt the same lingering effects I did. After all, judging by the way he acted now, even the most optimistic person would find it difficult to believe that. We were shown into a private room with a wooden plaque that read Sanciali. The restaurant had been converted from an old detached house. Most of the original structure remained intact, making the interior feel warm and homey, like stepping into a guest room in someone's family home. From our second-floor room, we could look down into a small but carefully maintained garden. Compared to his enormous garden, it made me smile to myself. CEO Liu heard you weren't feeling well and thought you should eat something nourishing, so he suggested this place. The director sat across from him and beside me, casually flipping through the menu. He didn't deny it. Instead, he simply gazed out the window toward the garden as though he hadn't heard her. I'm completely fine now. Thank you for worrying about me. He looks tougher than he seems, but he's far too skinny. Kwon Juin and Baek Yuni are the same. Are they all on some kind of diet? He frowned as he said it, sounding genuinely unable to understand. The director burst into laughter. You've seen how much Juin eats and you're still saying that? He eats like someone who's been starving for 3 days. Yuni doesn't eat a huge amount, but she eats normally. They're just the type who never gain weight. It surprised me that he'd arranged this dinner because he was still concerned about my condition. But it wasn't some special kindness reserved just for me. Most likely, I was simply included because of the kindness he already showed Juin Hyung and Yuni Nuna. I wanted to hide the part of myself that felt disappointed by that realization. Wanting to be special. That wasn't like me. Juin Hyung and Yuni Nuna are running late. Should I call them? The silence that followed scraped painfully against my ears. My hand froze halfway through pulling my phone from my pocket. I didn't invite them today. The director smiled teasingly. This dinner is for you to recover your strength, so don't worry about them and just eat. Besides, if Kwon Juin came, you wouldn't get a single bite of eel. She immediately called over a server and placed the order. It was obvious they came here often. Neither she nor he even needed to study the menu. While we waited for the food, they naturally resumed talking about work. I felt like an elementary school kid trapped among adults during a family holiday, with no cousins my age around. The director argued that another artist should become the centerpiece of the Hong Kong exhibition, insisting that Shushu's work had received a much stronger response in Korea than overseas. He didn't openly disagree. He simply wasn't convinced. Soon grilled eel with garlic and braised short ribs were placed in the center of the table to share. Each of us also received a nourishing soup filled with abalone and octopus, served in a broad earthenware bowl. It carried the faint medicinal aroma of jujubes and ginseng. I don't care about anything else, but make sure you finish all of that. His tone became slightly firmer as he pointed toward my bowl. Think of it as medicine, not food. Oddly enough, he barely touched his own. Their conversation continued while I concentrated on eating. Or at least I tried to. It was my first time dining alone with just the two of them, without Nuna or Hyung, so I could barely taste anything. After all, this was dinner with Phantom's 2 executives and the gallery's lowest ranking intern. Every so often, while still discussing work, He'd glance into my bowl as though checking whether I was eating properly. Feeling watched, I steadily worked my way through it. Look at this kid. The director laughed just as I finally set my spoon down, convinced I'd done my best. No matter how mature he acts, he's still a kid. I looked down. I'd carefully eaten every piece of abalone and octopus, but the jujubes and slices of ginseng were still floating untouched. He was smiling too. At least it wasn't the distant, indifferent expression he'd worn earlier. Still, my face burned with embarrassment at having my childish eating habits exposed without even realizing it. Do you really want to do that to someone 10 years younger than you? Something he'd once said to In Woo-hyung suddenly resurfaced in my mind. If he truly thought that way, then someone 10 years younger could never be that kind of partner to him. Which meant, either I was somehow an exception, or what happened that night had truly been nothing more than an emergency measure. One or the other. How had my thoughts wandered all the way there just because I'd left behind a few jujubes and slices of ginseng? There wasn't even any logical connection. Eventually the dishes were cleared away. Traditional sweets in delicate colors were served with warm tea. The fragrant tea, scented with flowers and fruit, was the perfect temperature for the comfortably air-conditioned room. About Seo Yi-hyun. He spoke without the slightest hesitation or caution. I had a discussion with Director Han about him. Chapter 50. I lowered the teacup from my lips and looked at him. As his eyes met mine, they seemed to warn me of the weight of the words that were about to follow, and my mouth went dry. I tried to swallow, but it didn't help. How about you start painting again? The strength drained from my hand, and the cup slipped. I caught it just before it fell and carefully set it back on the table. Without realizing it, my gaze searched for Director Han. No, my teacher. She gave me a gentle smile and squeezed my hand reassuringly. She had known this topic would come up. No, this entire meeting had been arranged for this conversation. Start painting again. After bringing up something I had never even considered, he remained perfectly calm, waiting with those pale, hazy eyes. Waiting until I was ready to hear the rest. His loosely clasped hands separated as he stretched out his fingers, pressing the tips together to form a triangle. His hands were large enough to match his height, yet his long, elegant fingers gave them a refined appearance. The slightly pronounced knuckles, the even proportions of his fingers, and the dark blue veins standing out across the backs of his hands hinted at the aggression hidden beneath that elegance. The cold, unwavering resolve of someone who would never hesitate to take whatever risks were necessary to achieve a goal. But hands were only hands, just as a scent was only a scent. They revealed nothing. I won't waste time sugarcoating my intentions or beating around the bush. He spoke in the same calm, comfortable tone, then continued without pause. Phantom currently represents about 20 artists. But, to be frank, only 3 or 4 of them are truly responsible for maintaining and growing the gallery. For a small gallery like ours to keep competing with the major galleries, we have to constantly discover promising new talent. Of course, it's important for our existing artists to continue producing excellent work, but creativity doesn't guarantee results just because someone sits in front of a canvas for a few hours. You never know when an artist will fall into a slump or when the value of their work will decline. It's equally important to continuously introduce new artists who can surprise the public and generate excitement. Many people think of art as something lofty, and individual artists may choose to pursue it without concern for money or fame, according to their own beliefs. But from a gallery's perspective, it isn't about art. The artist is the one who paints. I'm the one who sells the paintings. I'm not the artist, am I? He raised one eyebrow slightly as though expecting my agreement, but he didn't leave me any opportunity to respond. Who becomes a respected artist? Who becomes a best-selling artist? Unfortunately, that isn't determined solely by the quality of the work. The value of a painting is inherently subjective, making any universally accepted evaluation nearly impossible. To be even more honest, the influence of major galleries and powerful dealers who dominate today's global art market is so great that they can create a work's value through business alone. In many ways, today's art market isn't so different from the entertainment industry. He wasn't speaking especially quickly, yet I struggled to keep up with both the pace and direction of his thoughts. I was still standing at the starting line, unsure where we were headed, while he already seemed far ahead, pulling me along. It's true that Phantom's finances have become much more stable over the past year or two, but That's largely thanks to the success of our flagship artists, including Shu Shu. We still haven't discovered anyone expected to follow in their footsteps or surpass them. That's a serious problem. Director Han and I have searched everywhere, from university graduation exhibitions and small provincial cafes displaying artwork to social media. But finding someone truly interesting isn't easy. Tap, tap. He lightly tapped his index fingers together, pausing as though inserting a comma into the conversation. Then he looked straight at me with a gaze that seemed to pin me against the wall. It took a while to get here, but what I'm saying is this. I expect you, Co Ihyun, to become that interesting artist. Even though I hadn't asked a single question, he continued watching me with the patience of someone waiting for an answer. Or perhaps he was simply observing my reaction. Everything had happened far too suddenly. I had painted once. There had been a time when painting was my language. But even then, I had never imagined my work occupying the place he described within the art market. Apparently satisfied with what he had seen, he lowered his hands and leaned back in his chair. Now Director Han can explain the same thing in a way that's easier to listen to. My teacher sighed and shook her head at him. He merely shrugged, as though he couldn't understand what the issue was, or as though that had simply been the best he could do. There had been no malice in his words. It was simply a difference in perspective. He had spoken from the position of a gallery owner and dealer whose job was to sell paintings. There was nothing immoral or wrong about that. Realistically, if he couldn't sell paintings, some artists might lose the ability to keep painting at all. Still holding my hand, my teacher gently patted the back of it before speaking in her careful, affectionate voice. What CEO Liu said may have sounded very business-oriented, but what he really means is that he believes you have that much potential. For all the things he says, he isn't someone who would recklessly throw himself at something with no chance of success. I lowered my gaze to my awkwardly placed hand beside the teacup and nodded without thinking. She was right. He wasn't the kind of person who invested in something he believed would fail. But no matter how capable he was, even if he was a top-tier golden alpha, he was still human. It seemed he had made a mistake this time. Why me? The painting you made a long time ago. CEO Liu owns it, doesn't he? The one that won the contest. Slowly, I turned to look at my teacher. She hadn't been in Korea back then. She must have heard about my award from her older sister, who was one of my mother's friends. She couldn't possibly know what that painting truly meant to me. Even so, my body tensed. My throat burned with dryness. How much had he told her? Had he said that after learning it was my painting, he couldn't even breathe, as though he had seen a ghost, before collapsing? Did she know anything? I looked at him, unable to hide the questions and anxiety in my eyes. For me, it was an unusually bold look. He simply sat there with his arms folded, offering no hint at all. It's a painting CEO Liu has treasured for a long time. I found it very impressive as well, though I had no idea it was yours. That was painted a long time ago, and I haven't painted in 5 years. Besides, you've never even seen any of my other work. I barely managed to steady myself enough to force out the words. A faint scoff immediately came from across the table. If you need a portfolio of 20 paintings just to judge an artist's ability or potential, then you should probably give up trying to make a living as an art dealer. That may have sounded arrogant, but what I mean is this. One painting was enough, especially considering it was painted when you were only 15. His earlier sarcasm faded as he spoke again in a more serious voice. His sincere praise for isolation caught me off guard. He wasn't someone who offered empty compliments or exaggerated his opinions when it came to art, so I couldn't even resent what he was saying. But someone who had suffered a panic attack simply from standing before a painting from their past could never paint again. That was entirely different from occasionally doodling in a notebook. I've been away from painting for 5 years. The words barely escaped my lips, almost a mumble. Yet in the quiet room, everyone heard them. My teacher shifted closer and gently rested her free hand against my back. I agree with CEO Liu. The other day, I told you that you don't have to feel guilty for not painting now. And I meant it. But it's also true that if the opportunity ever comes, and if you want to, I hope you'll paint again. Because I know your talent. Teacher, I'm truly grateful that you believe in me like that. But that's all. Such an old story. Old? How old are you now, Co Ihyun? 50? 40? You're not even 25 yet, are you? Just as it seemed he had finally begun showing some patience, his blunt remark earned him another sharp glare from my teacher. Perhaps what he said was true. I wasn't 50. I wasn't 40. I wasn't even 25. Maybe I really was too young to call anything old. If people knew I had been living with a part of myself severed, a part left to rot because it remained bound to the past until the blood could no longer reach it, they would probably click their tongues and call me weak. They would say I had abandoned my passion far too early. In truth, there were many people around me who, instead of cutting away part of themselves, had shed their pasts and continued moving forward, sacrificing what they had to and bleeding all the while. I wanted to be as brave as they were. I wanted to live beneath the light of the present, too. But everyone moves at their own pace. From where I stood now, I wanted to move forward at a speed that suited me, not by forcing myself to imitate others just to appear the same. Ihyun, CEO Lu, and I only want you to think about one thing. Do you still want to paint? If it wasn't that you stopped wanting to paint, but simply that you decided not to, then couldn't that decision change? Take all the time you need. It wasn't that I no longer wanted to paint, nor was it that I had consciously decided never to paint again. At the beginning, it was neither. I simply became unable to paint. Looking down at my teacher's hand resting over mine, I parted my lips several times before finally speaking. I probably can't paint anymore. Chapter 51. The two of them waited for me to speak. I've been away from painting for too long. During that time, the feelings and passion I once had for it, they simply faded away. I've lived thinking I would probably never paint again, so I can't even imagine picking up a brush now. I had never told my teacher or him about my present life or the path that had brought me here. Under the circumstances, this was the most honest answer I could give. Anything more would have been either a lie or a confession, and I wanted neither. Yes, thank you for being honest. We weren't expecting you to give us a positive answer today. It was a sudden proposal, so we knew you wouldn't change your mind on the spot, especially if you've already come to terms with your feelings about painting in your own way. Ms. Han, who had been gently patting the back of my hand, wrapped both of her hands firmly around it. But, Ihyun, when Representative Lu suggested that you paint again, to be honest, I was grateful to him. A wave of emotion crossed Ms. Han's face as she looked at me. It wasn't as though Ms. Han and I had stayed in constant contact since we first met, but I knew the faint shimmer in her eyes wasn't born from sentimental pity for a former student with a painful past. When I was a child, Ms. Han and I shared a secret garden. She had been the perfect companion who understood the world as I saw it. As a child who couldn't believe in myself, it was because of her that my world grew larger and became a place where I could finally feel at ease. I didn't need to hear why she was grateful to him. The more grateful she felt, the sorrier I felt toward her. I couldn't bring myself to say anything negative anymore, but expressing anything positive was just as difficult. Afraid that even the slightest response, even a simple nod, might give her hope I couldn't fulfill, I bit my lower lip and lowered my eyes to our clasped hands. The faint sound of rain blended with the steady hum of the air conditioner, which until then had been the only sound in the room. Almost at the same moment, all three of us turned toward the window. Against the darkness of the late evening, raindrops streaked diagonally across the glass. He was the one who broke the heavy silence. "Co Yihin SSI, try this." He pushed the untouched plate of refreshments toward me. Both my teacher and I looked at him in surprise at the sudden change of subject. When I didn't react, he speared a small square of yagwa with a fork and held it out to me. "Try it. It's a layered hangwa, almost like a pastry, made by a master artisan. It's a real delicacy. Where do you even learn words like master artisan? You didn't even grow up in Korea." Shaking her head as though she'd given up, my teacher took the fork from him and handed it to me. When you live abroad, you tend to become obsessed with things from home. You know how everyone suddenly turns into a patriot. He raised an eyebrow with a playful grin as he speared another piece of yagwa with a second fork and handed it to Ms. Han. "And you're not even a Korean citizen. Citizenship is only a legal status. I may only be a quarter by ethnicity, but half of my blood is Korean. After all, I only inherited half from my father." I placed the yagwa into my mouth and chewed. Honey hidden between its delicate layers slowly seeped out, coating my tongue with sweetness. It wasn't the overwhelming kind that made you wince, but the kind that gently relaxed your eyelids. "How is it? You would have regretted leaving without trying it, wouldn't you?" He leaned toward me, looking completely serious, as though my opinion of the yagwa mattered more than painting. There was almost nothing about his pale gray-blue eyes or sharply defined features that suggested an Eastern heritage. Only his black hair quietly but stubbornly insisted on the half-Korean blood he had spoken of. You would have regretted it, right? I nodded. The smile that spread across his face was the broadest I had seen yet. It was so deep that the muscles along his jaw tightened, forming a distinct dimple-like crease in his cheek. Rainwater dripped from the umbrella I had borrowed from the restaurant, splashing onto my sneakers and the cuffs of my jeans. It wasn't pouring, but it wasn't the sort of rain you could ignore without an umbrella, either. A foreign man wearing the hood of his windbreaker approached with a golden retriever leading the way. Hi. Hi. They exchanged brief greetings as the man came close enough for me to see his face beneath his golden beard. That's a beautiful dog. It insists on going out whenever it rains, so here I am, dealing with it. He laughed at the man's reply. Bye. Bye. As the man passed me, he smiled, and I returned a faint smile before stepping aside to make room for him and the dog. His SUV, parked in the outdoor lot, slowly approached the restaurant entrance. Ms. Han had already left a few minutes earlier because of another work appointment, asking him to drive me home before she departed. Thank you for dinner today. Tilting my umbrella to block the glare of the headlights, I bowed. I'm going to walk for a while to clear my head. Then I'll catch the bus, so you don't have to worry about what my teacher said. Well then, the umbrella blocked my view, so I couldn't clearly see his expression. It wasn't that I was deliberately avoiding looking at him. Turning away from his black lace-up shoes, which suited his casual Saturday evening clothes, I started up the hill the foreign man had just come down. I was thinking about having a drink to clear my head, too. I stopped and turned around. Holding his umbrella with one hand tucked into his pocket, he looked at me. Everything smelled stronger in the rain. I vaguely remembered hearing that people should wear less perfume on rainy days. Like a gentle wave that washed over only my toes before retreating, his scent brushed the edge of my awareness and disappeared before I could fully take it in. Would you join me? Everything my life had taught me until now urged me to refuse, turn around, and hurry home. But something new quietly dulled that instinct. It made me want to breathe in that scent and discover its taste. I didn't know where such an impulse had come from. Even if I had once possessed such greed, it should have disappeared long ago. His eyes, usually so pale they seemed almost ready to fade away, looked especially blue today. Perhaps he had been holding back for quite a while, because he lit a cigarette the moment we sat down at the bar. As he lazily flipped through the tall menu, he spoke. It's raining. Let's have something strong. Still awkward in the unfamiliar place, I fidgeted with the bag beside me and nodded. The place itself wasn't what made me uncomfortable. Being alone here with him was. The bar, about a 10-minute drive from the restaurant, sat along the road leading up Namsan. The building wasn't particularly tall, but because it stood on the mountainside, it overlooked the city beautifully. He seemed to be a regular. The employee who introduced himself as the manager personally came over to greet him warmly before leading us to our seats. The booth was almost completely private. One side remained open for people to enter and leave, but from the sofa, the main hall was hidden, and no one outside could easily see inside unless they deliberately looked. The cozy space held a deep L-shaped sofa with thick cushions, and a floor-to-ceiling window overlooked the glittering night view. It was the perfect place for 2 or 3 people to sit together over drinks and talk in private. It wasn't far from the house where Mori and Hyung lived. The view outside the window resembled the one from the rooftop there, though the difference between those two places was about as great as the difference between Mori's old house and my grandfather's. Rain fell over Seoul's nightscape, which had once reminded me of squid fishing boats. The thought that I was enjoying a luxury far beyond anything I deserved made me let out a quiet laugh. The only bars I had ever visited in that port town had been shabby raw fish restaurants or grilled clam shacks. Pretending to study the menu, which I barely understood, I lowered my face so he wouldn't notice. After we ordered, I could feel his gaze lingering on the side of my face. With nothing left to read, I kept flipping through the menu anyway. We were seated at the inside corner of the L-shaped sofa. We weren't exactly side by side, but we sat close enough that I had to be careful our legs didn't touch. If we had actually been sitting beside each other, avoiding his eyes would have been easier. Instead, this arrangement forced us to face one another whenever we spoke. After taking a long drag from his cigarette, he spoke in his slightly husky voice. Looks like you had fun yesterday. He must have been talking about In Hyun. I raised my eyes from the cocktail menu. As expected, there was nowhere to escape his gaze. Even if In Hyun had mentioned meeting me, he wasn't the type to gossip about the details of our conversation. I couldn't explain why, but I trusted him that much. He might casually mention other things, but I didn't believe he would tell anyone how I had questioned him about alphas and omegas. I hadn't reacted to his comment, and he hadn't said anything particularly funny, yet he suddenly crushed out his cigarette in the ashtray and let out a quiet smirk. "Gay guys, I swear," he muttered, as if to himself. Chapter 52. It was hard to tell exactly who was included in the gay guys he had laughed about. Judging from the conversations we'd had over burgers and beer on the day of the Old Future shoot, he was either gay or bisexual. In Hyun, who had openly shown interest in me from the very beginning despite my being another man, was probably the same. Because of my impulsive remark, "I'm gay, you know," he had naturally placed me in that category as well. There was no need to speculate any further. We had already slept together. Was it self-mockery? Another criticism of In Hyun, whom he'd once said wasn't someone worth dating. Or was he criticizing me? The brief murmur and quiet laugh gave me too little to figure it out. After finishing his cigarette, he shifted slightly toward me and relaxed into the sofa. "I heard you turned him down at first because you already had plans, then called him back and asked to meet." There was a faintly accusatory edge to his words. I couldn't tell whether In Hyun had phrased it that way or whether he had added that interpretation himself. He didn't look angry or upset. Instead, he bit lightly on his lower lip, suppressing a smile, before letting out another quiet laugh. I had no idea what he found so amusing. Well, people aren't always what they seem. He had been muttering to himself all evening. He would throw a remark at me, then finish it with a quiet comment meant only for himself. Faced with that strangely evasive behavior, a long-forgotten rebellious streak stirred inside me. What do you mean by that? It felt as though he had something he wanted to say, but, unlike his usual straightforward self, kept circling around it and testing me instead. It was frustrating. Rolling a cold metal lighter through his fingers, he looked up and smiled. "It's a compliment." Probably a compliment. You're 22, an adult. It would be stranger if you really knew nothing about that sort of thing. Just because you're usually quiet doesn't mean you have to be innocent in that area too. I was prejudiced. I treated you like a complete prude, co Yhinsi. Honestly, having that much experience is perfectly normal. There wasn't a trace of deliberate sarcasm on his face, and yet something about it cast a shadow that didn't match the lightness of his tone. He was speaking as though I had intentionally used some kind of technique to seduce In Hyun more effectively. It was a strange feeling. The misunderstanding certainly bothered me. But that wasn't all. There was also a faint excitement, as though both my body and mind had become unexpectedly light. Could this be jealousy? The moment the thought crossed my mind, it sounded ridiculous. Even though I kept it to myself, my face grew so hot I wanted to erase the thought itself, as if scribbling over it with a pen. I almost laughed at myself. To think I'd actually considered jealousy. Had I always been this optimistic? That sort of thing. What exactly do you mean? Perhaps my flustered state had turned my question back on him, giving voice to the rebelliousness that had been building inside me. Even so, I hadn't spoken defiantly. I had simply asked. Still, one of his eyebrows twitched as though I'd caught him off guard. The gaze resting on me became noticeably heavier. You wouldn't really know nothing about that sort of thing. Just because you're quiet doesn't mean you're innocent in that sort of thing. I wanted him to stop hiding behind vague phrases and simply say what he meant. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Silence settled between us. Lighting another cigarette, he looked as though he were searching the deepest part of his own thoughts for an answer. All I'd wanted was to see him flustered for once. After a long while, his dry-looking lips finally parted. You're right. I was being vague. What I mean is, footsteps approached outside the partition. They were intentionally loud enough to announce someone's arrival, giving customers time to pause their conversation. The manager who had escorted us earlier brought our drinks himself. A blue bottle of amber whiskey, several heavy crystal glasses, each cut in a different pattern, a bucket of ice. Everything was placed quietly on the table. I'll have mine neat. Make his easy to drink. Following his instructions, the manager prepared our drinks in different glasses before disappearing as silently as he had arrived. Turning the slender glass between his fingers, He emptied it in one smooth swallow before continuing. What I mean is, every person has a side that others don't expect. The tension slowly drained from my shoulders. He was running away. I could tell. And I could also clearly feel my own disappointment. That realization felt unfamiliar. It was true that I wanted to attract his attention. It was also true that when he'd asked me to come up onto the bed and sleep with him, I hadn't disliked the idea. I had even genuinely believed him when he'd said he would ease my pain that way. If someone else had said the same thing to me then, someone like In Woo-hyung, for example, I would probably have refused. But that was all. At least for now. I'd never dated anyone. I'd never even had an unrequited crush. Simply being interested in someone, wanting that person to notice me, and not minding physical intimacy. Those things alone weren't love, just as what happened that night had been, for him, nothing more than first aid. Borrowing his own words. I wasn't enough of a prude not to understand that. Why did you do that day? Just like before, his question came without warning. No knock. He simply opened the door and walked straight in. That was much more like him. Which why was he asking about? Turning the question over in my mind, I raised my glass. I'd prepared myself for the sharp burn of whiskey. Instead, the drink slipped smoothly down my throat, making all that resolve feel unnecessary. I'm asking why you reacted that way to your own painting. He pressed on. It suddenly occurred to me that dinner with director Han had merely been the opening act. A warm-up. Bringing me here had never been about questioning me over my time with In Woo-hyung the previous night. Nor had it been because he simply wanted someone to drink with on a rainy evening. There had never been any jealousy. Not from the beginning. You said you wouldn't ask. And I didn't, did I? I didn't ask you a single thing that day. That was true. I was the one who stayed with you through all of it. Co Ihyun SSI. Don't you think I've earned at least that much of an explanation? His eyes held mine without the slightest hint of intimidation. Yet they looked as though they could bring up far more direct subjects at any moment. I'm the one who stayed beside you while you burned with fever. I'm the one who let you exhaust yourself until you finally fell asleep. You remember, don't you? How carefully I touched you. How I kissed every part of your body. Even though I never even got to finish. It felt as though he might use those words to corner me, leave me nowhere to run, and force the truth out of me. It wasn't because of the painting. I just suddenly felt sick. I see. He nodded slowly, as though savoring every word. So it wasn't because of the painting. Could he really accept my answer that easily? Then there aren't any psychological obstacles stopping you from painting again. He asked you to think about only one thing, whether you truly want to paint again. Chief Han said she'll respect whatever decision you make. Co Ihyun SSI. He turned the empty glass slowly in his hand. But I won't. His eyes never left mine. I couldn't believe this was the same man who, that night, had understood my feelings before I could explain them and told me not to force myself into making excuses because he wouldn't ask. Yet it didn't feel coercive. Perhaps it was only the lighting. But around the edges of his gaze, I thought I saw something that resembled anxiety. I absolutely want you to paint again. Want. At first glance, it sounded like a wish. A hope. But the determination in his eyes and the firmness of his mouth told a different story. He intended to make me paint again. No matter what. Perhaps it was only my imagination. Perhaps it was the lighting. But his pale eyes, which usually looked so fragile they might shatter at any moment, seemed darker tonight. It was as though blue flames burned deep inside them, echoing the color of the bottle on the table. To someone accustomed only to dark eyes, his sometimes felt almost inhuman. Even now, the emotions hidden within those blue-gray eyes remained like a foreign language. Almost understandable, yet still beyond my grasp. Come with me to Hong Kong on this business trip. The conversation veered in an entirely unexpected direction. The man who had sat beside Ms. Han at dinner had been a disguise. From the very beginning, he'd intended to put me aboard this ship and keep pushing until there was nowhere left to retreat. At the art fair, you'll see works by artists from all over the world, different styles, different techniques, different perspectives. Feeling the energy of the art market might inspire you. It might change your mind a little. It'll help you decide. Yuni Nuna's post on the Old Future website came back to me. The curiosity I'd felt about that unfamiliar city. The rare excitement I'd felt for the future. His proposal carried the faint scent of that same sunlight. But, could I really paint again? Was there truly that much hope? This wasn't simply a matter of changing my mood. Director, I'm sincerely grateful for the offer, but Suki Kim. The ship that had been drifting helplessly toward the rocks suddenly stopped. The current froze. The bow lifted. Even the droplets splashing through the air seemed suspended in place. I was frozen too, like someone trapped inside a photograph. Foreigners struggled with the Korean pronunciation, so they started calling her Suki Kim. Eventually it stuck as a nickname. But she's actually Korean American, born and raised in the States, and she used her Korean name, Kim Suki, from the very beginning of her career. Of course, now she's become so internationally famous that Suki Kim has become a name in its own right. Though, admittedly, expecting foreigners to pronounce Kim Suki perfectly is asking a bit much. It was only natural that a gallery owner would know the internationally renowned artist Suki Kim, or rather, Kim Suki Singam. And if he truly owned Isolation, there was every chance he also knew she had served as a judge in the competition where that painting first gained worldwide attention. He might even have purchased the painting directly from her. That wasn't impossible. But what he said next was something I had never imagined. Taking another cigarette from the pack, he placed it between his lips and flicked open his lighter. I'll introduce you to Suki Kim. Then he laid down a card I simply couldn't refuse. Caught in a powerful current, I was already being swept away too fast to resist. Chapter 53. I was putting on my shoes when the front door opened from the outside. The man standing with his hand on the doorknob froze the moment he saw me. Lowering his eyes, he wore the unmistakable expression of someone thinking the timing couldn't have been worse. Only half a year earlier, this was the same man who would smile as though he had the whole world whenever our eyes met. "Where have you been?" I asked as I straightened up after tightening the laces of my Converse. My own attitude toward him had become just as dry. Just out for a walk. The entryway was barely larger than a flattened ramen box. We had to twist our shoulders to squeeze past each other, awkwardly continuing the conversation as we traded places. The night before, we'd spent nearly 5 hours arguing under the pretense of having a discussion. When I finally woke up late that morning, he'd already left without even eating. "Heading to your tutoring session?" His voice was perfunctory as he slipped off his sneakers and stepped up into the kitchen. Since that spring, I had been teaching drawing to the son of one of my older Nuna's friends. I'd originally taken the job simply to ease our financial burden, but after nearly a year together, I had genuinely come to enjoy my time with the child. It was also one of the few moments during that period when I could breathe freely and dream. Watching the growth of a possibility overflowing with talent and passion, encouraging it as it continued to evolve, brought me a joy unlike anything else. Technically, it was an art tutoring job. I was being paid to look over his drawings. But I had never told him to correct his unusual habits because they might become bad ones. Nor had I taught him conventional techniques, like where to place a highlight or reflected light when drawing a sphere. The child already possessed technical skills far beyond what someone his age should have. The techniques he hadn't mastered yet. I knew he'd discover those himself. "I'm heading out. Make sure you eat something." Leaving him behind as he dropped his jacket onto the floor, crawled straight into bed, and turned his back toward me, I stepped outside. The chilly air made me pull my coat tighter around my neck. Yet my breathing felt as suffocating as if I were standing beneath a 40-degree summer sun. The moment I stepped through the front door, the child came running toward me with both his sketchbook and his practice notebook. A week's worth of sketches. A week's worth of colored drawings. His parents, an oil painter and a Manhwa artist, had surrounded him with every kind of art supply imaginable. As a result, he developed an extraordinary instinct for choosing exactly the right materials to express whatever feeling he wanted. Crayons, poster paints, acrylics, oil paints, markers, colored pencils, even ordinary ballpoint pens. Every week, his drawings showed astonishing growth. It wasn't simply because he was talented. The child was obsessed. He practiced with almost frightening devotion. That week's theme had been side profiles. An entire sketchbook, more than 30 pages, was filled with nothing but people's profiles. For some reason, he'd become completely fascinated by them. Whenever something captured his attention, he became desperate to reproduce it exactly as he saw it. He drew it again and again until he was satisfied. His technique naturally improved through that process. Whether someone painted traditional ink landscapes or abstract works, strong observational drawing was the foundation of everything. and the child possessed an almost instinctive obsession with it. Whenever I saw that relentless focus hidden inside a boy who otherwise looked like any ordinary elementary school student, bright, energetic, mischievous in all the ways an 11-year-old should be, I couldn't help feeling excited by the possibilities of his talent. It was an essential quality for a painter. The desire to place exactly what your own eyes see onto the canvas. The feverish frustration that felt almost like jealousy. The feeling that something precious had been stolen if you couldn't achieve it. A frustration so consuming that you couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. As I turned each page filled with lively drawings so accurate that it was hard to believe they belonged to a child about to turn 12, I found myself unconsciously controlling my breathing. In an era where prodigies appeared in every field, perhaps the drawing ability of an 11-year-old wasn't something extraordinary. After all, he wasn't 5 or 6 anymore. But what thrilled me wasn't merely his technical skill. Art wasn't about copying reality like a photocopier. The child infused every drawing with his own feelings, his own interpretations. At only 11 years old, they might still be clumsy, but every one of those drawings was unmistakably an act of self-expression that belonged only to him. Ihyun, how many pages did you draw? Didn't your hand hurt? The child smiled at my worried question. As he rubbed his hand across the table between us, his smile looked both shy and slightly puzzled, almost as if he genuinely didn't understand the question. Only then did I realize. I'd asked him the equivalent of asking a child who had just spent all afternoon happily playing outside whether his legs hurt. For everyone except the truly extraordinary geniuses, studying was a game where enough time and effort usually produced results. It was something everyone experienced. There was no reason to compare yourself to rare prodigies and make yourself miserable. Art was different. It was a path people chose because they believed they possessed more talent than others. Failing to achieve results there naturally brought despair. It forced you to confront the painful truth that someone you believed to be exceptional wasn't exceptional after all. Certainly, practice improved your technique. Time refined your skills. But eventually you encountered a wall that technique alone could never overcome. The realm of the truly gifted. The place beyond merely being good at drawing. The moment you encountered artists capable of speaking through their work, of asserting their existence through their art, you were forced to recognize how small your own world had been. To put it cruelly, my paintings were nothing more than elegant picture diaries. Personal stories incapable of moving anyone else's heart. I, too, had gone through entrance exams, attended an art academy, and entered university. Yet students who possessed both exceptional technique and a truly original voice were so rare, they couldn't even be measured as a percentage. It wasn't 1 in 10, or 1 in 100. It was 1 in tens of thousands. Far rarer, even than omegas, who were already less common than alphas. The first time I heard about him, the so-called monster of the Department of East Asian Painting, and then stood before his work. His paintings seemed hesitant, uncertain, yet in the next instant they would suddenly step forward and declare themselves without fear. Looking at them felt like witnessing another person's exposed flesh. Technique became irrelevant before paintings that revealed, without exaggeration or concealment, the shame everyone else desperately tried to hide. That was the moment I realized. I possessed more talent for recognizing great art than for creating it. Standing before his paintings, I didn't feel jealous. Instead, I felt excited. I wanted more people to see what he had created. We had believed so completely that we were soulmates, that no one else could understand each other's worlds the way we did. So how? How had we ended up like this? The child didn't know it. At the time, I was already a married university student. It had been a marriage between an alpha and a beta. A marriage carried out despite overwhelming opposition from both our families and everyone around us. As a result, I had effectively been cast out by my parents. We lived in poverty. Even so, I had never doubted our decision, nor had I ever doubted his talent. But once the dizzying passion faded, reality remained. He unquestionably possessed extraordinary talent, but he was also painfully self-conscious. Instead of standing proudly before his own work, he spent more days comparing himself to people he believed were more brilliant. I had always thrown myself wholeheartedly into everything. He instinctively turned inward and curled up inside himself. Fundamentally, we were incapable of understanding each other. Now, I could accept people far more easily than I could back then. But when I was 21, 22, Understanding someone who stood at the complete opposite end of the spectrum from myself had been nearly impossible. I admit it. Everyone around us had been right. We were too young to understand what marriage truly meant. We were barely capable of managing ourselves, barely capable of carrying our own dreams. Sometimes those dreams alone crushed us. Whenever I looked at the child's paintings, at the unmistakable individuality that had not yet fully matured, the memory of the overwhelming tremor I'd felt the first time I stood before his paintings seemed to drift farther and farther into the past. Pushing aside those bitter memories, I forced a smile. Where should we go today? What do you want to draw? Usually we'd head outside and search together for that day's subject. The child hesitated for a moment. Then, grinning broadly, he pointed at me. Me? I asked, surprised. He nodded enthusiastically. That day, after nearly 10 months of drawing together, I became his model. Sitting before the veranda overflowing with plants, bathed in the warm winter sunlight that always seemed unique to that house, I pretended to read a book while secretly watching our little artist capture me on an ordinary 8-panel sketchbook instead of a canvas. For a little while, I was able to dream peacefully again, and when I finally received the drawing that an 11-year-old child had spent 2 uninterrupted hours creating, without taking even a 10-minute break, I learned that solving someone's problems isn't the only way to comfort them. That words of sympathy, which merely dull today's pain for a little while, aren't the only form of kindness. The drawing wasn't especially detailed. There simply hadn't been enough time to add color. Instead, he had expressed the atmosphere through entirely different means. It was one of his greatest strengths. Bold strokes that created the texture of rough chisel marks without a single layer of oil paint. Warm colors that somehow evoked deep melancholy. Dark compositions that quietly planted hope. The person in the drawing was divided, out of harmony with himself. It was me, exactly as I had been then. The pain was rendered so vividly that I found myself unconsciously frowning. And yet, somehow, it comforted me. Chapter 54. It wasn't unusual for a child that age to comfort someone with a drawing. But most children, when they wanted to cheer someone up, would draw that person smiling brightly or looking happy, hoping they would become that way. Instead, this child drew me exactly as I appeared through their eyes. It wasn't comfort that sugar-coated reality, minimized my pain, or patted me on the shoulder while offering empty reassurance that everything would be okay. So you'd been watching me this closely. You'd noticed every change, every emotion, every expression, and you were worried about me. It reminded me of something I had long forgotten. True comfort begins with interest and empathy. Standing before someone who already knew everything about me and never tried to distort what they saw, I no longer felt the need to hide myself or pretend my emotions were something they weren't. That alone was comforting. A child who spoke through pictures. Someone born with no choice but to communicate through art. When I received that drawing, I realized once again that my mission was to let the world understand their language. I already knew the limits of my own talent as an artist, and I no longer clung to it. Instead, I had been given a different role. My greatest priority was making sure that he, who was probably lying beneath his blankets at home, could one day stand before a canvas again and speak through his paintings. Thank you, our artist. The child laughed at the word artist, hunching their shoulders shyly. They smiled easily and had a playful side, yet they were truly a child of few words. Perhaps that was only natural. They already had another language that felt more natural to them. About 3 months later, my husband and I left for Hong Kong. I believed only in his talent, and he believed only in my passion. Just as we had with our marriage, we ignored everyone's opposition and stepped into an unfamiliar world where we knew no one. Fearlessly. Back then, it felt as though everything would work out, as though passion and determination alone were enough to light our path. Ms. Han gently shook the can in her hand. Her eyes never left the river as she continued her story. Perhaps she was layering the passing years over the flowing water before us. In the end, things didn't work out in Hong Kong either. I got a job at a gallery and worked day and night. At first, he seemed inspired again and started painting with renewed motivation, but before long, he drifted away again. We kept forcing ourselves onto each other, and only after we'd both been worn completely down did we decide to part ways. He returned to Korea, while I stayed in Hong Kong. Enough time had passed that I couldn't hear any lingering bitterness in her voice. despite the scars that struggle must have left behind. She sounded calm. Still, there was something scratched and weathered in her gaze as she stared silently at the river. We had left work together for once. After parking in the underground garage, Ms. Han suggested we take a walk. We each bought a drink at the convenience store before heading toward the Han River. The Riverside Trail was only a short walk from the apartment through a small tunnel. Summer hadn't fully arrived yet, so the evening air beside the river was pleasantly cool. After strolling along the bike path for about 10 minutes, we were lucky enough to find an empty bench. That was where Ms. Han began telling her story. She had probably invited me here because she wanted to. It wasn't a long story, nor did she explain every detail of her marriage and divorce. Even so, I could tell there had been countless complicated emotions intertwined within it. Far too many for it to simply be called a failed marriage. He had been the person she loved, the man she married, someone she understood as another human being, and the partner with whom she had once dreamed of building a future. I didn't know you were married, or that you divorced, I muttered as I fidgeted with my drink. Ms. Han smiled and ruffled my hair. Whether I was married or not isn't exactly important for drawing together, and your parents weren't the kind of people who gossiped about someone else's private life. They probably didn't think there was any reason to tell a little kid. After letting out a quiet sigh, she took another sip. So if you didn't even know I was married, it's only natural that you didn't know I was divorced. She smiled faintly, trying to lighten the mood after mentioning my parents. But I couldn't smile back. It had been a long time since I'd heard anyone talk about them. Still, that wasn't why. Right now, I was thinking about Ms. Han far more than myself. Back then, I was desperate, completely certain. Now I know how fragile the certainty of a 21-year-old really is. But what can you do? That's something you only understand after enough time has passed. If everyone could accurately predict their future regrets and suppress their present desires because of them, the world's population would probably be half what it is now. She shrugged. My all-or-nothing personality was even worse back then. I was young. Everyone around me begged me not to get married and said dating should be enough, but it wasn't enough for me. I wanted a way to be tied to him more completely. Her voice gradually faded. She lowered her eyes to her lap, gripped the can tightly, and quietly added, "If he'd been an Omega, I could have gotten him pregnant. I even had thoughts like that." Then she looked at me and smiled. It was the embarrassed smile of someone looking back at the reckless passion of their younger self. From the conversations and subtle atmosphere among the Phantom members, I'd already suspected it. Ms. Han was a female alpha. If her partner had been an Omega, she could have gotten him pregnant regardless of his biological sex. On the other hand, for Ms. Han herself to become pregnant, her partner would have needed to be a male alpha. The people around them had probably opposed their marriage for reasons beyond simply being young. Without meaning to, I thought of Mori and Hyung. So I don't regret getting married. No matter how it ended, I know that back then, I couldn't have chosen anything else. At that time, marriage really felt like a matter of life and death. If I hadn't married him then, with my personality, I would have regretted it forever. He felt the same way. We believed, without even 1% of doubt, that we'd become a wonderful painter and art dealer couple, the best partners, lifelong soulmates. Back then, our certainty filled every corner of our minds. When you're that certain, how can anyone ask you to postpone your decision? They had been a young couple drawn together not only by romance, but by deep admiration for one another as people. It reminded me of my own parents. Only their endings had been different. Ms. Han and her husband had fought until nothing remained between them, eventually growing exhausted and choosing to separate. My parents had shared the ideal relationship they'd always dreamed of, only to have it violently stolen away by an accident completely beyond their control. It was impossible to say which ending was more tragic, but understanding another person turned out to be much harder than I'd imagined. That's when I realized why people call each person a universe unto themselves. Human beings are complicated. Sometimes there's no logic or reason at all. Of course, it's difficult to understand someone. How could I understand the parts of him that even he couldn't explain? And it was the same for him with me. For someone like me, who had never even dated, let alone fallen in love or married, it was difficult to fully grasp. Still, I thought I could understand, at least a little, the frustration of trying to understand someone whose heart remained impossible to read. For him, drawing had been as natural as eating 3 meals a day. He couldn't imagine living without it. Watching someone like that slowly fall apart because of painting itself. I think that was a kind of love too. Sometimes love, when it goes astray, slowly devours both people, doesn't it? Just like the love he and I shared. His love for painting couldn't grow outward. Instead, it turned inward and consumed him from the inside, until he finally let painting go. A love that consumed both oneself and the other. Yet one so overwhelming that there was no choice but to throw yourself toward it, burning away everything you had. Could an experience like that really be dismissed as nothing more than failure simply because it ended in separation? I didn't know, but feelings that intense didn't seem like something everyone experienced. I remembered what the CEO had once told me while advising me about my relationship with Ihyun, that I seemed like the kind of person who preferred building relationships slowly, getting to know someone step by step. Even I didn't know what kind of person I was when it came to love. But somehow, I had a vague feeling that perhaps I wasn't like that after all. Maybe I was the type who could surrender myself surprisingly easily to a fleeting impulse or a sudden burst of curiosity. Even so, I didn't think I possessed the courage to throw myself into an overwhelming emotion that threatened to consume me entirely, the way Ms. Han had, the way my parents had. At least, not the person I was now. After Hong Kong, and even after returning to Seoul, the one thing that became clearer and clearer as I watched countless artists was this. Talent alone isn't enough. If you don't have the mental strength to support that talent and continue developing it, you'll never achieve anything. He unquestionably had natural talent, but he constantly doubted himself, compared himself to others, and collapsed beneath his own frustration. I looked up at Ms. Han, a desperate, unwavering determination to keep drawing no matter what. That's the kind of drive you need to break through a certain wall and truly shine. And I definitely saw that in 11-year-old Seo Yihyun. She slowly turned toward me. You can eat without drawing. You can breathe without drawing. You won't die? That's not what I'm asking, Yihyun. I just want you to honestly ask yourself whether drawing is something you need, not simply to exist like everyone else, but to live as the one and only Seo Yihyun. At least, before it's too late. To look honestly at myself. Perhaps the reason I'd stopped drawing was because I could no longer be honest with myself. I'd sealed away my heart, shut my mouth, and closed my eyes. There was nothing left to say. No, I simply didn't want to say anything. There were too many things I wanted to hide. As I listened to Ms. Han's story, the weight pressing against my chest wasn't just about drawing. It was something larger, something that included drawing, yet extended beyond it. A vague idea that still hadn't taken shape. Something like life. Ms. Han's final words settled heavily inside me, like a quiet yet undeniable warning, like an immovable boulder sinking to the bottom of the flowing river. Before it's too late. Chapter 55. Spicy seasoned raw skate, chewy pig's feet, tuna gimbap, and potato pancakes. It wasn't exactly the most harmonious menu, but it was more than enough for the three of us to enjoy a long-awaited, luxurious meal together. A meal with drinks. Yini Nuna and Juin Hyung used to joke that the one thing all the Phantom members had in common was their love of money and alcohol. Even if getting drunk wasn't necessary, I had to admit that simply having alcohol on the table made it easier to start a conversation. So he went right up to the guy and asked, "What are you doing hanging around here all the time?" A crowd gathered, and it turned into a whole scene. Of course, the other guy wasn't about to just stand there and take it. They almost got into a fight. Well, it was basically a fight, just without any punches. Mori shot Hyung a mildly reproachful look before taking a sip of his soju. For several days, the same man had been lingering near the staircase beside the bus stop. At first, neither Mori nor Hyung paid much attention to him. But after watching him wander back and forth between the bus stop and the stairs day after day, without any apparent reason, Hyung became suspicious. He confronted the man, demanding to know why he was lurking around and threatening to call the police. In the end, it turned out the man was simply the boyfriend of a neighborhood resident who had been coming every day to beg for forgiveness after a fight with his girlfriend. It had all happened just yesterday afternoon. Seo Juin seriously looked like he was about to drag the guy to the police station, so the poor guy completely panicked. It only ended after his girlfriend showed up and confirmed he really was her boyfriend. Come on, there are so many weirdos these days. You can't just believe someone because they say they're somebody's girlfriend. He could have been some delusional stalker who only thought she was his girlfriend. Anyway, thanks to all that, they made up in the end, so I guess it worked out. Apparently embarrassed by his mistake, Hyung avoided my eyes as he spoke and kept knocking back shot after shot of soju. Normally, Hyung was never this confrontational. Living under constant anxiety had brought out a different side of him. Every day, he went to sleep and woke up knowing that the life we had now could be destroyed at any moment. When I thought about it, it was amazing that he could still laugh and chat like this. You're just on edge. It's like seeing a needle and thinking it's a kitchen knife. Mori patted Hyung on the back as he spoke. He said it lightly, almost jokingly, but it described their current situation better than anything else. A life where even a needle looked like a kitchen knife. Just because they were smiling and talking with me as though everything was normal didn't mean their lives were truly peaceful. This time it had been a misunderstanding, but what about next time? No. Was this really just a misunderstanding? None of us could say for certain. I still wasn't used to drinking soju, but I emptied my fourth glass in one gulp. Instead of relaxing me, the burning liquor sliding down my throat only seemed to sharpen my mind. You're not going to Bali? Hyung, who had been opening another bottle of soju, stopped and looked at me. What? Bali? I'm asking if you're not going. Where'd that come from? Mori, who had been picking at the seasoned skate, paused with a puzzled expression. I'm fine, so you should go to Bali. What's gotten into you? Hyung set down the soju bottle, and Mori lowered his chopsticks. I'd been putting off this conversation, telling myself I just needed a little more time to prepare myself. But I already knew from experience that life wouldn't wait for me to be ready. Daily life is an incredibly fragile sheet of glass. It's an unguaranteed piece that can shatter at any moment, for any reason, through any unexpected force. In a situation like this, there was no point delaying any longer. We don't know when you might get dragged away again if you stay here. Even I know the longer we drag this out, the more dangerous it'll become. Ever since hearing Teacher's story a few days ago, I hadn't been able to stop thinking about Mori and Hyung. The three of us weren't lovers, but the essence of any relationship between people wasn't all that different. Ending a relationship to protect yourself after both sides have become exhausted wasn't something limited to romantic couples. I couldn't let us reach the point where we all ended up completely worn down, like Teacher and his partner. I truly didn't want that. The surfing camp had great conditions. Opportunities like that don't come around often. Hey, I was only looking into it. How could we possibly leave right now? Our security deposit is tied up. So that's what this is about. Mori relaxed slightly and picked up his chopsticks again. It's not an impossible problem to solve if you really try. His chopsticks stopped once more. It was the first time I'd pushed them this hard. I might start painting again. Both Mori's and Hyung's eyes widened. They reacted far more strongly to the possibility that I might paint again than they had to me telling them to go to Bali. I still hadn't made any definite decision about painting. But even if I ultimately didn't return to it, I had no intention of keeping them trapped here because of Seo Yihyun any longer. At the very least, I'd already made up my mind about that. My first step would begin there. The two of them were happier than I'd expected to hear that I might paint again. Even so, they still looked conflicted and reluctant to leave me behind. I told them everything in detail so they wouldn't worry. How I'd encountered isolation at the CEO's house, how he'd discovered it was my work and encouraged me to paint again, and even about the offer to accompany him on the Hong Kong business trip. The only things I left out were the panic attack I'd had after seeing Isolation and the impulsive, almost accidental one-night stand with the CEO that had followed. After a long discussion, the conclusion we reached was still inconclusive. Whether I would paint again, whether they would leave for Bali. We agreed that each of us would think it over and talk again after I returned from Hong Kong. That was all we'd accomplished today. The buzz from soju was different from beer or wine. I'd felt perfectly fine while drinking, but the moment I stood up to clear the table, my vision blurred and the alcohol hit me all at once. Mori and Hyung must have been just as drunk because everything beyond the sliding door was quiet. Maybe it was the alcohol. The floor felt as though it were rocking beneath me, like I was standing on a boat or on a surfboard. Even the light spilling through the kitchen window seemed to ripple where the ceiling met the wall. I thought I'd fall asleep immediately, but instead my heart felt as restless as it had the day before moving. Anticipation and anxiety over a new beginning swirled together, keeping me awake as I tossed and turned for a long time. Eventually, I picked up the phone beside my pillow. I'm sorry for contacting you so late. Would it be alright if I made my decision after I returned from Hong Kong, like you suggested before? There was no real reason to tell him now. It was just an impulse, encouraged by a light buzz from the alcohol. At least, that's what I wanted to believe. I hadn't expected a reply after 11 at night. Instead, my phone started ringing. Not even a few seconds had passed since I'd sent the message. The moment I saw CEO on the screen, I instinctively sat upright. Everything beyond the sliding door remained quiet. Holding the vibrating phone, I quietly kicked off my blanket, slipped on my slippers, and tiptoed out the front door. Thankfully, the call was still coming through. The words CEO calling, glowing on the screen, felt like a signal arriving from some distant future. I sat down on the bench outside and answered. Yes. Were you asleep? You only sent that message a minute ago. No, I suppose not. He paused after hearing my hoarse voice. No, I just stepped outside to answer the call. You said you were going back to the house where you used to live, didn't you? Yes. I'd never actually told him I was visiting Mori and Hyung's house today, nor had I mentioned it in front of him. Perhaps it had come up while he was talking with teacher. Come to think of it, there had been several things he knew about me that I'd never told him. He'd discussed me with other people, whether I'd majored in art, whether I was an Omega. According to Yuni Nuna and Ju and Hyung, he even asked about me when I wasn't around. And yet, whenever he faced me, all I ever saw was that unreadable expression. You must be outside. Unlike the silence around me, there was plenty of noise on his end. I rubbed the toes of my slippers against the ground, trying to focus on his breathing beneath the laughter and lively chatter in the background. Oh, I was invited somewhere. It's part of the job. His voice sounded bored. That night we'd had wine at the Spanish tavern. He'd looked equally uninterested, lounging crookedly in his chair. But according to In Hyung, attending had been entirely his own decision. In Hyung had never asked him to come. I found it strangely amusing that I was now adding new footnotes to his behavior, noticing things I'd overlooked before. Even stranger, my interpretations were becoming unusually optimistic. Maybe he'd simply wanted to escape a boring after-party that day. But if that had been the case, there would have been no reason for him to follow In Hyung back to Phantom. I cut off the thought and quietly laughed, shaking my head. Whatever the truth was, it was all meaningless speculation. You sound tired. The noise behind him gradually faded, as though he were walking away from the gathering. Eventually, it disappeared almost completely, as if he'd entered a quiet room. I heard the click of a lighter, followed by a long inhale. For some reason, listening to those sounds calmed me. The thought that I might finally be able to sign an artist I've wanted for a long time has put me in a good mood. So I'm managing. He slowly exhaled. He was talking about me. It took me a moment to realize. The words, wanted for a long time, lingered pleasantly in my ears. I still haven't decided for certain. I'll make my decision later. Co Ihyun, you'll definitely want to paint again. I wanted to ask how he could possibly be so certain. He barely knew me, and he'd only seen one of my paintings. Was this another instinct born from the ability to recognize art that teacher had mentioned? Or was it simply confidence in his own judgment, just as he'd once claimed? I looked up. The lights of Seoul, seen from the rooftop, flickered and swayed once more like the lamps of squid-fishing boats scattered across the sea. He had stepped away from that noisy, cheerful gathering so he could focus on talking with me. Yet suddenly, I felt dissatisfied that he wasn't here with me, and that I wasn't there with him. The memory of his cologne brushed against my senses, threatening to resurface. I wiped the sweat from my palm onto my shorts and tightened my grip on the phone. I want to paint. But I haven't been able to for a very long time. I hadn't expected those honest words to come out. Especially not to him. He didn't offer gentle comfort. Instead, he spoke with quiet certainty. Don't worry. You'll find new stories you want to paint. His voice was calm, unwavering, and unexpectedly gentle. I hoped his words would come true. I'd never wished for anything more. Chapter 56. The music caught my attention with its bouncy melody and distinctive vocals. It wasn't a fast-paced song with a provocative beat, but its funky rhythm was charming enough to make even someone as dull as me tap my toes inside my sneakers. It was a famous song that even I recognized, Prince's Kiss. Yuni Nuna in the passenger seat and Ju and Hyung behind her, sitting next to me, were singing along at the top of their lungs. Mwah 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 mwah. Kiss. After enthusiastically belting out the rather straightforward lyrics, the two of them puckered their lips and mimicked the kissing sound effect at the end of the first verse. I laughed. Their timing was so perfect it looked rehearsed. It was the kind of chemistry that only came from people who had spent years sharing the same tastes. In the rearview mirror, the man in the driver's seat was smiling as well, shaking his head as though they were hopeless. Maybe I imagined it, but I thought our eyes met in the mirror. I couldn't be certain since he was wearing sunglasses, but it still made me feel awkward. I quickly looked away, pretending to brush my windblown hair back. After leaving the airport, we passed the luxury brand-lined streets of Tsim Sha Tsui before driving through an underground tunnel to Hong Kong Island. We were now crossing an overpass, with a city where gleaming skyscrapers stood alongside old buildings stretching out to our right, while Victoria Harbor lay to our left with Tsim Sha Tsui visible across the water. The deep blue car, the color of a tranquil lake, was a cabriolet, a convertible, or more simply, an open-top car. I had no idea who had arranged for it to be waiting outside the arrival's gate, but it certainly wasn't a rental. He had taken the key from his own key case. The moment Yuni Nuna and Juin Hyung spotted the car, they screamed and ran toward it. Their excitement was so over the top that it looked as though they were reuniting with a long-lost relative. Perhaps he had prepared it especially for them, because the CEO couldn't suppress his smile as he watched them. He was a kind boss to his employees. That much had been obvious even back when he'd been openly hostile toward me. He wasn't a cold person who simply lacked warmth or compassion. Still, his kindness wasn't offered equally to everyone. To be included within it, you had to spend enough time proving that you were worthy of it. I still didn't know how he saw me. His softened attitude compared to the beginning, his unexpected decision to bring me into Phantom, the bowl of kanji he gave me, the sweatshirt he took off for me, and those occasional looks he gave me, carrying a certain warmth and weight. From all of that, I could only conclude that he was no longer as wary of me as he had once been. Pretending to admire the Hong Kong scenery passing beyond the windshield, I stole glances at the back of his head while he drove. Lost in those thoughts, I barely noticed that kiss had come to an end. This is exactly why I work at Phantom. After lowering the volume, Yini Nuna let out a satisfied sigh, sounding like someone who had finally gotten to sing their heart out at a karaoke room after far too long. Hey, that's a little hurtful for the boss to hear. Why? It's a compliment. How many bosses do you think are capable of driving us around in a car like this? Even if there are others, they wouldn't actually do it. Does it really count if it's a car you bought with inherited money? As long as the car I drive and the house I live in were bought with my own money, that's enough for me. This is your car, CEO Nim. My job is to enjoy it. Worrying about inherited wealth is your job. She clapped her hands and laughed mischievously as she teased him. He simply shook his head. Wow, ruthless, Baek Uni. You're way too strict with yourself about things like that, CEO Nim. Just enjoy it. You get to treat your babies to something fun like this. Isn't that nice? Inheriting a lot isn't all sunshine, so you might as well enjoy the few advantages that come with it. Ju and Hyung leaned forward between the driver's and passenger's seats, eagerly joining the conversation. I completely agree with Baek Uni this time. If it's really that much of a burden, you can always pass it all on to me. After all, I'm your baby too. This time, the CEO's expression visibly soured in the rearview mirror. Did you catch that from Choi Inwoo? Why do you all keep calling yourselves my babies? You're all grown adults. It's creepy. You're going to call your lover, honey, or baby someday anyway, Seonim. Are your lovers not grown adults? They're probably all huge, muscular men. Ugh. Ju and Hyung was still treating what we'd talked about in the garden that day as established fact. Since the CEO had never confirmed or denied it, I had no way of knowing whether huge, muscular men really were his type. But he had slept with me, and I certainly wasn't muscular. Of course, we hadn't gone all the way, and if my hazy memory was correct, I'd passed out before he had even. A lover is one lover. What do you mean, lovers? And have you ever actually seen my baby or my honey? Maybe see one before you start running your mouth. As he eased off the overpass and slowed for a green light, he reached over and pinched Juin Hyung's cheek while the older man was still leaning between the seats. The people at Phantom seemed closer than ordinary co-workers, yet they knew surprisingly little about his private life. The same appeared to be true even for Inwoo Hyung, his longtime friend. It seemed to be his habit to treat the people close to him openly and warmly, while keeping the truly intimate parts of himself locked away behind a door only he could open. That probably applied not only to his sex life, but to his entire private world. I wondered whether there had ever been someone who had entered that carefully guarded place, or whether there was someone there now. With that curiosity lingering in my mind, I found myself studying his face in the rearview mirror. I knew perfectly well that I wasn't good at hiding this sort of thing. For someone like him, noticing the awkward glances of someone 10 years younger stealing looks at him would have been effortless. The moment it felt as though our eyes met again in the mirror, I hurriedly turned away to look out at the unfamiliar streets. The deeper we drove into Hong Kong, the more chaotic the city became. Red signboards covered in Chinese characters like brush calligraphy, brilliant electronic billboards, and glowing neon signs filled every direction. The traffic light turned green, and the car moved forward. At the next intersection, we passed straight through without stopping. Huh? CEO Nim, what's going on? Why aren't we heading toward the apartment? Yini Nuna asked, looking puzzled as she glanced toward the hill on our right. Didn't I tell you? We're staying at a hotel this time. This is literally the first I've heard of it. I thought I mentioned it. He replied casually, scratching beneath his chin with one finger. I had no idea why, but judging from their reactions, it seemed very likely he had deliberately kept it a secret. Even if we're staying at a hotel, since when do you take care of practical things like that yourself, Sionim? Looking slightly flustered by the unexpected change, Nuna held up her phone and glared at him. Baek Yini looked so busy that I figured you'd grab me by the collar if I asked you to book the hotel too, so I just handled it myself. At his playfully charming tone, she leaned back in her seat and adjusted her sunglasses. I wouldn't go as far as grabbing your collar. I might have glared daggers into the back of your head, though. Laughing, he reached over and lightly ruffled her hair. You all need to get proper rest during the fair. My apartment doesn't have enough separate rooms for the 5 of us. The master bedroom is the size of a stadium. If we all sleep at opposite ends of the bed, it's practically separate rooms. Ihyun doesn't even take up much space. And unlike Kwon Juin, he won't complain about every little thing. Why are you dragging me into this? I'm just sitting here. Juin Hyung grumbled, but Nuna ignored him. So you're saying CO Ihyun SSI and I should share a room? This time I was certain he was looking at me through the rearview mirror. His expression made it seem as though he was imagining exactly what it would be like to share a room with me. What? You can't even share a room with a man who's not your type. Yini Nuna shot back, but he only laughed before smoothly changing the subject. You won't forgive me, even if it's the F Hotel? The moment he mentioned the hotel's name, Nuna's expression changed. Ju In-hyung's ears practically perked up as well, and he turned toward me with wide eyes. Unfortunately, I'd never heard of the place, so I couldn't share in their excitement. Well, it's not really about forgiving you or not. I'm just saying you should tell us beforehand if the plans change. Even as she tapped her fingers against the dashboard, she couldn't hide her smile. What if every one of you gets a single room with a harbor view? Whether you told us in advance or not? Is that really so important? She changed her tune instantly. Turning toward Ju In-hyung, the two of them exchanged delighted grins. Whatever that hotel was, it had them genuinely excited. Maybe this was another surprise gift he had prepared for them. To be honest, I don't really feel bad about you spending money in Hong Kong. You don't feel bad when I spend money in Seoul either. Because you're rich. Nuna and Hyung shouted in perfect unison. He simply shook his head, still smiling. With a large, old beige building passing on our right, he turned the steering wheel left. A lavishly decorated hotel entrance soon came into view. As the car slowed to a stop, my heart felt as though it had already raced ahead. My first impression of Hong Kong was its sweltering humidity, the blend of old and new, the delicate harmony hidden within its chaos, and the silent glances we exchanged through the rearview mirror. Chapter 57. Phantom was exhibiting around 120 works at this art fair. Without taking even a moment to admire the spectacular hotel room overlooking Victoria Harbor and Tsim Sha Tsui, we headed straight to the exhibition hall. We immediately began removing the layers of bubble wrap tightly encasing the 120-odd paintings. We couldn't just tear it off carelessly, since we'd need the same bubble wrap to pack everything again after the exhibition. The 5 of us spent the entire night carefully peeling away layer after layer. It could have been a tedious job, but perhaps because of the quiet excitement in the air, I felt neither bored nor physically exhausted. Compared to packing, unwrapping was easy. The CEO had left as soon as he dropped us off, heading out to meet gallery associates from other cities. The director was scheduled to finish up work for Phantom in Seoul and arrive 3 or 4 hours after us, so setting up the display was left to the three of us. The VIP preview was scheduled to begin in 5 hours. We had to finish arranging the exhibition before then, return to the hotel to get ready, and come back. It wasn't a generous schedule, but by now we'd settled into a rhythm and were fairly confident we could manage it. Yuni handled the unwrapping, while Juin displayed each finished piece. I moved back and forth between them, helping wherever I was needed. Ugh, I seriously can't stand them. As I handed the 30-second painting from Yuni to Juin, he glared over my shoulder at the booth across from us. I turned to look. Their situation couldn't have been more different. While our booth was overflowing with discarded bubble wrap and stacks of still-packaged artwork, the staff across the aisle were chatting casually as they arranged their display at an unhurried pace. At a glance, they'd only brought around 30 pieces, so there was no reason for them to rush. Their work sells well enough back home that they don't have to spend money on airfare, shipping, and staff travel just to haul hundreds of paintings over here. They probably only brought a handful of expensive pieces that'll earn back all their costs even if they sell just a few. Yuni spoke without slowing her hands. Compared to small and mid-sized galleries in Korea, we're lucky just to participate in overseas art fairs. We'll probably have to keep suffering like this and hauling over 100 works for a few more years. But just wait. One day I'll come with only 20 paintings, hang them up in no time, and head out for noodles at Kao Ki. She sounded calm, but she must have felt some rivalry toward them too, because she actually stopped unwrapping long enough to raise a determined fist. Somehow, if Yuni said she'd do something, it felt inevitable. For all we know, they're probably staying in some tiny business hotel and dealing with noisy Chinese tour groups. We're probably the only staff in this whole venue who got picked up from the airport in a Phantom and are staying in private rooms at the F Hotel. Even big galleries like Periton or Gagosian probably don't treat their staff this well. In a way, we're the real winners. I carefully picked up the next painting, newly freed from its bubble wrap, and carried it over to Juin. After hanging it in its assigned spot according to our layout diagram, he crossed off number 33 on the checklist. That car earlier, it's actually called a Phantom? I asked while helping Yuni peel tape off another layer of bubble wrap. Without pausing, she looked up and grinned. Yeah, funny, isn't it? I don't know whether the Phantom car came first or Phantom Gallery did, but I guess that's just the CEO's taste. I think he owns 3 or 4 Phantom models. The one in Seoul is a Ghost, which is basically a baby Phantom. Though calling it a baby is ridiculous, it's bigger than most full-sized luxury sedans. It's cheaper than a Phantom, but it still costs over 400 million won, so I guess it's more like a giant baby. She handed me the 34th painting. The way I see it, though, the CEO doesn't care about the price or prestige of those cars. He cares about the names. Phantom, Ghost. They're all spirits, aren't they? Phantom Gallery. When I thought about his slate blue eyes, as fragile as sea foam, and his detached, indifferent demeanor, it really was a fitting name. I'd never considered there might be a deeper reason behind it, but his fixation on the idea of ghosts, to the point of collecting luxury cars named Phantom and Ghost, didn't seem like the harmless hobby of a collector. Still, judging by the fact that neither Yuni nor Juin knew the full story, even if I asked him directly, he'd probably just shrug it off and change the subject. It sounds like you used to stay at the CEO's apartment whenever you came to Hong Kong for work. It seemed like the right time to ask the question that had been on my mind since our ride from the airport. Juin put the cap back on the pen he'd been holding between his teeth after crossing off painting number 34. Yeah, we did. This is our first time staying in a hotel. The CEO has an apartment below Victoria Peak. It's on a hillside in a high-rise, and the view is unbelievable. He also owns a mansion with a swimming pool not too far away. I think it's rented out now. Some famous bank leased it for their employees or something. Juin looked down at Yuni, silently asking her to continue. They use it as company housing for high-level talent they recruit from overseas. The monthly rent is something like 20 million won, and the company pays all of it. Just imagine how much profit that person must generate for the company to justify that kind of expense. It's a completely different world from ours. The story of a company paying tens of millions of won each month in rent for a single employee was one thing. But the CEO, who owned that house and collected those tens of millions in rent every month, also lived in a world completely beyond my reach. The fact that I actually knew him, that he existed within the boundaries of my own life, only made it feel stranger. Lau Wiqun. I'd known from his name alone that he was from Hong Kong. Through conversations with the director, Juin, and Yuni, I'd also learned that one of his parents was Korean, making him one-quarter Korean. I knew he'd been born and raised somewhere other than Seoul, but this was the first time I'd heard that he was wealthy enough to own so much property in Hong Kong. From what he'd said in the car earlier, most of his wealth there seemed to come from inheritance. He clearly hadn't come from an ordinary family. I don't think those properties are technically his. They belong to his family. They also have a house in Repulse Bay, that ultra-rich neighborhood by the sea. It's a vacation home. After last year's art fair, all of us stayed there for about 3 days. It was incredible. Juin stared into space with the wistful expression of an old man reminiscing about happier days. The richest person I'd ever actually known was Mori's father, Mr. Lim. Even the several billion won he supposedly earned each year never felt like a real number to me. Someone like me couldn't truly comprehend wealth on that scale. So what does all that tell us? Yuni suddenly stopped working and looked at both of us. Then she answered her own question. It means Phantom isn't about survival for the CEO. It's about proving himself. The real estate he owns doesn't stop there. The building and gallery in Seoul belong to him too, but those are nothing special. As far as we know, he owns mansions in South Kensington in London and the Upper East Side in New York. He probably has even more investment properties. So he never started Phantom because he needed to make a living. She handed me the 35th painting before standing to stretch her stiff back and legs. In Seoul, he's a self-made golden alpha who built everything from nothing. But in Hong Kong, he's just a prince. Juin finished her sentence. Yuni frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the wording, but she couldn't think of a better one. You're right. A prince. Even so, I like the CEO in Seoul better. Juin didn't reply. Instead, he quietly hung the 35th painting on the wall, wearing the gentle smile that rarely appeared on his face. That smile was answer enough. He agreed. The two of them were more honest than anyone about material pleasures. They got excited over luxury cars and couldn't hide how thrilled they were to stay in a luxury hotel. Yet they still preferred the CEO they knew in Seoul. At first glance, it seemed contradictory. But after spending only a few months with them, it felt perfectly natural to me. They appreciated worldly things, but in another sense, they challenged that very worldliness more fiercely than anyone else. Contradictory though it seemed, that was undeniably who Baek Yuni and Kwon Juin were. Wow, it must be pouring in Korea right now. It says Seoul's getting over 60 millimeters of rain today. While waiting for the next painting, Juin glanced at his phone and spoke in surprise. It was hard to imagine under Hong Kong's perfectly clear skies. Hey, if you've got time to check your phone, come over here and unwrap one of these. I wasn't slacking. I was checking whether the director would catch her flight safely. Nice excuse. As we removed the wrapping from the 36th piece, a massive work measuring more than 7 meters across in total, Juin grinned and nudged Yuni's shoulder. It'll probably still be the rainy season when we get back to Korea. At least we managed to escape it for a few days. Before long, the conversation drifted naturally away from luxury real estate in cities around the world and back to reality. The simple joy of getting away from Korea's humid rainy season for a few days on this business trip. Their sense of balance was remarkable. There were about 4 hours left until the VIP preview event. Chapter 58. As Nuna and Hyung put it, since we couldn't spend money like the rich galleries, our booth wasn't very large considering the number of works we were displaying. Aside from him and the director, who had to leave frequently, Nuna and Hyung would be managing the booth almost entirely on their own. A booth that was too large would have been impossible for them to handle anyway. Still, the location was excellent. It wasn't far from the large experimental sculpture installed in the center of the venue, and the aisle between our booth and the one across from it was wide and spacious. The director and he walked side by side down that aisle. They made such a striking pair that I couldn't help following them with my eyes, even though I knew I probably looked ridiculous. I remembered Juin Hyung's dramatic reaction when he once said about the artist Shu Shu. I almost dropped to my knees the first time I saw him in person. It wasn't quite that overwhelming, but it certainly wasn't the sort of beauty you encountered every day. It wasn't enough to make me fall to my knees, yet I couldn't tear my eyes away from them. Since it was the VIP preview, the venue was filled with stylishly dressed guests wearing what I could only describe as party attire, none of it familiar to me. Hyung, Nuna, and I were also dressed in the neat black outfits we had prepared, and we'd even styled our hair for the occasion. But those two existed on an entirely different level. They looked exactly like upper-class alphas, something I had never seen while growing up in a small fishing village. Director, you look incredible. It's been ages since you've shown off your alpha charm like this. Apparently, I wasn't the only one thinking it. Ju and Hyung rushed over in front of the booth, making a huge fuss as he wrapped the director in a hug. What do I usually look like, huh? Laughing, the director grabbed the back of Ju and Hyung's neck and gave it a playful shake. Instead of his usual casual clothes, he was wearing a sharply tailored black suit, but the way he spoke and acted hadn't changed at all. You're stylish even in a t-shirt and jeans, but dressed up like this? That's a whole different level. True enough. You clean up pretty well yourself whenever you trade the ripped jeans and t-shirt for a suit. Still holding Ju and Hyung by the neck, the director looked over the completed booth behind us. His eyes widened. Wow, our kids are amazing. I honestly didn't think you'd finish everything in just 3 hours. Maybe we should increase the number of works next fair. Huh, I love Phantom, but I'm handing in my resignation right now. Everyone burst into laughter at Ju and Hyung's sincere joke. Because of everyone's schedules, none of the 5 of us had eaten dinner yet. We grabbed food from the buffet tables scattered throughout the venue to quiet our hunger for the moment. I said quiet, but with admission costing around 4,000 Hong Kong dollars per ticket, the selection and quality were exceptional. Every dish looked almost too beautiful to eat. It's your first fair. It must feel pretty overwhelming, right? The only thing I'd eaten all day was a small bite of chicken from the airplane meal. I should have been starving, but the excitement and nervousness had completely erased my appetite. I was absent-mindedly poking at a tiny, beautifully shaped piece of dim sum with my chopsticks when he walked over. He had complained that he was starving after smiling politely at people all day without getting a chance to eat. Yet he wasn't touching the food either. He simply sipped champagne while occasionally nibbling on a few nuts Ju and Hyung had brought him. A little, but it's still fun. He was wearing a navy suit made from a fabric that draped naturally along the lines of his body instead of sitting stiffly against it. He looked completely at home in an environment like this, and it suited him perfectly. The suit boldly emphasized his well-proportioned physique while somehow remaining refined and elegant. Visitors of every nationality who passed our booth inevitably paused to look at him, and that alone drew even more people toward us. The real event starts tomorrow, so it'll be much busier. There'll be far more visitors than today. Want to look around the other booths first? With around 200 galleries from 26 countries participating, the venue was enormous. Hundreds of booths formed a maze inside the vast exhibition hall. I'd received a map in the event pamphlet, but I still couldn't quite bring myself to wander off alone. It wasn't only because the layout was confusing. Everything here was unfamiliar, a foreign country, an unfamiliar city, and a language I couldn't speak. If it's because you're uncomfortable going alone, I can come with you. Noticing my hesitation, he smiled crookedly. Sometimes he smiled like the villain in a cartoon. This was one of those smiles. You don't want me to come? You'd rather go back to bed and sleep with me instead? He had worn exactly that expression when we'd slept together. I didn't refuse. Instead, I nodded. As he drank his champagne, his eyes, which had been fixed on me, wavered for a moment before the corners crinkled into a genuine smile. This one seemed to carry a hint of embarrassment, as though he regretted the teasing thought he'd had only moments before. We wandered through the exhibition at an easy pace. Whenever a piece caught my attention, he let me stop and look at it for as long as I wanted. Do you like the room? He asked casually as we passed a Beijing gallery displaying mostly East Asian paintings. It was my first time staying somewhere like that. I was surprised by how wonderful it was. The view was amazing too. I never would have had an experience like that if it weren't for your kindness, CEO. Thank you for everything. I didn't do it out of kindness. I turned toward him as he muttered those words with a teasing smile. His pale eyes sparkled. I have ulterior motives. I want you to pick up a brush again, CEO Ihyun. I wasn't sure what I'd expected. Afraid he might notice my disappointment, I quickly lowered my gaze. Yet even without looking at him, it felt as though simply standing within his sight would expose everything I wanted to hide. Maybe it was only my own insecurity, but the fact that I was so much younger than him always left me feeling as though I was at a disadvantage whenever I stood before him. He had been absent-mindedly tapping the rolled-up exhibition map against his palm. Then he changed directions and lightly tapped my shoulder with it. For someone who's on the run, these are about the best conditions you could ask for, C.O. Ihyun. I don't know who you're running from or why, but if you become one of Phantom's exclusive artists, I'll protect you with everything I have. I'm good at that sort of thing. I gave him an awkward smile. He spoke with the carefree confidence of a child proudly announcing that he'd learned the alphabet. He deliberately softened the weight of his words with that casual tone, but I had no doubt he meant them. Judging by the way he ran Phantom and the resources he possessed, he wasn't the type to stand by and watch someone take what belonged to him. But the problem of being pursued wasn't something that concerned only me. Even if he protected me, it would only be because I was an artist affiliated with Phantom and worth investing in. Or, to put it as generously as possible, because I was a talented artist his gallery wanted to support. I wasn't hoping for anything beyond that. If there was anything I truly wished for, it was the safety of Mori and Hyung, not my own life, which was little more than an extra attached to Mori's father. I had only considered the real meaning behind his words. I'll protect you. They were dangerous words. He was appealing to the anxiety that naturally came with being hunted, once again emphasizing the advantages of joining Phantom. Still, he didn't pressure me for an answer. We had already agreed that I would decide after this business trip was over. Although Phantom's flagship artist, Shushu, was a photographer, and the gallery occasionally represented sculptors as well, it was fundamentally a gallery centered on painting. Even someone like me, who knew very little about the art world, understood that modern art had long expanded beyond paintings to include installations, sculpture, and performance works that invited audience participation. Because of that, the atmosphere throughout the venue felt lively and three-dimensional rather than stiff and formal. Works full of humor and personality were far more common than dark, classical pieces. At least, that was the impression I got after walking around for a while. Even so, I found myself strangely uninterested in anything that wasn't a painting. You don't seem very interested in contemporary artists. He sounded curious as I stopped in front of a painting showing a close-up of a woman lying on her side. I glanced at the caption. It had been painted in 2002. There had always been plenty of art books at home, but like a child who looked only at the pictures without reading the words, I'd admired the paintings themselves while paying almost no attention to the artists' names or the titles. Neither my mother, my father, nor my teacher had ever tried to teach me about art history or the lineage of painters. I don't know much about artists. From what I've seen, you only stop in front of works by older painters. At the very least, artists who were most active during the 1990s. This one's relatively recent, though. Really, I looked back at the painting. The woman seemed trapped in a painful situation. Yet what radiated from the painting wasn't despair, helplessness, or oppression. It was vitality, like the steady pounding of a heart. Still, it wasn't hope or dreams. Even if someone hurt her, even if they pushed her to the edge of death, they could never dominate her spirit. What I felt wasn't hope. It was a desperate, almost obsessive refusal to surrender. A determination to remain herself no matter how extreme her circumstances became. The vivid humanity of warm flesh and flowing blood. I couldn't know what the artist had truly intended or what had driven them to paint it. But that was what I felt as I stood before it. The longer I looked, the more completely the painting drew me in. To the point that, if I could, I wanted to lay my hand against the hardened layers of paint and somehow feel the artist's lingering breath and spirit. Chapter 59. For a work to be judged solely on its artistic merit, apart from marketing or a gallery's influence, 10 years isn't even enough these days. The pieces you're interested in now, Mr. C.O. Ihyun, are all works whose values are still rising, even after a minimum of 20 years and up to 100 years. Sensing his gaze, I looked at him as well. He was watching me with the eyes of someone examining an object of interest. His eyes were shining. They sparkled like waves breaking in the sunlight. Undeniably beautiful. And you seem to have a preference for rather wild works. Your usual personality doesn't seem to be like that. No. Or maybe that's not entirely true. His low, drawling voice, as he spoke about my personality, was pulling a private sentiment into the moment. Standing with his arms crossed and rubbing his chin, he looked at me from beneath his lowered eyelids. His gaze seemed to press down on me, changing the very color of the air between us in an instant. I didn't know how to react to his last words. I wasn't sure whether he wanted an answer from me or was simply talking to himself. But his observation that I seemed to prefer wild works might not have been wrong. Whatever the reason, I liked works that revealed things as they were. I always had. The reason was simple. It was just because the language they used was similar to my own. Because it was a language I could understand. We lingered in front of the painting for quite some time before a gallery staff member approached and asked whether we wanted more detailed information about it. He politely declined with a smile, and we began walking again. He had been moving as though following my pace, but this time, he was the first to stop in front of a booth from a New York gallery. More precisely, he stopped in front of a piece displayed near the entrance. His gaze still had its usual detachment, but something was different. It was less like objective coolness and more like frigid cynicism. "What about this piece?" As he asked, he turned toward me, his expression changing in an instant into a playful smile. He tilted his head slightly and looked at me, gesturing toward the work as though knocking on thin air. His exaggeratedly cheerful tone seemed, conversely, to reveal his twisted psychology. I calmly looked at the painting again. The canvas appeared to be about 4 meters wide and tall. It was an abstract painting with a blood-red background, entangled with complex curves in various colors. But no matter how hard I tried to focus on it, I could only vaguely sense its color palette and atmosphere. I couldn't feel any consistent energy or emotion. Despite its intense colors and the large number of bold curves that should have been sufficiently interesting, somehow, it didn't look bold. Because it was trying to show nothing. It was completely different from the honest exposure of one's own dishonesty that I had felt in In-woo Hyung's paintings. This painting was trying to hide its dishonesty. On top of that, it was creating a fake self through various techniques and devices, trying to pass it off as real. Hoping the title might offer me a clue to appreciating the work, I checked the caption. It was titled Lovers on a Bed. The title seemed more suited to a portrait or a realist painting than an abstract one. I looked at the painting again. It felt as though I were holding a map while surrounded by fog, unable to see the path ahead. It was like a quiz whose answers still wouldn't come to mind, even after being given a hint. "I'm not sure." His gaze demanded a more specific explanation. It was like that of a teacher hoping his favorite student would surprise the world with a wise answer to a foolish question. I couldn't tell what kind of answer he wanted, but I had no choice but to speak honestly. "I can see the technique, like the use of color and composition, but it doesn't connect to any message or feeling that comes to mind. I can't explain it well in words, but you can't really know someone just by exchanging greetings, pleasantries, or business-like conversation. It's that kind of feeling. You can be more honest." He was convinced that I was hiding a harsher critique of the painting. He was urging me to pour it all out honestly, right to the very end. I looked at him. His eyes were twinkling, and there was even a smile playing on his lips. In the end, I gave up on pretending there was nothing more to say. After hesitating several times, I opened my mouth. "It has form but no content. A beautiful vessel and table setting, but no food to actually taste and savor. That's how it feels to me." I didn't want to speak about someone else's work that way, even if it was purely my personal impression, even though I had never properly studied painting, and even though the artist wasn't somewhere nearby listening to my words. Whether a work honestly revealed itself or not, in the end, it was a piece torn from an individual. Unless I was praising it, I didn't want to put my thoughts into words. But contrary to how I felt, he turned his back completely on the painting and faced me with a very satisfied expression. Even his movements were light. A contented smile seemed to overflow from his lips. It was the most abundant smile he had shown so far, and it wasn't because of anyone else. It was because of me. What could possibly be so good? "This makes it seem like I think of you as a fortune teller, Mr. Seo Yihyun. What do you see in this painting? What do you see in that painting?" Then he bent slightly at the waist to bring himself to my eye level. "But still, that fortune teller is the real deal." He was still smiling, but for a moment, I felt a chilling coldness from him. The blue light in his eyes intensified, as if ice flowers were bursting forth. The eeriness wasn't directed at me, but the back of my neck still prickled. For me to be the real deal meant, in other words, that he completely agreed with my impression of the painting. He was directing a very frigid cynicism toward that painting, toward lovers on a bed. Are you interested in the work? Can I help you? He and I both turned our heads toward the voice. A middle-aged white man of medium height, with a protruding belly and a slightly receding hairline, was speaking to us with a gentle smile. Everyone was generally kind to him. It might have been partly because of his beautiful appearance, but anyone would be kind to a customer who seemed to have the financial means to buy anything that caught his fancy on the spot. I scouted this artist myself, so I can recommend him with confidence. He's one of the young artists who has been making a gentle splash in the New York art scene recently. I'm sure a gentleman like you has heard of his name. He's drawing attention for his sensual use of color and confident expression. He's a Korean artist still in his 20s, and with the recent trend of artists from the East gaining strength globally, he's an artist with high investment value. His style seems to suit you very well, sir. Besides this piece, we have 2 more works by the same artist. Would you like to take a look? At first glance, the white man had a round, warm impression. But upon closer inspection, there was an unusual glint in his eyes. Unlike his relaxed expression, his ceaseless stream of words left us. No. Him, with no room to interject. With my English skills, which I had learned through high school, it was difficult enough just to keep up with everything he was saying. When he mentioned that he had personally scouted the artist, I checked the identification card hanging around his neck. In front of a common name one might encounter in an English-language drama or movie was the title director. It seemed he wasn't merely a staff member, but someone in charge of the gallery. Sensual and confident. He turned his body diagonally toward the painting again and muttered as though considering the man's words. With his arms crossed, he tapped his cheek with the end of the rolled-up pamphlet. Then, turning only his face, he looked at me. Do you think that painting and I suit each other? He asked in Korean. His face was smiling, but he made no effort to hide the impression that he felt quite insulted by what he had just heard. I shook my head in response to his question. He smiled and placed a hand on my shoulder. The hand squeezed my shoulder once, as though needing it, then moved to my head. He lightly tousled my hair before pulling away. It was completely unexpected skinship. This kind of physical contact was common with Joo In-hyun or Yoon Nuna, but until now, it had never extended to me. Even though we had been lovers on a bed to each other, albeit only once, this kind of skinship in everyday life felt more awkward between us than the one-night stand that had happened like a sudden accident. Until now. Heat rose to my face as though he had just given me a passionate kiss in the middle of the venue. Taking advantage of the moment when he turned his upper body toward the director, I raised my arm and rubbed my face, pretending to wipe away sweat. But the air conditioning was running so strongly that the inside of the venue was slightly cool. Shaking his head slowly, as though dealing with something highly suspicious, he cast his gaze toward the painting once more. I'm in the same line of work, you see. Inflating and packaging a work beyond its actual worth is a sales tactic I use all the time myself. But, well, if I were to buy a piece for $15,000 that's obviously going to be worth half that in a year or 2, it would just make the galleries discerning I look questionable. Chapter 60. The content of his words was almost cruel. Yet, to put it bluntly, there wasn't a trace of mockery in his tone or expression toward the work, the artist, or even the director who claimed to have discovered the artist. He was simply stating exactly what he thought, without filtering a single word. Over the past few months, I had come to understand the way he spoke. Especially when it came to work, he never beat around the bush or softened his words. There were times when he gave orders to me, Yoon Nuna, and even Joo In-hyun without the slightest concern for whether our feelings might be hurt. He seemed to believe that if something was true, then dressing it up with polite words was nothing more than an inefficient waste of time. Of course, for someone who didn't know him well, that kind of bluntness was difficult to accept. In the ordinary world, a certain amount of tact was simply common courtesy. The director struggled to maintain his composure, but his round, shiny face twisted despite his efforts. Though his words were as blunt as ever, I couldn't help agreeing with what he had said. $15,000, not even Hong Kong dollars. Even as someone who had never formally studied art, I knew without question that this painting wasn't worth that much. The director, who had approached us with such a warm smile moments earlier, didn't even bother to say goodbye as he abandoned the painting and hurried off to the next booth. He, meanwhile, paid the reaction no attention at all. As I hurried after him, I glanced back one last time. I had unintentionally criticized someone else's work, yet I had the uneasy feeling that if I picked up a brush now, I would end up painting something exactly like it. A painting unable to express itself honestly, one that denied its own identity and replaced it with a fabricated one. It frightened me, but I didn't tell him that. That wasn't the only thing Lovers on a Bed had left behind. Was it a coincidence that he had asked for my opinion in front of that painting? Out of all the paintings on display, the cold blue fire that had flashed in his eyes lingered in my mind. Lovers on a Bed. Unless I had misread it, the artist's name was Seonu, a Korean artist in their 20s. I repeated the name silently to myself, as though committing it to memory. Mr. Liu. Just as we were crossing a hall filled with translucent experimental sculptures suspended in midair, where shifting air currents became visible through the moving forms, someone called his name in an unusually cheerful voice. It was an Asian man with sharp, intelligent features, about a head and a half shorter than him. He immediately put on a professional smile and shook the man's hand. He's someone I used to work with in Hong Kong. I'm just going to say hello, so have a look around this booth. There should be quite a few pieces you'll like. After reminding me once again not to leave the booth or wander off, he disappeared around the corner with his former colleague. The well-dressed man, wearing a perfectly tailored tuxedo with a subtle sheen, seemed to be leading him toward a group of people who were delighted to see him. After all, this was the city where he had been born, raised, and worked before moving to Seoul. Running into acquaintances everywhere wasn't surprising. It took a little courage to step into the booth alone and look around. Even without recalling everything that had happened before, I was still just a clueless 22-year-old visiting a foreign city for the first time. One of the gallery staff smiled politely and nodded as if encouraging me to browse at my leisure, which eased my nerves a little. It looked like a major gallery. The booth was spacious, and there were already many visitors inside. Fortunately, the staff were far too busy to pay much attention to me. I hadn't even looked at more than a few pieces before I understood exactly why he had said there would be works I might like. Whether intense or restrained, direct or detached, every piece here spoke a language I could understand. A shame it's already been sold for $35 million, isn't it? If we'd been a little faster, we might have acquired it. I turned toward the unfamiliar voice beside me. Naturally, I didn't recognize him. It wasn't every day someone spoke to me in English in Hong Kong. I gave him an awkward smile. Ah, you must be with one of the galleries here. Yes. Let's see. He leaned closer to read the ID hanging around my neck. Seoul, Gallery Phantom. Reading my affiliation aloud, he extended his hand. Our eye level was about the same, but his hand was much larger. I hesitated briefly before shaking it. He let out a soft chuckle, as though he had seen straight through my surprise and awkwardness. It wasn't a mocking laugh. I'm with a gallery in New York, but I'm originally from Hong Kong, so I know this area well. Holding a champagne glass in one hand, he awkwardly pulled a business card case from his jacket pocket and handed me one. The simple card introduced both him and his gallery in English. He looked like he was of mixed Eastern and Western heritage. His facial features and hair carried a distinctly Eastern impression, yet his eyes were a deep blue. The contrast reminded me of the shock I had felt the first time I met him. Someone like this must be a golden alpha. The man chatting casually about the painting before us didn't possess that overwhelming presence or unique aura, but they shared certain similarities, mixed heritage and blue eyes. We're hosting a party at our gallery in Soho on Sunday. If you're free, why don't you come with the rest of your staff? It should be fun. We can network a little between galleries, and if you're lucky, you might even make a few memorable travel memories. As he lowered his voice, a rather noisy group behind him was being guided toward another section by a member of staff. To avoid blocking them, he stepped closer to me. Tilting his chin slightly upward, he looked at me through lowered eyelids. Since we were about the same height, the distance between us became so close that I instinctively tensed, worried our noses might brush if either of us moved. Alpha, Beta. Up close, his eyes were completely different from his. His eyes weren't that clear, mineral-like blue. They were much more fragile, as though they might disappear at any moment. Like sea foam. Or, yes, like a ghost. Co Yihin SSI. The voice calling my name from behind seemed to pull my head around before I had even realized it. He was striding toward us from the entrance of the booth. The eyes that usually looked so delicate they might vanish at any moment were now blazing. It was nothing like the icy expression he had worn in front of lovers on a bed. Wow, a golden alpha. Figures. If I'd known you were with one of those, I wouldn't have bothered. The man muttered to himself with a resigned shake of his head. After a quick, nice meeting you, he practically fled. What was that? Before I could answer, he stepped in front of me, taking the other man's place, and snatched the business card from my hand. I think he's from a gallery in New York. He said they're having a party on Sunday and invited the rest of the staff. I wasn't sure why I felt like I was making excuses, but his expression seemed to demand one. After examining the card, he glanced toward the direction the man had disappeared. As I followed his gaze, I suddenly remembered the question the man had asked. Alpha? Beta? Omega hadn't even been considered. We've already been invited somewhere else on Sunday, so we won't be needing this. Before I had even finished nodding, he had already crumpled the business card in his hand. Only this man suspected that I was an Omega. Our meeting with Suki Kim is on Friday. He spoke briskly as he slipped the crushed card into the inside pocket of his jacket. It would have been nice to meet her more leisurely on the last day, but it was arranged at the last minute. That was the only time available. No, that's perfectly fine. Even 10 minutes. I'm grateful. He looked down at me silently for a long moment before letting out a sigh and rubbing a hand down his face. Keep it a secret from the kids. If they hear we're meeting Suki Kim, they'll make a scene begging to come with us. When I nodded, the look in his eyes finally softened. His gaze carefully searched every corner of my face, as though making sure I was unharmed. Only then did he look away, muttering a curse under his breath. I barely remembered the rest of the artworks after that. My thoughts were completely consumed by the fact that I was actually going to meet Suki Kimsian Singham. I had agreed to come because he promised he would arrange a meeting with her, but until now it had never truly felt real. Now that it finally did, I was so overwhelmed with excitement that it felt as though I couldn't get enough air no matter how deeply I breathed. Once again, I found myself impressed by him. Being able to arrange a meeting with Suki Kimsian Singham was impressive enough, but what amazed me even more was his relentless determination to make me paint. That unwavering conviction was extraordinary. He believed in me, a complete stranger. Yet his certainty was different from my grandfather's unwavering faith in Hyung's life, or teacher Lim's faith in Mori's. Did he trust his own intuition that much? Even though all I could paint now were decorated imitations, just like the artist Seonu? After we finished touring the exhibition, he returned to our booth. Looking genuinely thirsty, he poured himself a full glass of champagne and emptied it in one gulp. Then he grabbed a handful of nuts, tossed them into his mouth like popcorn, and immediately shoved the bowl as far away as possible. Can somebody get rid of these? I don't even like them, but I keep eating them whenever they're sitting in front of me. I brought those out so I'd have something to snack on when I got sleepy. Unlike certain other booths, someone else's booth involved 3 solid hours of hard labor unwrapping bubble wrap. As far as I know, that certain someone's booth is staying at the F Hotel, unlike everyone else. Damn, I've got nothing to say to that. Trading playful jabs with Ju and Hyung, he had already returned completely to his usual self. Chapter 61. For what felt like the 100th time, I glanced down at the phone in my hand. With a long sigh, I set it beside me, hoping to pull my attention away from it. Even for a moment, I got out of bed and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. From Tsim Sha Tsui on the western edge of the peninsula to Kowloon Bay in the east, the view stretched before me without obstruction. When people talk about Hong Kong's nightscape, the most famous view is usually the one from Victoria Peak overlooking the entire city. The second most famous, according to Nuna and Hyung, is the sight of the densely packed skyscrapers on Hong Kong Island as seen from the Kowloon side. But for me, the scenery spread out before my eyes right now was more than enough. The buildings rising all the way to the harbor's edge and the lights lining the waterfront were different from the view of our own port from the hill behind my grandfather's house. They were different from the Seoul skyline I used to admire from the rooftop bench, too. It felt like proof that I had come to a place unimaginably far from anything I had ever planned, and that I had stepped into a life completely unfamiliar to me. The room I stood in felt the same way. Even after spending 2 nights here, it still seemed strange and unreal, as though I had wandered into someone else's dream. In just a few months, my surroundings had changed over and over again. The people around me had changed, unexpected experiences had piled one upon another, and somehow I had drifted all the way to this unfamiliar city. It was hard to believe that this entire journey belonged to me, that it was truly the path I had walked. It all felt as unreal as the Hong Kong skyline beyond the thick glass. I turned around. The phone on the bed, set to a ringtone different from my usual one, flashed insistently as the familiar melody repeated itself. My heart lurched. In that instant, my body reminded me that this was no one else's dream. Goosebumps spread across my back, beneath my arms, and down my sides until they covered my entire body. Perhaps my own physical reaction was the most undeniable proof of reality. At least this moment, even if it were a dream, belonged to me. Yes. Come down. I'm waiting in front of the main entrance. His voice sounded exactly as it always did. That was all he said. I took a slow breath before leaving the room. The elegant marble hallway, the elevator lobby, the grand entrance filled with beautifully dressed guests. Everything still felt unfamiliar. I rubbed the bare skin beneath my short sleeve without thinking and hurried toward the hotel's main entrance. I had just begun looking around for him, or his car, when one of the doormen approached me. "Mr. Liu is waiting." The car parked outside the hotel entrance wasn't the one that had picked me up from the airport. It was smaller, though clearly another luxury vehicle. He was already seated in the rear. As the doorman opened the door for me, he gave a small nod from the far side of the seat, silently telling me to get in. I climbed inside awkwardly. The doorman closed the door behind me, and the car, which had been waiting with its hazard lights flashing, pulled smoothly away. Unlike the Phantom he had driven himself before, this car had the steering wheel on the right to suit Hong Kong traffic, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man sat behind it. "We'll be drinking once we meet them anyway. He's our driver for today." "Oh yes." Sensing my nervousness, he introduced the driver. I greeted him briefly in English. The kind-faced driver glanced back and answered with a quiet nod. As soon as we returned to the hotel, Yini Nuna and Juan Hyung had gone out to enjoy Hong Kong's Friday night. I had told them I wanted to rest a little longer and would contact them afterward. The plan was for me to join them after meeting Ms. Han. "Did you eat anything?" he asked with a faint smile, seemingly amused by how awkwardly I had greeted the driver. He was absent-mindedly turning over a small camera in his hand. Although he had told us to order anything we wanted through room service during our stay, I hadn't been able to eat. I wasn't hungry. I fidgeted with the zipper of the bag resting beside my leg and shook my head. "There's no need to be so nervous. She'll make you feel comfortable." His reassurance eased me a little. I nodded slowly. His gaze lingered on the hand still playing with the zipper. For a fleeting moment, it almost felt as though he might reach over, take my hand, and tell me not to worry. It was only my imagination. Nothing happened. After leaving the hotel and passing a large shopping mall, the car climbed one of Soho's narrow uphill roads. It was a place I had wanted to visit so badly. Now I barely noticed it. "When you meet her, what do you want to do?" "Ah." I turned away from the window and looked at him. I hadn't even considered that I was allowed to decide what I wanted or say what I wished to say. After a dazed little sound escaped me, I finally asked, should I have prepared something to say? He had been resting his head against the window with his elbow propped up. Straightening, he shook his head. "No, it won't matter. Like I told you, she's someone who naturally puts people at ease." A faint smile crossed his face. Unlike me, he opened the armrest compartment and took out a pack of cigarettes. After glancing outside, he quietly put them away again. Instead, he slipped the camera strap over his neck. The car slowed as it entered the crowded streets of Soho. On a Friday night, Soho was overflowing with people from every corner of the world. Music poured from pubs. Laughter and excited voices filled the streets. We got out in front of a corner building where a steep road climbed between rows of old structures. A cafe occupied the ground floor. At one of the small terrace tables, several Westerners and Asians sat together drinking bottled beer and chatting happily. This way, while I wondered whether we were really meeting Ms. Han in a place like this, he led me toward a staircase leading to the second floor. As though he had been there countless times before, he unlocked the electronic door with practiced ease. Like most Soho buildings, the exterior looked old and weathered. Inside, however, everything was clean, modern and minimalist. We climbed the immaculate white staircase until we reached a white door. He opened it. The room beyond was white in every direction. It reminded me of the first time I stepped into the Phantom. Yet unlike the Phantom, this wasn't the kind of pristine space that demanded absolute perfection. White floor tiles, white ceiling, white walls. At the center stood a white table and matching chairs in complete stillness. Only a few steps away, the streets outside overflowed with noise and excitement. Inside, it felt as though quiet midday sunlight filled the room. It reminded me of the warm light that had once filled the living room of the old apartment where I lived with my mother and father. It was that kind of white. This place is Suki Kim's studio. Have a seat. She'll be out in a moment. I had assumed we would meet somewhere outside, a restaurant or cafe he had arranged. I had never imagined that Ms. Han would allow someone like me into her personal studio. Simply realizing I was standing inside her workspace was enough to make my scalp tingle. After casually dropping such an unbelievable revelation, he disappeared down the hallway without another word. He had told me to sit. Instead, I set my bag on the table and remained standing, staring toward the hallway. A door opened. Another closed. 2 sets of footsteps approached. Someone complained lightly. Someone else answered with an excuse. Their voices drew nearer. Then Ms. Han appeared beside him. "Welcome. It's nice to meet you." She's taller than I expected. That ridiculous thought was all my mind could produce. I couldn't believe any of this was happening. I couldn't take my eyes off her until she stood right before me and extended her hand. Realizing I might be staring rudely, I quickly lowered my eyes and accepted the handshake. Her hand was slender, neat, warm. "I've been looking forward to meeting you." She gestured toward him, standing a step behind her. "I've heard a lot about you from Yaoi." Then she turned toward him. Do they call you Kun in Korea?" He simply shrugged, his hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans, as though it made little difference what anyone called him. The two of them seemed far more familiar with each other than I had expected. In Hong Kong, we often make nicknames by putting in front of one character of someone's name. Ms. Han turned back to explain. One small mystery was finally solved. Almost everyone called him Kun, but I remembered Shushu calling him something different during the VIP event. It had definitely been Yaoi. If they had attended school together in Hong Kong, it wasn't strange for her to use his Hong Kong nickname. It didn't necessarily mean they shared some particularly special relationship, like lovers. The art fair must be exhausting. It's so chaotic. You've been working hard. She gently held my arm in encouragement. The atmosphere felt unbelievably natural, as though we had always stood here chatting together. There was none of the guardedness, eccentricity, or intimidating presence I had imagined from someone of her stature. By the way, Shushu's work keeps getting better and better. I read an article in an art magazine here about the Body to Soul exhibition. I really enjoyed it. She signed with a Chicago gallery today. Until then, he had remained quietly beside us, absent-mindedly touching the camera hanging around his neck. Now he spoke. "We're taking every Shushu piece that Phantom exhibited at the fair to Chicago. Once they're displayed there, it'll only be a matter of time before they're sold." His tone remained calm, but he made no effort to hide the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Dressed in a collared shirt, jeans, and loafers, he looked much younger and more relaxed than usual. Without his suit, his posture felt easier. The small camera hanging from his neck, almost toy-like compared to his broad frame, added to that impression. "Confident, aren't you?" Ms. Han smiled teasingly. "The stronger Eastern influence will appeal to people there. It'll generate even more attention if she appears briefly at the opening. A few interviews would help too." His words caught me off guard. I knew he couldn't judge artwork purely by artistic value alone. He was a dealer, a gallery owner. When it came to marketing, he could be remarkably pragmatic. Still, for some reason, I had always believed Shushu was different. Using an artist's appearance or anything unrelated to the work itself as a marketing tool was simply another way for him to increase Shushu's reputation, and, naturally, the value of his work. That didn't mean he valued marketing above the art itself. I had never doubted how deeply he treasured Shushu's work. Even so, hearing him say it aloud surprised me. My, you're still as aggressive as ever with your marketing." Ms. Han looked at me again with playful eyes, as though asking whether I agreed, then lightly shook her head. I could tell she didn't entirely approve of his methods. Still, she kept her criticism lighthearted. His manner with Ms. Han remained somewhat restrained, but judging by the way they spoke to each other, there was no doubt they were genuinely close. Chapter 62. We can't just keep standing here. I'm not much of a talker, so I'm not very good at saying the right things. If you'd like, would you care to take a leisurely look around my studio? Clapping her hands together as if applauding, Mrs. Kim drew my attention. At the unexpected suggestion, my eyes instinctively searched for him. She gave me a small nod, as if to say it was all right. It would be an honor. It's hardly an honor. Mrs. Kim laughed softly and patted my shoulder. Leaving him behind in the plain hallway, bare of even a single potted plant or painting, Mrs. Kim led me down the corridor from which they had appeared only moments earlier. My heart was numb with tension and apprehension, but she opened the door to her studio without the slightest hesitation, as casually as if welcoming an old friend into her home. Like the hallway, the studio was almost entirely white. Yet, as befitted a painter's workspace, traces of use remained throughout. Ink stains, scattered tools, and signs of countless hours spent creating. I knew little about art history or the lineages of great painters, but the same could not be said for Mrs. Kim. Throughout her long career, she had explored many artistic styles. For the past 3 years, however, she had devoted herself entirely to traditional East Asian ink painting. As a result, the room was filled with the rich scent of ink. I couldn't imagine what it meant for a professional painter, let alone one recognized as a master, to open their studio to someone else. But I still remembered the feeling my parents' shared studio had given me when I was a child. That room, where my mother drew comics and my father painted in oils, had always felt like a secret world that belonged only to the two of them. In the living room or at the dining table, they were simply my parents, and I always felt close to them. But the moment they stepped into their studio, I became painfully aware that I no longer belonged there. As a child, that feeling had always made me anxious. It was entirely their space. More than that, it was a world that existed only for them. Of course, every artist gives a studio its own meaning. But for painters who pour their entire lives into their work, it must at least be a place where they confront themselves. The fact that I had stepped into such a deeply private space, one so intimate that even the word private felt inadequate, already made this moment special. Even the fact that we were in Hong Kong seemed to lose all meaning. Come to think of it, the deafening sounds from the streets outside had disappeared completely. There isn't much to see. I don't use a wide variety of materials, so, well, this is simply how I work. Would coffee be all right? Thanking Mrs. Kim as she handed me a mug, I accepted it. Would you have preferred it iced? At this temperature, iced coffee lowers your body temperature, but I always drink mine hot. No, this is perfect. Thank you. I took a sip. The aroma of coffee blended with the lingering scent of ink, while the ceiling air conditioner hummed quietly overhead. Holding the warm mug, I slowly looked around the room. Perhaps her completed works were stored elsewhere. The only paintings here were a large landscape that appeared to be unfinished and a portrait hanging on the wall opposite it. Even if a dragon hid its head while coiling around Mount Tai, it was still a dragon. Though incomplete, Mrs. Kim's landscape painting was overwhelming. The bold spirit that only a master who had devoted her entire life to painting could express, without pretension or affectation, together with a generosity that seemed capable of embracing the entire world, struck me so powerfully that goosebumps had spread across my body the instant I entered the room. Strangely, however, it was the painting above the sofa that drew me in even more. Rendered in colored ink with the softness of watercolor, the portrait looked almost childlike. The outlines blurred into one another, making it appear as though a child had painted it. Even so, it was unmistakably Mrs. Kim's work. Do you like it? As if sensing where my attention had settled, Mrs. Kim turned toward the painting and asked. Holding the mug in both hands and feeling its warmth seep into my fingers, I nodded. I thought I'd seen almost all of your work, but I've never seen this one before. My lips trembled slightly as I spoke. Setting her mug on the coffee table, Mrs. Kim removed the painting from the wall. It was about the size of an octavo sheet, not very large. Take this painting. I was too stunned to respond. I could only stare at her with wide eyes. No, really, I can't possibly accept something like this. My senses finally caught up with me. I hurriedly placed my mug on the table and waved both hands in refusal. I couldn't help thinking about the value of one of Mrs. Kim's paintings. I hated to think of it that way, but I simply couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Carrying the painting over to a shelf by the window, Mrs. Kim said quietly, "You're not very good with words either. Are you, Ihyun?" My feet stopped where they were. She wasn't talking about conversational skills or sociability. She was talking about something else. She meant the language I expressed myself through, the language in which I was most comfortable. It wasn't something someone I had just met should have been able to know. Neither am I. So think of this as a letter, or perhaps a greeting card from me to you. Accept it that way. My mouth opened, but no words came out. "I can't," I muttered weakly, my arms hanging limply at my sides. Now that I no longer painted, I felt even less worthy of receiving such a work. Mrs. Kim rested the painting on the shelf before turning to face me. That painting. To Yaoi, isolation was a comfort. Once, I was shaken by the fact that she remembered isolation. Then, I was shaken again by hearing what that painting had meant to him. Mrs. Kim's brief sentence left me staggering. "Did you like that painting?" Isolation? I had asked him that question that night. "Would you like me to make you forget everything?" That had been his answer as he climbed onto the bed. I hadn't refused him. And at the end of that pleasure, when my hazy, melting consciousness had been stirred apart, I really had forgotten everything, just as he promised, before sinking into a deep, dreamless sleep. If that had been the answer he intended to give me, then perhaps it meant he had liked the painting. But that had only been my own interpretation. I had never imagined I would hear the answer stated so clearly. Here, from Mrs. Kim. Yaoi grew up surrounded by many great works of art. As both a gallery owner and a private collector, he possesses countless valuable pieces. Even so, the work that has moved him more deeply than any other is probably isolation. Leaning against the shelf behind her, Mrs. Kim folded her arms as though embracing herself. When Isolation was published as the cover artwork for the Hong Kong edition of a famous novelist's book, he became so possessive that he wished the painting belonged only to him. He was even upset that he had to share it with others, if only in that form. Everything she said was unbelievable. Simply meeting Mrs. Kim had already demanded every ounce of composure I possessed. These stories were more than I knew how to process. Even so, I couldn't stop listening. You, Ihyun, spoke to the world through your emotions. And people who understood that language responded to it. Yaoi isn't a painter, but he understands the language of paintings better than almost anyone. That's probably why he works at the gallery now. Although sometimes he pretends he only values paintings according to their price. Mrs. Kim let out a quiet laugh. That relaxed laughter somehow overlapped with his. Her gaze, which had been resting somewhere on the floor, slowly returned to me. Your painting, Ihyun, became a language that at least one person could understand. It gave him something resembling empathy, the reassurance that he wasn't the only one who felt isolated for reasons others considered unusual, something no one, not even his own family, not even his parents, had ever been able to give him. Empathy. That was the emotion Suki Kim had seen in Isolation. Because my parents loved one another deeply and were kind, understanding parents, everyone believed I had to be perfectly happy. Many people, even my friends, spoke as though it were an obligation. It wasn't that I didn't love my parents. On the contrary, they were more precious to me than anything. I loved them. For someone as introverted as I was, they had been my closest friends until the accident. I was happy, but it wasn't the perfect happiness other people insisted I should have. I didn't even know whether perfect happiness existed. And if it did, I didn't know what it would look like. For my mother, my father always came first. For my father, my mother always came first. They needed each other in order to remain themselves. Sometimes, I envied friends whose parents lived entirely for their children. Only sometimes. There was a bond between my parents that I could never enter. And perhaps, that bond was the most important thing in their lives. They spoke a language that only the two of them understood. In this world, only two people spoke that language. No one understood the loneliness that came from such unconventional circumstances. So I painted it. The fact that someone besides Mrs. Kim had understood those feelings through that painting, and that the person was none other than Lau Wiqun, somehow felt like the destination waiting at the end of a very long journey. For reasons I couldn't explain, warmth gathered behind my eyes. I didn't know why. For now, all I could say was that I didn't know. Clenching my limp hands into fists, I fought back the tears. Showing emotion wasn't necessarily weakness. But I didn't want to become sentimental now. Mrs. Kim unfolded her arms, pushed herself away from the shelf, and walked over to me. Placing both hands gently on my shoulders, she smiled as she looked into my eyes. Accept it as my way of thanking you. Could Mrs. Kim be his mother? The atmosphere between them had already planted that suspicion in my mind. The more I listened to her, the closer that suspicion came to certainty. It was hard to imagine anyone other than family, other than a parent, knowing about a loneliness that even his own family had struggled to understand. He wasn't someone who shared that kind of solitude easily. Like a teacher comforting a child, Mrs. Kim gently cupped my cheek for a moment before letting her hand fall away. She returned to the shelf and began wrapping the painting. A very long time ago, I believed there was something more important than painting. For its sake, I thought I had to stop painting for a while. She smiled faintly. I stayed away from it for about 2 years. Naturally, I fell into a slump. This painting was the first one I completed after that slump. It's like a diary entry I never intended anyone else to read. As she wrapped the painting in paper resembling hanji and tied it carefully with string, her hand slowed. She lifted her eyes toward the wide horizontal window that framed the Hong Kong skyline like a painting. I thought something inside me had died, and that was why I could no longer paint. She paused. But one day it occurred to me. Perhaps I was the one who had died because I had stopped painting. After tightening the final knot, Mrs. Kim walked back over and placed the wrapped painting in my hands. Smiling gently, she said, I realized I can't truly be myself unless I express myself through painting. That is probably what it means. She apologized for not being able to spend more time with me. Yet it was hard to believe only 30 minutes had passed. Everything I had seen, heard, and felt during that brief time had already exceeded anything I had expected or prepared myself for. After exchanging farewells and sharing a brief embrace with Mrs. Kim, I descended the stairs and stepped back onto the noisy streets. It felt as though I had crossed the boundary between two different worlds. My senses couldn't keep up with everything I had experienced. It reminded me of waking up in his bed after hyperventilating. Are you all right? At the sound of his voice, I slowly lifted my head. He was looking down at me from slightly above, his eyes filled with concern. The fact that he was worried about me somehow felt new. No, it wasn't new at all. He was the one who had cared for me when I couldn't even remember what was happening, when I had been hyperventilating and completely unable to control myself. By the time I finally calmed down and walked out of his bedroom into the living room, the painting had already disappeared. He had removed it deliberately, believing it might have been the cause of my breakdown. The very painting that, according to Mrs. Kim, he had treasured almost obsessively. I had realized for quite some time now that the hostility he had first shown me was never his true nature. There were times he treated the members of Phantom, or even Inhyun, coldly. But that wasn't all there was to him. How had I clung to him that night? How had he comforted me, calmed me down, changed my clothes while I desperately clung to him, suffering as though I were dying even though I knew I wouldn't, and then carried me to bed? What kind of loneliness had he lived with? What kind of isolation had allowed him to understand isolation so deeply? I had thought I would spend the entire day thinking about Mrs. Kim after meeting her. Instead, all I could think about was him. You look exhausted. If you want to rest, I'll take you back to the hotel. He was right. I hadn't fought anyone. Yet I felt completely drained, as though every drop of moisture had been squeezed from my body. But why? I didn't want to be apart from him. A strange excitement rose beneath the exhaustion. Even if I returned to the hotel now, I knew I wouldn't be able to fall asleep. Meeting his gaze, I quietly shook my head. Why? A flicker of bewilderment crossed his face. It wasn't the bewilderment of someone who wished I would return to the hotel, nor was it annoyance. It was the expression of someone momentarily losing control over his emotions. Just like when he had crumpled the business card after snatching it from my hand. But the expression vanished almost immediately. All right then, get in the car. He didn't try to persuade me any further. As though allowing himself to falter for only a brief instant, he quickly looked away and walked past me. Opening the rear door, he urged me inside with a glance. Following the faint scent drifting from his shoulder, I quietly climbed into the car. Chapter 63. It was a local restaurant with a gold sign bearing bold Chinese characters. When I entered with him, a few people were having a late meal at tables lined up along the narrow corridor on the right. Unlike the flashy sign outside, the interior was simple and welcoming. It was a popular Hong Kong eatery, the kind of place where you could fill your stomach without any fuss. Farther inside, at a corner table set diagonally in a diamond shape for a touch of style, sat Nuna and Hyung. My face brightened instinctively before I even realized it. It wasn't as though I had been wandering around a strange city alone, but after being apart for only a few hours, seeing their familiar faces somehow brought an unexpected sense of relief. Huh? What's this? Why are you two here together? Zhu and Hyung, who was sitting facing the corridor, was the first to spot us and raise a hand. As befitting people who had been eagerly anticipating a Friday night in Hong Kong, both of them were dressed even more stylishly than usual. He said he was feeling better, so I stopped by the hotel and brought him with me. He answered as he perched on an old backless wooden stool. Since Nuna and Hyung were seated across from each other at the square table, he and I took the remaining seats opposite one another. You little punk. Yeah, you were really looking forward to seeing Soho. You can't miss Soho on a Friday night. I smiled back as Hyung clapped me on the shoulder with a grin. Hearing him mention how much I'd been looking forward to Soho was a little embarrassing, but it was true. It was so cute watching him search everything on his phone. He's not usually the type to say what he wants to do. Nuna chuckled as she gently pinched my cheek. This time, I became even more aware of him. I hadn't wanted him to know I'd been looking forward to it with such childish excitement. Pretending not to notice the questioning look he gave me, as if asking whether it was true, I rubbed the spot Nuna had pinched even though it didn't hurt. Let's eat something too. I haven't had dinner yet, either. Before I could answer, he called over a staff member and spoke in fluent Cantonese. He seemed familiar with the restaurant, ordering without even glancing at the menu. It was fascinating. He somehow seemed like a different person when he spoke Cantonese. I'd heard him switch between several languages over the phone at Phantom, but seeing him converse naturally with a local face-to-face felt completely different. The wontons are soft, so they should be easy to eat. His gaze suddenly shifted to me. I'd been staring at him absent-mindedly, and, flustered, I looked toward Nuna for no reason at all. I still had no appetite, but thinking he had probably ordered with the fact that I hadn't eaten anything at the hotel in mind, I nodded belatedly. Director, order one more bowl of wonton noodle soup for me too. Zhu and Hyung called out hurriedly as he lifted the last bite of noodles from his nearly empty bowl. And a milk tea for me. That was Nuna's request. He looked back and forth between the two of them before glancing down at the stack of empty bowls on the table and letting out a quiet sigh. Yes, of course. I should buy whatever our hard-working staff desire after all the work they do day and night. After the staff member carried away the empty bowls, he crossed his legs, adjusted his posture, and suddenly narrowed his eyes at Nuna. What? Why are you looking at me with that ominous smile again? Nuna smiled mischievously, the straw from her nearly empty milk tea resting between her lips. To be honest, I love Hong Kong enough that I think I could live here, but I've never found Cantonese to be a particularly attractive language. But you're kind of sexy when you speak Cantonese. Maybe because it's a side of you I don't usually get to see. My entire impression of Cantonese and Hong Kong came from a handful of old Hong Kong movies. If I remembered correctly, the characters always spoke with strong accents and loud, energetic voices. His Cantonese, however, was calm and effortless. I wanted to hear more of that unfamiliar language spoken in his slightly husky, low voice. It probably was sexy. A lot of people must have thought so. The compliment's nice, but why does your smile make it sound so ominous? It's just funny that I suddenly find myself thinking you're sexy. Nuna kept smirking as she chewed lightly on the end of her straw. There wasn't the slightest hint of romantic meaning behind her words. It was simply the feeling of suddenly rediscovering the charm of someone she'd always considered family. He accepted the compliment just as casually, without attaching any significance to it. It was probably something he'd heard countless times before. Shaking his head as though she were hopeless, he lifted the camera hanging around his neck and pressed the shutter, capturing Nuna's playful smile. Just like back in his garden, she didn't look the least bit awkward with a camera suddenly pointed at her. What's all this stuff you bought? He lowered his head to check the photo on the LCD screen before noticing something beneath the table, his voice filled with surprise. The new arrivals from Old Future. We cleaned them out again. I'd noticed them briefly when we first sat down, but now that I looked properly, There were well over 10 shopping bags hidden beneath the brightly patterned floral tablecloth. It seemed that, during the precious free time they'd finally managed to get, the two of them had spent it working for Old Future instead of eating, drinking, or relaxing. You two really are something else. Where does all that energy come from? Are you taking herbal tonics or something? Nuna and Hyung burst into laughter at his genuinely astonished expression. Under the bright fluorescent lights, surrounded by familiar faces, easy conversation, and the comforting aroma of hot food, my hazy mind gradually began to settle back into reality. We were going to give our CO Ihyun a proper makeover today. We even came prepared. Setting down her milk tea, Nuna reached into one of the shopping bags beneath the table and pulled out a striped knit t-shirt. I quickly caught her wrist as she held it beneath my chin to see how it looked against me. Nuna, I can't accept this. I really can't. Hey, who said it was free? Just pay for it later when it's listed on Old Future. That was Juin Hyung, finishing the last of his wonton noodle soup. Yeah, we're forcing you to buy it right now. So don't refuse, Yihyun. Nuna brushed my hand aside. I knew they were saying it on purpose to make me feel less burdened. Whether I paid for it or not, I was grateful they'd thought of me despite how tired and busy they were. The moment I saw it, I knew it was perfect for you. I had to buy it. This time, I couldn't bring myself to stop her as she held the shirt against my chest once more. The loosely woven knit, made with thin yarn, had an oversized fit, a relaxed neckline, and a soft drape. It felt a little too fashionable for someone like me, though not for someone like Juin Hyung, but I trusted Nuna's taste completely. It's nice, but wouldn't it be a little hot? He asked as he raised the camera to eye level. Thinking the lens might turn toward me, I subtly angled my face toward Nuna instead. The air conditioning is blasting everywhere we go, so it's fine. It's thinner than it looks, and the weave is loose enough for air to pass right through. Look, Nuna slipped her fingers through the spaces in the knit. It wasn't sheer enough to reveal everything, but the weave was open enough that you could see through it if you looked closely. Isn't it a little revealing? Without realizing it, I turned to look at him. Click. The shutter sounded at that exact moment. My ears burned instantly, whether from my embarrassment at being photographed or because of his comment about it being revealing. Hyung, having finished his noodles, casually tossed the last fish ball into his mouth as though he had no interest in the conversation, while Nuna simply stared at him in silence. What is it this time? You actually think that when you look at Yihyun? You're such a beast. As she scolded him despite his thoroughly wronged expression, Nuna unfolded the knit shirt and draped it over my face. I resented my own immaturity for becoming so flustered over such a harmless joke. I wished I could handle both myself and the situation with a little more composure, but clamping my mouth shut was the best defense I could manage. Just then, the food they'd ordered arrived at the table, and the conversation naturally shifted. Director, you brought the driver, right? Call the car for us after we finish eating. We need to load all this stuff before we head out. Juin Hyung looked at him while biting into a strand of his freshly served wonton noodles. Back in Seoul, he always seemed to drive himself, but in Hong Kong, it apparently wasn't unusual for him to ride with a driver. Yes, I understand, Mr. Kwon Juin. He tapped Hyung lightly on the forehead with the back of his wooden chopsticks before picking up a piece of dim sum from the center of the table and casually placing it onto my plate. Even then, his eyes remained on Hyung. The condition is that you're back at the hotel by midnight, no matter what. We still have 2 days of the fair left. Ah, of course. Why are you acting like such a rookie? Anyway, we're short on time, so we need to get drunk fast. First round is tequila. Chapter 64. The intersection where cars descending from the park famous for its monkeys, cars coming up from Central via Ice House Street, and cars passing through Soho along Hollywood Road all converged was overflowing with people. After leaving the restaurant and spending about an hour drinking tequila at a bar, we blended into the crowd and wandered through the streets of Soho, searching for a suitable pub for a second round. By the time I'd finished 3 or 4 shots of tequila, and the other 3 had each drunk about twice that, the crowd had grown frighteningly large. No matter where we looked, there wasn't a single empty table for 4. Still, I didn't find it boring at all. I was enjoying the unfamiliar sights and the incredible variety of people around me. It went without saying, but everything caught my attention. The signs jutting out over the streets, written in languages and styles completely different from those in Seoul. The cramped, weathered buildings, each seemingly carrying its own history and stories. The luxury cars squeezing through streets far too narrow for a city that had modernized so long ago. And in contrast, the boxy retro red taxis that had become an unmistakable part of Hong Kong's scenery. Even the people standing along the roadside, drinking beer while chatting with friends, or dancing in the middle of the street to the music pouring out of pubs and clubs. Everywhere I looked was filled with unfamiliarity and vitality. Maybe it was because I downed 3 or 4 shots of tequila at a place that felt more like a club than a bar, but my heartbeat felt different from usual. I was lightheaded, and I kept laughing for no reason. Every time I made eye contact with Hyung or Nuna, I would simply burst into giggles. It wasn't just us. Everyone passing by seemed the same. There wasn't a single serious or gloomy face in sight. Peel back just one layer, and everyone would have their own worries and the burdens of everyday life. But in this moment, in this place, it was as if everyone had silently agreed to set those problems aside. To be honest, a flashy street like this, packed with people and noise, didn't suit me. If someone told me to spend every day of my life frequenting places like this, I wouldn't have the confidence to do it. But here, I was an observer, not a resident. I was simply someone getting a brief taste of an unfamiliar culture before returning to where I belonged. Paradoxically, the fact that I was a foreigner and that my real life existed somewhere else entirely was what allowed me to blend naturally into this place without feeling uncomfortable. Maybe that was what people called the charm of travel, or the thrill of stepping outside your ordinary life. Normally, after leaving Suki Kim's studio, I would have shut myself away in my hotel room, quietly replaying our conversation and sorting through my thoughts. But not today. Today, I was following my impulses instead. I wanted to be where he was. I wanted to talk to him about isolation, but even if I couldn't, I still wanted to be with him. That alone was enough reason to move. I don't know how it was for anyone else, but for me, simply acting on that desire was already a departure from the path I'd always followed. Wherever I ended up, I felt it had to be better than remaining the version of myself who feared making choices and taking action. It had always been like that. Whenever I was with him, my peace was disrupted. My emotions twisted and bent, and the sharp edges I'd carefully hidden would suddenly reveal themselves. Now, I wanted to expose myself to that stimulation even more. I wanted to change, and he was the person who drew out sides of me I never expected. The third time we passed the pub beside a hamburger shop, our timing finally matched a group that had just gotten up to leave, and we managed to claim their table. It was the outermost table facing the street, and with the folding doors thrown wide open, it felt as though we were sitting right in the middle of the lively nightlife outside. We were lucky. What's gotten into you, C.O. Ihyun? Are you actually drunk? Nuna doubled over laughing as I fumbled, trying to climb onto the tall stool. Watching her laugh made me start laughing too. We were all acting a little strange. Well, everyone except one person. Be careful. The stool's pretty high. If you fall, you'll hurt yourself badly. I've seen plenty of people break their noses drinking in places like this. He had already taken his seat. Reaching out, he firmly caught my left arm to steady me. Leaning on him a little, I finally managed to settle onto the stool. Even though he'd drunk far more than I had, he looked perfectly fine. He matched Nuna's and Hyung's energy well enough, but there wasn't the slightest sign of drunkenness in either his expression or his voice. I'd wanted to see him a little intoxicated, but as long as we were drinking together, it seemed impossible for me to get that chance before I got drunk first. Without even sitting down, Nuna and Hyung had already disappeared into a dancing frenzy beside our table. A beer bottle in each hand, they'd already blended into the crowd dancing in the open space. The foreigners around them burst into laughter as they filmed Ju and Hyung's ridiculously dramatic dance moves. It had been the same at the last bar. To someone like me, that kind of social confidence was nothing short of amazing. Leaving the two of them to enjoy themselves, he ordered drinks and recommended a beer from Brooklyn, saying he thought I'd like it. You really seem to know everything, CEO. He turned to me with one eyebrow raised, clearly asking what I meant. At the tall, narrow, round table, we were sitting side by side, while Nuna's and Hyung's bags had been tossed onto the seats across from us. There was barely any space between us. I couldn't even shift slightly without our knees or arms brushing together. Realizing how childish my comment had sounded, I let out a small laugh. It's nothing. I shook my head and rested my elbows on the table. You really seem to know everything. It sounded like something a 5 or 6-year-old would say to a middle school student. I had no desire to seem like a little kid in his eyes. Why had I said that? Our beers arrived almost immediately in clear plastic cups. As soon as they saw them, Nuna and Hyung returned to the table. We raised another toast, for what had to be the countless time that day, and drank. The beer he'd picked for me carried a gentle sweetness beneath its bitterness, making it surprisingly smooth and easy to drink. Maybe because they'd worked up a sweat dancing, Nuna and Hyung nearly emptied their cups in one go. The tequila still had me pleasantly lightheaded as well, and a reckless urge to get even drunker kept making me lift my beer to my lips. You guys are the gallery staff from Seoul, right? A group passing by our table greeted us cheerfully. They seemed to be staff members from another gallery participating in the art fair. With their backs to the street, Yuni Nuna and Juin Hyung turned around and exchanged loud high-fives with them, as though they'd run into old friends. We remembered you because your staff has such a unique style. You all look incredibly cool, even on your day off. Thanks for the compliment. But aren't we memorable because of our boss's face? Juin Hyung joked, pointing toward him. Can't say you're wrong. Everyone burst into laughter. What was it again? Gallery. Ghost. The most cheerful-looking man scratched his beard with one finger as he tried to remember. It's Phantom. Gallery Phantom. Phantom. Sorry. I remembered it meant something similar. Close enough. Yuni Nuna laughed and patted the bearded man on the back encouragingly. They excitedly talked about the fair's results, proudly mentioning that they had brought around 20 pieces for the first time as an experiment and had already sold every one of them. The three friends, who each specialized in different artistic fields and jointly ran a small gallery in Amsterdam, especially seemed to hit it off with Yuni Nuna. When someone suggested taking a commemorative photo, they first snapped a selfie together on a phone, then took another with his camera. He even got up from his seat and stepped into the street to frame the three of us together with their group of 3. After the photo session, while Nuna and Hyung exchanged social media accounts with them, he leaned against the railing separating the sidewalk from the road, smoking a cigarette as he watched us. Letting the lively conversation drift past me, I found myself stealing glances at him through the gaps between everyone's shoulders. Excuse me. Startled, I instinctively leaned back as someone's face suddenly entered my view. The cheerful, bearded man had an arm wrapped around one of his colleague's shoulders. The other man had striking freckles and a cute face. He looked about my age. Actually, this guy fell for you the moment he saw you at the venue. He's the one who spotted you just now while we were walking by. If you have social media, would you mind sharing it? The freckled man looked embarrassed, but he neither stopped his friend nor denied what he'd said. Caught completely off guard, I carefully chose my words as my expression stiffened. In the mostly beta world I'd lived in until now, people had been uncomfortable not only with same-sex relationships between betas, but even with the very existence of alphas and omegas. This situation was entirely unfamiliar to me. I didn't know whether it was simply part of Hong Kong's culture or something common in societies with a high proportion of alphas and omegas. But both the man from the VIP preview and this man now were expressing interest in another man as naturally as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world, to the point that reacting awkwardly would have made me stand out more than the confession itself. Sorry. I don't use social media. It wasn't an excuse. It was simply true. That's okay. I kind of figured you wouldn't. Instead of the freckled man, the bearded man simply shrugged and accepted the answer without any fuss. Chapter 65. As they were getting ready to leave, they tried another loud, playful high-five, even shoving the freckled man toward me so he could join in. Maybe he was just acting extra cheerful because of the alcohol, but the way he celebrated afterward, as if he'd just shaken hands with a celebrity he'd admired for years, left a strong impression on me. It was probably because, regardless of gender, no one had ever shown me such open, genuine affection before. Inwa Hyung was a little like that, but he was always joking around. More often than not, it really was just a joke. After they left, Nuna and Hyung climbed down from their stools to have a cigarette. Smoking indoors was prohibited, but in Hong Kong, people rarely seemed to have trouble smoking outside. He had only just finished one cigarette, yet he lit another without hesitation. Then, gripping his camera, he stepped back a few paces and took a picture of the two of them. It was exactly the scene I'd seen in the old Future post. The background was different, and Nuna and Hyung were wearing different clothes. But everything else was the same as that photograph labeled, Photo by Cohen. The two of them blended effortlessly into the streets of Hong Kong's Soho, enjoying the moment in their own relaxed way, while he captured it just as naturally through his camera. Suddenly, all the noise around me seemed to disappear. There was no invisible wall between us anymore, and he wasn't shutting me out the way he had when we first met. Even so, the few steps separating us felt like a clear boundary, one dividing people who shone effortlessly on their own from someone like me, who didn't. Just as I reached for my beer with a bitter smile, his camera suddenly turned toward me. Before I could look away, the shutter clicked. He immediately checked the photo on the LCD screen. Watching him raise his cigarette to his lips with a faint smile, I climbed down from my stool and walked over. Nuna laughed as she slung an arm around my shoulders. "Co Ihyun, your popularity has gone international." Hyung chuckled at her teasing. He, however, simply looked down at me while smoking, his expression unreadable. "I want to try smoking too." All three of them stopped and looked at me. Wondering if I'd said something strange, I studied each of their faces before finally looking up at him. He had been lifting the cigarette to his lips, but paused for a moment. Then he slowly took another drag. The glowing tip flared a deep red. Nuna tilted her head with a grin. "Can I ask why?" "Back then, when I saw your Hong Kong post on the Old Future website, I thought that if I ever came here, I want to try it at least once." I shrugged. I just didn't expect I'd end up in Hong Kong this soon. Nuna withdrew her arm from around my shoulders and nodded. "Well, it'd be pretty ridiculous for us to lecture you about smoking while we're standing here doing it ourselves." Then she looked at him. "Can I give him one?" "Why are you asking me? Is there anyone here who's underage?" Nuna smirked as if she'd expected that answer. "I knew you'd say that." She reached into her back pocket, pulled out a cigarette and a lighter, and handed them to me. Why does this feel like I'm corrupting someone?" "You're 22, right?" Neither Nuna nor Hyung could really be called heavy smokers. I understood why neither of them wanted to encourage the habit. Rather than explain at length that I had no intention of becoming a smoker, I simply smiled. Nuna smiled back and ruffled my hair. Then she and Hyung rushed back into the pub as the music changed. I watched the two of them instantly perk up at what must have been one of their favorite songs before disappearing into the crowd. Then I placed the cigarette between my lips. Everything felt awkward. Lighting the lighter, holding the flame to the tip, taking my first drag. Even I could tell how clumsy I looked. Despite acting as though it were no big deal earlier, he watched every step of my first attempt with almost embarrassing attention. Then he lifted his camera. "Don't. Take a picture." As he aimed the lens at me, I grabbed his wrist and gently pushed it down before turning my face away. "Why not?" There was laughter in his voice. "It won't make an interesting picture." "So you're saying my photos aren't interesting?" Even though I knew he was teasing, I didn't want him to misunderstand. The moment my gaze wavered, he seized the opportunity. The camera was already pointed at me again. Click. The shutter sounded. Satisfied, he lowered the camera. "At least the Co Ihyun I photograph always seems interesting to me." Then he rested one hand on the railing beside me. Standing at an angle, his shoulder and chest were right in front of my eyes. For one reckless moment, I wanted to lean against him and blame it on the mixture of tequila, beer, and my first cigarette. But that was far too bold. I couldn't do it. I never would. Startled by the thought itself, I hurriedly took another drag, as though the bitter smoke could erase it. The unfamiliar, acrid smoke tightened around my throat. My tongue tingled. The sensation of forcing something harmful into my lungs was startlingly vivid. Even during my more reckless days, I'd never thought smoking looked cool. It wasn't as though I'd suddenly become vain enough to think otherwise. It was simply that, as Nuna had once written, while some people experienced Hong Kong through shopping and others through famous restaurants, she and Hyung experienced the city through a single cigarette. Just once. I wanted to understand that feeling too. If I were being completely honest, I wanted to move even a little closer to the wonderland that included Nuna, Hyung, and him. In the end, I couldn't help laughing quietly. Maybe I was just like a child copying an actor they admired. It really feels like I'm in Wonderland. My voice naturally grew sluggish as the world spun gently around me. I looked up at him. He gazed back without even the slightest crease in his brow. "Mr. Rabbit." "Rabbit?" One eyebrow rose. "Mr. Rabbit, The words had slipped out before I realized it. I rubbed my face with my free hand and laughed awkwardly. Looking back, he really had been the white rabbit who'd led me into Wonderland. I'm sorry. I think I'm drunk. I keep saying strange things. Trying to hide the warmth spreading across my face, I took another drag from the cigarette, now almost burned to the filter. His hand gently covered mine. He removed the cigarette from between my fingers and brought it to his own lips. The touch was unbelievably gentle. I looked up, meeting my eyes. He took a long drag, his cheeks hollowing slightly. Then he slowly exhaled a stream of smoke before casually flicking away the ash with one finger. Then let's get drunk. That's why we came out tonight. He dropped the cigarette, but into the ashtray outside the pub. As I started to follow him away from the railing, someone lightly caught my arm. Excuse me. It was the freckled man. I stared at him in surprise. His friends were gone. He must have hurried back alone because he was breathing hard, his face flushed. I'm sorry, but would it be okay if we exchanged email addresses? Though visibly shy, he smiled as he looked directly into my eyes. There was something incredibly sincere about his goodwill. It was completely different from that unpleasant man at the VIP preview who'd rambled on about his travel memories. The simple ability to like someone so openly and express it with such honesty, regardless of the fact that it was directed at me. It just seemed wonderful. I'm actually planning a trip to Korea this winter. I was thinking that maybe, after we exchanged a few emails, we could meet again in Seoul. He scratched the back of his neck. And please forget what my friend said earlier about me having a crush. It's not like that. It'll be long distance anyway. I was just hoping we could be friends. As he spoke, his eyes kept drifting toward him. He definitely wasn't oblivious to what was happening. Even so, he didn't leave. He simply stayed there, quietly watching. My boyfriend doesn't really like things like that. I'm sorry. His confession hadn't made me uncomfortable at all. As he'd said, I was genuinely interested enough that I would have liked to stay in touch. But my heart already belonged somewhere else. I'd never been confessed to before. I had no idea how to reject someone gracefully. So I blurted out the awkward lie I'd heard people use countless times. I see. So, you have a boyfriend. With a bitter smile, the man glanced once toward him. Only then did I realize how my words had sounded. I'd never intended to imply that he was my boyfriend. But in this situation, it was exactly what it sounded like. Well then, have a wonderful trip. It was nice talking to you. Watching the young man walk away without hiding his disappointment left me feeling guilty. I regretted the unnecessary lie. I regretted responding so insincerely to such honest kindness. I didn't know you had a boyfriend. I also felt sorry for dragging him into the misunderstanding. But unlike my worries, he didn't seem bothered in the slightest. If anything, he looked rather pleased. You know I don't. The embarrassment of having him witness both the confession and my clumsy rejection finally caught up with me. The moment I sat down, I drained the rest of my beer in one gulp. Nuna and Hyung had apparently wandered farther inside the pub. They were nowhere to be seen. I didn't know. How could I? We've never talked about anything like that. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't resist teasing me. Chapter 66. I reached out and touched the camera hanging around his neck, changing the subject. Can I see the photos? The moment my hand brushed the camera, his body went rigid. It was an unusually bold move for me. I hadn't actually touched him, so I hadn't expected him to react so strongly. Normally, I would have withdrawn by then, but a faintly mischievous streak made me persist. Even without the haze of alcohol, I sometimes became like this whenever I was around him. No, I asked again, gently tugging the camera toward me. He wasn't the type to wander the streets of a new city with a camera around his neck, so I'd been surprised when he'd casually slipped the strap over his head while getting out of the car. The compact camera, small enough to fit in the palm of my hand, somehow made him look like a tourist excited about his trip. It was kind of cute. I don't think I should show you. He slipped the strap over his head, held the camera in his left hand, and stretched his arm out of my reach with a teasing smile. Why not? I asked with a hint of protest. It seemed unfair that he'd taken so many pictures, even though I wasn't comfortable being photographed, yet refused to let me see them. C.O. Ihyun, you're a fortune teller. If you look at my photos, won't you read everything? Read what? Our eyes met. It had clearly been a careless remark. He pressed his lips together as though he'd accidentally let a secret slip. Before I realized it, I was leaning across his chest, trying to snatch the camera away. He wrapped an arm around my back and pulled me closer to stop me. From such close range, his eyes carefully traced every detail of my face. Sometimes, he looked at me like this. Perhaps because of how close we were, the scent of his cologne brushed against my nose. That day, how much did you drink with Choi In-woo? Huh? When? Just as I tried to remember what he was talking about, Ju In-hyung suddenly appeared behind him and threw his arms around his shoulders like he was climbing onto his back. Ah, this is amazing. I love Hong Kong. Sir, I'm dying of thirst. Beer. Give me beer. Ah, you're so disruptive. He grumbled with an openly annoyed expression, but since it wasn't much different from his usual demeanor, it felt more like a joke than genuine irritation. Neither Hyung nor Nuna paid it any mind. You can stay out later, so why don't you go play somewhere else? Want to hit a club? I'll give you my card. As tempting as that sounds, we've still got 2 days of the fair left. We should be in bed by midnight, so we can actually get some decent sleep. We can party all we want at Sunday's celebration. After draining the last of his beer, Hyung fanned his sweat-soaked face with one hand. The tense atmosphere that had existed between us only moments before vanished as if it had never happened. Our table quickly became just as lively as all the others around us. Wait a second. Why are you suddenly trying to send us to a club? The rule is that everyone has to be back by midnight until the fair ends. Nuna narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You're trying to send us away so you can sneak off somewhere fun by yourself, aren't you? Hyung immediately shot to his feet, wiping the foam from his lips with the back of his hand. His expression twisted as he slipped the camera strap back around his neck, protecting it from my grasp once again. I was only saying that because you two can't sit still. If you're going to be like this anyway, you might as well go to a club. Why are you acting so suspicious? That's not like you. If you're not going, then let's get moving. I still have to drop you two off and pick up Director Han. He glanced at the watch on his left wrist before standing. The director in charge of Phantom Sales was still attending parties hosted by various galleries that evening. Since he had to pick him up later, there was no chance he could sneak off to some nice place, even if Hyung and Nuna did decide to go clubbing. We left the pub and waited for the car near a nearby crosswalk. Still buzzing with excitement, Nuna and Hyung couldn't stand still for even a moment, swaying to the music spilling out from the surrounding shops. It was time to head back to our hotel, but Friday night in Soho was only just getting started. A quiet sense of longing settled over me. The alcohol was probably making my feelings more obvious than usual. I shouldn't have looked at him if I wanted to hide even a fraction of what I was feeling, but my eyes kept searching for him anyway. There were so many things I wanted to say. I wasn't good at talking. Even if I were given the opportunity, I probably wouldn't be able to steer the conversation very well. Still, there was so much I wanted to ask. What kind of alienation had allowed him to understand isolation so deeply? What sort of uncommon loneliness had he experienced? When he discovered that isolation was my painting, how had he felt? Disappointed? Surprised? Or had the artist and the artwork always been completely separate in his mind? Did learning I was the painter change nothing at all? Those chaotic, insignificant thoughts. He had been watching me with his arms folded across his chest. With a quiet sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. Then he clicked his tongue, strode over, and firmly grabbed my arm with enough force that it felt as though he might lift me off the ground. On Sunday, we won't be interrupted. It wasn't entirely clear what he meant by interrupted, but the sudden closeness, along with the scent that surrounded me once more, made everything else seem unimportant. The fragrance I'd once thought merely unusual. Now I found myself wanting more of it. The car he sent brought me to a magnificent mansion overlooking the Hong Kong skyline. The estate was so enormous that it took nearly 2 or 3 minutes to drive from the security gate at the entrance to the staircase leading up to the mansion itself. The party was hosted by one of Asia's most influential galleries. Founded in Hong Kong, it had expanded rapidly over the years, even opening a branch in Singapore the year before last. This is where the CEO and the director used to work together. Nuna slipped her mirror into a small clutch and snapped it shut. They probably rented the whole place just for tonight. Hong Kong's upper class has a huge social scene, so there are lots of mansions like this. Places built specifically for weddings, luxury brand events, or private parties for the rich. Just hearing the explanation made it feel like a completely different world. A long line of luxury cars wound around a massive installation sculpture that seemed to symbolize a man and a woman, waiting for their turn to pull up to the mansion's entrance. According to Ju and Hyung, nearly every major gallery participating in the fair and art collectors from all over the world had probably been invited. Honestly, it's a display of power. It's their chance to show the global art world that there's a gallery in Asia with this kind of influence. It might seem a little nouveau riche, but when you're aiming for the international market, your clients are ridiculously wealthy. You need to establish your status somehow. They're buying and selling artworks worth tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars. In a way, this whole event is just advertising and investment. As our car came to a gentle stop, a doorman dressed in a black suit opened the door. He had arrived earlier and was waiting at the entrance to greet us. He was wearing yet another suit, different from the one he'd worn during the VIP preview. The black suit made him look even more formally dressed. Even completely covered from head to toe in restrained black fabric, his powerful physique and unmistakable sensuality couldn't be hidden. Whether you were an inexperienced kid like me or a refined member of high society who attended events like this every week, your eyes were inevitably drawn toward him. Like the leading man from a classic Hollywood film, he looked timeless, elegant, and undeniably seductive. After complimenting Nuna's outfit and then Hyung's, his gaze finally settled on me. The way his eyes slowly swept over my entire body, as though carefully evaluating me, made me fidget awkwardly with my collar. Thank you for the clothes. You were invited on such short notice. The least I could do was provide something suitable for the party. When I'd returned to the hotel after the fair to get ready, a suit had already been hanging in my room. A hotel employee personally delivered it, explaining that Mr. Liu had prepared it and wanted me to wear it to the party. It was the first suit I'd ever worn. It was from a luxury brand that even younger fashion enthusiasts admired, and Ju and Hyung had practically screamed with envy when he saw it. Still, the design was much more fashionable than the suits I'd imagined. I had absolutely no confidence I could pull it off. I felt incredibly awkward. It suits you. The man who'd provided the suit looked thoroughly satisfied. He even stepped back a couple of paces to take in my appearance from head to toe. It looks expensive. Did Uni do your hair? The fabric hugged my body perfectly. It was so soft and luxurious, it almost seemed to slip through my fingers. I couldn't stop thinking about how much it must have cost. Instead of answering, he simply reached up and lightly touched my hair. Yes. His fingertips traced the edge of my neatly styled hair before gently brushing against my ear. He smiled. Your forehead's showing, but somehow, you look even younger. He seemed to be in an unusually good mood. For once, he wasn't trying to hide it. I decided not to keep pressing him about the price of the suit or the shoes. It wasn't something I could repay immediately anyway. More importantly, I didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. As we climbed the stairs toward the party, Nuna sidled up beside him and leaned in to sniff near his shoulder. Oh, what's this? Sir, are you wearing cologne today? Walking a few steps behind them, I nearly stumbled on the stairs. Well, a little. It smells wonderful. It's dark, exactly my type. Though it's custom-made, isn't it? He answered her wistful question with nothing more than an ambiguous smile. Only then did it occur to me that I'd never once considered the possibility that someone else could enjoy his unique scent. Of course they could. Scent was nothing more than particles drifting through the air. It couldn't choose who was allowed to smell it. What a foolish thing to overlook. Anyone standing as close to him as Nuna was now could smell it just as easily. A fragrance was no different from the smell of curry drifting out of one house and filling an entire alley. And yet, until now, all I'd thought about was the scent as I experienced it. The thought of someone else breathing it in made me feel uncomfortable. Whether I had any right to feel that way was beside the point. The real problem was that such an arrogant emotion had thrown my heart completely into disarray. Chapter 67. Although it was late evening and pitch dark outside, the moment I stepped into the hall, a dazzling golden light poured down from above. It illuminated everyone in the venue, making them seem almost radiant. Wow, this is the best party I've ever been to. Just how rich is the gallery you used to work for, boss? My jaw's on the floor. The first floor hall was filled with lavish touches. Several makeshift bars had been set up, a grand piano accompanied a live jazz performance, a magnificently installed DJ booth stood waiting, and an elegant mix of tables and couches completed the space. It wasn't just my Nuna who stared in amazement. My Hyung and I were equally wide-eyed. I'm going to find the manager. I'll stick close to him and hand out every business card I brought tonight. You never know. If I give out enough of them, someone might check out my blog or social media and recognize my talent. Nuna adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses hanging from a chain around her neck, her glittering black sequined clutch stuffed with business cards, then disappeared into the center of the hall. Juan announced that he was heading upstairs to seduce a shy alpha who couldn't quite adapt to the atmosphere and make the most of his last night in Hong Kong. Just like that, it was only the two of us. Let's stay together. It might not be very exciting, though. He shrugged with both hands tucked into his pockets. Thinking about my poor English and my quiet personality, which would only make an already dull evening even duller, I shook my head. I'll just have a drink at the bar. It's my first time somewhere like this, so I think it'll be fun just sitting and watching people. Please don't worry about me. I went through the trouble of inviting everyone from the gallery, so don't be like that. At the very least, C.O. Ihyun, you should come introduce yourself. After we've greeted everyone, you can leave if you want. Seeing the faintly troubled look on his face, I couldn't refuse any longer. His former co-workers were gathered around one of the most prominent tables on the first floor. He introduced me as someone working with him in Seoul, and the 6 or 7 men and women at the table welcomed me with polite smiles. Every one of them was dressed with effortless elegance and clearly looked at home in this sort of environment. He's still very young, so please go easy on him. Whoa, hearing the great Lau Wiqun say something like that makes me want to tease him even more. Before we sat down, he rested a hand lightly against my back and silently asked them not to make things difficult for me. Someone cracked a joke, and everyone laughed. Moments like this made the 10-year age gap between us suddenly feel real. It wasn't that he normally acted immature. Rather, because he lacked any naturally authoritative air, and because his youthful appearance seemed almost ageless, it was usually difficult to notice the difference in our ages, even when he could be cold. For some reason, hearing him ask everyone to go easy on me because I was young didn't bother me at all today. So, what's it like working with Wiqun? It can't be easy, right? Instead of answering the question from one of his former colleagues, now a top-tier dealer, I simply smiled at him beside me. Judging by everyone's expressions, they already knew exactly what he was like, and the man didn't seem to expect a serious answer anyway. That temper of his couldn't have changed. People used to cry and quit because of him back then, too. Tell me, he still says whatever comes into his head without filtering it, doesn't he? The one who disrupted the otherwise pleasant atmosphere was the blonde man seated to my left. Compared to everyone else, he was dressed more casually and carried an almost reckless air. He was smiling, but every word was laced with barbs aimed directly at Wiqun. Even the corners of his smirk were stiff. Please be good to me. Without realizing it, I leaned back slightly as I answered his barely concealed hostility. The man showed no sign of stopping. Come on, when else do you get the chance to openly complain about your boss? It's fine. I went through plenty working with him too. Everyone here knows exactly what Lau Wiqun's temper is like. Whether he genuinely failed to notice the awkward silence settling over the table or deliberately ignored it to achieve whatever he wanted, there was a strange desperation in his expression as he relentlessly tried to cut Wiqun down under the guise of joking. No, really, he's very kind. The earlier version of him, the one who had always prioritized the people closest to him, leaving me feeling excluded, and who had sometimes stirred unfamiliar rebellious feelings inside me, had already faded from my heart. The hurt I had once felt because of his words and actions hadn't been caused by his attitude alone. My own feelings for him had played a part as well. Kind. Whoa, kind. Did everyone hear that? He says Lau Wiqun is kind to his staff. The man, who had been slouching so deeply he looked ready to slide out of his chair, suddenly sat upright and loudly addressed the entire table. The party had only been underway for about an hour, yet every movement he made carried the unmistakable scent of alcohol. Someone gently told him to calm down, but he ignored them. Kind, huh? How kind? Just kind? Or sweet? Stop it. I asked you not to be mean. Unable to watch any longer, Wiqun finally stepped in. This is mean? At a party? You're getting awfully protective. This isn't the Lau Wiqun I knew. Since when did you start caring so much about your staff? He leaned close and quietly spoke to me in Korean. You don't have to respond to everything. Then he apologized. Or maybe he's not just a staff member. The blond man bent forward dramatically, peering directly into my face. His pale green eyes, bloodshot around the whites, burned with an unsettling intensity. He has to be, doesn't he? Lau Wiqun being kind to an employee? People don't change that much. Maybe you're working on more than paintings together at the gallery. There was something almost frantic about the way he kept provoking Wiqun. If my instincts were right, it seemed he simply wanted Wiqun to look at him, even like this, and to draw some kind of reaction from him. It wasn't a psychology I could understand, but the world wasn't made up solely of emotions that could be explained logically. Still, you can't really blame Kun, can you? Anyone can see you're overflowing with charm. Honestly, working together every day, it'd be harder not to make a move on you. But you really do look young. Kun, what's the story? He's not actually a minor, is he? The Asian man who had greeted him during the VIP preview smoothly changed the subject, steering the conversation elsewhere. The blond man finally fell quiet, and the discussion shifted to the cosmetic procedures that had become fashionable in Hong Kong for maintaining a youthful appearance. Neither he nor I seemed remotely interested. Relieved, I raised my champagne and took a sip. Then the blond man addressed me again. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I meant it as a joke. Wiqun's always been a little puritanical about these things. His voice was calmer now. Not at all. It's fine. Is this your first time in Hong Kong? Yes. Out of courtesy, I turned slightly toward him while answering, though Wiqun remained behind me. You probably haven't had much time for sightseeing because of the fair. Resting his chin on the table, the man looked thoroughly disheveled, yet beneath that messiness was a surprisingly delicate face. More than anything, his blonde hair was beautiful. Even in its untidy state, it shimmered under the lights. It was the first time I'd seen hair that pale up close, and I found it strangely fascinating. It wasn't exactly an appropriate thought, considering he was making everyone uncomfortable, but the soft blonde strands, almost silver rather than yellow, suited his anxious, selfish personality remarkably well. You haven't gone to Victoria Peak yet, have you? Driving along the mountainside at this hour, the night view is unbelievably romantic. His eyes suddenly brightened. How about we sneak out right now and go? The invitation caught me completely off guard. I'd assumed his attention had always been directed at the person standing behind me. He placed a hand on my shoulder, leaned in close, and lowered his lips toward my ear. You look incredibly bored too. Before I could react, another hand reached over my shoulder and shoved him firmly back into his seat. Don't do anything stupid. He's a beta. The next instant, my body was gently pulled backward. When I turned around, Wiqun was glaring at the blond man with an expression darker than I'd seen all evening. Every trace of the restraint he'd maintained until now had vanished. Only then did I realize the blond man had been releasing pheromones. Just like within Wu, I hadn't sensed them at all. The blond man raised both hands as though surrendering. It's not like I mistook him for an Omega. You know I can't control it. Even while pretending to defend himself, he was grinning broadly. If you can't even keep your pheromones from leaking onto a beta, then maybe you should take medication. Wiqun's voice was tight as he gripped my arm and drew me closer, positioning me between them. All right. To you, any alpha who isn't a golden is just a disease that needs treatment, isn't that right? Not everyone is lucky enough to be a golden alpha like you. Lucky. The word caught sharply in his throat. The blond man's expression froze. Realizing he'd crossed a line, he fell silent and avoided Wiqun's eyes. Wiqun took one sip of champagne, set the glass down, and stood. We're leaving. I'm sorry for disturbing everyone's evening. I hurriedly stood as well. What? Is the smell of cheap pheromones really that unbearable? Even now, the blond man desperately sought some extreme reaction. His words remained sharp, yet the resentment and pleading in his eyes wavered helplessly. Suddenly, I remembered my younger self wondering what it would feel like to be especially hated by him. Among the many people who had surrounded him during the Phantom exhibition, there must have been those who wanted to become someone special to him, even if the only way was by earning his hatred. Perhaps that was what this man wanted as well. It was only a vague guess, based on very little. Still pretending you're above everyone else. Are the pheromones of non-goldens so disgusting that you'd rather drag around a boring beta? Knowing how sensitive Wiqun was to pheromones, and how strict he was about them. The man relentlessly attacked that one weakness. I wondered whether Wiqun had once severely reprimanded him over something involving pheromones. Even so, the man's behavior didn't feel rooted in hatred or revenge. While buttoning his jacket as he walked around the chair, Wiqun finally stopped and looked back. There was no warmth in his eyes, not even coldness, only indifference. He let out a quiet scoff. So you're an alpha? Is that your excuse? A pathetic one who doesn't even have the confidence to seduce a one-night stand without relying on pheromones. If my intuition had been right all along, then I truly couldn't understand what satisfaction the blonde man gained from forcing this kind of response out of the person he longed for. Unable to watch any longer, I looked away from the man whose face now resembled someone who had just been slaughtered, despite having provoked everything himself. Even for an alpha, a beta is preferable to a train wreck like you. Forget whether you're an alpha or not. I doubt anyone in this room would choose you over him. So don't ever let those cheap pheromones of yours touch him again. His voice never wavered. Each word sounded as though he were chewing it up before spitting it out. When he finished, he placed a hand against my back, turned us around, and led me away. The tight line of his jaw made it seem as though he already regretted bringing me here. Chapter 68. According to my research, it was common for omegas to be unable to smell one another's pheromones. While alphas could recognize another alpha's pheromones by scent, it never triggered sexual arousal. Only alphas and omegas were sexually affected by each other's pheromones, which they perceived through their sense of smell. The higher a golden alpha's rank, the stronger their reproductive abilities became, along with their capacity to release powerful pheromones that were nearly impossible for omegas to resist. At the same time, they possessed exceptional resistance to an omega's pheromones. Even when exposed to the sudden onset of an omega's heat, they could protect themselves from being driven into rut, allowing them to live almost as freely as betas if they wished. Their pheromonal offense and defense were outstanding, and they could also distinguish omega and alpha pheromones with remarkable precision. So when Ihyun called him an omega connoisseur, it wasn't an exaggeration. If he truly ranked among the highest golden alphas, telling an alpha, an omega, and a beta apart would have been no more difficult than distinguishing an apple, a strawberry, and a banana by scent. Knowing how particular he was about pheromones, I could imagine how disgusted he must have felt because of the man we'd encountered earlier. Even putting that aside, the man had been outrageously rude. I actually thought he'd shown admirable restraint. I couldn't blame him for finally responding more harshly than necessary. Besides, the reason he'd reacted at all after trying to avoid a confrontation was probably because of me. If the man hadn't made that last remark about him, dragging around a boring beta, he probably would have ignored the provocation and walked away. Maybe part of his reaction came from being mocked for dragging around someone boring, but that wasn't the whole reason. At the very least, I wasn't someone he could simply ignore being insulted. I was grateful for that. At the same time, a warm emotion spread through me, making the edges of my heart tremble sweetly. How could it not? But perhaps because of the complicated emotions I'd seen in the other man's eyes, I couldn't feel completely, innocently happy. It wasn't because I pitied him or sympathized with him. It was a much more selfish thought. Who could say that, after spending more time by his side, I wouldn't end up just as pathetic? Let's go out to the terrace and get some air. Only after we'd walked well away from the table, stopping near the staircase leading to the second floor, did he finally speak. His brow was still tense, and though he didn't quite meet my eyes, his voice was gentle. The second floor was furnished mainly with comfortable sofas. Small groups and couples lounged there, enjoying drinks, music, and quiet conversation. Passing a man and woman who were deeply kissing beneath the dim lighting without a care for anyone around them, we stepped out onto the terrace. The night view of Hong Kong spread out beneath us, breathtaking enough that there was no need to visit Victoria Peak. Even I, who wasn't usually quick to express amazement, couldn't help gasping. It was a cliché, but the city glittered as though someone had scattered stardust across the earth. Even knowing it was nothing more than the lights of civilization, I still felt overwhelmed, as though I were witnessing one of nature's miracles. He looked at me, smiling faintly as I stared in childlike wonder, like someone watching fireworks for the first time. I felt embarrassed for exposing such an immature side of myself again, but if seeing me like this could make him smile, even a little, that was enough. Large candles protected by glass windscreens cast a warm glow across the spacious terrace. Like the interior, plush sofas were arranged far enough apart to offer privacy. The same soft jazz drifted from wall-mounted speakers, making the already beautiful night feel even more enchanting. Whether they had arrived together or become lovers during tonight's party, couples had slipped away from the crowded ballroom to whisper sweet words and share intimate moments. We sat together on the sofa at the far end of the terrace. As soon as we did, champagne was brought to us. We used to work together, but we never got along. He's the type who treats being an alpha like a medal of honor. He caused trouble several times at the company because of his pheromones, so we clashed over it more than once. Just as I expected, he couldn't let it go tonight either. He frowned deeply before shaking his head, as though regretting saying more than he normally would. To me, it had seemed less like the man hated him and more like he desperately wanted his attention. But that was only my own uncertain guess, coming from someone with absolutely no dating experience. A cool breeze drifted across the terrace, making the air conditioning unnecessary. Facing the railing, our seats overlooked the city, though half the view was hidden by a cluster of garden trees. That was probably why this secluded corner had remained empty. Leaning forward with his forearms resting on his thighs, his sharp profile still carried traces of the unpleasant encounter. As I searched for something comforting to say, an unfamiliar fragrance drifted into my nose. It was coming from him. It wasn't the scent I knew. The perfume Nuna had once said he preferred, something dark and heavy, was different from the fragrance I remembered. The moment I realized that, an unexpected wave of relief washed over me. It was still his perfume, so it shouldn't have mattered whether it was this scent or the other one. I couldn't even explain why I disliked one, but accepted the other. Besides, it wasn't something I could control simply because I disliked it. Even so, just knowing he wasn't wearing that scent today was enough to make me feel relieved. Ridiculously so. After staring at the floor for a long moment, lost in thought, he looked up with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry. You had to see such a pathetic side of me. A grown man acting like this. Pretty pathetic, isn't it?" I shook my head firmly, saying someone can't even seduce another person without pheromones. Honestly, I don't even have the right to criticize him. Muttering almost to himself, he emptied his glass in one swallow. I couldn't understand why he judged himself so harshly. Even In Woo-hyung, one of his closest friends, had once said he deliberately avoided using his pheromones, almost as if he wanted to become a beta. Maybe today's argument had pushed someone already so strict with himself into blaming himself even more. You could seduce anyone, even without pheromones. Anyone you wanted. He stopped refilling his glass and turned to look at me. I'd only been trying to make him smile, but I worried the joke had been badly timed. "You think so?" Seeing him chuckle softly, it seemed he'd taken it the way I'd intended. "Yes, you wouldn't need pheromones." "I don't really think so," he murmured in English before raising his glass and drinking half of it again. "You're handsome, you're incredibly capable at business, and you always dress so well." He suddenly laughed. It was quiet, but genuine. Still smiling, he looked at me. "Are you trying to cheer me up?" A little clumsily. Heat rushed to my ears. Trying to comfort him with such childish compliments felt embarrassingly immature. Thankfully, it was too dark for him to notice. "But I'm not lying. Honestly, you already know all of that, don't you? If you pretended you didn't, I think that would be even more annoying." When I looked up again, most of the darkness had left his expression. That alone made my embarrassment worthwhile. He hadn't laughed at me. If anything, the way he looked at me had grown deeper. His gaze slowly traced every feature of my face, as though carefully studying me. Was that simply one of his habits? The breeze rustled the trees, carrying his scent toward me. It was the fragrance I knew so well. Without realizing it, I leaned forward and breathed it in. His shoulder was only a hand's width from mine. "I thought you weren't wearing that perfume today." I mixed several together. I hate sharing the same scent with someone else even more than wearing the same clothes. After emptying his glass, he set it down on the table. Then he draped one arm across the back of the sofa and turned toward me. His long, solid arm stretched behind me. Just that small movement made his scent stronger. It felt as though the fragrance was pouring from his chest, exposed slightly by the way he leaned toward me. "Do you really want to cheer me up?" I nodded. He bent the arm resting behind me and began gently playing with my hair. His fingers brushed through the ends before gliding lightly past the edge of my ear and settling against the nape of my neck. Moving closer, he tilted his head and brought his lips right beside my ear. The warmth of his breath alone made my shoulders flinch. "There is a way." His whisper sounded like the promise of a secret. His low, husky voice was so sweet it felt as though it gently scratched somewhere deep inside me. His high nose brushed lightly against my ear before slowly tracing the curve of my cheek. Just as it reached the tip of my nose, he tilted his head again. Instinctively, I leaned back a fraction. It wasn't rejection. It was nothing more than confusion, surprise, and a little fear. Our lips brushed. The next instant, he pressed closer. As he shifted his head, our soft lips slid against each other. That shallow contact alone left me completely frozen. His warm, dry lips captured my lower lip, then my upper one. He held each gently between his own, as though savoring them, before sucking lightly and releasing them, repeating the motion again and again. Dazed, distant, and dizzy, I reached out blindly until my fingers caught the hem of his jacket. My breathing trembled. My shoulders and back alternated between going rigid and melting helplessly. I had no idea what I was supposed to do. When I slowly opened my eyes, his were waiting for me from impossibly close. "This is your first kiss." He whispered the words with narrowed eyes, looking down at me from barely a breath away. Chapter 69. My memory hadn't been wrong. I'd replayed the events of that night countless times, but I couldn't remember a single moment when our lips had met. It wasn't that I'd forgotten. We simply hadn't kissed that night. I couldn't understand what it meant that we'd gone so far as to rub our naked bodies together until we climaxed, yet somehow never kissed. Because I didn't want to steal a kiss from someone who was in such a panicked state of mind. His answer was as though he'd read my thoughts. He sucked gently on my lower lip one more time before pulling away. "And I had a feeling it would be your first kiss." The thought that he saw me, at my age, as someone who had never even been kissed made me oddly self-conscious. I suddenly wanted to deny it, to insist that wasn't true, even though he was right. But then I thought about how, even in that situation, he deliberately held himself back because it was my first kiss. That unexpected restraint, that quiet consideration, made me smile despite myself, and some of the tension left my body. Did he think I'd been saving my first kiss because it meant something special to me? It wasn't that I deliberately treasured it or set impossibly high standards. But neither had I believed it was something to share with just anyone. If we'd kissed that night and I'd been unable to remember it afterward, I probably would have regretted it. Looking at it that way, his decision had been the right one. It wasn't unnecessary or excessive consideration. As he gently massaged the back of my neck, he lightly grazed my lower lip with his teeth. "How much do you remember about that night?" Ever since then, I'd taken his attitude as a silent agreement to pretend that night had never happened. But for me, it had been my first sexual experience with another person, a shock intense enough to change even my once mechanical, emotionless masturbation. Remembering how I'd brought myself to climax while recalling his obscene whispers and the firm touch of his hand on my body, I couldn't bring myself to meet his eyes. I bit my lip and lowered my head. His lips followed. The instant I loosened my bite after his tongue brushed over the marks my teeth had left behind, he captured my lips as though he'd been waiting. He sucked and gently chewed on them until my shoulders curled inward. "Judging by your reaction, it seems you haven't forgotten everything." There was laughter in his voice. He slowly licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste, then claimed my mouth again. Ever since our lips had first met, he hadn't stayed away for even 10 seconds. At this distance, his scent was overwhelming. It felt as though he were breathing that intoxicating fragrance directly into me through our kiss. The scent layered the memories of that night over the sensations of this one until it became impossible to separate them. It had become something inherently erotic to me. The hand stroking the back of my neck drifted down over my shoulder and back, while his other hand began undoing the buttons of my jacket. His fingers slipped inside and explored my chest through the smooth fabric of my shirt. Without hesitation, he found my nipple. His middle finger pressed against it, making it stand erect as he kissed me again. Our lips moved slowly together, left and right, up and down, until the soft inner flesh brushed against his. A quiet moan escaped me at the deeper intimacy. Beneath his finger, my nipple grew harder. The harder it became, The tighter my body drew together, and an aching desire welled up inside me for him to squeeze it harder, to suck on it. Frightened by how badly I wanted it, I grabbed his wrist. Instead, he pinched my nipple between his thumb and forefinger, twisting until it almost hurt. Almost. Rather than pain, a sharp current shot through me. Here, do you remember how hard I sucked on this? You offered it to me yourself. I bit my lip again. My brow furrowed. My back arched. Ridiculously enough, I wanted him to keep going. Because I remembered everything. The pleasure that had made my entire body tremble when he'd licked, sucked, and bitten a place I'd barely even been aware of before. He drew away from my lips and leaned close to my ear. Oh, I want to suck on it again. His voice was playful, as though reminiscing about the sweetness of a favorite dessert. Yet the desire in it was unmistakable. Every blood vessel in my body seemed to tighten. That overwhelming feeling returned all at once. I thought I might lose my mind with the need to feel his mouth around my nipple again. I let out a shaky breath and clutched the lapels of his jacket. He took the opportunity immediately. His tongue slipped into my mouth. He kissed me so deeply it felt as though he were stealing my breath. My jaw fell open as his warm, flexible tongue explored every corner of my mouth. It felt as though I were drinking something distilled from nothing but his scent. His hand settled on my thigh. The gentle strokes that had once soothed me gradually grew slower. Heavier, more intimate. His palm slid higher along the inside of my leg. The warmth of his touch made everything below my waist tremble. NGH. It became impossible to keep kissing him. I broke away and buried my forehead against his shoulder. Embarrassingly, I was already half hard. Deprived of my tongue, he wrapped an arm around my back and rubbed it soothingly before lowering his voice. Should we go to the hotel? Wrapped completely in his scent, I turned toward his neck and inhaled deeply. The fragrance directly from his skin was intoxicating. I couldn't stop breathing it in. Looking down at me, he muttered a low curse before rising from his seat. I hurriedly grabbed him. He paused, then sat back down beside me. Pretending to smooth back his neatly styled hair, he leaned close enough for his lips to brush my ear while I kept my head lowered. What is it? I know you're impatient, but we still have to change locations. I have no intention of stopping at what's possible here. It honestly felt easier to open my shirt and show him my nipple than to admit out loud that I had an erection. I hated my own body for getting this hard from nothing more than a kiss. Slowly, I lifted my head. My eyes were undoubtedly hazy with desire. I could only hope he understood. His gaze moved from one of my eyes to the other before he rested his forehead against mine. Sorry, I knew, and I still teased you. He gave a quiet laugh. The truth is, I don't have much self-control left either. So you don't have to be embarrassed. After calling for a car to be brought around, he had me take off my jacket. He draped it over my arm so it covered my lower body, then stood. Hand in hand, we pushed our way through the crowded first-floor hall, where the jazz piano had long since been replaced by loud dance music from the DJ, and hurried down the stairs. A different car from the one I'd arrived in with Nuna and Hyung was already waiting. I climbed into the back seat first. The moment he got in after me, before the doorman had even finished closing the door, he was kissing me again. As I accepted the weight of his body and lips, I glanced instinctively toward the front seat. He cupped my cheek and turned my attention back to him. As soon as the car started moving, the privacy screen slid shut between the front and back seats. He twisted my shoulders, pressing me gently against the door until I was half lying across the seat. He climbed over me, pushing himself between my legs without the slightest concern for appearances. Like a boy discovering kisses for the first time, he couldn't seem to stop. He pecked my lips over and over, nibbled them, pressed against them deeply, sucked them, and gently bit them. His tongue stroked mine, coaxed it into his mouth, then held it there. This wasn't the kind of kiss where lovers closed their eyes and quietly savored each other's presence. Neither of us looked away for even a second. He pulled my shirt free from my waistband and slipped his hand underneath. His palm against my bare skin made my hips jerk involuntarily. A moan escaped me. I grabbed his shoulders. Without breaking the kiss, he shrugged off his own jacket and tossed it aside. Then he caught my arms, wrapped them around his neck, and lifted me onto his lap. My already hard erection pressed tightly against him. My whole body trembled. Forgetting shame entirely, I clung to him more tightly, rubbing instinctively against his lower abdomen. comforted by the unmistakable hardness I could feel from him as well. Entwined together, we devoured each other's clothed bodies while our tongues tangled hungrily. Our eyes were heavy with desire. Neither of us bothered hiding it anymore. His scent, like intoxicating music or a drug that numbed reason itself, made me reckless. If a beta could sense an alpha's pheromones, we'd probably have rushed downstairs already and ended up tangled together in the back seat of my car. Inwoo's words resurfaced in my mind, along with what he'd said, that alphas and omegas could desire each other regardless of pheromones. He'd been exactly right. He was a golden alpha. I was a beta. Yet, without pheromones, we were burning with desire for each other, unable to endure even the short drive to the hotel without becoming hopelessly entangled in the back seat. We have to hold back again until we get to the room. He sighed. This is torture. Even as he complained, his hand never left my backside. Sorry. I smiled helplessly. Can you endure hell for another 5? No, 3 minutes? He looked so completely serious that I couldn't help laughing. I was surprised I could still laugh in a situation like this. I nodded. Our clothes were in disarray. Our breathing was uneven. Hand in hand, we crossed the hotel lobby. Fortunately, the elevator hall was empty at this late hour on a Sunday night. If we'd happened to run into a family with young children while I stood there hiding my erection beneath my jacket, I might have wished the floor would simply open up and swallow me whole. Chapter 70. The high-speed elevator reached the 42nd floor in an instant. It must have taken only a moment, but it felt agonizingly long. Just as he'd said, it was like hell. Sensing something about to overflow from deep inside me, I clamped my jacket over my mouth as if I could hold it back, whatever it was. He stepped behind me and wrapped his arms around me. His arms tightened around my waist, clasped low across my stomach. To anyone watching, it would have looked as though he was simply supporting someone too unsteady to stand on his own. At the same time, 2 overwhelming urges tore at me from opposite directions. One was the desperate need to wrench myself free and run. The other was the equally powerful urge to turn around, throw my arms around him, and press myself against his solid body. The first belonged to the part of me that still clung to reason and habit. The second belonged to someone new, a version of myself awakened by pleasure and instinct after giving in to desire. Even though it had happened only once, I already knew which path my future self would choose. The moment the elevator doors opened, he caught my wrist and strode down the hallway. My legs barely supported me as I stumbled after him, more drag than walking. The instant he unlocked the door, he pulled me inside. He tossed the key card carelessly onto the console by the entrance before wrapping his long arms around my back. My jacket slipped to the floor. A heartbeat later, my back struck the hallway wall leading into the living room. I barely felt the impact. Our lips met again, sweet as a drop of liquor after endless restraint, making everything else disappear. I wrapped my arms around him as well, clutching his shirt so tightly that the fabric wrinkled beneath my fingers. He kissed me again and again, pulling away only to bite gently before returning to my lips. The dizzying sensation left every one of my senses focused on that single point of contact. Unable to withstand the force of him driving me backward, I staggered until my thighs struck the back of the sofa. The round dining table where we'd held breakfast meetings during the fair scraped across the floor as he shoved it aside. 2 chairs toppled over, but neither of us paid them any attention. UHT. After stumbling several times, we finally reached the floor-to-ceiling window. Pinning me against the glass overlooking the night skyline of Tsim Sha Tsui, he simply stared into my eyes from inches away, breathing hard. His broad shoulders rose and fell in front of me. He looked almost angry, as though I'd betrayed him. Beneath his furrowed brow, his pale blue eyes seemed to fizz with restrained emotion. The cool glass pressed against my back as I gazed back at him, meeting the desire radiating from him. Desire so intense it resembled anger. His scent grew richer inside the small space between us. A moment later, he tilted his head and kissed me again. This time his lips were impossibly soft, showering me with countless lingering kisses. One hand gripped the back of my neck before sliding slowly downward. His fingers traced over my shirt, then continued lower until they reached my waist. With practiced ease, he undid my belt and lowered my zipper. The instant it opened, his hand slipped inside my underwear. Ugh, HNG. I squeezed my eyes shut and bit my lip as his fingers closed around me. As he moved inside my underwear, my pants gradually slipped lower until they pulled around my ankles. Instinctively, I looked down. Even through the fabric, I could clearly see the movement of his hand. Somehow, the sight was even more intimate than bare skin, making every nerve beneath my own skin come alive. The hand hidden beneath my underwear felt like a symbol of secrecy, intimacy, and desire itself. His other arm rested against the window beside my head as he leaned close to my ear. I thought this last time too. His voice was rough as he continued stroking me. "You're bigger than I expected." I lowered my head until my forehead rested against his shoulder. "Why? You definitely are." He laughed quietly. "Don't compare yourself to me. Compared to mine, anyone's would look small." His tone was teasing, and his warm breath brushed against my ear. It sounded like a joke, but I couldn't laugh. Even as a joke, what he'd said wasn't entirely untrue. All I could do was flinch as every sound became painfully vivid. "You always look so clean and composed, but once I get your clothes off." I shook my head frantically. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to deny what he was saying or simply stop him from whispering in my ear. The truth was, I didn't dislike either his words or the way he spoke them. Keeping my head lowered, I watched his hand move beneath the fabric. My shoulders trembled as though I were about to cry. I covered my mouth with one hand while gripping his side with the other. He gently pulled my hand away from my lips. My entire body shivered. "Don't just shake your head," he murmured. "Tell me what you thought of mine." You stared at it like you couldn't look away. "Look at me." At his quiet command, I slowly lifted my head. His lips found mine immediately, kissing me over and over until I could no longer tell where mine ended and his began. Even after he pulled away, I could still feel the lingering pressure of every kiss. He rested his forehead against mine, so I couldn't look away again, gently brushing the tip of his nose against mine. At this distance, there wasn't even enough space to catch my breath without breathing him in. "So," he whispered, "what did you think?" HNG. My breathing faltered completely. I reached up and rested a hand on his shoulder to steady myself. Every careful movement he made betrayed how tightly he was restraining himself, yet he still waited for my answer. It was big. At last, the words escaped me. "That's all." He looked genuinely pleased, smiling right in front of me. The longer I stood there, the more my thoughts dissolved beneath the overwhelming intimacy between us. Embarrassment and anticipation tangled together until I could barely think. I leaned forward and wrapped my arms around his neck. If I admitted the truth, maybe it would become easier. Maybe he would finally stop asking. I wanted to touch it. The confession began quietly. I thought it was beautiful and exciting. The memory of whispering forbidden words into his ear before, and the praise he'd given me afterward, gave me the courage to keep speaking. It looked like I broke off, unable to continue. "What is sex?" He fell silent. His breathing remained uneven. He turned his head and gently nipped at my ear. I clung to him even more tightly. He lowered my underwear completely. My body, left sensitive from everything that had happened, responded before my mind could. He was just as affected as I was, the front of his pants stretched tight. The unmistakable outline beneath the fabric sent another wave of heat through me. As I pressed closer, he held me firmly. "I want to be inside you." His voice sounded strained, as though every word cost him effort. "You know what I mean, don't you? Inside you, C.O Ihyun. I want to make you mine." A helpless sound escaped me. He captured my lower lip again, kissing me as though he couldn't bear the distance between us. "Inside," he whispered. "May I?" Stop. I turned my head away, overwhelmed. He followed immediately, kissing me again before I could escape. "That's what this means," he murmured. "You said mine seemed made for this. Then let me show you." A string of muttered curses followed, spoken so quickly in his native language that I caught only fragments. Even so, I understood enough to realize how desperately he was trying to hold himself back. He held me tightly. "I can't stand it anymore," he confessed. "I want you so badly." His voice trembled with longing. The knowledge that I was the one he desired so completely made my heart pound. And somewhere deep inside me, I realized I wanted the same thing.